Super Devouring System Chapter 3887 to Chapter 3967. Protecting the calf. What kind of situation was this? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. His mind was a little confused. After a few moments of daze, he vaguely understood what was going on. If he guessed correctly, this silver dragon that he was going to use to refine the four colors Shenong flame into a great medicine should be a creature from the primordial era that belonged to the headless infant corpse. Although the silver dragon had already fallen, in the eyes of the headless infant corpse, even if it was just a precious body, it would not be treated this way. Although this was a little unreasonable, it was not difficult to understand. Yi Xian also agreed with this. Since the silver dragon was not going to work, then he would just change to another precious body. It was impossible that the 500 or so primordial era corpses in his hands were all from the headless infant corpse's camp in that great battle of the primordial era, right? Depressed, Yi Xian put the silver dragon's corpse back and took out a black armored unicorn. It was also the corpse of a powerful being from the primordial era, and tried to draw a wisp of Shenong's four colors flame closer. This time, although the headless infant corpse did not let out a fierce roar, Yi Xian's chest still burned with a warning. Fine, it still did not work. This black armored unicorn was probably from his camp back then. His luck was too good. He randomly picked two corpses, and it was two consecutive hits. Depressed, Yi Xian could only send the black armored unicorn back and take out another corpse of a powerful being from the primordial era. In the end, it still did not work. I'll endure. At this time, Yi Xian was already quite impatient, but he did not flare up. Instead, he continued to test it repeatedly. After 13 consecutive times with the same result, Yi Xian finally went berserk. He jumped on the spot and roared thunderously, "You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. This young master does not believe that his luck will be so good today. 13 consecutive hits? Can you not be so obvious when you are trying to trick me?" After being warned 13 times in a row, Yi Xian was now sure that he had been tricked by the headless infant corpse. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. His words were also somewhat impolite. Even if this young master's luck is really too good, winning all the bets, and these 13 corpses were indeed warriors of our camp back then, so what? Now that this young master is being dragged into this mess by you, I have to grow up as soon as possible, right? These guys have been dead for countless years. Their corpses are also a kind of resource. Why can't we use them ourselves? It is best not to be so of them. With that said, Yi Xian planned to take advantage of the anger in his heart to cook the rice first. This kind of thing might be a knot in the headless infant corpse's heart, just like the little girl's thing. She would be hesitant about it for the first time, but after the first time, she would not care about it anymore. With that in mind, Yi Xian did not even bother with the primordial era experts this time. He directly pulled out one of the 13 primordial era corpses and appeared in the center of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. He was ready to draw out a wisp of Shenong's four-colored flames to start the refinement of the flesh and blood medicine. Screech. At this moment, Yi Xian's left chest suddenly became hot again, and there was also a sudden screech that was not very loud, but still carried a strong sense of warning and protectiveness. F***CK. You are still in the mood, aren't you? This young master doesn't believe that today's matter is not negotiable. If you have the ability, then do it with this young master. Yi Xian was furious. After being repeatedly warned by the headless infant corpse, he was really angry. This time, he was determined to consume the primordial era corpses that he had just pulled out, even if it meant falling out with the headless infant corpse. It would be best if he could force the headless infant corpse to leave. In this way, he would remove a knot in his heart. At least, he would not have to worry about being dragged into the final battle between him and the Eye of Heaven in the future. As if sensing Yi Xian's determination, the headless infant corpse, after letting out a screech, immediately fell into silence. Even the burning sensation that came from the left side of Yi Xian's chest disappeared. Just when Yi Xian thought that the headless infant corpse had made a concession due to his tough attitude, there was a sudden buzzing sound in his mind at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian really felt a little panicked. He thought that the headless infant corpse was going to attack him in anger, but he soon realized that he had misunderstood. The buzzing sound in his mind was because a piece of information had been transmitted to him. This was obviously the headless infant corpse's doing. It was using this method to communicate with Xian, and roughly explain the reason why it had stopped Xian from using the primordial era corpses. This piece of information had images and some obscure runes that Xian didn't recognize. However, the strange thing was that as soon as his divine sense came into contact with these runes, he immediately understood the meaning of each rune. These runes were obviously a higher level of expression. Xian had never even heard of their existence before. Through this information and images, Xian finally understood why the headless infant corpse had stopped him. The images contained in the information were all related to the Tower of Ancients' inheritance. Xian recognized them at a glance. After all, he had already refined this tower. It was just that now it had been transferred to the treasured body of Devouring. The headless infant corpse had stopped Xian from using the corpses of the primordial era mighty figures and primordial era supreme figures because through the Tower of Ancients' inheritance, there was a possibility that the primordial era supreme figures and above could live a second life. Of course, this was only limited to the primordial era supreme figures and primordial era supreme figures. Even the quasi-primordial era supreme figures did not have this opportunity, not to mention the universe level and immortal level creatures of the primordial era. The reason was very simple. If the farmer god cauldron and the netherworld cauldron were both top-notch treasures even during the untainted era, then the Tower of Desolation was even more awesome. The netherworld stove was personally refined by the green eye of the heavenly way, while the Shinnon cauldron was refined by a primordial era supreme figure on the headless infant corpse's side. But after all, they were both acquired objects. The Tower of Ancients' inheritance was a congenital treasure. Although they were both primordial era supreme treasures, the difference between acquired and congenital was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Back then, when the war was in full swing, the Tower of the Ancients appeared out of nowhere and hovered above the void battleground of the Battle of the Ancients. All the existences above the level of the Ancients who had not yet fallen could send a strand of their spiritual sense into the Tower of the Ancients, regardless of which side they belonged to. No one knew where the Tower of the Desolate Land's inheritance came from, but they instantly understood its meaning. After this strand of spiritual sense was handed over, it would be preserved by the Tower of the Desolate Land's inheritance. Even if they were to fall in this battle, with this strand of spiritual sense, they would be able to revive in the future and live a second life. In fact, in addition to the corpse ancestor Hamba and the corpse ancestor Ho Qing in the Yan Luo, even in the Tower of Desolation, there was another powerful figure from the Desolation era who had indeed lived a second life. That was the venerable Void Ladle, who was now following the Devouring avatar. It had even been able to reconstruct its true body due to some kind of opportunity. Unlike the demonic dragon phantom that was also following the Devouring avatar, it had a real body. Although the current venerable Void Ladle was still very weak, at least it could not be compared to the first life of a powerful figure from the Desolation era when it was at its peak. Even after its second life, the evolution of its life form was not high enough, so many of its memories were sealed. However, as time passed, as the venerable Void Ladle's cultivation base and strength slowly increased, the degree of evolution became higher and higher. Everything that he had sealed in this source of spiritual sense of the past, obviously, all the memories would be unsealed one after another. In the end, when the second life of the venerable Void Ladle had also grown to the level of a powerful figure from the Desolation era, all the sealed memories would return. As a result, it was no different from being reborn in its peak state. However, only a wisp of the source of spiritual sense was retained in the Tower of Desolation era. Like a seed, it had the possibility of living a second life. However, whether it could really make this second life a reality was still uncertain. For example, the demonic dragon phantom that was following the Devouring avatar. Like the venerable Void Ladle, it was also a powerful figure from the Desolation era. It had left a wisp of its source of spiritual sense in the Tower of Desolation era. But now, due to a coincidence, the Void Ladle sovereign was able to reconstruct his true body with Xian's blessing and truly live a second life. As long as he didn't die prematurely during this process, once he completely matured, it would be equivalent to being reborn. However, the demonic dragon phantom was different. Although his source of spiritual sense was also brought out of the Tower of Desolation era by Xian, it was only an energy phantom. It did not have a physical body, so it could not be considered to have truly lived a second life. This was because the energy of this demonic dragon phantom would be consumed. if it did not encounter an opportunity to reconstruct the true body of the demonic dragon. In the end, when the energy of the demonic dragon's shadow was completely depleted, the source of consciousness that he had left in the Tower of Desolate Antiquity and was later brought out by Yixian would also be destroyed. At that time, the primordial demonic dragon would have completely fallen. Even the seed it had left behind to live a second life would be destroyed. It could be said that the origin of spiritual sense left in the Tower of Ancients' inheritance by the masters of both camps who were at the level of the primordial great powers could only be regarded as a seed. However, whether this seed could sprout again, reconstruct its true form, and live a second life would depend on its own circumstances. Fate, it was not easy for an existence of this level to reconstruct their true body. This was related to their own bloodline attribute. For example, corpse ancestor Hamba and corpse ancestor Ho Qing. Although Yixian had a large number of top-grade resources in his hands, without the origin of corpse Dao, Hamba and Ho Qing would not be able to reconstruct their true forms. Hamba was the luckiest. A wisp of corpse Dao origin was originally sealed in the Yan Luo. After she woke up first, she immediately used it to reconstruct her true form. After that, she was able to use top-grade resources such as the innate chilling spiritual liquid. Otherwise, without her true form, these top-grade resources would not be able to solve the problem. She would not be able to solve the problem. In fact, Ho Qing was also lucky. In the ancestral land of the Space Rat clan, she had also obtained a wisp of corpse Dao origin from the remains of the purple gold void rat. If this wisp of corpse Dao origin had not helped her reconstruct her true form, it would have been useless no matter how many top-grade resources Yixian had given her. This included Void Lord Ladle. If Yixian had not possessed a Void Marrow crystal, he would most likely have ended up like the demon dragon's phantom. Since Lord Ladle had yet to reconstruct his true form, he could not be considered to have truly lived a second life. From this, it could be seen that although the Tower of Desolation contained a large number of Desolation-era experts of both camps and above, it was still very difficult to make these seeds germinate and truly live a second life. It was still very, very difficult. However, the 13 primordial supremes and the 200 or so primordial supremes remains that Yixian had obtained from the Netherworld Cauldron could perfectly solve this problem. The 13 primordial supremes and the 200 or so primordial supremes did not directly perish in the great battle back then. Basically, they had all fled into the void crack after being severely injured. After a period of healing and recovery, they could not hold on in the end and died due to the loss of their consciousness. Although their consciousness was gone, the remains of their true forms were still there. With these well-preserved remains, their rebirth and resurrection were much more convenient than the other primordial supremes who had perished in that battle. Although the headless infant corpse did not dare to guarantee the success rate, after all, even he and the Heavenly Eye were confused about the origins of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. They had no way of knowing. When the battle began back then, it was only because they saw this mysterious innate treasure tower that they did not side with either side. Moreover, it only took action to collect the primordial supremes and above primordial supreme spiritual source and nothing else. Therefore, it did not interfere and allowed them to leave after completing their mission. However, according to the headless infant corpse's deduction, if these primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns were able to preserve their complete bodies, they would be able to fuse with their own spirit sense essence, which they had taken the initiative to separate and preserve in the ancient Tower of Inheritance back then. Then, there was at least a 50% chance that they could directly resurrect with their true forms and live a second life, without waiting for the opportunity to reconstruct their bloodline real bodies. This was originally their true forms, so it was the most suitable. If a wisp of primordial supreme spiritual source entered, the compatibility would be perfect. Then, why would they need to reconstruct their bloodline real bodies? It was precisely for this reason that the headless infant corpse prevented Yixian from taking action on these remains, even if they were from the opposing camp back then. After all, the first life was the first life, and the second life was like a new life. Even the existence of life was different. Even if they were from the opposing camp back then, it was not impossible to instigate them in this life. If it really did not work, then it could be erased at that time. Of course, this was only limited to the primordial supremes and above. As for the rest, it was not included in this list. This was because even if their remains were well preserved, there was not a wisp of primordial supreme spiritual source left in the Tower of Desolation. Naturally, there was no chance for them to live a second life. In other words, of the more than 500 primordial supremes remains that Xian had brought out from the netherworld furnace this time, nearly half of them could not be taken lightly. The headless infant corpse would be left for the future. He would send them into the Tower of Desolation to see if he could use their own wisp of primordial supreme spiritual source left in the tower. Then, he would resurrect them and let them live a second life. As for the other half of the remains that were below the primordial supreme's level, Xian could do whatever he wanted. Xian fell into deep thought after he figured out the reason why the infant corpse had stopped him from taking the 13 Supreme Primordial Masters and the 200 Supreme Primordial Masters remains. In any case, he could not touch the remains he had just obtained from the Dark Cauldron. At that time, there were a large number of powerful Primordial Masters remains in the Dark Cauldron. Xian took advantage of the situation and kept the remains. Naturally, he chose the ones that were basically intact. Therefore, the 500 or so primordial creature corpses he had obtained were all in perfect condition. More than half of the Primordial Masters' remains were below the level of Supreme Primordial Masters. He could do whatever he wanted with them. After all, there was no possibility for them to live a second life. However, as for the 13 Supreme Primordial Masters and the 200 Supreme Primordial Masters remains, when Xian met with his devouring doppelganger, he had to send them all into the Tower of Ancients' Inheritance. He wanted to see if he could use the origin of spiritual sense left in the Tower of Ancients' Inheritance to revive a few of the Primordial Masters, even if the probability of success was low. As long as a few of the Supreme Primordial Masters and Supreme Primordial Masters could be revived and live a second life, the harvest would be very impressive. After all, it was not like the Void Ladle Master, who was revived by rebuilding his bloodline real body. Instead, it was directly revived with their original body. Presumably, if it was successful, even if their cultivation could not reach their peak, they would not be too weak. As for the issue of camp, Xian agreed with the headless infant corpse's statement. The battle of the Primordial Masters only represented the standpoint of their previous lives. But now that they had lived a second life, the existence of their lives had changed. What was so difficult about changing their standpoint? If he did encounter some stubborn existences, he could just kill them. With the headless corpse, it was not difficult to kill a primordial grand cultivator or supreme master of the ancients who had just been resurrected. It could be said that this was definitely a piece of good news. In an instant, it solved the problem of the future high-end battle force on Xian's side. The Tower of Desolation was a terrifyingly powerful trump card. Through it, even the supreme beings of the Desolation era and the supreme beings of the Desolation era could be revived. There was even the possibility of a second life. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. But this was not what made Xian the happiest. More importantly, through the information that the headless infant corpse revealed to him, Xian also understood an even more important point. It was actually related to the netherworld furnace. Before this, Xian had planned to head to the source of all evil star domain again in 2 days to obtain the all-evil origin liquid that the netherworld furnace had condensed from the remains of the primordial beings they had hunted this time. The headless infant corpse was currently parasitizing Xian's body, so it was obviously able to sense his thoughts. Because of this, taking advantage of the opportunity to explain the matters related to the ancient desolate inheritance tower to him, the headless infant corpse also suggested to Xian, telling him that he absolutely shouldn't enter the source of all evil this time. On the one hand, because of the previous precedent, whether it was the netherworld furnace or the Eye of the Heavenly Way, it was very likely that they were on guard. Even the sudden advance of the unplanned condensation this time could be a trap. With the headless infant corpse, although it could protect Xian, it would definitely be exposed. It was fine if the headless infant corpse was exposed, but once Xian was exposed, all kinds of revenge attacks would come one after another like a tide, causing him to completely collapse. With the Eye of the Heavenly Way's methods, it could easily find out all the forces related to Xian. When the time came, they would all become targets for destruction, including the demon race and Triumph City. The price was too heavy. Just for the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the netherworld furnace this time, it was really not worth taking such a huge risk. Of course, the headless infant corpse didn't mean to leave the matter at that and allow the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the netherworld furnace this time to be transported by the runic chains to the high-level forces of the enemy camp that needed it, helping them recover from their injuries. In fact, the headless infant corpse didn't just give a warning. It even gave a suggestion. If they acted according to its suggestion, if they succeeded, the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the netherworld furnace would sooner or later belong to Xian. The content of this suggestion was very simple and it was finished in a single sentence. It was to find a way to prevent the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the netherworld furnace this time and in the future from being transported out through the runic chains. As long as they could do this, the all-evil origin liquid would remain in the netherworld furnace. One day, it would all belong to Xian. That was because the headless corpse of the infant child had already plotted against the netherworld furnace in the dark. Previously, when Xian appeared in the source of all evil as the primordial little demon ape, in order to obtain the approval and protection of the nether furnace, Xian had handed over a drop of soul blood to the primordial turtle so that he could help fuse it into the nether furnace. This drop of soul blood had been tampered with by the headless infant corpse. The headless infant corpse had added something inside, but it hadn't been activated yet because the time wasn't right. Once it was activated, the headless infant corpse had an 80% chance of seizing control of the netherworld furnace from the heavenly Tao's green eye. At that time, Xian only needed to refine the netherworld furnace like the farmer god cauldron. At that time, the heavenly Tao's green eye wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how unwilling he was. Unless he killed Xian, he wouldn't be able to take back the netherworld furnace. Since the netherworld furnace had been refined, the all-evil origin liquid that was stored inside the netherworld furnace that hadn't been transported out through the runic chains would naturally belong to Xian. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Too despicable. Too shameless. After understanding all of this, Xian was so agitated that he almost jumped up on the spot. Right now, he was extremely suspicious that his way of doing things had gradually become a little unorthodox, where he would rob and extort for no reason. This was most likely because the headless infant corpse had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and followed him everywhere, thus affecting his own body. It was very obvious that this guy was too ruthless and too despicable. Compared to him, Xian's previous robberies and extortions were simply child's play. Including his actions in the netherworld furnace this time, Xian had only secretly stolen the corpses of several hundred primordial creatures from the netherworld furnace, taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. However, the headless infant corpse's move was no different from a desperate measure. If it really succeeded, it would definitely destroy the foundation of the heavenly Tao's green eye's future rise again. A big shot was a big shot indeed. Either he didn't make a move, or when he did, it was simply earth-shattering. Even Xian didn't dare to think of such a grand move, but he had already quietly made arrangements. Moreover, if no major accidents happened, this matter really could be successfully completed by him. After the unexpected evolution last time, the current netherworld furnace had already begun to develop an artifact spirit. From the fact that it could temporarily remove the rune chains on the furnace walls, it was likely that after returning to the depths of the source of all evil, it would also be able to remove the temporarily removed chains on its own accord. Once again, it would connect to the furnace walls. Therefore, it was definitely not easy to prevent the netherworld furnace from transporting the condensed all-evil origin liquid through those rune chains. Merely breaking those rune chains would probably not have any effect at all. Perhaps after exhausting all his effort and energy, the other party would be able to easily reconnect the chains. If that was really the case, Xian would probably go crazy. The best method was to completely destroy those rune chains. Of course, they could only destroy half of the rune chains used to transport the product of the netherworld furnace, the all-evil origin liquid. As for the other half, the rune chains used to transport the raw materials of flesh and blood into the netherworld furnace that had been locked onto by the Eye of the Heavens Tao and constructed a stable passageway had to be kept. Xian only wanted to prevent the condensed all-evil origin liquid from being transported out, not prevent the raw materials of flesh and blood used to condense the all-evil origin liquid from being transported in. As long as the product of the netherworld furnace could not be transported out, all the all-evil origin liquid it had condensed would be stored inside the netherworld furnace. When the time was right, the headless infant corpse would activate the secret material he had added to Xian's soul blood and snatch the netherworld furnace. After being refined by Xian, it would be stored in the netherworld. All the all-evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace would then fall into Xian's pocket. Just the thought of it was enough to make one extremely excited. However, it was obviously impossible for Xian to destroy all the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid out by himself. He did not have the strength to do so. Even if he did, he would not be able to do it himself. The netherworld furnace had already returned to the source of all evil star domain. There was even a high possibility that a wisp of the Eye of the Heavens Tao's consciousness was lurking in the dark, spying on them. The moment Xian appeared, it was tantamount to exposing himself, and he would be locked onto by the Eye of the Heavens Tao from then on. This matter could only be done by someone else. To put it bluntly, it was killing with a borrowed knife. Xian frowned and pondered for a while. Soon, he had a general idea and grinned, putting the matter of the netherworld furnace to the back of his mind for the time being. Xian took out the flesh and blood of a creature of the desolation level from the cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shinong cauldron. Furthermore, he directly guided a wisp of Shinong's four-colored flames over it and began to refine it according to the method of refining the flesh medicine that he had deduced previously. Sure enough, the headless corpse didn't react this time, even though they had seen the Wasteland Inheritance Tower fly across the void above the battlefield during the Battle of the Wastelands. They were not qualified or powerful enough to insert a strand of their spiritual sense into the tower. Therefore, in the eyes of the headless infant corpses, their remains were worthless. Of course, it was different for Xian. It was also a top-grade flesh and blood resource. Now, he was using the Shinong's four-colored flames to refine the remains of a creature of the desolation level. This was only the first step. According to the result of Xian's devouring system's deduction, if he wanted to use this method to refine the level 16 liquid, he would have to add all kinds of heavenly treasures, minerals, and other resources after the first step of refining, but that was the follow-up step. Xian hadn't even mastered the first step of refining, so he naturally wouldn't waste resources. After all kinds of heavenly treasures that could be used to refine the level 16 liquid were extremely rare. Even Xian didn't have many of them. As the Shinong four-colored flame burned, the feathers of this quasi-desolate era creature quickly fell off. Its flesh was roasted to a golden color, and its fat seeped out. It also emitted an exotic fragrance that penetrated one's heart. It was a 9-headed bird that was 90,000 meters long. However, after being roasted by the Shinong's four-colored flames, its body had been reduced to only 60,000 meters long. If it had only been roasted, he would have been able to feast on it. After all, it was the remains of a great being of the desolation level. Even though it had been dead for a long time, the remaining energy in its flesh and blood was still astonishing. Even Xian, who often roasted such flesh and blood, had never eaten it before. He had never tasted such a delicacy. He had only ever roasted the remains of Star Lords and Sector Lords before, and he had only ever roasted the flesh of a quasi-primordial expert, which was the purple gold void rat he had obtained from the space rat's ancestral land. Xian had once cut off a large chunk of the rat's flesh and roasted it. Now, as the 9-headed bird was completely roasted to a golden yellow by the Shinong four-colored flames, an alluring fragrance permeated through the cauldron and spread throughout his body. The saliva in Xian's mouth couldn't help but stir as his mouth was filled with saliva. However, he managed to suppress the urge, because his purpose this time wasn't to roast the meat, but to refine the flesh and blood medicine. If one wanted to use this method to refine level 16 or even higher gene cultivation fluid, the first step was to refine the prepared blood and flesh to the point where it had completely turned into a blood and flesh pulp. Although the 9-headed bird's remains had been completely roasted, it was still far from being completely transformed into a blood and flesh pulp. He could eat it if he only wanted to wrap his stomach, but he had only just begun to refine the flesh and blood medicine. After forcefully suppressing the strong appetite in his heart, Xian adjusted his state of mind. His originally restless state of mind quickly calmed down. He then took a deep breath and increased the input of the Shinong's four-colored flames. He also tried to control them in the slightest. This process was extremely crucial, and the slightest bit of carelessness would result in failure. Either the precious 9-headed bird's flesh would be directly burnt to a crisp, or the entire precious body would not be able to completely melt down the precious blood, precious flesh, and precious elixir. Time passed slowly. Xian focused on controlling the Shinong's four-colored flames and refining the 9-headed bird's flesh and blood. Gradually, the body, which had been reduced to only 6,000 meters due to the power of the Shinong's four-colored flames, began to shrink again. 5,500 meters, 5,000 meters. During this process, the dense fragrance that was being emitted from the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure that was becoming smaller and smaller became even more intense. The reason why Yixian was hiding in the heart of the central domain volcano was to guard against these native beasts who had long since turned into gluttons. Over this period of time, millions of native vicious beasts had been gathering at the edge of the central domain volcano, queuing up to roast meat. It was only in the last 2 days that the magnificent sight of millions of vicious beasts queuing up to roast meat at the edge of the central domain volcano had gradually disappeared due to the nearly depletion of their stock of meat. Although there were all sorts of spirit birds and spirit beasts in the mountains within the farmer god cauldron, on the one hand, they were raised by Yixian to be used for alchemy in the future. They weren't spoils of war stored in the hands of the native vicious beasts, so it wasn't easy to harm them. On the other hand, because these spirit birds and spirit beasts hadn't matured yet, the energy in their flesh wasn't dense. Even if they were roasted with a strange flame like the farmer god's 4-colored flames, it would only satisfy their appetite at most. It wouldn't have much effect on the evolution of the body or life form. Therefore, these spirit birds and spirit beasts in the mountains within the farmer god cauldron had escaped this calamity. Although they had only been out of food for 2 short days, these 2 days felt like years to these gluttons who had long since become picky with their food. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no idea that Yixian still had large amounts of top-grade meat stored in the various sealed caves at the bottom of the central domain volcano, they had probably set their sights on that place for a long time. Moreover, it was very likely that the 2 ferocious beast emperors, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, were leading the theft. Just like Shan Yuanzing and the other 2 girls who had wreaked havoc in the cauldron space back then, of course, these sealed caves at the bottom of the central domain volcano had long been reinforced by Yixian, and had even used the power of the farmer god cauldron to set up layers upon layers of restrictions. Even if the 2 domain lords, the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise, were to take the lead, there was basically no chance of success. Once bitten, twice shy. Yixian had already been harmed by the 3 purplish warbler girls once, so he naturally wouldn't make the same mistake twice. However, he still underestimated this group of foodies. After 2 days of desolation, this group of people were already so hungry that their eyes were glowing. At this moment, although Yixian was hiding in the center of the central region's volcano and refining his hands, the 9-headed bird's flesh and blood was being roasted, and the fragrance that was being continuously refined spread out through the vast volcano's crater. The entire cauldron's vast space had long been filled with fragrance. Millions of people. When the foodie smelled it, he immediately became spirited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Without exception, they all swarmed over, roar. It smells so good. This pig dares to bet that this time, what is being roasted is definitely the flesh and blood of a universe-level existence. Who did it? I'm very angry, and the consequences are very serious. That's right. That's right. The aroma seems to be coming from the bottom of the volcano. Pull it out. Pull out the guy who is eating the barbecued meat alone. God damn it. He picked up a piece of the universe-level flesh treasure and didn't give it to Master Pig and Master Tortoise. He's such a jerk. Oh woo, millions of indigenous ferocious beasts all rushed out from the surrounding mountains and gathered around the crater of the central region's volcano. They crouched down and peered into the depths of the volcano's crater. This scene was truly strange and inexplicable, causing Yixian's entire body to tremble. He was originally concentrating on refining the corpse of the quasi-desolate ancient 9-headed bird that was floating in front of him. He was careful and had already refined it to a size of around 3,000 feet. Although it still hadn't reached the level of treasure blood, treasure flesh, and treasure pulp, at least 6,000 feet, had shrunk by half. The initial refinement was half complete. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. As his originally focused mind was disturbed, Yixian was slightly distracted. The Shinong 4-colored flames, which were originally under close control, instantly became unstable. Although he instantly became alert, it was already too late. In less than half an instant, the 9-headed bird's flesh and blood that had shrunk to around 3,000 feet due to the refinement had shrunk to around 10,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, about 1/10 of the treasure body had been roasted black. It's burnt, hurry up and turn off the fire, ayaya, it's already cooked. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and turn off the fire. bring that big guy up. This turtle has been hungry for several days. Awoo. It smells so good. If you don't come up, this pig will jump down. Before Xian could recover from his shock, the howls of the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise came from the northern edge of the central region's volcano. Seeing that Xian had roasted a large hunk of treasure meat that was about 3,000 feet long into charcoal, these two fellows were even more anxious than him. At this moment, they were jumping around at the northern edge of the central region's volcano. If it weren't for the large amount of Xianxia four-colored flames floating in the belly of the volcano, and they were extremely dense, they would have already brazenly jumped down. They would have jumped down. In addition to the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise, there were also dozens of Star-Lord old monsters and more than 100 universe realm indigenous fierce beasts behind them. This group of fellows did not dare to clamor at Xian, but all of their eyes were shining with green light, and the corners of their mouths were dripping with saliva. They stared eagerly at the interior of the volcano below, and from time to time, there would be faint slurping sounds, F***ck. This young master is being targeted by a thief. Staring blankly at the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body that was suspended in front of him, because 1/10 of it had been roasted, Xian simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, this was only his first time refining. To be able to successfully refine the 6,000-meter-long nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body to a mere 3,000-meter-long size, completing half of the initial refinement process. This progress had already exceeded Xian's original expectations. Therefore, although this first refinement failed in the end, Xian was not too disappointed. At least, although the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body was precious, Xian still had more than 200 similar flesh and blood treasures of desolate-era creatures of the immortal realm and above that he could refine. Only losing one was not a big deal at all. Moreover, although the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body was ruined, nearly 90% of it was still golden and shiny, and could be said to be fragrant. Eating it as a meal would not only satisfy the appetite of the mouth, but also promote the evolution of the body. It was not a waste at all. Thinking of this, Xian's mood improved again. With a thought, this 3,000-meter-long nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body shot toward the mouth of the volcano above his head. He decided to continue refining. As for the ruined flesh and blood treasure body, he would just throw it out to the group of foodies and treat it as a reward for the whole army. Awoo. Faster, faster, faster. Awoo. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Roar. I can't hold it in any longer. It smells so good. It really smells so good. Seeing Xian, who was at the bottom of the volcano, wave his hand and instantly throw over the pile of flesh and blood that emitted a rich fragrance and a shiny golden color. The large group of foodies, who were lying around the crater and looking down, immediately burst into an uproar. They seemed as if they'd gone mad as they howled incessantly. It was truly too noisy. Xian frowned because if this continued, then he wouldn't be able to concentrate on refining at all. Right when he was about to reprimand them, the clamorous mouth of the volcano had suddenly become deathly silent. When he raised his head to look over, all the native ferocious beasts were nowhere to be seen. The area around the mouth of the volcano in the central region was too terrifying. A few million native ferocious beasts were lying at the edge of the volcano and sticking their heads out to look down, yet they hadn't covered the entire area. Yet now, not a single one could be seen. Along with the enormous nine-headed bird's flesh being carried away by the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle, the entire group of foodies actually swarmed over and left even faster than they'd arrived. In the blink of an eye, not a single beast could be seen. The nine-headed bird's flesh was still around 10 kilometers in size. Moreover, it was the corpse of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era, so its flesh and blood already contained formidable energy. After it was roasted by the four-colored flames of Xianxia and refined by Xian, the energy contained within the flesh and blood had become even denser. The amount was even denser. Even the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle at the region Lord Realm couldn't open their bellies and eat to their heart's content like those treasured flesh and blood from before. So, even though it was only 10 kilometers in size, there were absolutely no small number of native ferocious beasts that could be eaten. Besides the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle, the few dozen Star Lord realm old monsters and over 100 universe realm native ferocious beasts should have a share. As for the other native ferocious beasts below the universe realm, even if they didn't have the fortune to eat the meat, they could still watch from the side and smell the fragrance. Perhaps when he licked the bones in the end, he would be able to hook out 1 or 2 pieces of precious flesh from the crevices of the bones. In short, as the 9-headed bird's oily, fragrant flesh was taken away, all the millions of ferocious beasts that had swarmed over, without exception, all left. Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was quiet again, and he could continue to boil the precious body. It was time to practice. After adjusting his mood again, Xian took out the second treasure body of a creature from the Desolation era from the cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. It was also at the level of a mighty figure from the Quasi-Desolation era. This time, he had chosen a one-horned howling sky tiger. Its entire body was as white as jade, and it glittered like a treasure. Although it had been dead for a long time, the energy in its body had not dissipated, and the golden tiger blood had not dried up. It could be clearly seen from the wound on its right hind limb. Huff, with a wave of his hand, the Shenong 4-colored flames that had just been withdrawn flared up again, and directly wrapped up the one-horned howling sky tiger's body. A new round of roasting and refining began. The one-horned howling sky tiger's fur was quickly refined, revealing its golden skin. Gradually, it was roasted to maturity, and its fat was dripping with a divine aura. It was full of energy. When the one-horned howling sky tiger's body was completely cooked, it was only about 70,000 feet. Everything else was discarded as dregs. However, this was still only the beginning. Xian took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued. According to the steps of refining the great flesh medicine, he carried out the initial condensation. The goal was to completely refine this 70,000 feet huge body. When he finally reached the level of treasure blood, treasure flesh, and treasure serum, he would be able to reach it. He estimated that there would only be a small amount of treasure serum in his hand, 60,000 feet, 50,000 feet, until the final 2,000 feet. This time, Xian had gone even further than when he was refining the 9-headed bird's flesh and blood. In the end, the single-horned howling sky tiger was only around 2,600 to 2,700 meters tall, but something unexpected happened at this moment. The Shenong 4-colored flames that had been carefully controlled shook slightly, and the originally delicate control was broken. The temperature suddenly soared, and the entire right hind limb that had shrunk by many times was roasted to a crisp. All his efforts were in vain, however. Xian's self-confidence was even stronger. He had a strong feeling that the third refinement was bound to succeed. If the first and second refinements were only for practice, then after these 2 refinements, Xian more or less grasped a few tricks. For the third time, he was confident that he could completely refine the treasure body of a quasi-desolate era to the level of treasure blood, treasure serum, and treasure serum. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, the one-horned howling sky tiger's treasure body that had been destroyed was directly thrown out of the volcano above by Xian like a piece of trash. It was not that he was not greedy, but after all, this was the treasure blood and treasure flesh of a quasi-desolate era expert. The essence of the flesh was too rich. It had a strong nourishing effect on the physical body. However, Xian didn't have the time to care about the Taotai feast right now. After refining his hands twice in a row, he had gained quite a bit of insight. Right now, it was the best time to finish refining the initial stage of flesh and blood in one go. Striking while the iron is hot meant this. Awoo! Awoo! As the flesh and blood of the single-horned howling sky tiger was thrown up, a little distance away from the mouth of the volcano in the central region above his head, the roar of the fierce beast sounded again, revealing madness and incomparable joy. Obviously, the group of foodies outside had found the one-horned howling sky tiger that had been thrown out. If the previous 9-headed bird was only enough for the hundreds of indigenous ferocious beasts of the universe level and above to eat, then, with the addition of the one-horned howling sky tiger's treasure body, the entire indigenous ferocious beasts race would be able to share a piece of the pie. Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. After throwing out the horned howling sky tiger's flesh and blood treasure, he immediately took out a third set of flesh and blood treasure that was waiting to be refined. This time, it was a cyan and red bird that looked like a phoenix, so it should belong to the Luan and Feng category. Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. After throwing out the horned howling sky tiger's flesh and blood treasure, he immediately took out a third set of flesh and blood treasure that was waiting to be refined. This time, it was a cyan and red bird that looked like a phoenix. It should belong to the Luan and Feng category. Yu Muzi's chi was very strong, but unfortunately, it had fallen in the end. Huff. This Luan phoenix's flesh and blood precious body wasn't that large. It didn't reach 100,000 zhang in size, only around 3,000 zhang in size. When all of the feathers fell off and the entire flesh and blood precious body was cooked, it was only 2,000 zhang in size. Yi Xian controlled the Shenong four-colored flames to refine it. In just 10 minutes, the Luanfeng's flesh and blood had shrunk by half again. It was only around 3,000 zhang in size. This meant that half of the deep refinement process was already completed. Yi Xian was not as excited as the previous 2 times. His mind was still as calm as an ancient well without ripples. The Shenong four-colored flames were like the most precise scalpel in his hand. Inch by inch, the flames merged into the Luanfeng's flesh and blood cells and began the refinement process. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Previously, he only used 10 minutes to shrink the Luanfeng's body to 3,000 zhang in size. Now, 2 hours had passed and the original 3,000 zhang had shrunk to 300 zhang in size. Although it seemed that the last 2 hours had only shrunk the Luanfeng's body to 9,000 zhang in size, in reality, the refinement process was slowing down. As long as there were no mistakes, the refinement process this time should be successful. Yi Xian suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to refine the Luanfeng's flesh and blood. The Shenong four-colored flames that wrapped around the Luanfeng's flesh and blood were always in a stable and fine state. They never wavered or changed. Half a day later, the Luanfeng's flesh and blood had shrunk to 3 zhang in size. Under Yi Xian's continuous refinement, the Luanfeng's flesh and blood had shrunk to 3 zhang in size. It was 1,000 times smaller. This was absolutely terrifying. It was unknown how much impurities and energy had been burned away by Yi Xian's Shenong four-colored flames. The remaining mixture was the essence of the Luanfeng's flesh and blood. It was the essence. However, this was not the end. The Luan phoenix, which was only about 3 feet in diameter, still maintained its original form. After all, it was a powerful existence at the quasi-desolation level. Even if it was roasted by the Shenong four-colored flames, its body still shrank as a whole. The order in its body, the chains were still stable and did not collapse, causing the Luanfeng's body to change shape and lose its majesty. As for Yi Xian's final goal, it was to completely refine it. The appearance of the Luan phoenix bird could no longer exist, and all of the precious blood and flesh could no longer exist. It had to be fused into one and turned into a slurry-like existence. That was the purest form of essence energy, the basic medicinal slurry of flesh and blood medicine. The refinement process continued. But Yi Xian. If in the end, the Luan phoenix still maintained its original appearance and its flesh couldn't be turned into medicinal paste, then this refinement was clearly a failure. Moreover, this kind of failure was not because there was a problem with Yi Xian's refinement process. If that was the case, the Luanfeng's body would not continue to shrink. However, its form did not change at all. The only reason why its flesh and blood could not be turned into medicinal paste was because it was used for refinement. The level of the flames was not high enough to melt the chains of order in the Luanfeng's flesh and blood. It could break them and fuse them together. If that was the case, then it would be a serious problem. No matter how hard Yi Xian tried, it would be useless. He could only wait until the Shenong exotic flames grew into a 5-colored flame and its power increased again. Only then would he be able to break this deadlock. However, the growth of the Shenong exotic flames was not fixed. Although it had grown 3 times, from the initial 1-colored flame to the current 4-colored flame, all in all, these 3 times could only be considered coincidences. There was no fixed pattern to be found. Who knew when it would be able to increase the level of the flames again and grow into a 5-colored flame? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but feel anxious. However, he quickly regained his senses. No matter what, this Luanfeng's flesh and blood had shrunk to about 3 meters in size. He had to endure this refinement to the end. Even if he did not succeed, at least it would prove that the 4-colored flame was not powerful enough. Otherwise, if he made a mistake midway, even if it was just to verify this point, he was afraid that he would have to undergo another round of refinement. Yi Xian forcefully calmed his slightly impetuous state of mind and continued to refine it with rapt attention. Another half a day passed, and the Luan phoenix, which had shrunk to a diameter of around 3 meters, shrank once again. When it shrank to a diameter of only a meter, the pleasant surprise came. Walala, a series of faint crisp sounds came from the Shenong four-colored flame that was suspended in front of Yi Xian. From the beginning to the end, the Luanfeng's body, which had maintained its original appearance, finally melted. From this moment on, its bird form could no longer be seen. These faint sounds, which were as dense as raindrops, were the sound of the chains of order in every inch of his body being completely torn apart. At this time, the Luanfeng's body had turned into a round ball that emitted a green-red light. The round ball that appeared in the form of a slurry had shrunk from a meter in diameter to a foot in size. It was as if the chains of order in its flesh and blood had completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature black hole appeared in this green-red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. At this point, the refinement was finally completed. The Luanfeng's body that was 3,000 meters in size had been refined into a green-red slurry ball that was only a foot in diameter. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this orb of liquid was. And this was only the first step in refining the flesh and blood medicine. What Yi Xian had obtained was only a semi-finished product, and could not be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. The real flesh and blood medicine would use this flesh and blood medicine as the foundation, and then add in all sorts of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and mix them again and again before finally obtaining them. This process still required Yi Xian to explore and deduce. After all, no one had ever concocted a level 16 liquid before, so Yi Xian still had a lot of effort to do. Swish! Swish! With a thought, this ball of flesh and blood medicinal paste that was about a foot in diameter and emitted a dazzling splendor was easily divided into 100 portions by Yi Xian's divine farmer's four-colored flames. It floated in the air in front of him, causing him to be dazzled. After casually dispelling the Shenong four-colored flame, Yi Xian took out 100 small storage boxes made of jade essence crystals from his undying world. Then, with a wave of his hand, these 100 egg-sized portions of green-red flesh and blood medicine were stored in a jade essence crystal box. Finally, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept these 100 jade essence crystal boxes in his undying world. The basic slurry for the preparation of the flesh medicine had finally been refined. It was safe to say that the preparation of the flesh medicine was halfway done. What Yi Xian needed to do next was to add the rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were required for the derivation of the level 16 liquid, using the red and green flesh medicine as the basic solution. He would have to fumble again and again to finally produce a stable level 16 liquid. Obviously, the process couldn't be completed in one go. There was no previous experience that he could use as a reference. Also, the all-evil origin fluid had a domineering additional effect that guaranteed success during the preparation of the level 15 liquid. Even if the formula wasn't complete, it could still make up for the deficiencies and make the gene liquid successful. But that was only a situation that would occur before the 16th level of liquid. The level 16 liquid could allow a star state expert at the peak of the 9th rank to become a star lord, which was absolutely unbelievable. How many star state experts had been stuck at that step since ancient times, unable to make a breakthrough? Therefore, even though the all-evil origin fluid was a top-grade resource, when one reached the 16th grade, when the formula was incomplete and imperfect, adding the all-evil origin fluid would still make up for the flaws in the formula and guarantee the success rate, but the degree of this effect would definitely be greatly weakened. Too much. Judging from that point of view, even though Yi Xian had successfully obtained the basic slurry for the preparation of the flesh medicine, there was still a long way to go before he could really produce the level 16 liquid. However, 100 portions of the flesh medicine meant 100 mixing chances. Yi Xian was confident that he could produce the level 16 liquid. He could have started right away, but after some consideration, Yi Xian gave up the idea in the end. It made sense to strike while the iron was hot, but he had to know when to stop. Just a moment ago, Yi Xian had tried to refine the flesh and blood medicine 3 times in a row, especially the last time when he finally succeeded. Yi Xian's mind was highly concentrated, and it was continuous. In just half a day, he'd already expended too much mental and physical effort. At this moment, he continued with the second half of the deduction and allocation. It wasn't the best time. After adjusting his state of mind, Xian's figure shot up and directly charged out of the central region's volcano. He arrived outside the volcano's crater and landed on the edge of a plain not far from the crater. As far as his eyes could see, the vast plain ahead was densely packed with ferocious local beasts. There was a small portion of them, about a few 100,000 or so, that was as if they were drunk and were sleeping soundly on the ground. As for the other millions of native beasts, they were gathered around, looking at the few of their companions who were sleeping soundly. Their faces were full of envy, and some of them were still drooling. In another direction, the skeletons of the nine-headed bird and the one-horned sky-howling tiger were being licked by some of the native beasts. The skeletons were already clean and fleshless, but these beasts were still enjoying it. There was even a queue behind them. It seemed that every batch of beasts could only lick the skeletons for a while before they were done. This scene made Xian's hair stand on end. If this continued, would the ferocious beasts in the back be licking the two skeletons or the saliva of the guys in the front? He didn't dare to think about this question further. It was too scary. His back was cold, and his scalp was numb. Sure enough, they were a group of foodies. Their tastes were extraordinarily heavy. Brat, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Yes, so am I. I've eaten a little too much this time. I have a feeling that I'm about to break through, and it's a breakthrough of a major realm. It's never happened before. While he was in a daze, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise's voices sounded. They were obviously abnormal. Xian turned around and found that the two guys were red and swaying as they walked, just like the hundreds of thousands of local ferocious beasts who had fallen asleep on the ground. It was as if they had drunk too much. Yes, I feel like I'm drunk. It wasn't just them, all the Star-Lord realm experts and over 100 local ferocious beasts were the same. Some of them were unable to persist any longer and had fallen asleep just like the other low-level ferocious beasts. Even though it seemed like they'd drunk too much, there was an extremely dense aura of energy surging within their bodies. Especially the primordial porcupine, the tortoise, and those Star-Lord realm experts. The energy within their bodies was surging too violently, and they were on the verge of being unable to hold it in any longer. They were sleeping. The pores throughout their bodies were emanating the glow of treasures, and it seemed like they were ascending into immortality. This was clearly because they'd eaten a huge amount of flesh and blood from the nine-headed bird and unicorn skyhowl tiger. Those were supreme existences at the quasi-primordial age. Even if it was the region lord realm experts like the porcupine and tortoise, it was no different from immortal pills and miraculous medicines. Even they couldn't eat too much of it. But even then, they were slightly unable to hold on any longer. Their cultivations were about to break through. They were about to break through. Eating meat to the point of getting drunk, this was probably something that no one else could do other than this group of foodies. Xian rolled his eyes, but his heart was filled with joy. The primeval porcupine and primeval hairy tortoise were both at the advanced stage of the region lord realm, and they'd been roasting treasured blood and flesh with the Shenong four-colored flames in the farmer god cauldron recently. So, the accumulation of treasured blood and flesh within their bodies was almost complete. Now that they'd eaten the flesh of numerous quasi-primordial experts, it was equivalent to being injected with treasured blood and flesh. A strong medicine. Under such circumstances, their breakthrough in cultivation had finally arrived. If nothing unexpected occurred, then both the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle would advance a step further after this period of closed-door cultivation. They would advance from the region lord realm into the world lord realm, and they'd become two formidable old geezers at the world lord realm. If that was the case, then Xian would finally have two old geezers at the world lord realm under his command, which would definitely be of great significance and boost his confidence. In addition, the dozens of native Star-Lord beasts had obviously eaten a lot of quasi-primordial experts' blood and flesh. Those guys were about to enter seclusion, and some of them would definitely break through the barrier of a major level. After all, some of the native beasts were already at the World Lord realm. They were already in the advanced phase of the Star-Lord state. Even if only a third of them made the breakthrough, there would be a dozen new region lords under Xian's command by then. Apart from them, there were also the hundreds of native universe lords. Some of them would be able to advance to the Star Lord state. Further down, there were hundreds of thousands of native beasts below the universe state. Some of them might be able to become universe lords. As the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise led a group of high-level indigenous vicious beasts into collective seclusion, Xian also felt bored in the farmer god cauldron. After throwing some cultivation resources to the 8 great Vidras, he went to the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region to look at Lion Wan, who had already become his servant. Jean. This guy was still sleeping, but his condition was much better. There was a faint aura of energy fluctuations in his body. It seemed that it was very likely that he had recovered some of his strength. However, his Tao foundation had already been seized. Even if he recovered, he could forget about returning to his previous peak state. Even if there was hope, everything would have to start all over again. Afterwards, Xian soared into the sky and rushed out from the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. His figure appeared outside the black hole of life. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 3 days since Xian left the netherworld cauldron and returned to the black hole of life to begin seclusion. The harvest of these 3 days could not be said to be small. It was simply shocking. Not only did he recultivate the ancient cave void tactics, synchronizing his cultivation method with his physical body's blood chi realm, but it also led his physical body's blood chi realm to increase by 2 small levels. Now, his cultivation method of the ancient cave void tactics and his physical body's blood chi realm had both reached the cosmic 7th order. With another 2 small breakthroughs, he would be able to use the level 15 liquid and advance to the level 15 realm in one fell swoop, becoming a true almighty figure of the universe. In addition, the basic medicinal paste needed to concoct the level 16 liquid had also been successfully refined this time. The level 16 liquid had been lingering in Xian's heart for a long time, causing him to be unable to let go of it. But now that half of the problem had been solved, Xian felt much more relaxed. Finally, the 2 vicious beast emperors, led by the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, had also obtained a lot of good fortune this time and began seclusion one after another. It was believed that once they finished their seclusion, the overall strength of the entire indigenous vicious beast tribe would definitely leap to a whole new level. This was the true strength that Xian had in his hands, just like Triumph City. It was absolutely significant to him. Xian was already overjoyed, but what excited him the most was that the headless corpse had secretly tampered with the netherworld cauldron. Xian felt like he was floating in the air when he thought about how the precious ancient treasure that was on the same level as the Shinnon cauldron would soon belong to him. Apart from the netherworld furnace, the products inside the netherworld furnace, which means every drop of all evil origin elixir in the future, will be mine. No one can take it away from me, alright. The netherworld cauldron and the farmer god cauldron are ancient artifacts of the same level. There's basically no chance that the evil origin liquid stored in the netherworld cauldron will be forcefully taken away. As he muttered to himself, a wisp of bright light flashed through Xian's eyes, and he seemed to be lost in thought. However, we must be on guard against those high-end forces of the enemy that are crying piteously for food. No matter what, we must sever the channel through which the netherworld furnace supplies evil origin elixir to them. Those rune chains must be destroyed. With that in mind, Xian didn't stay any longer. He waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. Then, he waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He stepped into it, activated the concealment array, and shot out, charging out of the black hole of life in the blink of an eye. After the previous refinement, the void-shattering shuttle was now a true starry sky treasure. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking. Even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters couldn't compare to it. Even Domain Lord Old monsters couldn't compete with the void-shattering shuttle in terms of speed when traversing the void with their physical bodies. Even Sector Lord Old monsters had the qualifications to compete with the void-shattering shuttle in terms of speed. The black hole of life wasn't far from the Demon Domain Pass. Xian activated the void-shattering shuttle and traveled at extreme speed. Soon, he plunged into the Demon Domain and headed straight for the Demon Emperor planet. This time, he took the Headless Infant's suggestion and decided not to participate in the attack on the Dark Furnace in the root of all evil. He would only push in the dark and guard the Demon Emperor planet. With his methods, he would attract a group of Sector Lord Old Monsters and even universe-level supreme existences to be his gunmen, although the dangers of the Dark Furnace were already known to everyone in the three major dimensions by now. Otherwise, the root of all evil star domain wouldn't have remained untouched after the previous incident. After all, what happened that day was too shocking. The Eye of Heaven's way supreme ferocious power had scared countless people out of their wits. The two Sector Lord Old Monsters of the indigenous ferocious beast race couldn't even last one round in front of it and were directly killed, but even so, Xian was still confident that he could attract a large number of gunmen to gather in the root of all evil star domain. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. Among the Starry Sky Masters, there was never a lack of existences who would rather tie their heads to their waists and take risks to fight for great fortunes. In fact, Xian could be considered such people. Otherwise, if he hadn't taken risks to fight for a fortune, he wouldn't have been able to go all the way to where he was today. The origin of all evil and the Netherworld Furnace were indeed dangerous, but as long as the Sector Lord Old Monsters behind the various top powers and races of the three Great Planes, and even the supreme existences of the universe, knew how astonishing the good fortune that was being condensed in the Netherworld Furnace was, at that time, there was no need for anyone to persuade them. Those old guys would automatically come knocking on the door and even fight to the death for it. In this regard, Xian could be considered to have prepared for a rainy day. In fact, he had already made preparations. Of course, once he threw out the clues in his hands, with the brains and insight of those super old monsters, they would definitely be able to guess the truth. They would be able to see that someone wanted to use them as gunmen while they hid in the dark, wanting to benefit from the fisherman's jar. But this didn't matter. Xian wasn't afraid that they would see through this. This was because his goal was only to borrow the hands of this group of super old monsters to destroy the runic chains that transported the all-evil origin elixir out of the Netherworld Furnace. He didn't want to touch the Netherworld Furnace and the all-evil origin elixir stored within. In other words, even if those super old monsters successfully destroyed all the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquids out of the Dark Furnace and fulfilled Xian's wish, Xian still wouldn't show up. This was an open scheme. He wasn't worried at all that those super old monsters would steal his fortune. Given the grade of the Dark Furnace, the universe-level remains of the primordial creatures of the primordial era were merely the lowest standard of raw materials for its condensed products. What right did those super old monsters have to force their way into the Dark Furnace? Inside, take what they want. Swish. Under the control of Xian, the void-shattering shuttle didn't stop at all. It directly broke through the inner line of defense of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor Star and noiselessly plunged into the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor Star, shooting toward the Demon Emperor City. There were more than 10 Demon Imperial royal family experts who flew from the Demon Imperial City to welcome them. Led by the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Xian had seen them before, but he was not familiar with them. Among the Demon Imperial royal family, Grandpa Mo and Grandpa Mo Qigong, who were the closest to him, were still leading the 4 Clans Alliance army to conquer the first universe's slave clans one by one. As for the Demon Emperor Mo Rentian, he was a Sector Lord Old Monster. He wasn't even in the Demon Imperial City, but somewhere that was connected to the Demon Imperial planet through a stable space tunnel. It was equivalent to the ancestral land of the demon dwellers. He wouldn't show himself easily. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xian was led to the royal palace deep in the Demon Imperial City. Everyone sat down. Xian did not immediately mention the matter of the source of all evil. Instead, he first asked about the situation of the 3 Great Planes in the past few days. After all, the first universe was now on a full-scale expedition. Although the battlefield was in the first universe, in fact, it was impossible for the second and third universes not to pay close attention. It was even very likely that there would be some kind of response. Seeing that Xian had asked, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator immediately spoke one after another. They introduced and explained the situation and new movements of the 3 Great Planes in the past few days. To Xian's surprise, there was no unusual movement from the races of the Second Universe Federation recently. Ever since they brought back the clansmen who were detained in the Shinnon Cauldron from Xian, they had been quiet. It seemed that the pain of the expedition to the first universe was completely annihilated in the source of all evil. In the end, they were also ruthlessly extorted by the demon cultivator and young masterling who. It was as if they were all relieved. The source of all evil was one thing. Even the sector lord level indigenous ferocious beast emperor was instantly killed. It was really possible that the races of the Second Universe Federation would be scared out of their wits. They might not be able to recover for a while. However, it would be unrealistic to say that they would be able to let go of the extortion by young masterling who and the demon dwellers. According to Xianxia's estimations, those guys were probably secretly holding back their strength, preparing to wait for the right time to do something bad. However, it didn't matter, Xian didn't care at all. As long as he subdued all the slave races in the first universe, he was confident that he could forge the first universe into an iron plate. At that time, the two wormholes that connected the second universe and the third universe, respectively, would be heavily guarded by him. Even if the other party wanted to do something bad, he was afraid that they would be powerless. As for the human clan in the third universe, although there was nothing unusual about the immortal dynasty, the human clan's Tenju Celestial Palace had a piece of explosive news 2 days ago. Several Star Lord Vice Chiefs of the Rinjue Palace had been slain by the invincible war god when they were hunting him down. Then, when the invincible war god reappeared 2 days later, he had already proven his Tao and become a universe dominator in such a short time. Even Master Void Ladle, who was only at the peak of the cosmos realm at the beginning, also became a Star Lord thanks to the fortuitous encounter. The third universe was in an uproar as soon as the news was spread. The invincible war god's name resounded in the three planes again. It had to be noted that the invincible war god wasn't very strong when he was first born. Nobody expected that he would prove his Tao in such a short time. It was an astonishing speed. What was even more shocking was not that he could control a Star Lord level old monster, the Void Ladle, but that he was constantly being hunted down by the overlord of the cultivation camp, the Tenju Celestial Palace. While he was rapidly increasing his cultivation base, he was indeed worthy of his title as a peerless genius, to be able to grow at an unimaginable speed in the face of adversity. Unfortunately, until now, there was still no definite answer as to who this devouring treasured body that was known as the invincible war god belonged to. There were all sorts of guesses in the outside world, but in the end, there was no solid evidence that could completely convince people. Then there was the situation in the first universe. After Xian left the allied army of the four clans, the allied army of the Devil Cultivator, Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan led by Grandpa Mo immediately reorganized their army and continued on to the next slave clan after subduing the Ashwolf clan. However, the alliance of 10,000 races wasn't thwarted because of that. After learning that the coalition army of the four races was about to set off again, all the races in the alliance were mobilized and gathered their forces to resist the enemy. And now, after the allied forces of the four clans had taken down the second slave clan after the Ashwolf clan, they were on their way to the next clan. It was estimated that they would arrive at that clan in 2 or 3 days and start a new war. In general, the coalition army of the four races had formed. Even if all the other slave races in the first universe were unwilling to be enslaved and formed the alliance of 10,000 races, the final result of this all-out war on the plane level basically didn't have much suspense. In the end, more than 80% of the victory would be taken by the coalition army of the four races. At that time, the first universe would be unified again, and the demon race would become the second overlord of the plane after the Tianji race. I won't leave for the time being. I'll stay on the Demon Emperor planet or in the surrounding star areas and pay close attention to the development of the root of all evil. After understanding the recent developments in the three universes, Xian suddenly changed the topic and threw out a heavy bomb. If I'm not wrong, in 2 or 3 days, the races of the Second Universe Federation and the human race of the Third Universe will gather again. The root of all evil will gather again. As for the First Universe, the interstellar war on the plane level is still in full swing. I guess the races won't have the time to care about this. Of course, if the other slave races insist on getting involved, they'll be digging their own graves. We can't do anything about it. Later, find a way to spread the news and inform the Space Rat race, the Hell Ant race, the Giant Ferocious race, and all the races subdued by the coalition army of the four races. In short, within our own race, no one is allowed to get involved in the root of all evil this time. Let's leave the whole star area of the root of all evil to the top forces and races of the second and third universes. It's the same for the demon race. It's best to stay far away. There's no need to stay close to them. Because this time, the big races and the top forces won't send a large number of battleships to form an army like the last time. If there's no accident, in 2 or 3 days, the forces sent by the big forces and secret races will all be high-end battle forces formed by a small number of great beings. The sector lord level isn't the limit. This time, it's very likely that even the universe level and immortal level supreme beings will appear. As Xian finished speaking, the entire imperial palace was in an uproar. All the upper echelons of the imperial demon race whispered to each other and discussed, universe level and immortal level supreme existences are about to appear? Gathering at the root of all evil? The demon emperor Mo Wen Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xian with his mouth agape and said in shock, "What's going to happen this time?" The other upper echelons of the imperial demon race all turned their heads and looked over. Their faces were full of shock and strangeness. Because some people had realized that this incident might be related to this monstrous young man in front of them. Before the root of all evil incident began, he had already warned the demon race in advance that it was best not to participate. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. In the end, reality proved his words right. Practically all the top-rate powers and clans in the 3 dimensions that had entered the root of all evil to seize the fortune there had been annihilated, and even the 8 region lords had been saved by this young master before him. Not only did he seize this opportunity to detain the 8 domain lords and millions of battleships, as well as the hundreds of millions of universe masters in the battleships, he even abducted the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise. Now, they were his private army. It could be said that the biggest and only winner of the previous root of all evil incident was this man in front of them. Considering that he had foreseen the final result before the incident, although he didn't say it, all the upper echelons of the imperial demon race knew that this incident was most likely secretly planned by him. At least, he played a role in adding fuel to the fire. Now, ever since the last incident, not to mention the inside of the root of all evil, even the surrounding star domains outside of that star domain was almost dead silent. None of the powerhouses of the various races in the first universe dared to get too close. Under such circumstances, this man in front of them suddenly threw out such a heavy bomb. He said that in 2 or 3 days, all the major races and top forces of the 3 dimensions would gather at the root of all evil again. And this time, even though there wouldn't be large amounts of space fleets appearing, the various races and pinnacle powers flocking over would actually have sector lord level, universe level, and even undying level ancestors personally arriving. This was simply terrifying. There was no doubt that if there was such a thing, the person behind all this must be this young master in front of him. How could this just be called audacious? He hadn't even reached the 15th realm, universe realm. Last time, he had toyed with the Star Lord and Domain Lord Old Monsters and accidentally dragged down the 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters. This time, he actually went straight to Sector Lord level, Universe level, and Undying level. This was simply the rhythm of ascension. If things went wrong, not to mention the root of all evil star field and the first universe, even the entire 3 Great Plains would be destroyed by him. Thinking of this, the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian's face immediately turned green. After asking the first question, before Xian could respond, he had already continued in a panic. He advised earnestly and patiently, and his tone clearly revealed a bit of pleading. "I say, little friend, no, my little ancestor, can we stop messing around? Last time, you killed 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters. This time, listening to your tone, the Sector Lord level is actually the bottom level, and above that is the universe level. And undying level ancestors are going to be alarmed. This is the rhythm of people dying. Can we stop messing around? Calm down a little, obediently take down the slave races of the first universe first, and unify the entire first universe's dimension. This is a matter of 90% certainty, unlike what you said just now, which is a 90% chance of survival." Hearing these words, Xian was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, his face full of speechlessness. The upper echelons of the demon race in the hall nodded repeatedly like chickens pecking rice. If it was said that the unforeseen event in the root of all evil star field last time made them all fearful of Xian, and felt that this guy was simply a little devil in the chaos. Then now, when Xian said that he was going to mess around there again, and this time, besides the Sector Lord Old Monsters, even the Universe level and Undying level masters would be involved. The upper echelons of the Imperial Demon clan in the hall could no longer find the words to describe the monstrous level of the man in front of them. This Jane was a poison. Wherever she went, there was no way to stop it. Alright, this young master admits, this matter this time was caused by me again. To be precise, this young master is about to do it, since everyone in the hall was smart. After what happened last time, they all guessed that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Xian didn't plan to hide it and openly admitted it. Then, he rolled his eyes and continued, but don't worry, this time, not only will our camp prohibit anyone from getting involved, even I will not take a single step into the root of all evil star field. After all, this time the sector lords are probably just cannon fodder. Many of the universe levels will die, even the undying levels will probably fall a few. This young master is not afraid of death, but I don't want to actively seek death. Over there, let them mess around, we won't participate, but there shouldn't be a problem if the final goal is achieved. This is a foreshadowing, the benefits may only appear many years later, but I know in my heart. As an ally, I ask the demons to believe in this young master's plans and arrangements, since he had already said so. If there were any objections, they wouldn't even be allies anymore. Furthermore, although this matter was dangerous, it was simply hair-raising, but it wasn't like everyone didn't know the methods of this young master in front of him. Until now, when had he ever suffered a loss? Thinking of this, the upper echelons of the demons all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious that they accepted it tacitly. Here is a video image. This young master took the scene in the Netherworld furnace. Seeing that the upper echelons of the demon royal family in the hall had been convinced, Xian casually threw out a jade scroll and said, "Spread it through a certain channel, don't leave any traces, let others know that it's related to the demon race. Other than that, find someone to spread some words. In short, use the fastest speed, let all the races and powers in the 3 big planes hear these words and see this video." The video that Xian was talking about was everything that he had seen and heard in the Netherworld furnace. It was all recorded by the Devouring system in his body, and now, he had only made a copy and handed it over to the demon royal family. This video was automatically recorded by the Devouring system in Xian's body when he was in the Netherworld furnace. Everything that Xian saw at that time was completely recorded. It included the remains of the primordial supremes and powerful beings that were hunted by the Netherworld furnace and thrown into the furnace, as well as the scene in the mysterious void outside the Netherworld furnace. In other words, this video not only affected the situation of the Netherworld furnace, but also some situations in the mysterious void where the Netherworld furnace went to hunt. The situation in the void rifts was reflected in the video to a certain extent. If not, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian would not be so shocked. It should be noted that this time, what he saw was a mysterious and unknown universe plane filled with countless void rifts. Within those void rifts were the corpses and bodies of powerful beings from the primordial era who had either died or been severely injured. This kind of video had never appeared in the 3 universes before. Through it, all the starry sky experts and ordinary people in the 3 universes would realize a fact. That was, there must be a large number of similar mysterious planes and voids outside the 3 universes that were known today. What was hibernating in them, or what was left behind, were all of the same thing. Some of the powerful beings from the primordial era who only existed in legends. Moreover, the terrifying Netherworld furnace in the depths of the origin of all evil in the first universe had clearly found one of these places. It had completed a hunt there and obtained a large number of remains of powerful beings from the primordial era and even supreme beings from the primordial era. This is too big. What does the Netherworld furnace want to do? All the raw materials are the remains of beings above the immortal level. Is it going to grind them up with the huge millstone in the furnace to refine something? Withdrawing his spiritual power from the Jade Scroll, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian turned to Xian in horror and said in a trembling voice, "Refining something with such a level of flesh and blood. Not to mention the immortal level, even beings above the immortal level would go crazy for it. This is going to cause chaos in the 3 universes, this is going to lead to chaos. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us anyway." Xian once again threw out a video. It was a video of the Netherworld furnace breaking the rune chains on its own in the root of all Evil Star region. Then, he said, "Hurry up and spread these 2 videos. At the same time, explained that the runic chains extending from the bottom of the outer wall of the netherworld furnace are connected to various unknown voids. The product refined in the furnace is called the all-evil origin liquid, and it will be transported out through these chains. That's right, the all-evil liquid is the final product of the netherworld furnace. It's extremely effective for sector lords, universe-level, immortals, and even primordial supreme beings. It's the best at healing injuries and can even improve life levels. It's a top-notch supreme resource. As the chief servant race of the Heaven's legacy race, the demons were also important scouts, so there was naturally no need to doubt their ability to gather intelligence. They had many secret connections, and some even came from the Federation in the second universe and some powerful forces in the third universe's human camp. This was very normal. The demon dwellers' ability to infiltrate was very strong, and they looked no different from the human race. After infiltrating some races and forces, they would hibernate and slowly develop. In the long run, this would be a line. With this kind of accumulation method, just the 2 videos that Xian took out were simply a piece of cake for him to silently spread without a trace. In just half a day, these 2 videos spread throughout the 3 universes, causing an uproar among the various large races and top-notch forces. Just as Xian had predicted, once the 2 videos spread, some people who believed in conspiracy theories immediately expressed concern. They believed that the person who recorded and spread these 2 videos had bad intentions. If they did not handle this well, the tragedy that had just occurred in the root of all evil star region would happen again. This time it would happen again. Even so, the various large clans and top forces still took action at the first moment. On the first universe's side, the demons and the space mouse race, hell ant race, giant ferocious race, and other races under the Nameless Alliance had already received Xian's notice, and they did not intend to participate in this matter. The other servant races of the first universe basically had no time to care about it. The crisis of the survival of their race was getting closer and closer. Who still had the mood to mess with those? The third universe, the first palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, the overlord of the human camp, Tenju Celestial Palace. As soon as these 2 videos spread, a loud and clear dragon roar sounded in the Tenju Celestial Palace. Several figures waved their hands and tore through the void, stepped in, and disappeared instantly. Among them, a ferocious bloody giant dragon could even be vaguely seen. Almost at the same time, in the territory of the Cultivation camp controlled by the Tenju Celestial Palace, in a relatively remote galaxy void, a black undying dark phoenix with a size of 100,000 feet blasted out from an abandoned star. It soared into the sky, and its huge black phoenix wings flapped gently above its body. A black hole-like whirlpool appeared in the void above it, and the undying dark phoenix plunged headfirst into it. The same or similar scene appeared one after another in the territory of the human cultivation camp, including the Tenju Celestial Palace's Earth-Ju Celestial Palace and Human-Ju Celestial Palace, as well as some ancestral lands of other sects that did not belong to the Tenju Celestial Palace. These figures that moved after hearing the news were at least sector lord level, and there were even universe level and immortal level. They were definitely the overlords of an area, but now, they swarmed over. It was still the third universe, the imperial capital of the human race's technology camp's immortal dynasty, the Immortal Star, the imperial teacher's palace in the outer city area of the immortal imperial city. To be precise, it was actually the underground of the imperial teacher's palace. What appeared in front of them was a huge underground hall. The hall was incomparably vast. No matter which direction they looked at it from, they could not see the end of it. Besides, although it was underground, when they looked up, the bluestone dome of this vast underground hall was at least 10,000 meters high. An underground space of such a scale was not a small project, and it was even more impossible for it to appear under the immortal imperial city. Hence, this underground hall should have been built using space-folding technology. This was the secret base of the imperial tutor, Dr. in the immortal imperial city. The hall was originally empty, and there was nothing in it. However, at this moment, because this place was too vast, there was no way to distinguish the direction of the hall. With a flash of green light, a high platform appeared in the originally empty hall in the blink of an eye. It was square in shape, and each side was 100 meters long. Right. Xiao. It's time to open another seal. As Dr. muttered to himself, there seemed to be a dim light flashing in his body. Then, his aura began to soar at a visible speed. At first, Dier's aura was only at the peak of the 9th rank universe realm. However, it only took half an instant for him to break through the universe realm and reach the Star Lord state. However, that was obviously just the beginning. After reaching the Star Lord state, it only took 3 breaths for Dier's cultivation to reach the peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. Then, he broke through again and became a Zone Lord in the blink of an eye. However, that wasn't the end. Dier's aura was still rising in the Zone Lord state. This time, it only took him 6 breaths to reach the peak of the 9th rank Zone Lord state. Then, he broke through again and reached the Sector Lord state. In this realm, Dier used 9 breaths of time to increase his strength. In the end, his cultivation finally stabilized and stopped growing. He had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Sector Lord realm. At the same time, a black hole appeared in the square in front of the boundless underground folded space. It appeared out of thin air and was extremely mysterious. Through the black hole, one could see that there was a mysterious void space inside. There were a large number of battleships and giant mechanical creatures that looked like space fortresses of various shapes. Roar! A huge roar like a tiger's roar came from the black hole. Then, a behemoth stepped out of the black hole, followed by a second one. In the end, 4 giant alloy beasts that were as large as mountains appeared in the vast square. They hovered in the air and emitted a terrifying aura that surpassed Dier's. Dier was already at the peak of the 9th rank Sector Lord state. However, the 4 alloy beasts were even stronger than him. Obviously, they were at least at the universe realm. At this time, the black hole behind the 4 alloy behemoths had quietly disappeared, but another slightly smaller black hole appeared again strangely out of thin air. The 4 alloy behemoths shrank until they were only about 1,000 feet in size. After making a soft sound at Dier, they stepped into the black hole and disappeared in the blink of an eye. *T. At the same time, in the Dormelder Pavilion deep in the inner city of the immortal Imperial City, a few streaks of light rushed out and directly shot into the sky. There was no spatial crack at all, but these streaks of light strangely disappeared halfway through their flight. Such a scene occurred in many other places in the territory of the Immortal Dynasty, including the 3 empires under the rule of the dynasty, as well as the headquarters and ancestral lands of the top families and forces such as Bodhi Technology, the Xianyuan family, the Longyu family, the Shinto family, and the Life Gene Society. As for the Heavenly Battle Empire, Patriarch Zhonlu, one of the 2 patriarchs, happened to return. Not only did he break through the Star Lord state and become a region lord, he had even reached the peak of the 9th level. There was no telling what kind of fortuitous encounters he had during his years of travel, but his strength had soared too quickly. The Second Universe. Apart from the Nether Tortoise clan, which had been completely sealed, a large number of races, including the Blood Dragons, the Cyan Rock, the Battle Lions, the Inji clan, the Raging Bulls, the Golden Eagles, the Colorful Pythons, the Greedy Wolves, the Tree Spirits, and the other top 10 races, also heard the news. They all responded. Almost every race had 1 or 2 immortal lords and even universe-grade patriarchs awakened. They tore through the void and swarmed towards the origin of all evil star domain of the first universe. In the secret realm of the Blood Dragon's ancestral land, an enormous cloud of blood was still rolling in the void thousands of kilometers away. They could vaguely see a 9-headed blood dragon roaring furiously. Although its aura was not as strong as the supreme beings of the primordial era such as the Golden Divine Dragon and the primordial Xianxia, it was no weaker than the almighty beings of the primordial era such as the Void Ladle. The 9-headed blood dragon had clearly been seriously injured and was recovering thanks to the nourishment of the all-evil origin fluid. In the past, a drop of the all-evil origin fluid would drip from the end of the chain every year. However, the 9-headed blood dragon wouldn't consume all of it. It would leave behind a quarter of it and infuse it into the huge blood-colored egg that was surging up and down in the blood cloud's central domain. That was its direct descendant. Once it was born, it would possess the cultivation of the universe realm, and its future would be limitless. However, not long ago, the 9-headed blood dragon was poisoned by Black Mark during the last resource supply. It was ambushed by Yi Xian's all-evil poison. Its injuries, which had recovered by 60 to 70%, worsened again. Now, its cultivation had fallen to the quasi-primordial supremes level. But even so, when the news of the source of all evil star domain came again, the nine-headed blood dragon was still alarmed. At this time it roared furiously and looked back at the blood-colored giant egg in the rolling blood clouds. Its body instantly emitted a monstrous anger of incomparable resentment. Roar! Even his roar faintly revealed a bit of mournful intent. Then, the nine-headed blood dragon's figure disappeared into the rolling blood cloud. After a short while, an energy body clone rushed out of the blood cloud and plunged into the rune chain that was suspended at the highest point of the secret realm. It then disappeared. Such a scene was not only playing out in the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan. Several other clans in the top 10 clans of the Second Universe also had an existence whose cultivation had fallen to the quasi-primordial Supremes level. In the form of an energy body clone, they followed the rune chain that supplied them with the all-evil origin fluid every year and angrily rushed toward the source of all evil star domain in the first universe. Go. For example, in the secret realm of the Green Rock clan's ancestral land, an azure rock that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall rushed out. In the ancestral land of the Battle Lion clan, which ranked third among the top 10 clans in the Second Universe, a blood-colored two-headed battle lion roared angrily at the sky. In the end, it also rushed into the rune chain in the form of an energy body clone. In addition to these bloodline ancestors of the various clans who had not appeared in the world, they were all alarmed. In some remote star domains in the three universes, from time to time, void cracks would quietly open, revealing huge figures with extremely terrifying auras. The root of all evil. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, the vast void was empty, and there was no one in sight, but two sounds could be heard in the void. The rumbling of thunder was the sound of the huge millstone turning in the furnace. Both sounds were very low, and they were not very hurried. Instead, they seemed to be a little slow and sluggish. Originally, they should not have such a soul-stirring effect, but when they entered the ears, it made one's body tremble uncontrollably. The strange cracking noises were the sound of the flesh and blood of a large number of powerful primordial creatures being crushed by the cauldron, turning into minced meat and bones. The scene that could be seen inside the furnace could be said to be truly terrifying. The vast interior of the furnace was divided into two areas. The central area was a huge millstone with 2 levels, and there was a hole in the middle. At this time, there were many desolate creatures' corpses in this huge hole, moving up and down as the 2 levels of the millstone turned in reverse. It was like a real furnace of flesh and blood. If someone was here, they could even see the corpses of some terrifying creatures like the Golden Divine Dragon in this huge hole. They should be the descendants of the Golden Divine Dragon that hadn't reached the level of the Desolate Supreme yet. Even so, this Golden Divine Dragon should be extremely powerful. Even though it had died countless years ago, and only half of its body was left, one could still feel a powerful pressure coming from it. There were also countless other powerful beings from the primordial era. Originally, there had been thousands of them, but now, there were only about 1,000 of them around the giant millstone. The rest were all thrown into the hole in the center of the millstone. At this time, as the huge furnace of flesh and blood slowly turned, all the desolate creatures' corpses in the center of the millstone were being crushed. Gradually, their original appearances were unrecognizable, whether it was the Golden Divine Dragon, the Desolate Xianxia, the Blood Slaughter Lion, or the Azure Sky Rock. All the desolate creatures' corpses were crushed into meat paste and mixed together. During this process, the flesh and bones mixed with each other, and the blood of different colors mixed with each other. In the end, the flesh and blood could no longer be distinguished from each other. There was no longer any solid matter in the huge hole, but there were still endless rays of light shooting up into the sky. Some of them even dissipated in the void. They were things like karma or the past, things that were seen as impurities and were not retained by the furnace of flesh and blood. There were also some that turned into strands of milky white mist that slowly rose into the air and merged into the thin atmosphere above the cauldron. The milky white mist was the nether furnace milk that was formed by something similar to the connate Tao origins or nascent spirit origins. The fragments of the innate Daos and Yuan Shen were smashed into tiny molecules that could be traced back to their original form. They turned into pure energy and merged into the atmosphere above the furnace. As they accumulated, their density increased and finally turned into this milky white liquid of the dark furnace elixir. This kind of lotion had an extremely miraculous effect. After all, it was condensed from the essence energy of a large number of powerful creatures that were close to or had even reached the level of the Desolation era. It was simply shocking and horrifying. However, it was obvious that they were not the real purpose of the furnace of flesh and blood to refine the desolate creatures' corpses. They were only some byproducts that could be used during the process and would be a waste to discard them. The real product of the dark furnace elixir was the transparent liquid that flowed out from the almost non-existent gap between the two layers of the millstone, the all-evil origin elixir. These powerful desolate era creatures were of different species. Some of them were golden, and their blood was as bright as the sun, emitting a dazzling golden light. Some of them were burning with blood-red flames, releasing an endless killing intent and evil aura. The blood, flesh, and marrow of the desolate era creatures of this level would turn into an indescribably weird color after they were crushed into mud, and their auras were extremely chaotic and terrifying. But at this moment, as some impurities such as memories, karma, and so on turned into green smoke and disappeared, and as some unnecessary innate energy was expelled, the liquid rose and condensed into liquid. In the end, the liquid that flowed out from a thin crack at the edge of the furnace was incomparably transparent and colorless. It didn't even emit any aura of pressure. The liquid was as pure as the purest crystal in the world. In the huge hole in the center of the furnace, a huge amount of nine-colored blood mud was rolling. Above the blood mud, the karma impurities, and the milky white mist were also turning into smoke. However, the transparent liquid that flowed out from the gap on the edge of the furnace was dripping drop by drop. After a long time, only one drop fell into the groove under the gap. All of this was the scene inside the netherworld furnace, and it couldn't be seen from the outside. Anyone outside the netherworld furnace could only roughly judge the situation inside through the milky white liquid above the mouth of the furnace and the rumbling thunder and cracking sounds coming from inside the furnace. At this moment, the last batch of thousands of desolate era creatures' corpses were also pulled into the huge hole in the center of the millstone of the central region by the power of the netherworld furnace's internal field. Then, the low buzzing and cracking sounds came out. This continued for about half a day, and then it gradually weakened again. But now, the milky white mist at the mouth of the cauldron that was like the atmosphere of the stars was already very, very thick. Even though the rumbling of thunder still existed within the netherworld furnace, that kind of strange cracking sound that made one's scalp go numb was almost inaudible. All the corpses of the desolate era creatures had been crushed into meat paste, and their original shapes couldn't be seen anymore. Although the bloodline ancestors of the various races and top forces who were hibernating in the void far away from the netherworld furnace didn't see this scene with their own eyes, they could easily deduce it. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and suddenly made a move. Fellow Taoists, the raw materials have been crushed into meat paste, and the condensation has begun. It can't be stopped. The time has come. A giant beast rushed out, and a figure stood on its back. It was an ancestor of the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace of the Earth Ultimates Palace of the Third Universe. This master and servant were both terrifying late-stage sector lords. They were the first to shoot towards the netherworld furnace. The all-evil origin elixir is about to be produced. We have to break the transportation chains immediately. Otherwise, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Screech. How dare you? If you dare to break the chains of the netherworld furnace, our race will fight to the death with your 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. A purple-gold giant eagle suspected to be from the golden eagle race of the top 10 races of the second universe soared into the sky. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and the aura in its body surged as it followed closely behind. Screech. How dare you? If you dare to break the chains of the netherworld furnace, our clan and your 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace will fight to the death. A purple-gold giant eagle that was suspected to be from the Golden Eagle clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe, leaped into the air. Its wingspan spanned tens of thousands of feet, and the aura in its body surged as it rushed out. Its target was not the netherworld furnace, but the master and servant of the ultimate celestial palace who wanted to break the transmission chains of the netherworld furnace. This scene was strange, but the terrifying existences that were hibernating in the surrounding void did not seem surprised, as if they had already expected this situation. That's right, this time, the patriarch-level existences from the various clans and top forces in the second and third universes came to the source of all evil star domain for completely different purposes. It could even be said that they came in opposite directions. The two camps of the human race in the third universe, including some old monsters from the myriad Luo Federation's Senate, and some idle patriarch-level figures from various parts of the three dimensions, came to the source of all evil for the same purpose, to break the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid out of the netherworld furnace. Passage. Then, they would think of a way to obtain the all-evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace. However, the bloodline patriarchs from the various clans in the second universe's federation did not come here to seize the fortune in the netherworld furnace, but to prevent the rune chains from being broken. This was because the bloodline patriarchs of the various clans in the second universe were basically the same as the nine-headed blood-fled dragon of the blood-fled dragon clan and other terrifying existences. They had vested interests in the products of the netherworld furnace. Although the various clans in the second universe had previously launched an army of 10 million battleships to conquer the first universe and charge into the source of all evil star domain. But in fact, even at that time, their purpose was only to fully control the source of all evil star domain and forbid any other forces from entering to prevent the Venom incident from happening again. Of course, in addition to the bloodline patriarchs of the various clans in the second universe's federation, there were also some idle old monsters from various parts of the three dimensions. Among them, there were also vested interests in the products of the netherworld furnace. Perhaps on the surface, this group of independent old monsters had nothing to do with the various clans in the second universe's federation, but when it came to the rune chains of the netherworld furnace, the interests of the two sides were clearly tied together and unknowingly stood on the same side. Golden Eagle race, is this the idea of your race, or the idea of the races of the second universe? A white-bearded, black-haired, green-robed elder took a step forward. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the purple gold eagle. His formless eyes shot out sparks of blood as he gazed at it. This was also a universe-level supreme old monster. This person's name was Gong San, and he was originally a Star Lord from the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace. Tens of thousands of years ago, not long after the formation of the 10,000 Luo Federation, the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace, which represented the human cultivation camp, entered the Federation Senate. Today, he had already grown to the universe level and was the second echelon of the Federation Senate. A top-notch elder, previously, when the various clans of the second universe's federation launched an army of tens of millions of battleships to launch an all-out expedition against the first universe, the 10,000 Luo Federation was already extremely dissatisfied. Now, a bloodline ancestor of the Golden Eagle race had appeared and was clamoring and threatening the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace. Gong San couldn't bear it anymore and immediately expressed his stance on behalf of the Federation. Golden Eagle, don't forget, the various clans of the second universe are also members of the Federation. On the matter of the Netherworld Furnace, the Federation Senate has already given clear instructions. I advise you not to go against the wishes of the Federation. What a joke. The various clans of the second universe are only members of the 10,000 Luo Federation. We are not subordinates of the Federation. Even the Federation Senate has no right to impose their wishes on our clans and make any compulsory orders. In the distant void, a giant rock with green feathers and countless golden rays of light spread out its wings and rushed out from the void. This should be a bloodline ancestor of the Green Rock clan, one of the top 10 clans of the second universe. His strength was comparable to that of Gong San, who was from the Federation Senate. He was also at the universe level. He replied without any trace of politeness, the products of the Netherworld Furnace are closely related to the interests of the various clans of the second universe. It is impossible for you not to know this, the human race is also one of the members of the Federation. This time, they ignored the allies of the various clans of the second universe and came to the source of all evil to seek the benefits of the Netherworld Furnace. Not only did the Senate of the Federation not stop them, but they even colluded with them. It is really cold to the hearts of the various clans. Regarding this matter, the 10,000 Luo Federation must give the various clans of the second universe an explanation. Whether it is the 10 absolute sky palaces of the human race, the Undying Dynasty, or the great beings of the Senate of the Federation, they must immediately withdraw from the star field of the source of all evil. Otherwise, they will see the various clans of the second universe as nothing. At this point, the universe-level Green Gold Rock's tone turned harsh. He sneered and said, "If you insist on acting alone and ignore the interests of our clans, then it is fine if the various clans of the second universe do not join this federation. Today, we will withdraw from the 10,000 Luo Federation. Parting ways in the future is a small matter, but turning against each other and becoming enemies is a big matter. Where do you want to go? I advise you to think twice before you act. Otherwise, the two planes will break apart today. The 10,000 Luo Federation will no longer exist, and all the various clans of the second universe will withdraw. Boom, screech, roar. Just as this universe-level green gold rock finished speaking, the entire star field of the source of all evil went into an uproar, and the surrounding space was in an uproar. The various super-old monsters, who had hidden themselves in space and had yet to show themselves, were all shocked. The attitude of the bloodline ancestor of the various clans of the second universe was too unyielding. He was clearly trying to force the 10,000 Luo Federation to make concessions and withdraw from the star field of the source of all evil with the great beings of the two camps of the human race. Otherwise, all the various clans of the second universe would withdraw from the Federation, and the impact would be no different from the collapse of the entire 10,000 Luo Federation. The consequences were too severe. Although the one who said this was only a universe-level bloodline ancestor of the green gold rock race in the second universe, this was clearly the common wish of all the core upper echelons of the various clans in the second universe. On the matter of the benefits of the underworld furnace, the various clans of the second universe had already reached a consensus. The words of any bloodline ancestor from any clan represented the collective wishes of the entire clan. At this time, the entire star field of the source of all evil was in an uproar because of the universe-level green gold rock's words. The various super-old monsters from the various clans of the second universe all let out furious roars and screeches at the first moment. The entire star field of the source of all evil was filled with roars and howls. Tens of super-old monsters simultaneously emitted their energies. They were all at least sector lords, and there was no lack of universe-level or even undying beings amongst them. Roar! Roar! The entire origin of all evil star field was disturbed by the roars and howls. Dozens of sector lord level and above super-old monsters from the various races of the second universe were supporting the green gold great rock, and it was also a strong declaration of their stance. It was also a threat. They demanded that the two camps of the human race and the upper echelons of the myriad Luo Federation Senate immediately withdraw from this star field. In the future, they would still be allies. Otherwise, they would part ways in the future and become enemies today. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive to the extreme. In the entire vast and boundless star field, half of the roars and roars shook the heavens, and the aura surged and rose. The other half had completely fallen into silence. Some of the rogue cultivator super-old monsters who did not belong to the two opposing camps were still hibernating. They were waiting. What would happen next would be determined by the changes in the overall situation. As for the two camps of the human race and the few super-old monsters who represented the Federation Senate, they were in a dilemma. The attitude of the races of the second universe had already been put on the table. There was no room for negotiation. They could not give up the benefits represented by the netherworld furnace. If the two camps of the human race and the Federation Senate of the third universe insisted on their own way, the final result could be foreseen. Today, the races of the second universe would definitely withdraw from the myriad Luo Federation, and even become enemies. At that time, the entire myriad Luo Federation would only have one member, the human race. Could it still be called the Federation? Even if it still existed, it was basically just a name. The consequences were too serious. It concerned the survival of the myriad Luo Federation. Even the super-old monsters of the Senate, such as Xianxia, did not dare to deal with this matter lightly. After a short silence, the few super-old monsters from the Federation Senate seemed to have finally reached a consensus. They sent Xianxia as a representative and spoke again. This time, Xianxia did not directly talk to the races of the second universe. Although he did not name them, everyone knew that his words were directed at the two camps of the human race of the third universe. Heaven Palace, Imperial Court, this matter concerns the survival of our Federation, and the benefits of this netherworld furnace are indeed related to the races of the second universe. It is closely related. All of you were originally allies, but because of the same goal, we gathered together and formed the myriad Luo Federation today. It's normal to have disagreements. This matter is not completely without room for compromise. What the Council of Elders means is, since we are all allies, this matter can be resolved internally. The Council of Elders is willing to be a witness and urge everyone to reach a final consensus on this matter. This was clearly a concession. Although the several super-old monsters of the Federation's Senate were indignant and even felt a little aggrieved, the attitude of the various races of the Second Universe was so tough. This matter concerned the survival of the entire Wanluo Federation, so they had no choice but to treat it cautiously. Unfortunately, whether it was the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe or the various races in the Second Universe, none of them seemed to appreciate his kindness. A universe-level super-old monster from 10 Absolute Sky Palace immediately expressed his opinion. There is no room for discussion. The underworld furnace is not the underworld furnace of the various races of the Second Universe. It does not belong to any race or power. That's right. Since the various races of the Second Universe know that they are members of the Federation, they should be even more tactful. In the Undying Dynasty camp, a universe-level old monster from Sulao sneered. Of the 10,000 chains of runes that send the all-evil liquid out of the underworld furnace, nearly a quarter of them are connected to the ancestral grounds of the various races of the Second Universe. This matter has been confirmed by our imperial teacher, Great God Dier. The result of Tong Tong's deduction. The various races of the Second Universe have occupied nearly a quarter of the resources of the underworld furnace for who knows how many years, but they have always kept it a secret from the two camps of the human clan and the headquarters of the Federation. We can ignore this matter, but now that everything has surfaced, why can't the human clan fight for this benefit? Just because the various races of the Second Universe acted earlier and obtained the benefits of the underworld furnace, has it become a habit? Or perhaps, the various races of the Second Universe think that they are strong and powerful. That they can ignore the entire human race of the Third Universe and the Wanluo Federation? Hell! Screech! The words of the universe-level Su Lao Gu from the Undying Dynasty were sharp and aggressive. Before he could finish speaking, angry roars and howls rose to the sky from the various races of the Second Universe. Human clan, do you really think that your clan is the only one with the greatest power in the three universes? The Tianji clan has gone into seclusion and migrated. Do you humans want to replace them and become the public enemy of the three universes? The top-level upper echelons of the two camps have expressed their views at the same time. Are you clearly planning to use the various races of the Second Universe to establish your might? The Wanluo Federation is indeed on the verge of collapse. The ambitions of the human clan are clear as day. Fine, let's fight. It seems that the rupture between the two universes is unavoidable today. It's a pity that the Wanluo Federation. There's nothing to be said about it. When the Federation was first established, it was for the purpose of jointly attacking the Tianji clan. However, the Tianji clan has gone into seclusion. Even if they return to the world one day, who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will be. Before that, any race will have the opportunity to replace them. They will become the strongest overlords of the three universes. It's obvious that the human clan is ready to make a move. Their attitude today is clear proof that their ambitions have sprouted. As these angry roars and mocking voices rang out, the entire star field, the source of all evil, once again fell into an uproar. The super-old monsters of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe roared and expressed their views. The super-old monsters of the two camps of the human clan, as well as some of the top factions and idol sects, were enraged. Some of the independent cultivators and the descendants of the primordial creatures who did not belong to the two camps of power wisely remained silent. They paid close attention to the development of the situation, vigilantly watching from the sidelines. Only the few super-old monsters of the Wanluo Federation Senate fell into deep embarrassment at this time, whether it was the two camps of the human clan's Immortal Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace from the Third Universe or the various races of the Federation from the Second Universe. None of them gave them any face this time. Previously, Gong San had represented the few super-old monsters of the Federation Senate to tactfully express their hope that the two sides would have internal peace talks. This was already a slightly sullen concession made by the Federation. Unexpectedly, the final result was so unbearable. The Federation Senate made a concession in public, but whether it was the human clan or the various races of the Second Universe, none of them took it seriously and completely ignored their existence. The Wanluo Federation was completely isolated. All the internal members did not take it seriously and wantonly ignored it. For the few super-old monsters of the Federation Senate, this matter was simply a slap in the face in public. It was too humiliating. Screech. Among the major races and top forces in the three dimensions, the strongest combat power that any force could send was at the immortal level. Although there were existences beyond the immortal level in the ancestral secret realms of the major races and forces, such as the nine-headed blood dragon in the blood dragon clan's lair in the second universe, he was in existence at the level of the desolate era, which was far beyond the immortal level. However, existences at this level were almost all seriously injured and couldn't come out. Besides, if they forced themselves to come out, once enemies were attracted, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves and might be killed. The more powerful an existence was, the more they cherished their feathers and wouldn't take risks easily. The immortal level was the strongest combat power that could be sent from the three dimensions of the universe today. It should be so for a long time in the future. Even if the situation in the origin of all evil star field was turbulent again, almost all the top races and forces in the three dimensions had sent their strongest combat power and swarmed over. However, there were definitely no more than 10 immortal-level old monsters hibernating in this star field now. Therefore, when the immortal-level old monster of the Federation Senate spoke out in anger, the surrounding void instantly fell silent. Neither the two camps of the human race nor the various races of the second universe refuted on the spot. It wasn't that there weren't any immortal-level existences in the human race. In fact, various races of the second universe also had immortal-level old monsters in the origin of all evil star field, and like the human race, there was more than one of them. But even so, the immortal-level existences of the two sides wouldn't easily express their opinions and speak out in front of them. No one at the immortal level was simple. Otherwise, how could they be called immortal? Therefore, existences at this level wouldn't easily make enemies. Of course, this referred to enemies at the immortal level of the same realm. The entire star field fell into a dead silence after the immortal level old monster's angry voice, but it was also at this moment that an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Rumble, buzz. In the netherworld furnace, the crunching sound of flesh and bones being crushed had disappeared, but the huge millstone was still rotating, so the low rumble of thunder didn't stop. In addition, at this moment, in the continuous low rumble of thunder, there was a faint buzzing sound that attracted everyone's attention. In their line of sight, among the tens of thousands of rune chains around the outer wall of the netherworld furnace, a few had quietly lit up. The huge chains extended to the end of their line of sight, reaching into the void, and no one knew where they led. As for the extremely long rune chains, starting from the bottom of the outer wall of the netherworld furnace, countless runes quietly lit up on the surface of the chains as if they were activated. There were a total of 9 chains like this. This meant that at least 9 drops of the origin of all evil star field was being transported out along these 9 chains. Of course, the origin of all evil star field world sect, the second universes of the origin universe, of course, the various races of the origin of all. The origin of all origin of all evils exist field was the of the universe origin of the immortal level universe world origin, and now, this, they, it, and that absolutely, this, of them, complete. Not good, the netherworld furnace's first batch of products has already been condensed and is being transported out. We must stop it. From the 2 videos that have been circulated, the total amount of products that the netherworld furnace can condense should be around 3,000 to 4,000 drops. The first batch should be at least 1/10 of the total. In that case, 300 to 400 drops of all evil origin liquid will be produced in a short time and transported out immediately. Take action immediately and break the rune chains that are transporting the origin of all evil in the netherworld furnace. No matter what, we must keep the all evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace. Fellow Taoists, this matter concerns all of our interests. Obtaining the all evil origin liquid from the netherworld furnace is the next step. There's no need to rush the distribution plan. It won't be too late to discuss it later. But now, the netherworld furnace has already begun to transport the products out. If we don't stop it, we'll all end up empty-handed today. Let's take action together. 10,000 rune chains is a lot of work. We can't delay any longer. Roar. Screech. Furious roars rang out one after another. The group of super old monsters that had been hibernating in the void were all anxious. There were close to 200 sector lord level existences that had descended this time. Among them, close to half were from various races in the second universe. They were already standing on the opposite side of the netherworld furnace. Even if they succeeded in the end, they wouldn't be able to get even a single drop of all evil origin liquid. In other words, the total amount of all evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace had reached 3,000 to 4,000 drops. In the end, it would be divided among the 100+ super old monsters on the attacking side. On average, each of them would get 300 to 400 drops. Even if some immortal level old monsters and universe old monsters might get a little more, when it came to the weakest sector lord level existences, each of them would get at least 100 drops of all evil origin liquid. This was definitely a terrifying number. Such a top-grade resource was something that even immortal level existences, primordial level existences, and primordial supreme level existences needed. Even sector lord level old monsters would thank the heavens if they could get even 1 or 2 drops. 100 drops was definitely enough to make them go crazy. Under this kind of crazy profit, there was no need for anyone to mobilize. A large number of super old monsters that had been hibernating in the surrounding void, in just a few short breaths, all rushed out of the void cracks where they were hiding and appeared in this star field, the source of all evil, with surging auras all over their bodies. Kill. Their auras surged into the heavens and surged toward the huge netherworld furnace in the depths of the void ahead. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various races in the second universe couldn't help but change. A large number of figures that had been hibernating in the void suddenly appeared. They roared and revealed their bloodline true bodies. Their figures were tens of thousands of zhang tall as they roared and rushed forward to block the netherworld furnace. Roar, a 10,000 zhang tall silver wolf held towards the sky. Above the origin of all evil star domain, a huge silver moon like a star appeared. Damn it, these bastards are crazy. Stop them immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the ancestor of the race. This was a universe-level ancestor of the greedy wolf clan. His bloodline aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. Once the bloodline ability of the greedy wolf howling moon was unleashed, the aura far surpassed that of the descendants of the greedy wolf clan that Xianxia had come into contact with before. Countless silver moonlight blades rained down from the silver moon above, instantly turning the depths of the root of all evil star region into a sea of light blades. Every single silver moon blade was incomparably sharp. Not only were the same level universe level existences wary of them, even the few immortal level existences were avoiding them. They didn't want to be injured by these silver moon blades, as that would damage the prestige of the immortal level existences. Pooh. Pooh. A muffled sound resounded. 2 sector lord level old monsters were careless and instantly met with a calamity. One was decapitated by the silver moon blades, the other was cut in half at the waist, dying in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, a large amount of rain-like crashing sounds could be heard. On the right side of the void, a huge mottled ancient tree began to stretch its branches and leaves. The huge tree took root in the void. Its roots couldn't be seen, but its size was constantly growing. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000,000 feet tall. The huge tree crown shrouded a large part of the void of the universe and extended to the edge of the netherworld furnace in front. This huge tree was the true body of an immortal rank ancestor of the Tree Spirit clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. At this moment, this terrifying huge tree was like a star, standing in the void. As long as the roots that hadn't appeared were not destroyed, it would be fine. Even if the leaves were broken, it could grow again. Just like the Greedy Wolf clan's bloodline ability, the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon, after the Tree Spirit clan's true body appeared, the area under the tree crown would also become an indiscriminate regional attack. The species of this old tree was very extraordinary. It was the rare undying void pine. Every branch of the huge tree crown was covered with countless small pine needles. These pine needles were even made of metal. It was said that the undying void pine had to take root in the mine of undying void gold, a starry sky supreme treasure level divine metal. After countless years of nurturing, it could give birth to wisdom. From a spirit tree, it could become a plant life with wisdom, which was the Tree Spirit clan's clansman. The undying void gold was extremely rare. Xian's Nirvana indestructible armor had once merged with a piece. Since then, Xian had never seen a second piece of undying void gold. It could be seen how rare this kind of metal was. Before the undying void pine gave birth to wisdom, it had been nurtured in the mine of undying void gold for countless years. It had absorbed a large amount of undying void gold's golden energy and had long been contaminated with it. Its roots were rooted in the void and couldn't be seen, which was related to this. In addition, the countless golden needles on the huge tree crown of this rare plant all contained a trace of undying void gold's golden energy. They were extremely sharp and fast, which was impossible to guard against. Whoosh! 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 A series of faint swooshing noises burst out. The crown-like treetop slightly shook. Within the blink of an eye, countless golden needles darted out like raindrops, covering the entire area around the dark cauldron. In the face of this level of attack, even the few immortal old monsters present couldn't help but frown. Each of them displayed their own abilities to resist or avoid the attack. However, even more of the top experts of the various forces were unable to avoid it, and were more or less affected by it. Roar! Screech! A miserable shriek resounded as a Sector Lord old monster from the technology faction was pierced into a human sieve by the undying void pine needles, dying instantly. His body was dripping with golden blood as he fell into the void below. There was even a universe-level warrior who should have been an ancient unaffiliated warrior with the bloodline of the lion beast. Countless golden pine needles pierced through his head. He struggled in space for 2 breaths before finally dying. Boom, hua la la. At the same time, a series of clanking sounds of chains came together with a huge roar. Just as the silver wolf and the undying pine of void unleashed their might and launched a large-scale indiscriminate attack, the 2 major human camps, the few powerful elders of the Federation Senate who had been isolated, and some ancient itinerant cultivators also attacked. They also launched attacks on the Dark Cauldron. Although most of them were Sector Lord-level existences, there were quite a few universe-level beings as well. There were even 7 or 8 immortal old monsters. Under the full power of their abilities, hundreds of rune chains were broken in an instant. They were all the chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid from the bottom of the Dark Cauldron's outer wall. They were cut off from the edges of the Dark Cauldron's outer wall, leaving behind only a few hundred to a few thousand feet long. Although the Dark Cauldron had already given birth to a weapon spirit, it was currently focused on refining the all-evil origin liquid. It had no time to care about such attacks, so it didn't react at all. In any case, the Dark Cauldron's body was too sturdy, and its internal field was shockingly powerful. It couldn't be forcefully broken. Besides, after the Dark Cauldron gave birth to a weapon spirit, it could temporarily break free from the bindings and restraints of the rune chains. However, the hundreds of rune chains that were forcefully separated from the Dark Cauldron's outer wall were forcefully broken by various abilities of Sector Lord level and above. The order runes near the ends of the chains had already been destroyed. The runes were completely destroyed. Under such circumstances, the Dark Cauldron itself couldn't be repaired unless the Heavenly Tao's Green Eye intervened. In fact, even if the Heavenly Tao's Green Eye were to act again, it was basically unrealistic to want to completely repair all the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid out. Whether it was the Dark Cauldron or the rune chains, they were all forged from special divine metals. Engraving the mysterious runes on the chains was an extremely taxing matter. Not to mention whether the Heaven's Tao's Azure Eye still had a large amount of similar divine metals in his possession. Even if he did, it was absolutely not easy to reconnect all of these over 10,000 rune pattern chains and brand them with transmission runes. Whether it was Xianxia or the higher-ups of the various clans and top-notch factions that had flocked over for the sake of the Dark Cauldron, all of them were well aware of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of such a method to prevent the Dark Cauldron from transporting the all-evil origin liquid. It could be said that once a rune chain was broken, there was basically no possibility of it being repaired, at least in the short term. It was precisely because of this that all the ancestor-level existences in the attacking camp were instantly invigorated after the first round of attacks broke all the hundreds of rune chains. Just a single round of full-powered attacks had destroyed a few % of the 10,000 chains of runes that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid. This was definitely an exhilarating result. They immediately charged toward the other rune chains, dodging the frenzied attacks of the bloodline ancestors of the various clans in the second universe as they launched a second round of attacks with all their might. His only objective was to completely destroy the talisman marking chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid into the surroundings as soon as possible. Rumble. Kacha kacha, screech, the entire void was boiling. A gigantic silver moon in the sky was constantly sprinkling down silver moon blades. There was also an undying void pine that was swaying slightly like a pillar that supported the sky, shooting out dense golden pine needles, reaping the life of a super-old monster from time to time. Many of the super-old monsters of the various clans in the second universe had revealed their bloodline true forms and were engaged in a bloody battle with the super-old monsters of the attacking camp. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, thunderous booms rang out incessantly, accompanied by cracking noises. This was already the sixth wave of attacks. More than half of the 10,000 rune chains that transported the all-evil origin elixir to the outside of the netherworld cauldron had already been broken. Currently, there were only about 4,000 chains that were still connected to the netherworld cauldron. After this wave of attacks, hundreds of rune chains were broken. Only a few hundred meters of them remained hanging on the outer wall of the furnace, looking extremely bleak and desolate. The number of rune chains decreased sharply once more, leaving only around 3,000, however, the entire furnace that was as huge as a superstar still didn't move. The humming sound of the huge millstone rotating inside was still present, indicating that the all-evil origin liquid was still being refined. At the same time, the rune seal was still in the process of delivering the all-evil origin liquid. More than 6,000 rune chains had already been broken, and among the remaining 3,000 or so rune chains, several dozen of them, lit up at the same time from the end connected to the netherworld cauldron. This meant that more than 100 drops of all-evil origin liquid were about to be transported out. This meant that the corresponding rune chains of the transportation channel had been activated. Stop it. Break this portion of the chains immediately. You want to steal this old man's all-evil origin liquid? Impossible. Screech. Furious roars rang out. Over 100 sector Lord Old monsters from the punitive expedition camp all made their moves, unleashing all sorts of divine abilities. A small part of the sky was illuminated by the resplendent light. It was incomparably dazzling. Whoosh, 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 pooh. During this process, the towering undying void pine tree was still shooting out endless golden pine needles. Occasionally, some super-old monsters would be hit, but they all protected their vitals. Even if they were hit by the golden pine needles and some unimportant parts were pierced, they would only suffer a small wound and nothing more. Although the golden pine needles of the undying void pine were sharp and shockingly fast, making them difficult to dodge, it was still an area of effect attack. The power of a single needle was limited, and as long as one wasn't hit by the concentrated attack, there was no danger to one's life. It was precisely because of this that within a short period of time, almost none of the experts who were conquering an area went to attack it. Its roots were rooted in the void, impossible to see at all, impossible to completely eliminate in a short period of time. On the other hand, the gigantic silver moon that resembled a star in the sky showered countless silver moon blades. They circled and attacked in an unpredictable manner. Although they were not as powerful as the immortal rank undying void pine, they were superior in that they were strange and difficult to defend against. Every time they circled, they would hit the more important parts of the body. A universe-level warrior from the human race's 10 absolute sky palace was hit by a few giant silver moon blades at the same time. His body was torn apart in the void space, and golden blood rained down. He died in an instant. Screech. Greedy wolf, you are courting death. A blood dragon rushed out of the void, emitting a dense blood-colored baleful aura. Its aura was terrifying. It had actually reached the universe 9th level and could be considered a half-step immortal. This was just the blood dragon. In fact, there was a figure standing on top of the blood dragon's head. It was a toppled monster from the 10 Absolute Sky Palace, the second palace of the 10 Absolute Sky Palace, the Earth Absolute Sky Palace. He was an immortal-level existence. At this moment, he rushed out with a roar. The half-step immortal-level blood dragon under the immortal-level old monster let out a ferocious dragon roar towards the sky. It opened its mouth to swallow the giant silver wolf. Gongju Sha, how dare you! Almost at the next moment, from the other side of the void, an imperishable old monster from a certain race in the second universe roared and rushed out. His body turned into an arrow that pierced through the void and traveled billions of miles in an instant, shooting toward the head of the blood-red dragon. Although the huge silver wolf of the ravenous wolf race only had a universe-grade cultivation base and had yet to reach the immortal level, its ravenous wolf-howling moon bloodline ability was extraordinary. It was comparable to the Battle Lion race's Mad Lion 9. However, the 9 transformation Mad Lion was amazing because of its continuous increase in strength. With each transformation, its chi, blood, and body size would increase by 10 times. However, the greedy wolf-howling moon was different. It was the same as the rain of golden pine needles of the undying void pine. It was an area attack, but it was more treacherous. It could be said that it had control of the general situation of the battlefield. It had an extremely important positive effect. Therefore, even if this silver wolf only had a universe-level cultivation base, its role in the entire battlefield was absolutely not to be underestimated. Otherwise, this undying old monster in the various camps of the second universe would not have suddenly rushed out at this time, blocked the blood dragon, and swallowed it. Your opponent is this old man. That silver wolf can't escape. The great ancestor of the Earth Absolute Sky Palace, known as Gongju Sha, was a blood-robed old man. At this moment, he let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored cage appeared out of thin air above the void space. It rumbled and suppressed, covering a large part of the universe void space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It happened to be the immortal-level old ancestor of a certain race in the second universe who was about to make a move. He was trapped in it. Then, Gongju Sha took a step forward. His figure flashed and had already entered the blood-colored cage. His voice was still echoing in the void space outside the cage, full of murderous intent. The prison of drawing ground that I cast, even immortal-level existences of the same realm cannot break through. Today, I will kill you in this cage. Hong. Hong, long, long. Before his voice had died away, an earth-shattering energy explosion sounded in the confined void space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles that was covered by the blood-colored cage. The two immortal realm-old monsters finally started to fight, and it was a life-and-death battle. If it weren't for Gongju's great power of drawing a circle to bind and cover the entire battlefield within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, who knew how many powerhouses from both sides would have been injured by the fierce aura that shot out from their bodies? Hell! Almost at the same time, in the distant void space, a shrill howl sounded. It was obviously a wolf's howl, but it was not long. It seemed to be extremely short. The huge silver moon that had been hanging high in the void space above the source of all evil star field also quietly collapsed at this moment. At this time, if one turned to look at the source of the howl, they would be able to see the huge silver wolf's head being eaten by the blood dragon, and the headless body falling into the depths of the void space below. A powerful immortal-level old monster fell just like that. The situation of the battle was getting more and more tragic, however, this was only the beginning. The degree of tragedy of this battle was obviously not going to stop here. Until now, sector lords and universe-level old monsters had all fallen. Next, immortal-level supreme existences might also fall. No one had expected this scene to come so quickly. Less than 15 minutes after Crimson devoured the silver wolf's head, a loud rumbling suddenly rang out from the gigantic crimson cage that enveloped an area of millions of kilometers in radius. An immortal old monster had fallen just like that. When Gongju Gong's immortal ancestor Gongju Sha walked out of the blood-red cage area with his head in one hand, the surrounding void was dead silent. The roar and explosion of the fierce battle and the clashing of magical powers were all stagnant. Now, there were only about 10 immortal realm-old monsters in this star field, the source of all evil. Now, one of them had died. This was too shocking. In a short period of time, everyone's mind was filled with roaring sounds, especially the dozens of top masters of various races in the second universe. Their feelings were even more complicated at this moment. Among the nearly 200 top-notch elites who stayed in this star sector, the number of elites who attacked the Array Palace was very high. There were more than 100 of them, but there were only 70 or so races in the second universe. They were in a slightly weaker position. In terms of the strongest immortal old monsters, the two camps of the human clan and the Senate of the Federation each had one, so there were 3 of them. The other 3 were ancient rogue cultivators who came and went alone, but in fact, they could also be regarded as the power of the conquering camp. Among the more than 70 top masters of various races in the second universe, there were only 3 immortal old monsters. Counting them, the number was exactly half of the enemy camp, which was already an extremely worrying situation. But now, one of the three immortal realm-old monsters had unexpectedly fallen in the short time it took to drink a cup of tea. Such a situation was undoubtedly worse for the races in the second universe. It was more and more unfavorable, and it seemed that they could not hold on any longer. In fact, of the more than 10,000 rune chains under the outer wall of the netherworld furnace, there were only a little more than 1,000 left. Roar! Human clan, Wanluo Federation, the races in the second universe will fight to the death with you from now on. After a short period of dead silence, among the races in the second universe, a blood-colored lion roared and rushed out. His body expanded again, and every time, it increased by 10 times. This was obviously a bloodline ancestor from the Battle Lion clan. As soon as he appeared, he began to use the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the Mad Lion. Among all the experts that Xianxia had met before, Shi was the one with the strongest talent in this bloodline ability. That guy had comprehended the 4th transformation of the 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion. Once it was activated, his body would instantly transform into a terrifying battle lion that was over 100,000 feet tall. His blood and chi was so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, he was still a junior of the younger generation. In terms of understanding the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, he might be one of the best in the younger generation, but he couldn't possibly be the number 1 in the entire Battle Lion race. The blood-colored lion that had appeared today had clearly surpassed Shi in terms of comprehension of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. When the Blood Slaughter Berserk Lion went through the 4th transformation, the experts of this race would possess a bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. The 5th transformation would increase the size of this foundation by 10 times. In other words, it would reach 10 million zhang. It would be like a small planet. The scene unfolding before his eyes was exactly such a scene. This bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion race was originally an immortal old monster. Now that he had displayed the 5th transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability, he displayed a terrifying bloodline true body that was 100,000 feet tall. It was like a small planet, and its blood and chi was so abundant that it couldn't be estimated. This was directly reflected in his battle strength. The current him might not be able to challenge existences that surpassed the immortal realm, but within the immortal realm, he was practically invincible. Roar! Don't even think about breaking the last 1,000 or so rune chains. This senior won't allow it. Those who act without permission will die. The 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body appeared. At this moment, the immortal Battle Lion's confidence surged to the extreme. He was confident that he could dominate the immortal realm. With such abundant blood and chi, he was definitely an invincible existence. Raising his head and roaring, the immortal Battle Lion gently raised his left forelimb. It seemed to be lightly pressing down, but it directly destroyed a corner of the void. The Milky Way within 100,000 miles fell into chaos. Dense patterns like a spider web appeared in the void, and from the cracks in the void, endless void turbulence surged. Void turbulence emerged. Caught off guard, 2 sector lords and a universe-level super-old monster were involved. Obviously, they couldn't survive, even their bodies disappeared, swallowed by the infinite darkness. Even some of the zone lords who were watching the show at the edge couldn't control themselves and were directly sucked into the terrifying black hole. Among them was Shui Lu from the Heavenly Battle Empire, which was under the rule of the Immortal Dynasty. He had left the Heavenly Battle planet for 10,000 years and obtained a great opportunity, which allowed him to soar all the way from the Star Lord state to the peak of the 9th level of the Zone Lord state. He had come to the source of all Evil Star region in order to take advantage of the opportunity to seek fortune, even if it was just to follow behind and get some leftovers. He had even invited a sector lord to help him. He didn't expect to run into trouble at the edge of the battlefield, and his body was instantly swallowed by the black hole. Roar! Immortal Battle Lion, you're too arrogant. So what if your blood and chi are abundant? You're the only immortal being left among the races of the second universe, apart from that giant tree. You're destined to die alone. Why waste time talking to him? Just suppress him. Roar! As the immortal Battle Lion spoke arrogantly, 4 of the 6 immortal beings on the side of the punitive expedition team rushed out and attacked the immortal Battle Lion from 4 different directions. As for the other 2 immortal beings, they led the 100 sector lords and universe-level warriors to continue attacking the netherworld cauldron. Their target was very clear, the remaining 1,000 rune chains under the wall of the Netherworld cauldron. An earth-shattering battle began again. At this moment, all the great beings on both sides forgot about the shock of seeing the immortal being beheaded by Gongju. The entire void was trembling. The immortal battle lion, who was 1,000,000 meters tall, was fighting against 4 immortal beings of the same level by himself. The battlefield covered thousands of kilometers. Almost half of the starry river in the domain of the root of all evil was affected. The battle situation was too shocking. 5 undying level unmatched existences were fighting with everything they had, fighting to the death. This was a rhythm that was going to cause the void to collapse. In this vast and terrifying battlefield, the figures of the 5 undying old monsters could not be seen from the start. Boundless auras swept out, and even at the edge of the battlefield, if one was not careful, 1 or 2 sector lord level existences would be affected. The light ones would be injured, and the heavy ones would be stirred up. Chi whirled and killed. Body and soul were destroyed. Not even bones were left. Rumble, voila. On the other side of the Netherworld cauldron, the sound of thunder and chains that didn't stop suddenly became louder. Although the higher-ups of the various races of the second universe still had a few dozen immortal beings, except for the undying void pine that had revealed its true form and rooted its roots in the void, the others were all sector lords and universe-level warriors. They couldn't stop the 2 immortal beings from the punitive expedition team. Rumble. Kacha, kacha, thunderous booms resounded as the chains rattled. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, only 9 of the 10,000 plus chains of talisman markings on the outer wall of the Netherworld furnace remained. At this point, the mission of the higher-ups of the various races in the second universe to descend on the source of all evil star field was basically a failure. The conquering camp formed by the various powers had finally cut off the channel that the dark furnace used to transport the liquid. Even though there were still 9 runic chains remaining, they were basically meaningless by themselves. Moreover, they would be blasted apart very soon. Hell. Hell, at this moment, for shocking roars came from the void. The sound was strange, not like that of flesh and blood life forms. It was sonorous, like the sound of metal clashing. In the next moment, in the void in different directions around the Netherworld furnace, 4 void cracks suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then 4 giant beasts stepped out of them. They were all Sector Lord level 9 perfection, also known as half-step universe level. If it were any other time, for half-step universe level beings descending at the same time would definitely cause an uproar in an entire universe. But in this place, it really didn't count for much. In the current root of all evil star field, the undying level was the pinnacle, the universe level was only the core strength. Sector Lord level, even if it was a Sector Lord level 9 perfect, they weren't even worth mentioning. They could only follow behind to strengthen the momentum, acting as underlings. However, the arrival of these 4 half-step universe-level beasts immediately attracted the attention of all the great beings from both sides of the battlefield. Even the 2 undying beings from the expedition camp who were leading the great beings from both camps to attack the last 9 rune chains couldn't help but turn their heads to look at them. The life forms of these 4 giant beasts were extremely strange, and their actions were even more inconceivable. These 4 beasts weren't flesh and blood life forms, but mechanical life forms. This was because their bodies were basically made of the universe alloy used to build starry sky battleships. If it weren't for the fact that they looked like starry sky fortresses or fortresses, the masters of the various major forces would have mistaken them for starry sky fortresses or fortresses. These mechanical life forms were either members of the Heaven's Legacy race, but this was clearly impossible. The Heaven's Legacy race had long since gone into seclusion and migrated away. It was impossible for them to send 4 beast-like members of the Heaven's Legacy race to descend upon the root of all evil star domain to seize fortunes. That was no different from leaving clues, waiting for people to track down the whereabouts of their migration through these 4 alloy behemoths. Other than the Tianji race, there was only the Automaton race, a mysterious race that belonged to the Imperial Preceptor of the Eternal Dynasty, Dr. Tianji and the mechanical race were essentially the same. They were both mechanical life forms. For the Tianji clan to become the overlord of the first universe, the entire human race had to ally with the various races of the second universe to form the Myriad Net Alliance. Only then would they be able to contend with the Tianji clan. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the Tianji clan was. this time, instead of saying that they were hiding from the world, it would be better to say that they had other plans. A riot in the Celestial Legacy race's Imperial prison was far from enough to make the Celestial Legacy race feel threatened and flee. Although the automaton race rarely appeared in the world and was restricted by the Imperial Preceptor of the Eternal Dynasty, Dr., they almost never appeared in front of the world. However, their existence was known to all three dimensions. From a certain point of view, the automaton race was actually far more mysterious than the Tianji clan. This time, the mysterious automaton race suddenly changed their usual style and sent 4-sector Lord Level 9 peak mechanical beasts to descend upon the root of all evil. This matter was truly thought-provoking. However, because this star field currently had an immortal rank Imperial clan elder from the Immortal Dynasty Elder Pavilion, and these 4-sector Lord level mechanical ferocious beasts didn't do anything harmful, although the various experts were suspicious, they didn't take the initiative to provoke them. The moment the 4 mechanical beasts descended, they stared at the broken rune chains in the void. Kacha. Kacha kacha, the tooth-numbing sound of metal scraping resounded, quickly becoming louder and louder, causing all the experts who were watching to be dumbstruck, some even suspecting that they were hallucinating. In their line of sight, these 4-sector Lord Level 9 peak mechanical beasts actually didn't care about the underworld cauldron, each pulling on a broken rune chain and munching on it. These rune chains weren't simple. Even though they were broken, the originally complete runes on the chains lost their effectiveness, the energy field was destroyed and their power greatly decreased. However, just the material used to create them was definitely not simple. Even an Undying would have to be serious in order to break them, a universe level would have to continuously attack them before they could break them. No matter what, it wouldn't be so easy to chew on them like sugar cane. However, the facts before their eyes spoke louder than words. These 4 half-step universe-level automaton beasts obviously had good teeth. When the leader of the automaton race, Dr., built their bodies, he gave them good teeth. It must have been made from some terrifying metal that was not inferior to the undying void gold. Otherwise, how could it have done this? On the other hand, it also proved one fact. That was these 4 mechanical beasts, coming to the source of all evil star field, their goal was most likely for the broken rune chains of the underworld cauldron. The mysterious metal used to create these rune chains was not ordinary. However, to the warriors of other races, it wasn't as important as the Tianji race or the automaton race. To the human race and the various races of the second universe, as well as the warriors of other life forms, if these rune chains were to be brought back, they would at most be used to create treasures or alloys to create battleships. They were after all external objects. However, the Tianji race and the automaton race could use them to strengthen themselves. These 2 races were automaton life forms, their bodies were originally made from different materials, after many evolutions, they were finally able to create them. Hence, it was completely understandable that the automaton race would take this opportunity to send these 4 mechanical beasts to the source of all evil star field to steal these rune chains. The warriors were happy to go with the flow. In their eyes, although these rune chains made from mysterious metals were precious, they couldn't be compared to the all-evil origin liquid. As long as these 4 mechanical beasts didn't have any designs on the all-evil origin liquid, it would be fine. Under such circumstances, no one would provoke them. After all, the automaton race was essentially the same as the Tianji race, so they weren't to be trifled with. Their leader, Dr., was the imperial teacher of the Undying Dynasty. They were basically in the same boat as the dynasty. Offending these 4 mechanical beasts was equivalent to offending both the automaton race and the Undying Dynasty of the human race. It was definitely a headache. If there wasn't an absolute conflict of interest, who would be willing to do such a thing? Kacha, kacha. Kacha, kacha, the teeth-numbing sound of metal rubbing against each other continued. After the 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts finished chewing the first rune chain, they turned around and started chewing on the second one. Without a doubt, their arrival was precisely for the sake of devouring this mysterious metal. The experts of the various powers saw all of this with their eyes, and they quickly paid no further attention to it. They withdrew their attention and turned their gazes towards the last 9 remaining runic chains at the bottom of the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. As long as the last 9 rune chains were broken, the channel and route through which the netherworld furnace transported the all-evil origin liquid would be completely sealed. Now, there were 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the machine race chewing on the broken rune chains in the void like sugarcane. This was a good thing. Even if the netherworld furnace itself or that terrifying heavenly Dao green I wanted to repair it, it was unlikely that it would be possible. The rune chains were only broken, so there was still a possibility of repair. If all of them were chewed up, then it would really be over. From this point of view, the powerful beings from all sides were actually quite happy to see the arrival of these 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the machine race. Of course, this was excluding the various races of the second universe, just as the 2 immortal-level old monsters were about to make a move on the remaining 9 rune chains, a weak buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The rune chains lit up. This time, it wasn't 9 chains but only 1. Furthermore, it was obvious that the all-evil origin liquid wasn't being transported from the inside of the netherworld furnace. This was because this rune chain should have lit up from one end of the netherworld furnace's outer wall and extended to the other end. The strange appearance of this rune chain before his eyes was clearly starting to light up from the end of his line of sight that had pierced into the unknown void. It gave off the feeling that there was a drop of the source of all evil in that unknown void that was being fed into the netherworld cauldron. However, that was obviously impossible. Clearly, there was a terrifying being chasing in the opposite direction of the rune chain. This runic chain was connected to the space on the other side, which was the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe. The existence that was rapidly approaching along the chain was an energy avatar of the Blood Dragon clan's bloodline progenitor, the 9-headed Blood Dragon. Not long ago, when the 9-headed Blood Dragon heard the shocking news in the star area, the source of all evil, he realized that something unexpected was about to happen. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. Such a scene was not only playing out in the ancestral land of the Blood Wyrm tribe. Several other races in the top 10 races of the second universe also had an existence whose cultivation level had fallen to quasi-desolation. In the form of an energy clone, they followed the rune chains that supplied them with the all-evil origin liquid every year and angrily rushed to the star field of the source of all evil in the first universe. Go. For example, in the secret realm of the Cyan Rock clan's ancestral land, Zhan, who was tens of thousands of meters long, rushed out. In the ancestral land of the Battle Lion clan, which was ranked 3rd in the top 10 races of the second universe, there was a blood-colored 2-headed battle lion roaring angrily at the sky. In the end, it also rushed into the rune chains in the form of an energy clone. In addition, there were also some ancient itinerant cultivators who had created an energy clone and followed the rune chains towards the star field of the source of all evil. Unfortunately, although they were ancient mighty beings, in terms of cultivation level and strength, they were many times stronger than the so-called immortal old monsters. However, on the one hand, they were heavily injured and had yet to recover. This time, they had descended with an energy clone. In addition, the way they rushed over was through the rune chains. Their speed was restricted by the rune chains. Although they were not slow, they were comparable to the Sector Lords, Universe Lords, and Universe Lords who directly tore through the void and descended. Compared to the Immortal Realm experts, they were clearly still slightly inferior. This directly led to some of the existences being forced to retreat midway because the runic chains were broken before they could arrive, cutting off the connection between them and the Netherworld Cauldron. Right now, there were only 9 rune chains left. There could only be 9 avatars of the ancient mighty beings who could rush over in this way, and now, the first one had clearly arrived with a rumbling sound. This scene shocked the 2 undying old monsters of the punitive expedition camp who were about to make a move, and they hesitated for a moment. The surrounding sector Lord Old Monsters and Universe Old Monsters were even more surprised and bewildered, and vigilance appeared on their faces. For a moment, in the entire void, except for the 5 immortal old monsters who were fighting bloody battles and the 4 mechanical beasts from the Machine Clan who were chewing on the rune chains, almost all the other experts stopped what they were doing. Their eyes shone brightly as they locked onto the countless runes that were coming from the void. The other end lit up, and the chain that was rapidly spreading over, Walala. Walla, the sound of the chains grew louder and louder, and there was even a loud rumbling sound. In less than a breath of time, the runes that lit up on the chains had extended from the end of the void to the middle. They were not too far away from the Netherworld furnace, at most 10 million miles away. It was also at this moment that the entire Netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a star, began to shake violently without any warning. Within the chains that were rapidly extending towards the outer wall of the netherworld furnace, there was even a monstrous murderous aura that began to wreak havoc. It swept across the sky, and its violent thoughts filled the sky, shocking this void. Even the 5 immortal old monsters of the 2 camps who were fighting bloody battles were alarmed. They all turned their heads and looked over, exclaiming in shock, "What happened? This aura? Quasi-ancient mighty beings? No, it should be the avatar of an ancient mighty being, ha ha ha, roar. Today, all of you will die. This is the aura of our bloodline ancestor, the 9-headed blood dragon. When the ancestor arrives, he will definitely crush everything." As the immortal old monsters exclaimed in shock, in the camp of the various races of the second universe, an old monster from the blood dragon clan was first stunned, then he suddenly raised his head and roared wildly. From the terrifying aura emitted by the rune chains, he keenly captured the aura of the bloodline ancestor of his clan. He instantly guessed the truth, and at this moment, he could be said to be wild with joy. Although the ancestor was about to arrive at this moment, it was only an energy avatar, and its cultivation level was not that of an ancient mighty being. Instead, it was one level lower. At most, it was at the quasi-ancient mighty level. But for this star field, which was the source of all evil, this was enough. In the eyes of a quasi-ancient mighty being, the so-called immortal old monsters were just ants, or even less than ants. Not to mention the universe level and sector lord level, they were not even worth a fart. Just the arrival of a quasi-ancient mighty being was enough to crush everyone. This vast star field would tremble because of this. Walala, ing. In the second universe, the ancestral land of the Nether Turtle clan, the Nether Turtle Galaxy, ever since the Void Tortoise was sent to the depths of the Nether Turtle Galaxy by the Headless Baby, the bloodline ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan had woken up and issued an order to seal off the entire Nether Turtle Galaxy. The order instantly resounded throughout the vast galaxy. The Nether Turtle clan, today, less than 3 days after the Nether Turtle clan's sealing race's arrival, a faint rumble of thunder resounded from the Nether Turtle secret realm in the Nether Turtle Galaxy's ancestral land. If one were to be in the Nether Turtle mysterious realm at that moment, they would see a giant turtle the size of a planet in the void. It was the bloodline ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan. In the surrounding void, more senior members of the Nether Furnace clan could be vaguely seen. They were at least at the sector lord level. The Nether Turtle clan's old ancestor that Xianxia had seen was one of them. However, his strength was far from the peak star lord level that he had shown before. He was at the immortal level. However, this included the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor and the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline primordial ancestor that was enormous like a star. At this moment, all of them seemed as if they were worshipping someone, and they were looking extremely respectfully towards a certain direction as if they were listening to someone's teachings. Yes, they were worshipping and listening to a lesson. In front of the gazes of all the higher-ups of the Dark Turtle clan was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as half a region of stars. It was crouching in space, and there was a terrifying wound on its back. Even the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor, whose body was as large as a planet, was insignificant in front of it. That terrifying giant turtle was the Void Tortoise that had been sent to the Nether Turtle Galaxy a few days ago. And now, its terrifying body, which was the size of half a planetary region, was the result of deliberately shrinking it. Otherwise, if it fully revealed its true form, a single claw of the Void Tortoise's would be the size of a planetary region. That primordial creature was one of the most terrifying creatures in the history of the universe. At that moment, his injuries were far from healed, and so was his strength. Even though he had obtained the light that the Headless Baby shot into his body, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. His strength had only just entered the primordial supreme level, and he was far from reaching the peak of the primordial supreme level at his peak. Even so, it was more than enough for the Void Tortoise to do what it needed to do after it entered the supreme of the ancients level. It's inconvenient for those old fogies to interfere in this matter. Only I, the old turtle, will take the risk. An elderly voice that was filled with a weak aura seemed to have come from the end of space, yet it was extremely clear and resounded in the minds of all the higher-ups of the Dark Turtle clan. The insides of the Netherworld Cauldron have been tampered with. Although it has evolved once again and given birth to an artifact spirit, the Netherworld Cauldron's artifact spirit was affected by everything that happened in the Netherworld Cauldron. It won't activate the warning array formation or contact the heavenly Tao's green eye, therefore, as long as you are careful, there won't be much danger. You can rest assured that Old Tortoise will return soon. Don't delay any longer. Hand over the coordinates of the ancient demonic bear's hibernation. Old Tortoise can't rush there from here, so I can only go somewhere else. Otherwise, if I leave behind any traces and the heavenly Tao's green eye comes to find me, the entire Dark Turtle clan will be annihilated. This was the only thing the Void Tortoise was worried about. Fortunately, there was a solution. The Dark Turtle clan happened to know a place where an ancient demonic bear was hibernating and enjoying the secondary source of the Netherworld Cauldron's chain. Above that place, a Netherworld Cauldron's chain was suspended. Every year, a drop of all evil origin liquid would drip from the end of this chain. Whoosh, a faint whistling sound rang out as a beam of cyan light shot out from the Star Tortoise's body, heading towards the Void Tortoise. It was the coordinates of the unknown void where the desolate demonic bear was. Rip. After the green brilliance entered the Void Tortoise's body, the Void Tortoise merely moved its claw, and the Void Tortoise's secret realm was torn apart. Its body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into it in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already in another star field that was extremely far away from the Dark Turtle star field. The Void Tortoise wiped away the traces of the Void Tortoise behind it, raised its claw again, and tore apart the Void Tortoise again. This time, it was going to the first universe. Interplanar travel was child's play for the Void Tortoise, who had the cultivation of the Primordial Supreme. There was no need to rely on wormholes at all. After doing this several times, the Void Tortoise had almost circled all 3 universes. When it tore apart the Void Tortoise for the last time, a green light flashed on its forehead. This time, it was heading to the mysterious unknown void where the ancient demonic bear was. It was a dark void without a trace of light. All the stars in the void were completely dim. The energy in the star cores had been completely absorbed by the ancient demonic bear. The ancient demonic bear had the power to control the earth in its bloodline. It was said that in the vast universe, as long as there were stars, the demonic bear of the earth was indestructible. No matter how severely injured it was, when it landed on the surface of a star, it could instantly absorb all the vitality of an entire star through the contact of its feet. This included the plants and life on the star, and even the vitality of the star itself. The reason why this mysterious void was so dark was because all the stars in the void had been sucked dry of their energy. The life force of the stars had been absorbed by the desolate demonic bear to heal its injuries. The supply of 1 drop of all evil origin liquid every year was obviously far from enough for it. Its injuries were too severe. The ancient demonic bear belonged to the opposing camp in the Great Battle back then. At its peak, it was at the mid-stage of the primordial era. The standard set by the Eye of the Heavenly Tao for an existence of this level was to have the Netherworld Furnace supply 1 drop of all evil origin liquid every year. No matter how severe its injuries were, that was all there was to it. Its value was nothing more than that. At the highest point in the center of the Void Tortoise was a rune chain that was 1,000 feet long. It abruptly passed through the Void Tortoise and hung at the highest point in the sky. Below the rune chain was a giant gray bear that was 10,000 feet in size curled up in the void. It looked extremely weak, and there was a huge hole in its abdomen from which grayish-gold blood was still flowing out. Its aura had long fallen to the level of a quasi-primordial era almighty. As the faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, the giant Void Tortoise that had turned into a ray of light descended upon this unknown void. It immediately revealed its true form. Of course, it was not a complete form, but even so, it almost filled up the entire Void Tortoise. Why? A supreme being like you shouldn't pay special attention to an insignificant enemy general like me. He had been dormant for countless years and was still injured. Not to mention that he was in the middle stage of the primordial era when he was at his peak. He was still some time away from even reaching the level of a supreme being of the primordial era. However, at this moment, a supreme being of the enemy camp had found him and wanted to kill him in person. This was not only frustrating for this primordial demonic bear, but it was also puzzling. He knew that he was going to die today. The Void Tortoise's ferocious name had shaken the universe in the Desolation era. Although it wasn't at its peak state, it was still a supreme desolation. This level of strength could crush a demonic bear who was not even a supreme being of the primordial era. It was much easier than crushing an ant. He was unwilling, but he could only accept his fate. At the last moment of his life, he asked the question in his heart. Actually, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. This old tortoise is a little constipated recently, so I want to kill some people. Just take it as a way to vent my anger. After saying that, the void tortoise raised his right forelimb and pressed into the void. Roar, boom, the primordial demonic bear was enraged. Crazy light shot out of his eyes as if he was going to explode himself. Unfortunately, he was not even a supreme being of the primordial era. He was not qualified to do that in front of a supreme being of the primordial era. As the void tortoise gently pressed its right forelimb, the primordial demonic ape's huge body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even a hair was left behind. Whing, with a buzzing sound, a shadow rushed out of the void tortoise's body. It was an energy doppelganger. Although it was only a doppelganger, it still had the strength of a supreme being of the primordial era. After all, the void tortoise had recovered to the early stage of the supreme being of the primordial era. As soon as this energy doppelganger appeared, it rushed into the rune chain hanging at the top of the mysterious void and followed the chain to the source of all evil star area, the demonic emperor planet. Xian had been paying close attention to the situation in the root of all evil star region. Although he didn't enter the origin of all evil star area, the demon race had sent several star fortresses to guard in the distant void outside the origin of all evil star area. Once something happened inside, the star fortresses would report back to the demon emperor planet at once. Unfortunately, when this star region was chosen by the Eye of the Heaven Tao to be the location of the Netherworld Furnace Refinement Formation, the entire source of all evil had been isolated by a formation barrier. It was utterly impossible to see what was happening inside from the outside. No matter how big the commotion inside was, it wouldn't spread beyond the source of all evil star field in a short time. The Demonkin scouts didn't dare to enter the source of all evil star field because of the strict order. So up until now, Xian was completely in the dark about what was happening in this star region. He didn't know anything. Just as Xian was feeling a little uneasy, the left side of his chest suddenly became hot. A message came from his chest and rushed into his brain. Xian was gradually getting used to the headless infant corpse communicating with him in this way. What surprised him was that this time, the message sent by the headless infant corpse was very simple. It only had a few words: enter the source of all evil star area, immediately. What's going on? Didn't they say that there might be an ambush this time? Didn't they tell him not to get involved? Why did it change so suddenly? Xian was stunned and felt a little confused. But he soon felt relieved. Since the headless infant corpse had spoken, what was there to worry about? With him here, even if the Eye of Heaven really came, at least he could guarantee Xian's safety. However, according to Xian's speculation, the headless infant corpse wouldn't let Xian see the Eye of Heaven easily. At least, it wouldn't do so before he and the forces under his command fully developed. That would do Xian no good. Now that the headless infant corpse was still parasitic in his body, what was bad for Xian was bad for him. Why would the headless infant corpse do that? Vaguely, he guessed that the headless infant corpse must have made some secret arrangements. He was sure that was why it reminded him to immediately enter the source of all evil star field. As for what to do after entering, the headless infant corpse didn't say, and Xian was too lazy to ask. He would just act according to the circumstances. In short, he was going to take advantage of the situation. Xian didn't hesitate. After greeting the Demon King Mo and Tian, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system title and locked on to the source of all evil, the source of all evil star field. Walala, roar. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the experts from all sides, the runes suddenly lit up, and the chain that was rapidly spreading towards the netherworld furnace made a strange crashing sound again, followed by an incomparably clear and terrifying dragon roar. The next moment, a blood-colored 9-headed blood dragon that was only 10,000 feet long rushed out of the rune chain. It was the energy clone of the Blood Dragon clan's bloodline ancestor, the 9-headed blood dragon. During the primordial war, the 9-headed blood dragon belonged to the opposing faction, the Eye of Heaven's camp. At its peak, its cultivation was at the late stage of the primordial era, slightly stronger than the primordial demonic bear that had just been killed by the void giant turtle. But now, its injuries had not healed, and its cultivation was only at the early stage of the primordial era. Right now, it was in the form of an energy clone that was following the rune chain. Therefore, this descending energy clone's cultivation was only at the level of the primordial era, but even so, it was enough to crush all the experts of both camps in the source of all evil star field. Even the undying old monsters were just ants in front of the primordial era. Such a terrifying supreme existence had descended on their camp, and the higher-ups of the various races in the second universe were wild with joy. So what if there were 6 undying old monsters in the conquering camp? They were still destined to fall here. Even if the 6 undying old monsters joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for this 9-headed blood dragon clone of the primordial era. They would be killed like ants. As for those below the undying realm, those at the universe level and sector lord level were nothing. They were not even qualified to be ants. In their opinion, this terrifying existence that had unexpectedly descended on their camp would immediately unleash his invincible power and completely annihilate all the experts in the conquering camp in a short time. As a matter of fact, the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon that had just descended had indeed emitted a cold, murderous aura at the beginning. However, as his 9 heads swept around and clearly saw the situation around the netherworld furnace and the entire star field, this murderous aura instantly condensed. During the primordial war, the 9-headed blood flood dragon belonged to the opposing faction, the Heavenly Dao's Green Eyes faction. At his peak, his cultivation base was at the late-stage primordial era, slightly stronger than the primordial demonic bear that had just been killed by the void giant tortoise. Now, although his injuries had yet to heal, and his main body's cultivation base was only at the early-stage primordial era, it was still enough to ignore all the existences gathered in the root of all evil star domain. The strongest among the 200 or so patriarchs was only at the immortal realm. In his eyes, they were not even considered ants. He originally wanted to make a move and at least kill the 100 or so opposing faction experts who coveted the netherworld furnace's fortune in one fell swoop. But now, his attention was attracted by the chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid out of the netherworld furnace. There were originally more than 10,000 of these chains, and each chain could only obtain 1 to 3 or 4 drops of all-evil origin liquid every year. But now, all the other chains had been broken, and there were only 9 rune chains left on the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. This made the 9-headed blood flood dragon excited. This was definitely a heaven-defying benefit. In front of such benefits, he instantly forgot his original intentions for descending this time. The 100 or so ants still lingering in the root of all evil star domain were naturally ignored by him. With him here, no matter how many of these ants there were, they would not be able to cause any waves. To him, the most important thing now was how to deal with the other 8 rune chains. He was not sure if the total amount of products delivered by the netherworld furnace would remain the same even if the number of chains decreased drastically. Assuming that there were 10,000 drops of all evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace, and there were 10,000 chains, then 1 drop would be distributed to each chain. But if the number of chains decreased drastically, for example, there were only 10 chains left, then there would be 2 possibilities for how the netherworld furnace would distribute the products. One was that all the all-evil origin liquid would be transported out, and each of the 10 chains would obtain 1,000 drops of all-evil origin liquid. This was equivalent to snatching all the supplies from the other chains and gathering them together. The other possibility was that the remaining 10 chains would still be in the usual ratio of 1 drop per chain, and the excess evil origin elixir would be stored in the netherworld cauldron. For the 9-headed blood dragon, he naturally hoped that the situation would be the first one. In that case, the unforeseen event in the netherworld furnace would actually help him. However, he had no confidence in this matter. He was not sure at all, but even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth it. However, 9 chains was still too many. Assuming that 10,000 drops of origin liquid were divided into 9, each chain would only be able to transport a little over 1,000 drops. It was far from enough to completely heal his injuries. This sort of fortuitous encounter was too hard to come by, and no matter who it was, they would strive to maximize the benefits. Because it was practically certain that if they missed this opportunity, there would absolutely be no other opportunity. There would never be another opportunity like this in the future, therefore, 9 chains were really too many. If he could break a few more of the rune chains, once this gamble succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be even more shocking. It was precisely because of this that the 9-headed blood dragon instantly disregarded all the other existences in this star field. At this moment, his entire mind was drawn in by the other 8 chains. It was as if he was possessed. The enormous benefits that could be said to be terrifying even caused his breathing to quicken. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it was merely a thought that flashed through the nine-headed blood dragon's mind in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, he wanted to make a move. He wanted to break as many of the other 8 rune chains as possible. This was originally something that could be done with a raise of his hand. However, just as he was about to make a move, 2 of the chains suddenly trembled violently. The clanking of the chains resounded through the void. At the end of the void, the obscure runes etched on the 2 chains suddenly lit up and rapidly spread toward the netherworld furnace. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the chains had been broken. Roar. Screech, a furious roar and a ruthless howl. Both of their auras were astonishing. They were not weaker than the aura of the energy doppelganger of the nine-headed blood dragon. Before the furious roar and the ruthless howl ended, 2 figures had already rushed out from the 2 rune chains that were almost completely lit up. One was a Xian rock with a wingspan of tens of thousands of feet, and the other was a blood-red double-headed war lion. Although they were both in the state of energy doppelganger, their auras were not weaker than the nine-headed blood dragons. They were both powerful figures of the Desolation era. The bloodline primordial ancestors of the Xian Rock clan and the War Lion clan, which were among the top 3 clans in the second universe, had finally arrived with their doppelganger. When they saw this scene, the nine-headed blood WYRM that was about to sever all the other 8 talisman markings chains and fight for the great fortune that might only exist, instantly stopped their actions, and a wisp of pity flashed in the eyes of all 9 heads. In the end, he was still one step too slow. If he had another breath of time, he could have broken all the other 8 rune chains. The 2 bloodline primordial ancestors of the Xian Rock clan and the War Lion clan would have been forced back to the ancestral land of their clans midway. Because the connection between the chains and the netherworld furnace was cut off, some kind of order would be disrupted. They would not be able to descend along this way, but it was too late to say anything now. There were no ifs in this world. With a sigh in his heart, the nine-headed blood dragon could only settle for the next best thing. The eyes of all 9 heads converged on the other 6 rune chains. As long as he could sever these 6 rune chains, and if the sliver of possibility that he had won really became a reality, then the large amount of all evil origin liquid within the netherworld furnace would only be divided into 3 portions. It was barely acceptable. The Xian Rock and the double-headed war lion had just arrived, so they did not understand the situation here. However, they clearly felt a strong murderous intent just now. Moreover, it had a familiar aura, which belonged to their old friend, the nine-headed blood dragon. It was precisely because of this that vigilance appeared in the eyes of the Azure Sky Rock and 2-headed war lion as soon as they descended, and they stared intently at the 9-headed blood WYRM. They similarly ignored the 100-plus ancestors of the various clans that were stunned in the surrounding space. In the eyes of the Xian Rock and the double-headed war lion, they were just ants. The space was deathly silent. Only the 4 mechanical ferocious beasts from the Machine Clan seemed to be completely oblivious to everything that was happening in the surrounding space, and they were still ceaselessly nibbling away at the talisman markings chains with unrelenting delight. Following the gaze of the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xian Rock and the double-headed war lion also landed on the last 6 rune chains. They were all powerful figures of the primordial era, and they were all beneficiaries of the benefits of the netherworld furnace. These 3 old fellows originally had the same standpoint and mindset. Whoosh! With a faint sound, Xianxia's figure appeared in the central region of the source of all evil. The interstellar coordinates that he had left behind in the star region of the source of all evil were imprinted in the central region's buffer zone. Although the current star region of the source of all evil was divided into the outer region, the central region's buffer zone, and the core region, and the barrier between the 3 regions had been opened last time, Xian had imprinted the interstellar coordinates. The location of the coordinates would not change. The netherworld furnace was originally deep in the core region of this star region, so the area in front of him where the aura was surging was still far away from Xian. Even so, he could still feel the austere and oppressive aura. In fact, with the cultivation strength of the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the 2-headed battle lion, the divine consciousness could completely cover the entire star region of the source of all evil. But at this moment, all of their attention was on the netherworld furnace, including the high-level ancestors of the various large clans and top forces from the 3 major dimensions. So, as soon as Xian appeared, no one noticed him at all. In fact, to be safe, Yi Xian had already activated the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique before activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability. His aura and figure were perfectly hidden, but with his current cultivation strength, even if he fully activated the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique, he could not escape the active detection of the quasi-primordial powerhouses. So, the moment his figure appeared in the center of the star region of the source of all evil, Yi Xian's left chest suddenly burned, and a green brilliance flashed and enveloped his whole body, then he completely disappeared. The headless infant corpse attacked again. With the protection of his power, not to mention the quasi-primordial powerhouses, even if the primordial powerhouses or the supreme primordial powerhouses were here, they would not be able to see Yi Xian at all, and would not be able to sense his existence. Unless the consciousness doppelganger of the heavenly Tao's green eye came, but for this, the headless infant corpse had obviously made arrangements, and was sure that the other party would not come in a short time. When his figure and aura completely disappeared, Yi Xian calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and shot toward the dark cauldron at top speed. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the depths of the root of all evil star field. He could see everything in front of him. Since his aura and figure were completely concealed by the power of the headless infant corpse, no one sensed his arrival. The appearance of the three quasi-desolate ancient supreme beings shocked Yi Xian, but his gaze immediately fell onto the netherworld furnace. When he saw that the tens of thousands of rune chains that were transporting the all-evil origin liquid to the outside of the netherworld furnace had almost all been broken, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. He had planned all of this for a reason. It was this kind of situation. Now that he had basically achieved his goal, he was naturally happy. However, the last 9 rune chains were really a headache. As long as these 9 rune chains were not broken, the benefits that Yi Xian had planned for this time could not be considered stable. This was because even he was not sure whether the all-evil origin elixir in the dark cauldron would be transported to the 9 rune chains according to its original distribution after all the other rune chains were broken, or would it be transported out along the remaining 9 rune chains. However, there were already 3 vigorous quasi-desolation experts in the area where the 9 rune chains were. Even if Yi Xian was unwilling, he could not take action to resolve this matter on his own. If that happened, he would definitely be exposed. However, there were so many terrifying quasi-desolation experts in this star domain at the source of all evil, and there were only 9 rune chains left for the dark cauldron to transport the all-evil origin elixir. Yi Xian believed that they would not disappoint him. His gaze quickly moved away from the dark cauldron because he had analyzed that the headless infant corpse had sent him to the source of all evil, definitely not because of the 9 rune chains. It was even more impossible that the headless infant corpse wanted him to seize the opportunity to obtain the good fortune in the dark cauldron. There was no hurry at all. Once the rune chains broke, he could go back at any time. Implement this matter. Yi Xian's gaze quickly locked onto the 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. There was no other way. Among all the great beings present, apart from the 3 quasi-desolation experts, they were the most eye-catching. These are mechanical life forms? A dim light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw the essence of these 3 mechanical ferocious beasts. At the same time, he made a connection in his mind. To be able to send out 4 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts, one could imagine their background. It was either De or Der. The former was the leader of the Tianji clan, while the latter was the leader of the automaton clan. Regardless of which possibility it was, Yi Xian was very interested. If it was the former, Yi Xian could very likely track down the current whereabouts of the Tianji clan through these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. If it was the latter, he could more or less understand some information related to the automaton clan. It should be known that although the devouring system in his body was created by the technological pioneer of the human clan, Xingbo had been plotted against and killed by De. These seeds of the devouring system had actually been spread by Der. Regardless of whether it was Der, who had become the imperial teacher of the everlasting dynasty, or the entire automaton clan under his command, which had almost never appeared in the world, they were all more mysterious than the Tianji clan. It could be said that, from a certain perspective, Yi Xian even hoped that these 3 quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts were from the automaton clan. In fact, this was more likely because the Tianji clan had already moved away from the world. No matter how amazing the creation of the netherworld furnace was, it was impossible for DE to reveal such an obvious flaw and openly send out a few quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts in front of the world. In addition, the way these three quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts engulfed the rune chains was indeed a little strange, so Yi Xian could not help but think more about it. Now, he was basically sure of one thing, and that was that the reason the headless infant corpse had suddenly reminded him to come to the root of all evil star field was probably because of these quasi-universe level mechanical ferocious beasts. Yi Xian was on the Demon Emperor planet, so he had no way of knowing what was happening in the root of all evil star field. However, this did not mean that the headless infant corpse was the same. Either he had left some sort of backup plan here, related to some special information transmission channel, or he was proficient in some sort of heaven-defying deduction method. For example, the heaven measuring technique of the old devil mosquito butcher seemed to be quite extraordinary, so there was no reason that an existence at the level of the headless infant corpse would not know about this. Of course, to Yi Xian, the reason was actually completely unimportant. What was important was everything in front of him. However, the situation in front of him was obviously a little chaotic. Even if Yi Xian wanted to make a move, he had to find the best opportunity to do so. Muttering to himself, he chose to lie low for the time being and wait for the right opportunity. After the Azure Sky Rock and the two-headed battle lion understood everything, the three supreme existences at the quasi-primordial level merely exchanged a glance and reached a consensus. Originally, there was no suspense at all. When the three great beings of the quasi-desolation attacked, it was only 6 rune chains. Without the self-defense of the netherworld furnace and the descent of the consciousness of the heavenly Tao's green eye to interfere, it was as easy as blowing off dust. However, right at this moment, a shocking change occurred again. Walala, roar. Among the 9 remaining rune chains, the 4th chain lit up again. At the end of the void, the rune engraved on the surface of the chain lit up instantly. This time, the speed was faster, and it spread to the end of the chain in an instant. At this point, the strange sound shook the sky, and the aura emitted by this chain was even more terrifying, making one's heart tremble. Even the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xian Sky Rock, and the 2-headed war lion, who had arrived one after another, widened their eyes at this moment. White hairs appeared on their backs, and their hands were about to attack, but halfway, they all stopped. In the next instant, the chains rattled as the enormous cauldron rumbled and shook the heavens. Along with this, the furious roar of a Qilin resounded through the sky, and it shook the entire expanse of space in the root of all evil to the point of shaking. Immediately after, a huge figure of 100,000 feet darted out from the rune chains and rushed into the sky. The aura of a great being from the primordial era swept through the world, and the surrounding void trembled inch by inch, as if it could collapse at any time. The more than 100 great beings of the ancestor level from both sides, who were originally in a daze in the void, were all horrified, and they all retreated rapidly, retreating into the distance. Only the 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts from the automaton race were still engrossed in devouring the rune chains as before. However, this aura was too terrifying. In just a moment, the mechanical ferocious beast closest to the netherworld furnace had completely exploded and was completely annihilated. Even so, the other 3 seemed to be unaware and continued to devour. Boom! Boom! Several earth-shattering explosions were heard, and a part of the alloy bodies of the 3 mechanical ferocious beasts exploded, about 1/3 of them. However, as a green light flashed in the wreckage, this situation was instantly interrupted. Some kind of amazing defensive array was left in the bodies of the 3 alloy ferocious beasts. At this time, it was activated and finally resisted the terrifying aura of a great being from the primordial era. Kacha kacha, crisp sounds continued as the talisman markings chains were still being nibbled away, and this scene caused everyone to be speechless. The 100+ ancestors from both sides that had already retreated to the distant space looked at each other, and their expressions carried a strange expression amidst their astonishment. This time, it was none other than the Scarlet Unicorn who had come to the root of all evil star region with the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile. A supreme being level energy clone finally arrived, hovering above the core of this star area, looking around disdainfully. The pressure was terrifying. After all, this was the will of a primordial paragon. Even though it was a primordial paragon who had been injured for countless years and had yet to fully recover, it was still a primordial paragon. However, a supreme being was still a supreme being. Even if he wasn't in his best condition, that formless pressure was still terrifying. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around him, everything was under his control. With a single thought, flowers bloomed and wilted, stars were born and stars fell. Although this primordial paragon wasn't as powerful as the void tortoise, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the primordial paragon when he was in his peak condition. Now, his injuries had yet to fully recover, and his original body had just recovered to the peak of the primordial paragon. This energy clone that had followed the talisman markings chains of the netherworld furnace to this place was only at the early stage of the primordial paragon. Even so, it was far more powerful than the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion that had arrived before him. The situation instantly became tense, and it was simply suffocating. Among the energy clones of the 4 supreme existences, one of them had reached the early stage of the primordial paragon. And the other 3 were quasi-primordial paragons, 1 against 3, the strong against the weak. There was a boundless murderous intent in the air. The entire space was completely stagnant at this moment, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was horrifying. Before this energy clone of the scarlet unicorn appeared, it had clearly sensed the chilling killing intent from the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. At this moment, as soon as it arrived, its aura was locked onto these 3 quasi-primordial paragons. Its aura was cold, and it had a sign that it would attack at any time. In the battle of the primordial paragon, although they belonged to the same camp and were all generals under the heavenly eye of the heavens, they weren't familiar with each other. After all, they weren't on the same level at all. The scarlet unicorn was the primordial paragon back then, whereas the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion were merely primordial paragons. The difference between them was equivalent to a commander and a general. Back then, the heavenly eye of the heavens obviously had a lot of commanders at the primordial paragon level. The 9-headed blood dragon and the others weren't under the command of the scarlet unicorn, so it was even more impossible for them to have any interaction with each other. Moreover, now was the later generation after the passage of countless years. Everything back then had already gone with the wind, and the so-called comrades in arms basically didn't exist anymore. As the primordial paragon, it was provoked by 3 little generals who were merely primordial paragons back then. If it had come a little later, the other party might have even attacked. To the scarlet unicorn, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion's actions were tantamount to offending the heavens' might. Do you want to die? Or with the merciless passage of time, you've long forgotten my supreme ferocious might back then? Roar. The scarlet unicorn wasn't in a hurry to kill the 3 quasi-primordial paragons in front of it right away. Although the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion weren't like ants to it, in fact, they weren't much better. Even though quasi-primordial paragons were only quasi-primordial paragons when compared to true primordial paragons, the gap between their cultivations and abilities was no different than the gap between the heavens and the earth. The scarlet unicorn had a proud expression as it spoke coldly, and its tone revealed dense indifference and laziness. Not too long ago, it had descended to the root of all evil out of rage because of being schemed against. How long had it been since then? A similar incident had actually occurred once more. This time, the talisman marking chains that transported the product of the nether furnace, the evil liquid, had almost been severed into 2. This was an absolutely unforgivable crime to the scarlet unicorn. These 3 ancient existences at the quasi-primordial paragon's level before it had already been decided by it, and it had secretly announced the outcome of their deaths. But before that, it still needed to rely on these 3 fellows to fiercely deter the coveting gazes that were concealed in the shadows. Otherwise, if a similar incident were to occur once more, then wouldn't it be exhausting for its life? After all, it couldn't stay here for long because it was too dangerous. So, the scarlet unicorn had to make an example to others, and the 9-headed blood dragon, azure sky rock, and 2-headed battle lion before it were its prey. Judging from the scarlet unicorn's words, it was clear that it wanted to kill the 3 of them as an example to others. The faces of the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion instantly turned gloomy. Although they only had the strength of a powerful figure from the primordial age and were indeed weaker than the scarlet unicorn who was in the early stage of the primordial age, They had once stood on the throne of the powerful figures and stood proudly in the primordial age. Now, they were being treated like this by the Scarlet Unicorn in front of a group of ants of the later generations. How could they endure this? This was simply a blatant humiliation that they couldn't accept no matter what. The nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion exchanged glances, and their gazes fell on the last 5 rune chains one after another. They suppressed the resentment in their hearts and spoke in a low voice, "Fellow cultivator, there is no grudge between us. Now that the situation is like this, just now, if it were you, you would have done the same thing." That's right. The 5 rune chains may descend on other powerful figures at any time. Perhaps the next one will be a supreme primordial age. In other words, it was reminding the Scarlet Unicorn not to only care about showing off. The interests in front of them were the most important. Although you are a powerful figure from the primordial age, the other 5 rune chains may descend on existences of the same level as you at any time, or even stronger. At the same time, it was tantamount to another kind of hint. The 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion were expressing their goodwill, indicating that they could join forces. In this way, even if the next 5 rune chains really had a powerful figure from the primordial age, with their help, the Scarlet Unicorn could definitely suppress the opponent. Once the Scarlet Unicorn nodded and acknowledged this kind of surrender, there was more than a 90% chance that he wouldn't suddenly turn against them and kill the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. The Supreme Primordial Age had the pride of a Supreme Primordial Age. The 3 of them were well aware of this point. In fact, what they were most eager to see now was an existence that was not weaker than the Scarlet Unicorn suddenly descend from one of the rune chains. In this way, even if the Scarlet Unicorn didn't listen to them, they could very well side with the newly descended Supreme Primordial Age and deal with the Scarlet Unicorn together. At that time, the 3 Supreme Primordial Age existences were no different from rare goods, because basically no matter which side they sided. The unicorn's chances of victory, unicorns azure sky rock, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion, but it was obviously not moved was unicorn was to them. But it was obviously that was not to them. But it was obviously, it was not to them. But at SSS, but it was not to's. But unicorn, azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. Unicorn, the rock. Its cultivation strength had now been restored to the peak of the Supreme Primordial Age, and the Scarlet Unicorn was sure that it was basically impossible for there to be a Supreme Primordial Age alive in this world. Or it could be said that the Supreme Primordial Age who had been restored was at most the same as itself, restored to the peak of the Supreme Primordial Age. If that was the case, this kind of existence would come along the rune chains in the form of an energy doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength would at most be at the early stage of the Supreme Primordial Age, which belonged to the same level as itself. As long as there was no interference from the 3 Supreme Primordial Age existences in front of it, the Scarlet Unicorn was not at all in a battle of the same level. He was not afraid of anyone. In other words, even if there was a Supreme Primordial Age expert descending now, what the Scarlet Unicorn had to do was to kill the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion immediately, completely eliminating the hidden danger. The 9-headed blood dragon and the 2-headed battle lion did not expect him to have such thoughts at all. That was because they did not understand the Scarlet Unicorn at all. But from his words at this moment, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion could tell that he refused to surrender. He even ridiculed them for not being as strong as the Supreme Primordial Age expert. The bearing and majesty of the Supreme Primordial Age expert, this was the rhythm of not being able to reach an agreement. The 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion exchanged glances again, and the aura in their bodies instantly became fierce. Now, they could only fight to the death. In that case, we can only fight. It's not like we haven't reached the level of the Supreme Primordial Age expert before, it's useless to say more. If you want to fight, then, let's fight. Roar. The 3 Supreme Primordial Age existences roared at the same time, and the aura in their bodies surged endlessly. In the blink of an eye, their bodies, which were originally about 10,000 feet tall, all soared 100 times, reaching 10,000 feet tall. One of them was the 9-headed blood dragon, whose entire body was blood red, and each of its scales was like a towering mountain peak. Its aura was extremely violent, and the entire void trembled slightly under this violent pressure. One of them was the azure sky rock, whose entire body was green. Every feather was the same, and there were no other colors. When it slightly spread its wings, the void of the universe seemed like it was about to shatter inch by inch. Among the 3 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts that were engrossed in gnawing on the rune chains, one of them was slightly closer to the azure sky rock, and it was slightly scratched by the fierce aura that surged out when it spread its wings. In an instant, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. There was no violent explosion, but the entire body of the half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beast disintegrated in an instant. Its huge body cracked inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it died an unnatural death. The last one was a 2-headed giant lion with 2 gigantic, ferocious beast heads. Its entire body was blood-red, and it revealed a touch of unusual color. There was an endless amount of blood-red fog that spread out from its body, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a part of the void, covering the entire body of this gigantic 2-headed giant lion. Its entire body was shrouded, and not a single trace of it could be seen. The bloodline power of this 2-headed war lion was clearly not only ferocious and battle-thirsty. Just from this illusory blood-red fog, it could be seen that it was most likely proficient in some kind of bewitching ability, which could create illusions during battle and severely injure the opponent. Are you all trying to resist? You're really making me laugh to death. 3 ants actually want to challenge the might of the heavens? The blood-red unicorn sneered, and the aura that surged out of its body became even more intense. However, its tone was still filled with ridicule and disdain. It could be seen that these 3 powerful beings whose strength had dropped to the level of great beings of the quasi-desolation era were indeed not in its eyes at all. It could kill them with a raise of its hand. As its words fell, the blood-red unicorn seemed to feel a little bored. It was enough to play around with these ants. If it was too entangled with them, it would instead seem that it was degrading itself. It already felt bored and was ready to make a move. Clang, with the sound of chains, the 5th rune chain quickly lit up and spread from the other end of the void to the netherworld cauldron at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, the scarlet unicorn frowned and sneered. The 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion were extremely excited. This was exactly what they had been hoping for. They didn't expect that it would really come true. The scarlet unicorn was too arrogant, but it didn't matter. As long as another powerful existence from the primordial era came, when the 2 tigers fought, the battle strength of the 3 quasi-primordial era powerhouses would become a rare commodity worth hoarding. No matter which side they sided with, they would be able to survive. Existences at this level basically wouldn't go back on their words. They had their own pride. Moo! A high-pitched roar was heard. Then, from the rune chain that suddenly lit up, an iron-spiked devil rhinoceros with a body of 10,000 feet long rushed out. Its whole body was greenish-black, and its skin was coarse and rough. This was obviously an energy doppelganger. Its cultivation strength was also at the quasi-primordial era powerhouse level. Obviously, its original body had just recovered to the early primordial era powerhouse level like the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion. After probing the opponent's cultivation realm, the 9-headed blood dragon and the others couldn't help but feel nervous again. A feeling of disappointment spontaneously arose. After all, it wasn't a real primordial era powerhouse who came, but in general, it was better than nothing. At least this iron-spiked devil rhinoceros was known for its resistance even in the distant primordial era. Although this was only an energy doppelganger and not its original body, its attributes were the same. If there were only 3 quasi-primordial era powerhouses before, they basically couldn't escape the fate of being killed one by one in the face of the scarlet unicorn. But now, with this iron-spiked devil rhinoceros, the 4 quasi-primordial era powerhouses didn't dare to say that they could win against the scarlet unicorn, but at least their chances of survival suddenly increased by a lot. Not to mention that there were still 4 rune chains left, and another being from the primordial era might descend at any moment. Even if it was still an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era, under the situation of 5 against 1, they would at least possess the qualifications to fight against the blood Qilin, but before that, they had to draw this iron-spiked devil rhino to their side. The 9-headed blood dragon, the cyan rock, and the two-headed battle lion exchanged glances and looked at the iron-spiked devil rhinoceros at the same time. They nodded slightly as a sign of goodwill. Then, they looked at the scarlet unicorn and sneered. "Unicorn, do you still insist?" Just now, it was only divided into 4 portions. Now, it has become 5 portions. If we continue to persist, it is extremely likely that the product in the netherworld furnace will be divided into 9 portions. The more cultivators from the primordial era descend, the safer we will be. At least for now, you won't be able to kill us easily. Or you can still try and see if you can kill the 3 of us and this fellow cultivator from the iron-spiked devil rhino without suffering any damage. These words were a deliberate guide. They casually drew the iron-spiked devil rhino that had just descended to their side. Moreover, they expressed their attitude at the beginning that the iron-spiked devil rhino was qualified to have a share of the spoils. The latter had originally come for this, so he naturally paid the most attention to this point. "I have to say, in a 1 versus 4 situation, you can indeed hold on for a while," the scarlet unicorn still sneered, but the expression on his face gradually became strange. His tone also became a little strange. Unfortunately, this iron-spiked devil rhino came at the wrong time. He is destined to die innocently. "I'm afraid your plan will be in vain, Roar." This was obviously a blatant contempt and humiliation. The iron-spiked devil rhino had just descended and had not figured out the situation, but it was actually issued a death notice. Moreover, the other party's tone was so firm that it did not take it seriously at all. The iron-spiked devil rhino was furious and immediately raised its head and roared. Pfft! Before he could finish his furious roar, a muffled puffing sound rang out. The iron-spiked devil rhinoceros's head that was raised high up in the air was actually separated from its body and flew high into the air. However, there was no blood sputtering out of its neck because this was originally an energy body. Its head was bitten off, and it was severely injured. It was only destroyed. It was just that its body dissipated. In the next moment, before the iron-spiked devil rhino's energy clone completely dissipated, a slender figure appeared behind it. This was the 9U demon crocodile that had followed the rune chain with the scarlet unicorn when the first accident happened in the furnace. This 9U demon crocodile naturally descended in the form of an energy clone, but its cultivation strength was the same as the scarlet unicorn, at the early stage of the Desolate Era. The reason why it could appear silently, and even the rune chain did not light up, and there was no rustling sound, was because it had some kind of bloodline of the 9U demon crocodile. It was related to the divine ability. In fact, it descended almost at the same time as the iron-spiked devil rhino whose clone had been destroyed, but its figure did not appear. However, the scarlet unicorn, as an ancient mighty figure of the same level as him, sensed a trace of its aura. Otherwise, it would not have said those words and made such a judgment with such certainty. The iron-spiked devil rhino's fate of death. All of this, the weaker 9-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed war lion were completely unaware of it. At this moment, the iron-spiked devil rhino's energy clone had completely dissipated, and the 9U demon crocodile, who was only about 10,000 feet tall, was also staring at them coldly. When he realized it, a chill immediately appeared on his back. Anyone could see that the scarlet unicorn and the 9U demon crocodile were clearly on the same side. Right now, the iron-spiked devil rhino was already dead. It had just descended, and before it could figure out the situation, its energy clone was beheaded, and then it disappeared with a bang. The 9-headed blood flood dragon's side only had 3 existences of the quasi-desolation level, but the other side had 2 real mighty figures of the Desolate Era. The balance of the battle strength was too tilted. There was no possibility of fighting back, and there was no chance for them to even struggle. Once the battle started, the only result was that they would be killed instantly. But the difference was not too big. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The 9-headed blood flood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed war lion's hearts sank to the bottom in an instant. While they were secretly complaining, they looked at the last 3 rune chains as if they were asking for help. Even if this energy doppelganger was killed like the iron-spiked devil rhinoceros, they would not truly die. After all, it was only an energy doppelganger and not their true bodies. Ever since the 9-headed blood dragon descended upon this place following the rune chains, the leading role of this star field, the source of all evil, had silently changed. including the 8 undying old monsters. Close to 200 high-level ancestors from various races and powers had rushed over from the 3 major dimensions. They were originally fighting to the death here, tossing and turning about happily. But now, all of them had retreated tens of millions of kilometers away, giving up the leading role in this star field. They were reduced to supporting characters. No, actually, they couldn't even be considered as supporting characters or spectators. At most, they were just bystanders. This was truly a little embarrassing. The group of high-level ancestors were all embarrassed, but they were unwilling to leave. On one hand, it seemed that the edge of the netherworld cauldron in front of them was gradually getting into a conflict. Before the final outcome was decided, they might still have a chance. On the other hand, a battle of this level was also a kind of opportunity for them. Even if they could only observe from a distance, it was still beneficial for them to comprehend their realms and powers. However, as the saying goes, when the immortals fight, the immortals suffer. Today, the people who were about to break out into conflict were all existences at the quasi-desolation level and above. If a great battle really broke out, no one knew what kind of scene it would be. Therefore, the group of high-level ancestors from various races and powers all tried their best to stay as far away as possible, retreating tens of millions of kilometers into the distant void space. Only the 2 remaining half-step universe-level ferocious beasts were still as before, engrossed in chewing on the rune chains. In addition, Xianxia, who was protected by the mysterious power of the headless infant corpse, had restrained his figure and aura. At this moment, he had also approached the 2 ferocious beasts. His eyes flickered as he seriously sized up these 2 powerful ferocious beasts. The rune chains of the netherworld cauldron were naturally extraordinary, but now, they had been bombarded and collapsed. The connection with the netherworld cauldron had been cut off, and the order field within the rune chains had fallen into chaos, possibly even dissipating. It could be said that its power had been greatly weakened, and the strength of these 2 ferocious beasts was already extraordinary, reaching half-step universe level. Moreover, their teeth were obviously made of special materials. Therefore, the speed at which they chewed on these rune chains could be said to be so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. In a short period of time, only a little over 1,000 talisman marking chains remained from the original 10,000 plus talisman marking chains that had been blasted apart, and the rest had been completely eaten clean. Of course, the ferocious mechanical beasts had also paid a heavy price for this. They originally had 4 ferocious mechanical beasts, but now only 2 were left. Judging from the current situation, if nothing unexpected happened, the last 1,000 plus rune chains should be eaten clean by the 2 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts very soon. After that, they ought to retreat immediately because the sole objective of these 4 mechanical ferocious beasts upon arriving at the root of all evil was to gnaw on the talisman marking chains. This was something that had long since been proven through their actions. This was obviously very strange. Even Xianxia felt a little suspicious. The metal used to create these rune chains must be extremely special. It must be a top-notch material. There was no doubt about this. However, if it was just this, it was obviously not enough to make DE of the Tianji clan or D heir of the automaton clan send out 4 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts and risk their lives. They rushed to the root of all evil star field in order to nibble away at the root of all evil. Xianxia observed closely and quickly discovered that when the 2 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts were gnawing on the talisman marking chains, the talisman markings on the chains did not shatter along with the fragments of the chains. Every single talisman markings appeared when the chains were chewed into pieces by the sharp teeth of the automaton ferocious beasts. They all disappeared. Every single talisman marking chain was very long, and all sorts of cryptic talisman markings with completely unknown meanings were engraved on the links of the chains. When these 10,000 chains were added together, the total amount of these mysterious talisman markings of various shapes and forms would be a terrifying number, Xianxia understood. If nothing unexpected happened, the true objective of these few half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts should not be the metal used to create the talisman marking chains, but the countless mysterious talisman markings that were engraved on the chains. The netherworld furnace void refining array was the work of the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao. It was personally created by the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao, including these talisman marking chains. Just from this point alone, the level of the countless talisman markings on the talisman marking chains was definitely not simple. The Tianji clan or the Automaton clan were coveting these talisman markings. Perhaps they did not understand the profound meaning behind each of these talisman markings, but it was also because of this that they were so concerned about them. Today, they had sent these 4 half-step universe-level automaton ferocious beasts to nibble on the talisman marking chains. On the surface, it seemed that they wanted to obtain this top-grade mysterious metal. However, this was merely a side benefit. The true goal was these countless mysterious talisman markings that came from the hands of the Green Eye of the Heavens Tao. They might represent some kind of unknown and powerful force. And the reason why the headless infant corpse reminded Xian to come to the root of all evil star field at this time, if there were no accidents, its goal should also be the countless talisman markings on the chains. After fully comprehending this point, Xian sank into deep thought. He felt extremely troubled. He didn't have any automaton beasts. He couldn't use this method of nibbling on the chains to obtain the countless mysterious talisman markings on the chains. In reality, even if there were, it was already too late. Of the 10,000 plus broken rune chains, most of them had already been gnawed away. Only a little over 1,000 remained. Furthermore, with the speed of these 2 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts, even the last 1,000 plus rune chains would be gnawed away very soon. They would be completely eaten. The only way was to directly steal them. However, if he did that, Xian would definitely be exposed. What's more, if he used force to steal them, Xian himself didn't have the ability to do so. These 2 surviving automaton beasts were both Sector Lord level 9 perfect. No matter how heaven-defying Xian's methods were, he still hadn't matured. The current him, how could he deal with these half-step universe-level supreme beings? Screech! At this time, just as Xian was feeling helpless, in the distance near the netherworld furnace, a monster screech suddenly sounded. Turning around, the bloodline ancestor from the second universe's blood dragon clan, the 9-headed blood dragon, suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. This was clearly a prelude to a battle. He was preparing to fight with his life on the line. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out, instantly causing the automaton beast that was slightly closer to the 9-headed blood dragon to suffer. The mysterious energy barrier that originally enveloped its enormous body suddenly dimmed at a corner. The 9-headed blood dragon's terrifying pressure took advantage of this gap and instantly entered, causing half of the automaton beast's body to explode. Its body rapidly fell into the depths of the void below. Xian's eyes flashed. His chance had come. Xiao, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The huge alloy body of the ferocious mechanical beast plummeted rapidly toward the bottom of the void like a meteor. The energy shield that surged out from its body was obviously quite extraordinary. After all, the ferocious mechanical beast was a half-step universe-level existence. An attack that could force it to use its energy shield to defend itself naturally could not be an ordinary power. From this perspective, one could analyze this kind of energy shield. The grade of the shield was very high. Even the terrifying pressure that suddenly erupted from the body of the 9-headed blood dragon of the quasi-desolation era only caused a temporary problem with the energy shield in the ferocious mechanical beast's body. However, at this moment, that corner of the energy shield that had suddenly dimmed had fully recovered. Therefore, the remnants of the ferocious mechanical beast's body did not suffer any subsequent attacks or damage. However, even so, its huge body still plummeted rapidly toward the bottom of the void uncontrollably. This could only mean one thing. Although its alloy body was saved, the electronic consciousness in this alloy body had suffered extremely serious damage in that instant just now. It could not even control its body. This was definitely the rhythm of the electronic consciousness on the verge of extinction. It was the same principle as when the soul consciousness of a flesh and blood life form was severely damaged. For Xian, this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had an electronic body, and its body was a shell of Di's body. What entered that shell was Xian's combination of the electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the other Tianji clan juniors. After that, he added a wisp of his own spiritual sense origin. After a perfect combination, he created a complete set of electronic consciousnesses. A new electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was actually an electronic life form that belonged exclusively to Xian. Now, Xian had already activated it and retreated from the shell of Di's body. It could shoot out at any time and enter the body of the ferocious mechanical beast below to carry out an electronic invasion. It was equivalent to a flesh and blood life form. Possession, however, even if this ferocious mechanical beast was severely injured and waiting to die, it was still a half-step universe-level existence after all. Xian's electronic body only had the strength of a universe-level one. Even if he took advantage of this opportunity to enter, he might not be able to successfully devour the other party. Instead, it was more likely that he would fall and be swallowed by the other party instead. It was also at this moment that the zombie lantern tattoo on Xian's left chest suddenly heated up. A wisp of energy was transmitted out and entered Xian's electronic doppelganger. The so-called electronic doppelganger was actually a unique stream of data with a life of its own. When it existed independently, it was in the form of a small cluster of white light. Now, after the mysterious power separated from the headless baby corpse poured in, the original white light ball had a slight hint of green. Xian understood in his heart. Without hesitation, he shook his hand and shot it out, heading straight for the rapidly falling mechanical beast below. With the mysterious energy protection of the headless infant corpse, not only could Xian's electronic doppelganger easily pass through the energy shield on the surface of the mechanical beast and enter its body, it could also ensure that no accidents would occur during the process of devouring and seizing the body. Moreover, when this weak cluster of light shot out, it would not be noticed by anyone. Just like Xian right now, his entire body and all of his aura were perfectly concealed. In fact, even without the protection of the headless infant corpse, this tiny light that could be said to be as small as a firefly's glow would not attract anyone's attention. The attention of the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various clans in the distance above the void was all focused on the vicinity of the netherworld furnace. As for the terrifying existences like the 9-headed blood dragon, they obviously had no interest in paying attention to the ants in the surrounding area. Whoosh! In less than half an instant, Xian's electronic doppelganger entered the layer of energy shield on the surface of the mechanical beast and directly entered its body. Then, it immediately began to infiltrate and devour on the electronic level. For an electronic life form, this was seizing the body. Once the seizing was successful, the original electronic consciousness of the mechanical beast would completely disappear. All of the data in this electronic consciousness, which was also its memories, would be perfectly and completely copied. To put it simply, the electronic consciousness inside the mechanical beast would henceforth be replaced by Xian's electronic doppelganger. Moreover, no flaws could be found. Of course, if the clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, DE, or the clan leader of the mechanical clan, DR, were to carefully investigate, they might be able to find some clues. This was originally Xian's only worry. However, with the protection of the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had added to the light mass of the electronic consciousness, this kind of worry was obviously unnecessary. No matter how powerful DE and DR were, how could they break the headless infant corpse's technique? They were not existences on the same level at all. After 3 breaths, the mechanical beast, which had been maintaining a state of acceleration and falling down toward the void below, suddenly stopped moving. Seeing this scene, Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The electronic doppelganger's infiltration and seizing the body had finally succeeded. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. The electronic consciousness, which had successfully seized the body, was transmitting a large amount of data that it had just swallowed. The system asked Xian if he would like to receive it immediately. Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave an affirmative answer. Receive it immediately. All of the information will be stored in the system's database. Immediately begin data analysis and deduction. The data transmission immediately started. Xian only needed to take a glance to determine the origin of this mechanical beast. Sure enough, as he had previously speculated, these 4 mechanical beasts were completely unrelated to the Heavenly Legacy clan. They were all from the mechanical clan and had been instructed by the clan leader of the mechanical clan, who was also the imperial tutor of the immortal dynasty, DR, to come to the star region, the source of all evil, to nibble away at the rune chains. As for the purpose of doing so, it was also the same as Xian's previous speculations. Obtaining the top-grade metal used to forge these chains was only secondary. More importantly, it was to obtain the countless mysterious runes etched on the chains. For this reason, DR had clearly made meticulous preparations. Not only had the fangs of these 4 half-step universe-level mechanical ferocious beasts been forged by DR using some special material, but he had also constructed 4 interconnected miniature directional teleportation arrays in their bodies. In other words, although 2 ferocious mechanical beasts had already fallen, in fact, the top-grade metal that the 2 ferocious mechanical beasts had eaten and the large number of mysterious runes obtained from them had not been lost or destroyed because of this. The leader of the automaton tribe, DR, had obviously considered the possibility of these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts being captured, so he had specifically taken precautions. In the data transmitted by the electronic doppelganger, the furthest memory that Xian could trace back to was that these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts had rushed out of a wormhole-like whirlpool and appeared in a giant underground space. In the image, the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty, DR, stood on a high platform expressionlessly. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was also at the sector lord level. However, Xian did not believe this at all. This was because DR's cultivation strength should be similar to DE's. At least, the difference should not be too big. As the leader of the Tianji tribe, DE could dominate the first universe for tens of thousands of years. How could his cultivation be weak? One had to know that in the ancestral lands of the Space Rat tribe and the Hell Ant tribe, there were all immortal-level ancestors in deep slumber, including the demons. DE was weak, but his cultivation strength could not be lower than the immortal level. From this, one could basically infer the lower limit of DR's cultivation strength. Unfortunately, in that giant underground space that was suspected to be somewhere on the immortal planet, DR did not have any communication with these 4 ferocious mechanical beasts, nor did he give any verbal instructions. The image changed, and the 4 ferocious mechanical beasts had already arrived at the source of all evil through some extremely powerful teleportation formation. The star region, all the memories of before they had rushed out of the wormhole-like whirlpool were blank. Clearly, DR had already erased them. According to Xian's speculation, the other end of the wormhole-like whirlpool should be an independent small world like a secret realm or a grotto heaven. That place should be the automaton tribe's nest, or in other words, their main camp. Although DR had not been an enemy of the human tribe and had even become the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty in the human tribe's technological camp, Xian had always been wary of DR and his automaton tribe. This was because they were too mysterious and seemed to be related to Xian. Although the devouring system in his body was the invention of the human tribe's technological pioneer, Xingbo, it was spread out through DR's hands. The devouring system had indeed given Xian a great opportunity. Without the devouring system, he would not be who he was today. However, ever since he met the first system carrier and activated the so-called system competition mission between the two of them, Xian's heart was alarmed. He had been thinking about what kind of changes the devouring system would bring to his body when it evolved to the final level. Or rather, whether this change was a good thing or a nightmare. Based on this point, it was understandable that Xian was wary of DR. It was a pity that both DR and the machine tribe were too mysterious. No one from the machine tribe was walking around in the outside world. This was also abnormal and strange. However, it was precisely because of this that Xian couldn't find an opportunity to come into contact with the mechanical race and use this opportunity to investigate the truth. And now, this opportunity had clearly arrived. His electronic doppelganger had successfully possessed a sector lord-level ominous beast. Xian planned to let the electronic doppelganger use this new identity to return to the automaton tribe. It could be considered a form of infiltration and infiltration. If not for the protection of the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had added into the electronic doppelganger, Xian might not have dared to do this. Since DR was able to erase all the memory data of these 4 ominous beasts, it was very likely that he could see that this ominous beast had been possessed. That was tantamount to putting his electronic doppelganger in danger. However, this was no longer a problem. Xian was still very confident about the headless infant corpse. There was no need to doubt its level. At this moment, the electronic doppelganger had finished receiving the data transmitted, including those mysterious runes. Among the data transmitted, there was also a copy. That's right, it was only a copy. The countless runes etched on the chain directly turned into rune energy after entering the ominous beast's body as the chain was gnawed. Now, they were stored in the ominous beast's body together with the mysterious metal that had been chewed up. Originally, Yi Xian was extremely tempted by the mysterious metal and the runes that had turned into energy balls. He wanted to use his methods to take them all. However, if he did that, the ominous beast that had been possessed by his electronic doppelganger would not be able to complete the mission of infiltrating the automaton tribe's lair. If he did not report back, it would definitely arouse Dier's suspicion. Forget it. Anyway, even if I take it now, it's only half. The other half is in another ominous beast's body. It's meaningless, muttering to himself, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He temporarily gave up on coveting the mysterious metal and rune energy balls in the ominous beast's body. Everything was still more important for him to infiltrate the automaton tribe's lair. After all, as long as he completed this mission, if these mysterious metal and rune energy balls were really extremely important, there was also a possibility of stealing them in the future. Right at this moment, the electronic doppelganger sent another message. The other mechanical beast in the void above had already eaten up the last 1,000 or so rune chains in a short period of time. According to the program set by Dier earlier, after completing all this, the surviving mechanical beast was left with no choice but to follow the program set by Dier. No matter how many of them there were, they had to activate the directional teleportation array in their bodies and return immediately. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave a response. Then, somewhere in the void above, a small wormhole-like vortex appeared almost at the same time in front of the ominous beast that had been possessed by the electronic doppelganger. The two ominous beasts did not hesitate at all. Their bodies shook and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the vortex. Then, the two small wormhole vortexes instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Roar, screech, rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the void above. It was accompanied by a furious roar and two violent howls. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and his expression could not help but change slightly. The bloody unicorn had already made its move. It was as if it was playing a game, fighting 1 against 3 at the same time. It simply raised its right forelimb and pressed down. There was no fluctuation in the void, and no energy leaked out. However, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion that had joined forces to resist this attack were instantly met with a great disaster. The 9-headed blood dragon's 4 heads directly exploded. The azure sky rock also broke the huge wing on its right side. The 2-headed battle lion was also seriously injured. One of the 2 ferocious lion heads exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the void. This scene was too shocking. The moment an existence at the level of a primordial god attacked, it was indeed extraordinary. It made more than 100 high-level ancestors of various clans who were watching the battle from a distance in the void thousands of miles away turn pale. Their bodies were so shocked that they started trembling slightly. Ants will always be ants. You can't even withstand a casual attack from me. Walala, before the crimson unicorn's sneer faded away, one of the 9 rune chains connected to the lower side of the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron suddenly trembled. A strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, causing his expression to change instantly. He exclaimed, "The peak of the remote antiquity era? This is impossible." The runes on the chain lit up, and a deafening clattering sound was heard. This was clearly an energy clone of a remote antiquity era creature. It was following this rune chain and was about to descend. This was nothing. The crimson unicorn, the 9-demon crocodile, and the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the 2-headed battle lion had all descended in this way. However, it was precisely because they had also used this method to descend that the blood-colored Qilin was incomparably clear that the existence that was swiftly rushing over from within the rattling runic chain was merely an energy avatar. The main body was unable to descend in such a manner. However, the aura that was coming from the chain was clearly that of a peak remote antiquity era creature. What did this mean? If an energy clone was already at the peak of the remote antiquity era, then the real body of this existence that was about to descend was definitely a supreme master of the remote antiquity era. At this moment, as the crimson unicorn's words sounded, the 9-demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the other 3 powerful remote antiquity era creatures finally reacted. After realizing the situation in front of them, they all exclaimed in horror, "The strength of a certain existence has already recovered to the level of a supreme master of the remote antiquity? Who is this? A living supreme master? This is too shocking. Even if the energy clone that descended today is only at the peak of the remote antiquity era, it is enough to crush everything. Stop him. We must stop him immediately. Otherwise, once he descends, we will all die. You too, are you still attacking us? If we don't work together, even if we have to risk our lives, we will stop you from breaking this rune chain. Since we are going to die, we will die together. The last sentence was roared out by the bloodline ancestor of the Second Universe's Blood Dragon clan, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. He originally thought that he, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Two-Headed War Lion were definitely going to die this time. Although it was only an energy avatar, after it died, the effect on his original body was still not bad. It was bearable. Right now, they were heavily injured by the Crimson Cheelant's attack. Just as they were about to be completely annihilated with another attack, such an unexpected turn of events occurred. A Primordial Supreme's energy clone was about to descend upon them. To the Nine-Headed Blood Wyrm Azure Rock and Twin-Headed War Lion, this was absolutely a piece of extremely good news. The Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile were strong, but they had not recovered to their peak state. Their original bodies were only at the middle stage of the Desolation era, and their energy clones were even weaker, only at the early stage of the Desolation era. It was enough to crush the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon and the other two. However, if they were to face the terrifying existence that was about to descend, they were not even comparable to ants. The disparity in strength had already surpassed the disparity between them and the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. After all, there was only a small difference between a grand expert of the quasi-desolate era and an early desolate era. However, there was a difference of 2 small realms between an early desolate era and a peak desolate era. If this existence whose energy clone had already reached the peak desolate era officially descended, the energy clones of the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile would definitely die. The only chance of survival was to break this rune chain and cut off the connection between it and the Netherworld Cauldron before the other party descended. In this way, the other party's energy clone would lose its coordinates. Moreover, after the chain was broken, the rune field of order would be chaotic, and it would not be able to return. It could only retreat quickly to protect itself. It was precisely because of this that the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon dared to force the other party to give up. Anyway, they would die. If the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile did not agree to join forces, the 3 of them could indeed buy some time by risking their lives. They could prevent the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile from breaking the rune chain. The arrival of that existence was to buy time. At that time, when the other party arrived, they would just die together. This was forcing the other party to give up, and it was an overt plot. However, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile had no choice but to comply because this concerned their life and death. Once they agreed to join forces, with their status, it was impossible for them to go back on their words. Even if they hated the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Two-Headed War Lion to the core, if they wanted to kill them, they would have to wait until the next time. Existences at this level all cherished their feathers. None of them wanted to bear the evil reputation of disgrace. Although this was extremely sullen, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile did not hesitate at all. They immediately made a choice and responded. Roar. If you win, you can live for a few more days. The next time we meet, we will definitely kill you. Don't say any more. Attack immediately. It will be too late if you wait any longer. Screech. Amidst the furious roars, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile attacked almost at the same time. They attacked the rune chain with all their strength that was making a loud noise. The energy was so majestic that the entire void was trembling. Even the Netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a star, was shaking slightly. This was 2 powerful existences from the primordial era attacking with all their strength at the same time. If not for the fact that the green eye of the heavenly Tao had specially reinforced the star domain with the power of the array formation, the entire star domain would have collapsed. At this moment, the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Two-Headed Battle Lion's hearts were all in their throats. Previously, they were almost certain to die. But now, with the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile gritting their teeth and agreeing, although they did not attack, they had a slim chance of survival. As long as this rune chain was broken, that terrifying existence would not be able to descend. Then, even if the three of them had formed an irreconcilable feud with the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile this time, and there would be many troubles in the future, at least for today, this energy clone could still be saved. But all of this was still undecided. Everything depended on whether the joint attack of the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine Gloom Demon Crocodile could break this rune chain that represented a terrifying nightmare in time. If it failed, the slim chance of survival that they had seen just now would undoubtedly be extinguished in an instant. It had to be said that life's encounters were really too emotional. At this moment, the nine-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the two-headed battle lion felt this in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still eagerly hoping that a powerful existence would come along the rune chain to save them from the fire and water. But now, that person had really come, but their hearts were in their throats, and they were afraid that the other party would really descend. Such a state of mind was really King exciting. Humph, you guys are so afraid of the arrival of this venerable one. How many shameful things have you guys done? If you don't do shameful things, be careful of being struck by lightning. It was also at this moment that an unexpected voice suddenly came from the rune chain that lit up. It was filled with relaxation, ridicule, and a strong sense of pretentiousness. Swish! Swish! Swish, bang, along with this voice that carried an aura of ridicule resounding out, the talisman chain that lit up instantly emitted a loud rumbling sound, and then a thunderous rumble resounded. Even space started to tremble violently as a strand of light shot out from within the chain, and it expanded along with the wind before transforming into an exceedingly enormous tortoise in the blink of an eye. Its size was too terrifying, and it was at least 10 times the size of the netherworld furnace. After all, merely the size of the netherworld furnace was already comparable to an enormous star. At this moment, the bodies of the 5 primordial beings had already started trembling violently, and their countenances were exceedingly pale. It was even to the extent that they couldn't speak properly anymore, and it was as if they were collectively stuttering. The void tortoise? How is this possible? Weren't you killed by the primordial heavenly demon? After that battle, the news spread. The primordial heavenly demon killed the void tortoise behind the scenes, and even the supreme ferocious weapon, the heavenly demon blade, collapsed because of it. He's still alive. The void tortoise is actually still alive. My God, this is too terrifying. He was in existence at the peak of the supreme level of the primordial era at his prime. This isn't the key. The key is, he actually followed the talisman chain here. What exactly happened? Have we always been supporting the enemy? The source of the netherworld furnace's products is actually a commander-level existence from the enemy camp. Cut the crap, flee, exactly, the person that followed the talisman chain here was precisely the void tortoise that killed the primordial demonic bear. At this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, the 5 primordial beings instantly exclaimed with shock, and they recognized the existence that had descended with a single glance. Exactly who was it? During the unparalleled battle of the primordial era all those years ago, even though there were many supreme beings of the primordial era in the camps of the Heaven Dao's Azure Eye and the Headless Infant's corpse, there were actually very few supreme beings of the primordial era that were truly popular in both camps. In the Headless Infant's camp, only a few supreme beings of the primordial era like the Void Tortoise, the Divine Gold Dragon, the Primordial Xianxia, and so on and so forth possessed extraordinary performances before and after that battle. They were branded in the hearts of countless powerful primordial beings. Her peerless beauty was almost impossible to erase. Of course, there were also such existences in the opposing camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavenly Dao. However, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were far from them. During the battle back then, they were also supreme ancients on the opposing side, but their strength was only at the mid-stage supreme being level. They were not even on the same level as the Void Tortoise and a few other supreme beings who were at the peak of the supreme being level, as supreme masters of the remote antiquity. If the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Ghastly Demon Alligator were generals, then the few supreme masters such as the Void Giant Tortoise, who had reached the peak of supreme master, were like marshals in both camps. For the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Ghastly Demon Crocodile, the Void Giant Tortoise was already so terrifying. Then, in the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon and other existences who were only at the remote antiquity era, it was needless to say, it could be said that after realizing that the descending creature of the remote antiquity was a supreme being at the peak of the supreme being level and belonged to the opposing camp, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Xianxia rock, and the two-headed war lion were completely hopeless without any suspense. Among the exclamations, the two-headed war lion was the most practical one. He directly roared out the words to escape, which represented his inner thoughts. This was completely an instinctive conditioned reflex. Such a scene was too unbearable. More than 100 high-level ancestors of the various clans who were watching the battle from tens of millions of miles away had already been completely petrified. A powerful quasi-supreme being of the remote antiquity actually turned around and fled like a stray dog at the first moment of the opponent's arrival in front of them. This was simply too crazy, without the slightest bit of awareness and majesty of an expert. At the same time, this also reflected how terrifying the strength of the giant tortoise that had just arrived was, and how extraordinary its fierce reputation was. When they realized this, all of the patriarchs of the various clans felt a chill run down their spines without exception. Even when the scarlet unicorn and the 9U demon crocodile arrived one after another, they had not been completely hopeless. They stayed in the distant void, hoping that the situation would continue to develop, and maybe there would be a glimmer of opportunity. But now, they were completely hopeless. This time, the source of all evil, the word advantage, cold, and fortune, would not have anything to do with them. The reaction of the two-headed war lion was really too frightening. How could this giant tortoise be able to frighten a quasi-supreme being to this extent? What a terrifying existence. Only Xianxia, although he felt strange at this time, did not have the slightest trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he had a faint feeling of f*ck. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have thought that the descending creature was actually the void giant tortoise. The old tortoise that he had just rescued from the mysterious void not long ago. That's right, it was the old tortoise. At this time, Xianxia just wanted to curse. The old tortoise was really not a good thing. When he rescued him previously, he pretended to be serious, but he did not expect that when he showed up now, he would reveal his true colors. Listening to his tone, looking at his disdainful eyes and attitude, he was just pretending. He was almost fooled by him. He thought that the old tortoise was an old-fashioned antique, but now it seemed that he was clearly an indecent old tortoise. Little guy, I just arrived, and you didn't even come forward to greet me before you turned around and left. You actually let me see your flirtatious body. This is the rhythm of the heavens. Just when Xianxia felt that he had met another old liar and was feeling unhappy, the void giant tortoise's mocking voice sounded again. No matter how he listened to it, he felt that he had met an old hooligan. Obviously, he was talking about the two-headed war lion that had immediately turned around and fled when he had exclaimed to run away. Xianxia looked up, only to see the void giant tortoise gently flicking a claw of its right forelimb at the two-headed war lion that had turned around and fled. His relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he was flicking off a lump of booger stuck to his claw. Boom. However, the power of this non-existent booger was too terrifying. Even though it was thousands of miles away, it instantly blasted the fleeing two-headed war lion into a cloud of blood. Not a single hair was left behind, and not a single piece of flesh was left. The enormous body of the two-headed war lion was directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. When the wind blew, the mist dissipated. Plop! Plop! The 9-headed blood dragon and the Xianxia rock were shocked by the scene. They were so scared that they sat down in the void, their faces pale. A powerful figure from the quasi-desolation era died just like that. Although it was only an energy clone, it disappeared with a flick of a finger from thousands of miles away in the void. This was simply horrifying. The void tortoise turned its head to look at the 9-headed blood dragon and the scarlet unicorn. It sneered, "If I remember correctly, I seem to have felt a murderous aura just now." Before it finished speaking, a majestic pressure that made one's scalp go numb surged out from the void tortoise's body. It invisibly enveloped the scarlet unicorn, the 9-hell demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the Xianxia rock, the 4 powerful beings from the Antiquity era and the quasi-powerful beings from the quasi-desolation era were instantly stunned. An invisible restraint was placed on their bodies, making them feel as if they were trapped in a swamp. Although it was not to the extent that they could not move, it was because the void tortoise was not using its full strength. Otherwise, the strongest of the 4, the scarlet unicorn, was only at the early stage of the Antiquity era. However, the void tortoise's energy clone had the cultivation of the peak of the Antiquity era. The difference was too great. Just the invisible pressure was enough to make them unable to move. The shadow of death instantly shrouded them. It was incomparably strong. They did not doubt that the void tortoise could attack at any time. This was because even in the unparalleled battle in the Antiquity era, the two sides were not on the same side. They were enemies. The Scarlet Unicorn immediately thought of self-detonating. He was going to die today. Fortunately, it was only an energy clone. Although the price was heavy, at least his original body was fine. There was still a chance for him to make a comeback. And self-detonating could more or less injure the other party. However, he soon shook his head with a bitter smile. This was because he realized that the consequences of doing so would be even more serious. If he really provoked the other party, after self-detonating, it was very likely that the void tortoise would follow the rune chain and directly rush to the void where his original body was hibernating. It would pay a certain price to hunt down and kill his original body. If that was the case, there would be no chance for him to survive. Of course, even with the void tortoise's current cultivation, it would have to pay a certain price to do that. Therefore, as long as he did not provoke the other party, such a situation should not happen. In other words, although self-detonating would more or less injure the other party, his original body was very likely to face the danger of being killed. On the other hand, if he gave up on counterattacking the void tortoise, although it would be sullen, at least his original body would be safe for the time being. The two situations had completely different outcomes. Everyone knew what to choose. The four ancient existences glanced at each other with a dark expression. In the end, they forcefully suppressed their anger. The situation was stronger than them, so they had to swallow their anger. Looks like you guys have already made your choice. I have to say, you guys are so king cowardly that it hurts my liver. The void tortoise's eyes flashed. He shook his head and sighed. His words were as infuriating as usual. However, his next words made the four of them feel relieved. Forget it, forget it. Since you're so scared, it would be embarrassing for me to kill you all even if I wanted to. Don't do it next time. If Old Turtle sees you again, I won't let you off so easily. Even as it shook its head, the void giant tortoise raised its right forelimb and pressed down on the four powerful primordial beings. Boom. Boom, walala, four earth-shattering explosions sounded in succession. The energy avatars of the four ancient existences, the blood unicorn, the nine-hell demon crocodile, the nine-headed blood dragon, and the azure sky rock, exploded without any suspense. There was no blood mist. Instead, there were only collapsed order runes. The four energy avatars, which were at least at the level of a quasi-desolate ancient almighty, were destroyed along with the consciousness source of their energy avatars. At the same time, there was a large amount of clattering sounds in the air. Of the last 9 rune chains that were connected to the outer wall of the netherworld furnace, 8 of them had been broken by this attack. It was unknown how many of them had been broken into pieces. For a moment, there was a huge rune chain in that corner of the void not too far away from each other. Chain. At this point, there was only one rune chain left connected to the bottom of the netherworld furnace's outer wall. It was the chain that the void tortoise had chased after. The reason why he left this rune chain was obviously because the void tortoise still planned to use this rune chain to return to his original body. However, he obviously had other things to do before he left. Screech. After destroying the 4 powerful primordial beings and the 8 rune chains with a raise of its hand, the void tortoise raised its head and roared angrily. Then, its body swayed, and its terrifying body, which was originally much larger than the netherworld furnace, instantly turned into a faint ray of light, enshrouding the netherworld furnace. The milky white mist shot out from the top of the furnace. During this process, the surface of the faint ray of light that the void tortoise had transformed into quickly glowed with a faint green halo. Xianxia found it familiar and immediately understood. This must be the mysterious energy that the headless infant corpse had shot into the void tortoise's body in that mysterious void. Now, it was unleashing its power and protecting the void tortoise's energy avatar. Otherwise, even if he was at the peak of the primordial era, he would not be able to force his way into the interior of the netherworld furnace. According to Xianxia's estimation, he would need to have at least the cultivation base of a primordial supreme to be able to do so. In the blink of an eye, the faint ray of light that glowed with a faint green halo shot into the interior of the netherworld furnace. Yi Xian understood that this shameless old tortoise was about to do something bad. He would probably steal all the products in the netherworld furnace. In fact, when the void tortoise attacked the blood Qilin and the other three powerful primordial beings, the rumbling of the grinding stone in the netherworld furnace gradually stopped. This meant that the unplanned refinement of the netherworld furnace was about to come to an end. After the remains of all the primordial beings that had been thrown into the central region's grinding stone had been ground into 9-colored meat paste, even the final refinement had come to an end. The grooves around the grinding stone would definitely be filled with newly refined all-evil origin liquid. According to Yi Xian's estimation, from the total number of primordial beings remains in the netherworld furnace, there should be around 15 to 16,000 drops of all-evil origin liquid that had been refined this time. Yi Xian had carefully acted in the netherworld furnace the last time and had only managed to obtain around 2,000 drops in the end. The void tortoise was indeed a super old monster. It either did not act, or it would act in a big way. Even Yi Xian could not help but feel a little envious. Very soon, as the faint ray of light formed by the void tortoise's energy avatar shot out of the furnace, the large amounts of white liquid that filled the mouth of the netherworld furnace also began to shrink rapidly. This old fellow was too ruthless. Apart from the all-evil origin liquid, he did not even let go of the byproduct, the netherworld furnace lotion. This was clearly the rhythm of eating the meat and drinking the soup, and even licking the bones clean. He did not plan to leave a single strand of hair for Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to take advantage of the fact that the headless infant corpse was still protecting him to rush into the netherworld cauldron and snatch some of the all-evil elixir. The corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest, which had been in a slightly warm state, seemed to respond and suddenly cooled down. This was clearly intentional. The headless infant corpse had obviously sensed Yi Xian's thoughts. In order to stop him, it shamelessly removed the mysterious energy protecting its body and fell into a deep sleep again. To put it bluntly, it was stacking the corpse. Only then did Yi Xian realize that the two of them were on the same side, okay? Hundreds of millions of years ago, they were superior and subordinate. But wasn't this too much of a relationship between a master and a servant? How shameless of them to be so protective of their master. After being stunned for a moment, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly enraged, and his nose was about to become crooked. This was because the scarlet unicorn and the other powerful ancient creatures had been killed, and although the refinement of the netherworld cauldron had ended, it was obvious that it had not yet awakened, and the terrifying pressure of the netherworld cauldron had not yet appeared. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been caught off guard when the headless infant corpse suddenly removed the mysterious energy protecting its body. If he had been on guard, he would have exploded and died. However, although there was no powerful pressure in this void that could threaten him for the time being, because even the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors from the various clans and forces had retreated tens of millions of miles away, they did not dare to approach. But as the headless infant corpse silently removed the mysterious energy protecting its body without saying anything, Yi Xian's figure, which had been hidden all this time, was instantly exposed. At this moment, in the void thousands of miles away, the more than 100 high-level ancestors of the major clans, who had been shocked by the death of the blood Qilin and the other primordial Grand Masters, were stunned when they saw him. They immediately stood there, trembling in fear. They cried out in alarm. Eh? Why is there another person? I clearly didn't feel any fluctuation of void energy before this. This person definitely didn't just arrive, but has been hibernating there for a long time. That's impossible. How terrifying was the oppressive aura in the void just now. There was a peak existence of a powerful ancient creature, and this human is clearly not even at the universe realm. He's worse than an ant. How could he stay in that core area? He would have been blown into pieces. He looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen this kid somewhere before. Ling Hu. I recognize him. I've seen his image in the clan before. This is Ling Hu Chong, one of the 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. 3 of them are him alone, young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the little archaic devil ape. That makes sense. That's right, he's a peerless ancestor's primordial demon bloodline. After all, he's a peel of a peerless ancient creatures. After all, he's a peerless to God. He is to the bloodline ancient demon ape. Not to the universe realm, Yi Long S, What is that ant realms is to have A's to have to be to S to be God realm. Chong? Rumble. Boom. Following the exclamations of the 100 or so elders of the various races in the void, the netherworld cauldron, which had just become silent because of the completion of the refinement, suddenly shook slightly again. Then, the rumbling sound of thunder began to be transmitted again. Xian's expression changed wildly. After the netherworld cauldron completed the refinement, it was going to fully recover. At that time, the pressure of the netherworld cauldron that had disappeared would reappear. Even when the spirit of the netherworld cauldron suddenly discovered the huge change that had happened to it, it was very likely that it would immediately activate some kind of array program to contact the heavenly Dao and report everything that had happened here. A strong sense of crisis hit his heart. Xian subconsciously wanted to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body to escape. Although he did not have any substantial gains this time, it was not a wasted trip. At least, the electronic doppelganger had taken over a Sector Lord-level mechanical beast and had successfully infiltrated the inner workings of the machine race. This was an important chess piece and also a measure that Xian took to prepare for a rainy day. If DR and the machine race really had some kind of conspiracy, this chess piece would have an unexpected and miraculous effect in the future. At this moment, just as he subconsciously wanted to escape immediately, a voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. It was the void giant turtle secretly transmitting a voice. Little fellow, don't be in a hurry to escape. It will take some time for the netherworld cauldron to fully recover. Hasn't your devil ape bloodline already been recognized by it? As long as you activate the devil ape true form, you will be safe before the spirit of the artifact fully recovers. In any case, you can't leave now. In a while, when this old turtle leaves, I still need you to stay behind and clean up the mess. Otherwise, why would I call you here? Upon hearing this, Xian was first stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. This time, his nose was really crooked from anger. If the old turtle had not said it, he would not have known. After all this time, the headless infant corpse had called him over at the last minute just to clean up the old turtle's mess. This was really 2F** king fun and exciting. The old turtle ate the meat and drank the soup. In the end, he even licked the bones clean. He did not even get a single strand of hair. When he patted his mess and left, he still had to clean up the mess for him. On what basis? This was simply too much of a bully. These thoughts flashed through Xian's mind. He was so angry that he wanted to run away immediately. Whatever, he would leave first. In any case, he could not let this old turtle have his way. As for the headless infant corpse, he would settle this account later. What? The complete profound meaning of the 4th and 5th changes of the wild lion transformation. You don't want it anymore? Just as Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, the old turtle's voice rang out in his mind again. This time, it sounded even more composed and was incomparably certain. Forget it, forget it. I originally wanted to give it to you now. Since you don't want it, then let's go. That way, it won't be much of a problem. Luckily, when this old turtle killed that two-headed battle lion just now, I specially took care to intercept the profound meaning for you. The 4th and 5th changes of the wild lion transformation, and the complete profound meaning. Xian's body stiffened. His entire person was stunned on the spot. The 4th change was fine. With the devouring system in his body, he would probably be able to figure it out after some time. However, the temptation of the 5th change was extraordinarily great. In the end, Xian still admitted defeat in the face of such a huge benefit. Of course, this was mainly because the person who admitted defeat was one of his own. In fact, from a certain point of view, the Void Tortoise could be considered a type of master that Xian had inherited after entering the Starry Sky. After all, the ancient Dongshu tactics that he was currently cultivating was the Void Tortoise's bloodline inheritance. Although Xian was angry before, he did not take it seriously. Now, he basically understood what the Void Tortoise meant by rubbing its skin. Needless to say, someone really did have to do it. In this aspect, the headless infant corpse and the Void Tortoise could only rely on Xian alone. Because only he could directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability after rubbing its skin and escape from this place in an instant. If it was any other existence, even if it was a supreme being from the primordial era, they probably wouldn't be able to leave so quickly. Even if they could, they would definitely leave behind some traces when they tore through the void and left. If the heavenly Tao's eyes were to track them down, it was extremely likely that they would be caught up. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mood immediately calmed down. At this moment, after seeing him admit defeat, the old bastard proudly snorted and directly used some sort of great divine ability to send a piece of information into Yi Xian's mind. At the same time, it also sent over a wisp of gray-black essence energy. Congratulations to the host for discovering the complete mystery of the magical ability. Would you like to begin the derivation immediately? Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the origin energy of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Would you like to absorb it immediately? As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned and then overjoyed. It seemed that the old tortoise was really something. Not only did it send the complete mysteries of the fourth and fifth transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, it even gave Yi Xian a wisp of the origin energy of the ancient Dongshu tactics. If nothing unexpected happened, with this wisp of origin energy, Yi Xian's cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics would instantly soar by a large margin. At the same time, it would also lead to an increase in the realm of his physical body's qi and blood. All of this was something to look forward to. Time was of the essence. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent an affirmative reply to the system. The system's voice rang out once again. The first thing it did was to quickly deduce the complete mysteries of the fourth and fifth transformation of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. At the same time, the wisp of ancient techniques origin energy that the void giant tortoise had gifted him also began to rapidly absorb and refine it. Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness and came into contact with the simple and unadorned tortoise shell. He activated it and his mind trembled. In an instant, he entered the image of the inheritance imprinted on the tortoise shell. An ancient desolate void appeared, exuding an endless sense of vicissitudes. Roar. There seemed to be an earth-shattering roar coming from the depths of the endless void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. The scene changed, and a claw as vast as the sky reached out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void collapsed, and an entire star region collapsed. From the endless darkness, a round and flat head stretched out. Endless chaotic mist lingered around its eyes, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. It was none other than the void tortoise. Just a single shell on its body was as large as a galaxy. It crawled out from the darkness, and the suppressive aura it exuded enveloped the entire universe, causing this part of the void to tremble. Then, Yi Xian quickly received the inheritance information of the Dongshu ancient technique in his mind. A simple and unadorned giant tortoise that was even larger than a star was roaming in the Milky Way with its physical body. It raised its head and roared. A black energy rushed out from the wide mouth under the tortoise's head, like a small meteor. Like a meteor, it rushed into the endless distant sky. First, it was a small star core. Then, it turned into a meteor. It slowly grew, from a satellite to a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded, condensed to the extreme, and turned into a black hole in the vast starry sky, swallowing everything. This process was the first 8 great realms of starry sky cultivation. After that was the origin, and then the grotto heaven, mystic light, void, genesis, cosmic light, Xianxia. At this time, a corresponding change occurred in the inheritance image. The huge black hole that represented the 8th great realm of starry sky quickly shrank. After reaching the limit, it turned into a faint dot. This was the profound meaning of the origin realm. During the process of the black hole condensing into a dot, a large number of obscure runes were released from Yi Xian's mind like compressed packets being released. Come, he instantly understood. Then, the tiny origin formed by the extreme contraction of the black hole expanded again, evolving into a small grotto heaven. It emitted a mysterious light, giving birth to the void, giving birth to the initial embryonic form of the star domain, and finally becoming a vast universe with stars and void, forming a complete universe. This whole process was the journey of the Dongshu ancient technique in the first 15 great realms of starry sky cultivation. The image demonstration was only a representation of the image. Most importantly, during the process of this image demonstration, it continuously released the obscure mysteries that appeared in Xian's mind. Righteousness. Soon, the inheritance disappeared. The origin energy of the ancient technique obtained from the void giant tortoise was completely absorbed. In the next instant, in the sea of cultivation below the simple and unadorned tortoise shell that was suspended in the air above Xian's sea of consciousness, boundless waves of his sea of consciousness suddenly surged. It was as if a tsunami had occurred, and the entire vast sea of consciousness came to life, completely churning. In the central domain, an enormous starry sky giant tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of Xian's sea of consciousness. Every piece of shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This starry sky giant tortoise represented the Dongshu ancient technique that Xian cultivated. Because this ancient technique was the highest bloodline inheritance of the Dongshu giant tortoise clan, after Xian obtained the complete technique and began to cultivate, the image of this supreme giant tortoise appeared in the vast sea of consciousness in his mind. At this moment, the power of the ancient technique in Xian's body skyrocketed, causing the shackles of the human body's potential to break. Although he was in great pain, Xian was extremely happy because everything was as he had guessed. This time, the strength of his physical body and qi would also rise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the Dongshu ancient technique. Current realm, Great Perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the Dongshu ancient technique. Current realm, Great Perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 9. Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Xian's mind. It was not only these two prompts, but also a prompt related to the improvement of his physical body and qi cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical body and qi cultivation realm. Current realm, Great Perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the physical body and qi cultivation realm. Current realm, Great Perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 9. Dongshu ancient technique, Great Perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 9. The pleasant surprise came so quickly. With just a strand of the ancient technique's origin energy from the void tortoise, Xian's cultivation in the ancient Dongshu technique had soared by 2 small levels, reaching the grand perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 9. Moreover, because of the increase in his cultivation, as well as the other effects contained in this strand of ancient technique's origin energy, Xian's physical body also had a strong tempering effect, directly causing his physical body's qi and blood cultivation strength to soar as well, once again tearing apart the 2 shackles of the human body's potential. Shackles. It caused his physical body's qi and blood strength to soar to the grand perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 9. Now, Xian could directly take the bottle of level 15 liquid that he had prepared. Once he succeeded, his original body's strength would officially enter the true universe realm. But that required a certain amount of time after all, and the current situation was not suitable to start at all. Therefore, even though Xian's heart was burning, he still rationally suppressed this impulse and did not take the level 15 liquid for the time being. Rumble, the muffled rumbling in the netherworld furnace had become more and more intense. Clearly, the weapon spirit was fully awakening, and time was running out. Xian turned to look and found that the dense milky white fog above the netherworld furnace was extremely thin at this time. Clearly, the void tortoise's ruthless plundering was also coming to an end. With the full awakening of the netherworld furnace's weapon spirit, the terrifying pressure of the netherworld furnace would appear again. Xian's current human form would not be protected by the netherworld furnace. When he was sent into the netherworld furnace, it only recognized the bloodline of the small primordial devil ape. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the small 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape that represented the inheritance of the primordial devil ape's bloodline in his mind. Previously, when Xian's original body's cultivation strength was at the Cosmic Light Level 7, when he entered the state of the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape, his cultivation strength was at the Cosmic Light Level 8. Now that his original body's cultivation strength had reached the Cosmic Light Level 9, according to the previous practice, when he entered the state of the 3-headed, 6-armed primordial devil ape, Xian's cultivation strength would reach the grand perfection of the Cosmic Light Level 9. Very quickly, an ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared out of nowhere. The cultivation aura emitted from its body was indeed at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the universe. It was exactly as Xian had speculated. However, this wasn't the strongest battle prowess that Xian could display right now. This was because he could still use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his true form with 3 heads and 6 arms. With every transformation, his cultivation base and strength would increase by a small stage. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. Following Xian's explosive roar, the body of the ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall suddenly increased in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged within its body, converging into a tide-like power. The 3 true forms of the ancient ape demons were greatly enhanced, and in the blink of an eye, the original height of 100 feet was increased to a height of 1,000 feet. Cultivation, first rank Star Lord state. Second transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came once more. The blood and chi in the 3 true bodies surged once more, far surpassing the first transformation. Before the first transformation, the Devil Ape true body was only 1,000 feet tall, but now, it had risen to 10,000 feet, cultivation, second rank Star Lord state. Roar. Third transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Xian once again raised his head and roared. Following the activation of the third transformation of the Devil Ape, the endlessly surging vital energy within the 3 true bodies once again soared. It surged like a roaring river, directly causing the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape's true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From a height of 1,000 feet, it quickly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until it reached 100,000 feet, cultivation, third rank Star Lord state. In less than 3 breaths, Xian activated the true forms of the ancient ape demons and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. Even though he had only activated the third transformation, the true forms of the ancient ape demons were still 10,000 feet tall, and their strength had increased by 3 levels. However, that wasn't the end, because the familiar notification sound of the absorption system had been transmitted. With the complete mysteries of the 4th transformation of the wild lion state, the system was able to infer the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape in a very short time. As for the 5th transformation, even though he had obtained the complete mysteries of the 5th transformation of the wild lion state, it would still take some time for the system to change it into one that was suitable for the ancient ape demons. Xian wasn't in a hurry. The 4th transformation was enough to increase his strength by 1 level, and his physical strength and size were 10 times larger. It was definitely enough for the time being. 4th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. With joy in his heart, Xian roared for the last time. His voice shook the surroundings, and the 3 heads of the ancient demon ape roared at the same time. Even this corner of the void trembled slightly. Then, the true forms of the ancient ape demons expanded 10 times more, like balloons that had been inflated, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet, cultivation, 4th rank Star Lord state. Although there was only a small gap between the 3rd and 4th levels of the Star Lord state, the gap meant that Xian had entered the middle level of the Star Lord state from the early level. Everything happened so fast that Xian, as the person involved, couldn't calm down even though it wasn't the first time he had experienced it. It was even more so for the 100 senior members of the major clans who were observing from tens of millions of kilometers away. A minute earlier, Xian had only been at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm. Then, 5 seconds later, he activated his bloodline and revealed the true forms of the demonic ape demons, and his strength soared to the peak of the 9th rank of the universe realm. In the end, after only a few breaths, Xian's cultivation surged to the 4th level of the Star Lord state as he went from the 1st to the 4th level of the demonic ape state. All of this was simply inconceivable. The higher-ups of the various races, although they were all at least at the Sector Lord level, they had never seen such a terrifying rise in strength. This could no longer be explained by secret techniques or divine arts, it could only be described as monstrous. Amidst the dumbfounded gazes, the group of senior eccentrics of the various clans muttered to themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. "Oh my god, who is this kid? He was in the 9th rank of the cosmic realm a moment ago, but he's already in the middle rank of the Star Lord state in less than a minute." For the higher-ups of the various races at the Sector Lord level and above, who had retreated to the void tens of millions of kilometers away like spectators, everything that had happened in this short half a day was simply too shocking. It was too special. It was too exciting. they had flocked here for the benefits and fortunes of the Netherworld furnace. They were supposed to be the main characters of this event, especially the immortal realm old freaks. They felt that they were superior, and in this star area, the source of all evil, they were definitely the overlords, but very soon, as the nine-headed blood dragon, the blood Qilin, and the other 5 terrifying existences who were at least at the level of the quasi-desolation era arrived one after another, they were immediately reduced to bystanders and retreated tens of millions of miles away in shock. Before their hearts could calm down, the 6 powerful beings of the desolation era that made them feel powerless were all killed in an extremely short period of time. A supreme of the primordial era who was still alive had descended. Even though it was only an energy avatar, it still possessed the terrifying strength of a peak supreme of the primordial era. With a casual lift of its forelimbs, it displayed a supreme might that could crush all enemies, but that was not the end of it. Just as the terrifying giant tortoise with the peak strength of the remote antiquity era rushed into the Netherworld furnace and unscrupulously harvested the products of the Netherworld furnace under everyone's envy, an ant-like figure unexpectedly appeared in the void very close to the Netherworld furnace in front of them. What happened next was obviously even more exciting. This ant's cultivation base was initially only at the Great Circle of the Cosmic Light Tier 9. However, when he activated his bloodline and manifested the true form of the demonic ape 5 seconds later, his strength soared to the peak of the cosmos realm. In the end, after only a few seconds, he performed the first transformation of the demonic ape to the 4th transformation, and his strength surpassed another level, reaching the 4th level of the Star Lord state. Not only was the guy alive, he was obviously going to fight the horrifying tortoise that was harvesting the spoils of the Netherworld furnace. A mid-Star Lord daring to fight a peak primordial age expert head-on. How thrilling was that, as they sighed in their hearts, the group of Sector Lords, Universe Lords, and Undying Beings looked at each other, and their faces were more or less a little embarrassed. Compared to this young genius of the human clan, these old monsters were too ashamed to see anyone. Not to mention the current peak of the mighty figure from the remote antiquity era, the appearance of the 9-headed blood dragon, who was just a quasi-mighty figure from the remote antiquity era, was enough to make them tremble in fear and flee in panic. Look, the void tortoise is out. Sigh, needless to say, the products in the Netherworld furnace must have been plundered clean. Even the white milky mist above the mouth of the furnace is so thin that it's almost gone. They really plundered everything clean. That's not the end of it. Look, that ancient ape demon is rushing over. That brat is really a devil incarnate. He's actually going to fight a peak primordial expert head-on. No one else has the guts to do that. I didn't even help the old lady cross the road, I only admire him. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but it's a pity that he's still too impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. No, it seems that they didn't fight at all. The ancient ape demon seems to be going to send him off. Look, the void tortoise's energy clone is retreating. Along with the exclamations in the void tortoise suddenly rushed out from the Netherworld furnace, where even the fog at the mouth of the furnace was so thin that it made people's hair stand on end. Under the support of the bloodline ability of the ancient ape demon's 4th transformation, the ancient ape demon, which had reached a height of 100,000 feet, immediately rushed forward. But the expected battle scene didn't appear. The ancient ape demon seemed to be going to send him off. The two clearly met face to face, but no one made a move. The moment their figures met, the void tortoise turned into a faint light again and rushed into the only rune chain that was still connected to the lower side of the outer wall of the Netherworld furnace. Then, the runes on the chain quickly lit up and spread toward the end of the void at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the ancient ape demon had already taken out a huge thick club. After raising it high, it fiercely smashed down on the last rune chain. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Xianxia's left chest burned slightly again, but it quickly went dormant again. At the same time, a thin thread of light flowed along the right arm of the ancient ape demon's fleshy body and quickly disappeared into the thick cudgel that was transformed from the Shinong pestle in his hand. Walala, this final chain of runes broke with a sound, shattering inch by inch in the air. At this moment, the runes that had already lit up and were rapidly spreading out had already reached the other end of the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this point, the void tortoise had retreated without leaving a trace. The last rune chain had been broken, and as long as they were put away, there would not be any trace left. Even the heavenly Tao's eyes would not be able to track it down. With Yixian's current strength, even if he were to use the full force of the primordial treasure, the Shinnon pestle, it would still be very difficult for him to break this rune chain, let alone break it inch by inch. The reason for this effect was because of the mysterious power of the headless infant corpse, and this was also what the headless infant corpse and the void tortoise needed Yixian to do. The void tortoise did things, and Yixian was responsible for cleaning up the mess. But fortunately, everyone had a huge harvest, and everyone was happy. All of this happened too quickly. By the time more than 100 high-ranking ancestors of the various clans tens of millions of miles away in the void came back to their senses and understood what had happened, the void tortoise had already left, and the passage it had used to retreat was also shattered inch by the ancient ape demons club. No matter how slow-witted they had come to a sudden realization today, and cries of surprise rang out once more. F***CK. What happened? What happened to the tough fight? How did it become a rear guard? Trick. It's all a trick. They're in cahoots, this old and young bastard is actually in cahoots, we've all been deceived, incredible, Linghu demon is actually in cahoots with the void tortoise. That's a living ancient supreme. Who would dare to provoke this person in the future? Conspiracy. What a great scheme. This old man understands now. The 2 videos related to the netherworld furnace that were spread before were all made up by Linghu evildoer. We were all used by him. That little bastard's scheme is really vicious. Rumble. Rumble. As Yixian stored the last 9 broken rune chains into the Shinnon cauldron, the vast void was now incomparably clean, as if it had just been licked by a dog. Apart from Yixian, the Shinnon cauldron, and the netherworld cauldron, there was nothing else. Even the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various races who had not yet retreated were still in the void tens of millions of kilometers away. Rumble. At this time, the dull rumbling sounds coming from the netherworld cauldron were becoming more and more intense. The netherworld cauldron's artifact spirit could fully awaken at any time. Yixian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately waved his hand and put away the Shinnon cauldron, then activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. It was impossible to trace how he left. This scene shocked the 100 or so high-ranking ancestors of the various races in the void thousands of kilometers away, and cries of surprise rang out everywhere. Huh? That monstrous brat is gone. His methods are extraordinary. This must be some kind of supreme secret technique. Even an immortal rank existence can't find any trace of him? Not good. The rumbling sounds coming from the netherworld cauldron are getting more and more intense. This old man has an extremely bad feeling. The heavenly Tao's eye is about to descend. That mysterious and terrifying existence is probably even more terrifying than supreme primordial. Retreat immediately. As the void giant tortoise and ancient ape demons left one after another in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing without leaving a trace behind, the high-ranking ancestors of the various races finally realized what was going on. They cried out in surprise and used their remarkable abilities, tearing apart the void like stray dogs. He stepped into it, and quickly fled. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the origin of all evil star domain was completely empty. Only the netherworld cauldron that was still rumbling in the void stood tall, as if everything that had happened in the past half a day had never happened. The only difference was that the products in the netherworld cauldron had been completely looted. Even the 10,000 or so rune chains below the netherworld cauldron's outer wall that transported the all-evil origin liquid were all gone. Not only were they all broken, even the broken chains were either eaten away or taken away. Even if the Acropoid clan were to cross the border, it would not be as clean as this. How could this be described as tragic? Screech. As soon as these patriarchs from various clans retreated, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from inside the netherworld cauldron. At this moment, the spirit of the netherworld furnace had fully awakened. The last time the refining array was activated, the netherworld furnace did not have an artifact spirit, so even during the refining process, the unique pressure of the netherworld furnace still existed. But this time, because the netherworld furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit, and this artifact spirit had not personally carried out the refinement of the netherworld furnace, all of the artifact spirit's consciousness was integrated into the refinement process. His consciousness entered the central region millstone of the refinement process, and his control of the outside world was neglected. At this moment, the refinement was completely completed, and there was not a single drop of 9-colored meat paste left in the central void of the central region millstone. Only then did the artifact spirit withdraw and return to full control of the netherworld furnace. It was also at this moment that all the changes in the netherworld furnace during this period of time were instantly controlled by the artifact spirit. It instantly realized that it had fallen into a trap. The products that it had painstakingly refined, including the byproduct of the netherworld furnace milk, had all been swept away. What shocked it even more was that the 10,000 or so rune chains below the outer wall of the netherworld furnace that transported the all-evil origin liquid were actually all broken and taken away, not even leaving behind a single strand of hair. It could not accept such an unforeseen event no matter what, let alone accept it. Thus, in its fury, the netherworld furnace's artifact spirit immediately activated the mysterious array inside the netherworld furnace that was specially used to communicate with the creator of the netherworld furnace, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, Rumble, Xianxia. Almost in the next instant, a large black tribulation cloud suddenly appeared in the distance above this void without any warning. As soon as the tribulation cloud appeared, a black bolt of lightning exploded in the void, as if the horizon was about to be split open, emitting a fine cracking sound that made one's scalp go numb. If Xian was still here, he would definitely be able to sense an extremely familiar aura. This aura was clearly the precursor to the heavenly Tao Green Eye's arrival. Everything that happened in this void was finally alarmed with the full recovery of the netherworld furnace's artifact spirit after all the calamities had fled. That terrifying existence, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, was descending. Xianxia. A huge bolt of lightning shot out from the dense ink-black tribulation cloud. Immediately after, the boundless black clouds automatically parted, and a void crack appeared. In this huge crack, a heavenly eye that was countless times larger than a superstar could be seen. Immediately after, the green eye of the heavenly Tao that had just fallen into deep slumber not long ago slowly opened. A wisp of faint green light shot out from the eye, illuminating a corner of the world. The entire vast and boundless source of all evil star field was completely covered in a layer of misty green light. Screech, in the next moment, a vicious howl that was countless times more terrifying than the previous howl of the netherworld furnace's artifact spirit suddenly resounded. The void at the edge of the source of all evil cracked inch by inch, and countless streams of void turbulence shot out, wreaking havoc in this vast star domain. Even the netherworld furnace was trembling at this moment. The rune chains that were connected to a large amount of void on the outer wall, used to transport raw materials for flesh and blood, were rattling. The vicious howl was too terrifying, but it still contained a strong sense of suppression. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao Green Eye released its full power, this part of the void would probably be completely destroyed in an instant. A green tear of blood flowed out from the corner of this unimaginably huge green eye in the crack. This was the tear of heaven, the tear of heaven's wrath. The netherworld furnace was of great importance, and now it had suffered such damage. The heavenly Tao Green Eye did not care about the 10,000 drops of all evil origin liquid that it had refined this time. What it could not accept was the loss of the 10,000 rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid outside the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. Even it could not repair it in a short period of time. Even if it had the ability, it could not really expend a huge amount of effort to do so. Compared to the subordinates hibernating in the various voids connected by the 10,000 rune chains, the recovery of the heavenly Tao Green Eye's own strength was clearly more important. It could not choose to care about others and lose this place, however, it could not let this matter rest either. Revenge was necessary. Screech. Outside the three universes, in the dark void where the ancient demonic bear that was killed by the void giant turtle not long ago was originally hibernating. The void giant turtle that had swept away the products of the netherworld furnace and returned to this place along the last broken rune chain had long since left. However, before leaving, the void giant turtle had clearly made some kind of arrangement. Therefore, although the dark void was incomparably quiet, it clearly revealed an inexplicable aura. A murderous aura. This was a trap. If it was made by the headless infant corpse, it would have no problem destroying the heavenly eye clone that the heavenly Tao Green Eye had tracked down. However, the void giant turtle was only a primordial supreme after all. Moreover, its main body's cultivation base had only recovered to the early stage of the primordial supreme. It was simply incomparable to the peak of the primordial supreme back then. Therefore, the trap he hurriedly set up could only severely injure this heavenly eye clone at most. It was obviously unrealistic to want to completely destroy it. However, this was enough. The main purpose of the void giant turtle's trap was to completely destroy all traces of its whereabouts, so that the other party could no longer pursue it. Originally, if the headless infant corpse covered for him and wiped out the void traces of his departure, the heavenly Tao Green Eye would also be unable to track him down. However, this time, the headless infant corpse did not want to reveal the fact that he had also appeared in the source of all evil star domain, so as to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao if he appeared too frequently. Some kind of vigilance, in short, the only traces that appeared in the heavenly Tao Green Eye's vision of everything that happened in the source of all evil this time were the void giant turtles. Therefore, since the headless infant corpse couldn't help him erase the traces, he could only rely on the giant turtle to find a way to accomplish it. Rumble. As the heavenly Tao Green Eye flew into a rage and the heavenly eye clone formed by the tear of the heavenly eye chased after it, a rolling explosion instantly sounded from the horizon of this dark void. A bolt of green lightning split open the void, and a crack appeared. Along with the descent of the lightning, a faint blue sky that was as large as a star appeared. The eye descended completely. Boom! Almost in the next moment, an even more majestic and mighty sound rang out. This entire dark void actually exploded without reservation. Tens of millions of miles away, the void shattered inch by inch. In less than half a breath, although it was originally dark and deathly silent, at least incomparably stable, the entire small plane completely turned into one. A huge void turbulence. Before the void tortoise left, it had constructed an extremely dangerous self-destruct field in the dark void that resembled a small independent plane. Once a being arrived, the void would be torn apart, and everything would explode in an instant, just like dominoes being pushed over. The process was complete. This process was irreversible. Unless the heavenly Tao Green Eye descended, it would be a heavenly eye clone, it would not be able to be saved. With the explosion, this dark independent small plane completely collapsed and no longer existed. The little trace left behind by the void giant turtle when it left was also annihilated, buried by the endless void turbulence. In addition, the light green heavenly eye clone that had just descended on the giant green lightning had obviously suffered heavy injuries. Countless spiderweb-like bloodlines appeared in the entire huge eye, as if it was unstable and showed signs of collapsing at any time. Screech, at this moment, the heavenly eye clone had already realized that it had been plotted against. This was simply a trap. The big fish that had escaped the net was too cunning. The most hateful thing was that along with the complete obliteration of this entire expanse of space, all the clues and traces of Xianxia's departure had vanished, and even it was unable to continue pursuing Xianxia's whereabouts. Not only did it not gain anything, but it also failed to find the culprit to vent its anger. In the end, it even mistakenly fell into the other party's trap, causing this heavenly eye clone to suffer heavy injuries. No matter what, he could not accept such a result. The intense resentment in the eyes of the heavenly eye clone, which were filled with blood vessels, almost materialized. When the second howl rang out, the heavenly eye clone retreated without hesitation, retreating from the void that had completely turned into a giant void turbulence. Before the howl had died down, it had already arrived at the source of all evil star field. The culprit of this incident, the void giant turtle, could no longer be traced. At least, the clue in front of it had been cut off. It was impossible to follow the escape route of the other party and find its whereabouts. Such a result made the heavenly eye clone extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. However, he did not intend to stop here. The endless anger in his heart was incited again and again, and he needed a channel to vent it. To be precise, it should be a target or a target. There were still a lot of clues in the void of the source of all evil. Even the void tortoise that retreated along the rune chains and was then broken by Yi Xian and taken away by the heavenly Tao Green Eye was able to detect the direction of its escape in a short period of time. The whereabouts of the 100 or so high-level ancestors from the various clans were naturally not a big deal. There was no problem. As long as the heavenly eye clone was willing, it could even drag out these 100 or so old fellows one by one. However, it clearly did not intend to do so. On the one hand, in its eyes, these existences were only ants, and could not be compared to the void giant turtle at all. Out of anger, you could lift your foot and casually crush an ant on the ground, but would you happily bury your head and crush all the ants you could find on the ground one by one? Normal people would not be interested, let alone a supreme existence like the heavenly eye. Screech. The third screech sounded. The heavenly eye clone, which had just retreated to the star field of the source of all evil, circled around the void around the netherworld cauldron and quickly locked on to a position in the void and plunged headfirst into it. A crack automatically appeared in the void, allowing it to pass through. Half a breath later, when the heavenly eye clone appeared in another part of the void at the end of the crack, the third howl had yet to die down. In an instant, it resounded through the void, causing countless existences, both strong and weak, to tremble. As they raised their heads in horror, their bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. From the ordinary clansmen to the powerful figures of the quasi-desolation era, the bloodline ancestors of this clan who were in deep sleep were all shocked by this inexplicably terrifying heavenly might at this moment. They could not control their bodies at all, and the circulation of cultivation in their bodies completely stopped. Everyone was like a pool of mud. This void was the nest of a certain clan and ancestral land in the second universe. Not long ago, 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors of this clan had just escaped from the star field of the source of all evil. Demon Ape Race, one of the races of the Second Universe Federation, but outside of the top 10, the overall strength of the race was above average. The ancestral land of the Demon Ape Race was located in the Demon Ape Star field of the Second Universe. There weren't many members of the race, plus it was only a middle-class race, hence, the Demon Ape Star field they occupied wasn't very vast. It only had a radius of over 20 million miles. In this Demon Gorilla Star area, which had a radius of over 20 million miles, there were over 100 life stars where the Demon Gorilla clan's people lived. The ancestral land of the race was called the Demon Ape Star, and in the nest of the race, there were more than 10 powerful primordial creatures. They were the bloodline ancestor of the race. The strongest was a desolate ancient demon gorilla who had reached the level of a quasi-desolate ancient great being. Other than that, there were more than 10 ancestors between Sector Lord level and quasi-primordial level. This time, during the origin of all evil star field incident, the demon gorilla race's upper echelon had also awakened 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors and rushed over, but in the end, they were like stray dogs that had fled back. However, even though they did not gain anything this time, in the eyes of these 2 universe-level bloodline ancestors of the Devil Ape clan, after the Green Eye of Heaven path was summoned by the tool spirit of the Netherworld furnace and was shocked by everything that happened at the source of all evil. After that, it was enraged. Even if it wanted to vent its anger, it would not look for them. After all, in the perception of the Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, except for the void tortoise that swept away all the products of the Netherworld furnaces, the other 100 or so high-level ancestors of the various races present were no different from ants. No, it should be said that they were even worse than ants. Even if he wanted to vent his anger, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to run into them. It should be known that in the Primordial War, the primordial ancestor of the primordial demon gorilla race, who was still sleeping in the depths of the ancestral land of the primordial demon gorilla race, was also a mid-level battle general in the camp of the heavenly Dao Qingyan, so he could be considered one of them. All of this was clearly recorded in the ancient records of the demon ape race that had been passed down for trillions of years. Therefore, the 2 universe monsters of the demon gorilla race agreed that this disaster had nothing to do with their demon gorilla race. In fact, this deduction was more or less reasonable. Unfortunately, they were still wrong in the end. The mistake was that he had overestimated his luck. He had overestimated the importance of his clan's patriarch, the so-called mid-tier general, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps even they themselves didn't realize that this kind of thinking was actually using the thoughts of mortals to steal the thoughts of gods. The heavenly Tao's Green Eye only wanted a target to vent its anger on. Everything else was really not important and would not be considered by it in the slightest. At this time, a huge crack appeared in the sky above the demon gorilla star field, and Sky Eye descended with a howl. The 2 universe-level ancestors of the demon gorilla race immediately went limp on the ground, their faces filled with despair. However, they did not give up struggling. He was already dead, but at least he was still breathing. No matter what, he had to fight for it. After all, the result couldn't be any worse, sir. Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We were just there to be bystanders. We didn't take anything. It was all the void giant tortoise's doing. Yes, 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 he escaped. He escaped along a rune chain. Sir, please spare our lives. Our clan's patriarch is the desolate ancient demon gorilla. Back then, he was a mid-tier general under your command. Paralyzed, the two universe-level ancestors of the demon gorilla race plucked up their courage and stuttered to beg for mercy. However, before they could finish their words, in the depths of the ancestral land of the demon gorilla race, there was a loud shout. Shut up! You two pieces of trash are not qualified to talk to Sir. Sir, I am a demon gorilla. Back then, the one who spoke was the bloodline ancestor of the demon gorilla race, the desolate ancient demon gorilla who had the power of a quasi-desolate great being but had only recovered half of it. He had been in a deep sleep for thousands of years, but now, he was suddenly awakened. Although he had stopped the two bloodline descendants from begging for mercy with a shout, he immediately changed the topic and his tone became extremely obedient. In the end, he still just wanted to beg for mercy. Perhaps, in his opinion, he was a general who had personally followed the original body of the Heavenly Eye avatar in front of him back then. He had sweated and spilled blood in the battle of the desolate ancient era. At this moment, he personally begged for mercy, more or less, it would have some effect. Even if the entire race couldn't be saved, as long as he could luckily escape with his life under the consideration of the other party's old friendship, everything was worth it. Unfortunately, he had obviously made the same mistake. He had overestimated his status as a mid-tier general. You are also not qualified. Before the desolate ancient demon gorilla finished his words, the Heavenly Eye avatar suspended in the huge crack in the sky suddenly emitted a green light. A voice with endless cold breath sounded out of nowhere. Then, under the green light, the entire 20 million miles of the demon gorilla star field was instantly coated with a green light. A layer of strange cyan light. Kacha, boom. Rumble, a huge green lightning bolt, as wide as a star, suddenly shot out from the crack in the sky above as the Heavenly Eye avatar opened the gap. Accompanied by the crisp sound of lightning, the entire vast demon gorilla star field was covered in green light. More than 100 life stars, under the power of this heaven's wrath lightning, did not even last half an instant before they all exploded and disappeared. Not even a palm-sized stone was left behind. Along with it, hundreds of millions of demon gorilla clansmen on these more than 100 life stars were also wiped out, including all the senior members of the clan, as well as the two universe-level bloodline ancestors who had been awakened not long ago. Even the desolate ancient demon gorilla, who belonged to the camp of the Heavenly Eye and had the powerful strength of a quasi-ancient great master, was instantly annihilated by this heaven's wrath lightning. Everything was annihilated into nothingness, with just a casual blow. The entire star field, which was more than 20 million miles in diameter, was completely turned into a dead zone. Not a single trace of life was left. The ruthlessness of the Heavenly Way was vividly demonstrated by this blow. Rumble, Void Turtle, you can't escape, not only you, but also all the survivors of that year, as well as the bastards you created, will be completely annihilated. With one blow, an entire race was destroyed. At this time, the anger in the heart of the Heavenly Eye avatar seemed to have been vented. The huge green eye in the crack in the void, which was originally full of spider webs of blood, seemed to be less dense. No one knew what had happened in the outer space where the desolate ancient demonic bear had been killed by the void tortoise. A Heavenly Eye clone of the Heavenly Eye of the Heavens Azure Eye had chased after the source of all evil, stepped into a trap in the outer space, fell into the void tortoise's trap, and was injured. It was even more impossible for him to spread the news. He was destined to be stifled by the Heavenly Eye of the Heavens Azure Eye, because it would be too embarrassing. However, what happened in the demon gorilla star area of the second universe spread to every corner of the three main planes of the starry sky at the first moment. The Heavenly Eye was furious. He sent his clone to the second universe and annihilated the demonic gorilla race. From the sleeping bloodline primordial ancestor to the most ordinary people, all of them were annihilated in an instant. The entire demonic gorilla star area, which was 20 million miles in radius, was turned into a dead zone in an instant. As soon as the news spread, the three main universes were in an uproar. Those large races that had participated in the source of all evil incident, from the top to the most ordinary people, were all trembling. They were afraid that the Heavenly Eye's fury had not completely dissipated after annihilating the demonic gorilla race. Next, he would suddenly descend on their races and annihilate them in anger. This incident was too big. In the three main universes of the universe, although the major forces and races had been fighting with each other for many years, big and small wars broke out every now and then. It was either a war at the level of a plane, or a civil war within the same plane, or even a small war within a certain race. But in general, except for some of the weakest races, whose numbers were so small that they could not even fill up a life planet, the slightly larger races had basically not been annihilated in this endless time. Not to mention that the entire race was annihilated in an instant. Even the sleeping bloodline primordial ancestor of the quasi-desolation era was annihilated. It should be known that although the demonic gorilla race was not one of the top 10 races in the second universe, after all, it had more than 100 life planets. Hundreds of millions of people occupied a vast void with a radius of 20 million miles. It was basically impossible for a race of this scale to be annihilated. Even if all the other races in the entire plane attacked together, there would always be a few scattered people who could escape. But this time, the demon ape clan was completely gone. The bloodline inheritance of the clan could not be preserved, and not a single clansman was left behind. This was simply chilling, and it made all the clans, forces, and sects in the three great starry sky main planes deeply realize the heavenly Dao Qing. The heavenly eye was terrifying. Last time, when the root of all evil star field changed, the green eye of heaven Dao descended in anger and annihilated the two sector lord old monsters of the native ferocious beast clan in the blink of an eye. However, it only made the upper echelons of the three major factions wary. However, this time, as the heavenly Dao's green eye sent out a heavenly eye clone to vent his anger and warn the entire demon ape clan, it undoubtedly made the core ancestors of all the forces in the three major planes completely terrified. At this time, even if Xianxia continued to stir up trouble in the dark and threw out another heavy bomb, pointing out that there was an even greater and more exciting fortune in the source of all evil star area, no one would interfere. To be precise, no one dared to interfere. If things went wrong, the entire race would be annihilated, including the bloodline primordial ancestor who had lived from the desolation era until now and had been sleeping in the ancestral land of the race for eternity. None of them were spared. Who could bear such a consequence? Who dared to bear it? Amidst the shock and fear, the more than 100 sector lord level old ancestors from the various races and factions of the three major planes all fell silent in fear. They passed their days in fear and trepidation. What they were afraid of was not only the heavenly eye, but also the only one who had a vested interest in this time, the supreme existence of the primordial era who had lived to the present, the void giant turtle. Because of this, the 100 or so bloodline ancestors of the various clans did not dare to reveal too much about the details of the source of all evil incident this time. Even young Master Ling Hu was a combination of three peerless monsters, was basically on the same level as the void giant tortoise. The two of them were like two peerless monsters. They didn't even dare to reveal the fact that they were in cahoots with each other. If they really wanted to release this explosive news, it would be satisfying, but if the void giant turtle arrived right after they finished speaking, wouldn't they have no place to cry? Even Xianxia did not expect this. He originally thought that the matter of cleaning up the mess behind the void giant turtle and the source of all evil incident this time would more or less have some impact on himself in the future. However, the result was far beyond his expectations, leaving Xianxia confused. After activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system to return to the black hole of life in the first universe, Xianxia immediately removed the three-headed, six-armed ancient ape demon bloodline true body state and restored the appearance of young Master Ling Hu. He took out the void-shattering shuttle and hurried to the Demon Emperor planet. On the way, he carefully thought about the whole incident and felt that it was really inconvenient for the identity of young Master Ling Hu to appear in public recently. In any case, no one in the outside world knew that young Master Ling Hu had returned to the Demon Emperor planet after leaving the four-race coalition army that was still fighting among the races of the first universe. After this incident in the source of all evil star field, the secret that young Master Ling Hu was on the same side as the void giant turtle was basically exposed. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xianxia decided to hide the identity of young Master Ling Hu for the time being. Because the outside world already knew that young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape were the same person, the other two identities could not be used. After pondering for a while, Xianxia decided to lie low on the Demon Emperor planet for the time being. Since he was staying on the Demon Emperor planet, the most suitable identity to use was naturally another one of the 7 peerless geniuses, the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, Mo Jinfeng. With this identity, even if something were to happen in the demon domain during this period of time, he could still use the identity of Mo Jinfeng and summon the few star mountains in his body to deal with the situation. After making the decision, he changed his appearance on the way to the Demon Emperor planet. From then on, young Master Linghu entered the dormant period again, and so did young Master Netherworld and the primordial little demon ape. In the future, Yi Xian would show up as the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, Mo Jinfeng. It was just that although the outside world experts, including the higher-ups of various races, did not know all this, the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the other higher-ups of the Demon Emperor royal family were well aware. "Little friend, you are being unkind this time. Didn't you say that you wouldn't go to the source of all evil to get involved in this matter? Yes or no?" Before the voice fell, you disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, the commotion was even bigger than the last time. Even a few of the ancient great masters died. When the news came back, it scared us old fellows so much that our souls almost flew away. Is that giant turtle with the peak cultivation base of the ancient great master also an ally of our camp? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Also, the identity of young Master Linghu better not appear in public so easily. Although the high-level ancestors of the major clans did not mention it, we have to be more careful and guard against it, in order to prevent people from secretly playing tricks. Seeing that Yi Xian had returned, the upper echelons of the demon royal family all breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces were still frightened. In the royal palace of the inner city of the Demon Emperor, they surrounded Yi Xian tightly, either asking questions or reminding him, which made Yi Xian's head hurt. From this, he once again had a deeper understanding of the powerful intelligence ability of the demon race, but Yi Xian really felt that it was difficult to explain the truth of the source of all evil star field in a few words. At the moment, he could only smile bitterly. It was not easy to deal with this group of demon royal family upper echelons, and in the end, he fled. After returning to the mansion specially provided by the demon royal family upper echelons in the outer city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian immediately entered seclusion. On the one hand, he was really scared by the nagging of this group of demon royal family upper echelons, and on the other hand, he also planned to take advantage of this time to use the level 15 liquid to raise his cultivation strength again. Rise a bit. From the current 14th Great Realm of the Cosmic Light 9th Great Perfection to the 15th Great Realm of the First Stage, officially stepping into the ranks of the real universe, with a flip of his hand, a tube of level 15 liquid appeared in Yi Xian's hand. After staring at it for a while, he no longer hesitated, uncorked the bottle, and poured it into his mouth in one gulp. The level 15 liquid entered the mouth and was cool as it flowed down the throat. However, when it reached the abdominal cavity, it instantly turned into a boiling hot current that spread throughout the limbs and bones. Yi Xian felt a familiar stinging sensation, and he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. This was the sign that the level 15 liquid was beginning to take effect. Very soon, Yi Xian's consciousness gradually blurred. The only thing left in his world was the boundless pain that spread from his body. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of rattling chains coming from within his body. This was the reaction of the shackles of human potential within his body being shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely in a state of both pain and pleasure. After an unknown period of time, when he opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, and there were 2 of them. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 1 universe. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 1 universe. The level 15 liquid was still effective with just 1 tube, successfully helping him to break through the bottleneck of a great realm. After all, it was concocted with a top-tier resource like the all-evil origin liquid, so its effect was naturally without question. What made him even more happy was that, with the breakthrough in the physical realm, Yi Xian's cultivation of the ancient Dongshu formula had also improved. Since then, he had entered the 15th Great Realm in both cultivation and physical realm. He had become a real universe supreme expert, and one of the best in his realm. He wouldn't dare to say that he was invincible in his realm, but there were definitely few who could match him in the early stage of the universe realm. Even if he had just entered the first stage of the universe realm, even if he didn't use the Skyfall Bow and other powerful bloodline inheritances and abilities. If he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape, his strength would instantly soar to the first level of the Star Lord realm. Taking into account the 4 minor levels of cultivation from the first transformation to the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, Xianxia's strength would reach the 5th level of the Star Lord state. He would be very close to the late stage of the Star Lord state. However, Xian was soon back to normal after his initial excitement, because he thought of the subsequent level 16 liquid. So far, he had only produced a small amount of the pulp of the flesh medicine. The real level 16 liquid, or even the gene cultivation liquid of a higher level, would require the addition of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals, as well as all kinds of deductions and experiments, in order to determine the final concoction. Fong. It was definitely going to be a long process that didn't allow for the slightest carelessness. As it happened, Xian planned to stay on the Devil Emperor planet for a while, so he decided to devote all his time to concocting the level 16 liquid. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly began to work on this matter, and his mind was completely immersed in it, in the second universe, on the planet of the Blood Dragons, the ancestral land of the Blood Dragons. The tragedy that happened in the Demon Gorilla Star area shocked the 3 universes, especially the powerful races of the second universe, where one or several bloodline ancestors of the first universe had come to the source of all evil star area of the first universe. A group of high-ranking officials was simply passing seconds like years, fearing that the doppelganger of the heavenly Tao would come in the next second. That way, the entire race would be annihilated in anger. But as time went by, a whole day had passed. The hearts of the upper echelons of the powerful races in the second universe, which had been in their throats for a long time, finally fell back to their chests. Obviously, the Heavenly Eye's fury had been vented, and it wouldn't come again. An existence of that level couldn't be patient. If it was angry, or if it hadn't vented its anger yet, it wouldn't have stopped for a moment. Someone would have been in trouble as soon as possible. But now, a whole day had passed, which was enough to explain the problem. The crisis from the Heavenly Eye was temporarily resolved, and all the clansmen of the powerful races in the second universe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, except for the Dark Turtle clan, the leaders of the other 9 races in the top 10 gathered together. The other 8 races came to the Blood Dragon clan's ancestral land, the Blood Dragon planet, to discuss a big matter. A big matter. The so-called big matter was none other than the fact that the various races only hoped to reach a consensus on the matter of being a member of the Myriad Luo Alliance. This time, due to the incident in the source of all evil, the 2 camps of the human race in the first universe, including the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, had completely fallen out with each other. Under such circumstances, there was no point in continuing to remain a member of the so-called Federation. Not only would it make them feel disgusted, but it would also affect some of the subsequent decisions. Therefore, the leaders of the various races generally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Although there were only 9 races present, they could basically represent the hearts of all the races in the second universe. The second universe, the ancestral grounds of the Blood Wyrm clan, the Blood Wyrm star. Besides the Nether Turtle clan, the patriarchs of the other 9 of the top 10 clans were all gathered in the clan hall of the Blood Wyrm clan. Even though these patriarchs were only existences that managed the affairs of the 9 clans on the surface, they were only region lords and weren't at the world lord realm at all. It was for the sake of their true core reserves. However, the 9 clans had gathered here today, and it was clearly the orders of their true bloodline ancestors. After the patriarch of the Blood Wyrm clan who was presiding over the meeting raised the topic of withdrawing from the Myriad Net Federation, the patriarchs of the various clans expressed their views successively, and their words were shockingly identical. Even though the Myriad Net Federation's Senate and the human race's technology and cultivation camps didn't obtain any benefits, the fact that the various clans of the second universe have shed all pretense of cordiality with them is an established fact. Since it's like that, there's no need to conceal it any longer. Exactly. The Federation's Senate and the human race's factions have really gone too far this time. They're acting willfully. If it wasn't for the subsequent events, then a battle of life and death between the various clans of the second universe would have probably unfolded in the region where the source of all evil is. Moreover, it's very likely that the loser in the end would be we. I'm truly unable to swallow this insult. The Myriad Net Federation has no reason to exist anymore. At the very least, the various clans of the second universe won't accept this. Withdraw from the Federation. Withdraw from the Federation. Seconded. At this point, the various clans of the second universe withdrawing from the Myriad Net Federation was a foregone conclusion. The news spread to the Myriad Net Federation's headquarters on the Eternal Star of the Human Race's Technology faction on the very next day. Moreover, the various clans of the second universe had made a unilateral announcement and report to the other three dimensions at the same time. This was absolutely the biggest event in the history of the three dimensions, and it shocked countless experts. Many were unable to recover from their shock for a long time, and they didn't dare believe that this news was true. The Eternal Star, the Myriad Net Federation's headquarters. The Federation's Senate was located deep beneath the headquarters. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was not small to begin with. It occupied an extremely vast plain in a corner of the imperishable star. The buildings above the plains belonged to the various departments of the Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters, while the underground buildings belonged to the Federation's Senate. It could be said that the Senate of the Federation was the true foundation of the Myriad Federation. Now, the big races and forces in the three main planes all had their own secrets. For example, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the races in the second universe were almost all related to some of the powerful primordial creatures in the primordial war. He was either a descendant of one of those powerful primordial beings, or he had obtained their inheritance. It was the same for the slave races of the first universe. Among them, the demon race was the most mysterious. As for the two camps of the human race in the third universe, it was needless to say. In the human race's science and technology camp, even the leader of the machine race, Dr. was only the state teacher of the imperishable dynasty. It was enough to show how mysterious he was. It was the same for the cultivation camp. Disregarding the other sects and schools, just the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace alone had an undead dark phoenix under its second palace. As for the sixth palace, it was simply the most ordinary existence among the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palaces. Compared to the mysterious human Ultimates Heavenly Palace, Earth Ultimates Heavenly Palace, and the core, the Heaven Ultimates Heavenly Palace was simply incomparable. Based on this, how could the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace be simple? Similarly, the Myriad Luo Federation was the only alliance that could contend with the Tianji race in the past tens of thousands of years in the three dimensions. Although it was formed by the big forces and races of the second and third universes, it didn't even have its own so-called territory. Its headquarters was only in the human race. The Science and Technology Camp's Eternal Star had obtained a vast plain in the form of a lease in name. However, the Myriad Luo Federation had been able to stand tall for tens of thousands of years without falling. Just based on this point alone, some problems could be seen. The Myriad Luo Federation also had its own core foundation. This foundation was the Federation's Senate. It was the concentration camp of the Myriad Luo Federation's true high-end core combat strength. As everyone knew, although the Myriad Luo Federation could be said to be a behemoth, in fact, it didn't have its own territory. Even the Federation's headquarters was built on a large piece of land rented by the imperishable dynasty on the Eternal Star. However, from another perspective, the Myriad Luo Federation could actually be said to have an infinitely large territory. The entire third universe and the entire second universe, where the human race was located, were both territories of the Federation. However, that was only in name. In fact, these two universes were still managed by the various races themselves. However, almost every race would have a Star Lord or above enter the Federation's Senate every once in a while. Generally speaking, the existences that were sent to the Myriad Luo Federation's Senate were all powerhouses that were not very popular in their respective clans. In the Senate, they were able to obtain cultivation resources that far exceeded what they could obtain in their respective clans. It was safe to say that the Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters had gone to great lengths to rope in the Star Lords and even the Domain Lords from various races. Therefore, as time passed, they became less attached to their own races, and more attached to the Federation. The old monsters in the Senate who were generally above the Star Lord state were from various races, but in fact, they had already considered themselves members of the Federation, those beings above the Star Lord level all lived in the Senate of the Federation's Senate, which was located below the Federation's headquarters. Even though the Senate was underground, it had adopted the most advanced space folding technology, which was far more advanced than the space fortresses that were 100,000 meters tall. After tens of thousands of years of construction and management, this underground space had now become a real independent small space, or rather a cave or a secret realm. The only difference was that the mysterious realms and the ancestral lands of the major races in the three universes were naturally formed, while the one in the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation's Senate was a man-made mysterious realm. There was even a cosmic void in the vast man-made mysterious realm, in which there were various stars of different sizes. It had been built based on the natural galaxies. It was as vast as a mid-level space zone, only slightly smaller than the Demonkin space zone in the first universe. It was only one-third of the original size. This was absolutely a big deal. Using the space folding technology, they had built an artificial secret domain under a vast plane on the immortal star. Such a big deal could only be done by the One Luo Federation, which had been worshipped and supplied with resources by the human clan and the second universe for tens of thousands of years. It was said that some of the most powerful fighters of the Senate resided within the Myriad Luo Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven. There were even primordial supremes among them. These beings were the severely wounded primordial beings that the core higher-ups of the Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven had found over the past tens of thousands of years. They accepted the offerings and used the resources provided by the Grand Elder Grotto Heaven for free to heal their wounds. The Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven did not ask for anything from these terrifying beings, not even verbally promising them the future. This was because the higher-ups of the Grand Elder Grotto Heaven understood that beings of this level would not easily accept favors from others. However, if such a situation occurred, they would definitely be able to lend a hand when the Federation faced an existential crisis in the future if it was within their means. For the Federation's Grand Elder Grotto Heaven, as long as these terrifying primordial supremes or primordial supremes were willing to lend a hand, even if it was just once, they would have profited immensely from the boundless resources they had provided over the past tens of thousands of years. After all, how could an ordinary crisis be worth the help of beings of this level? In fact, this time, the Myriad Luo Federation was indeed facing the most serious existential crisis in the past tens of thousands of years. It could be said that ever since the Federation was established, a crisis of this level had never occurred before. Even so, the core upper echelons of the Council of Elders of the Federation still did not intend to invite the few existences who had been enjoying the offerings of the Council of Elders for tens of thousands of years and had always been sleeping in the deepest part of the Council of Elders. Those existences were all primordial sovereigns in the distant past, but they had yet to recover from their injuries. In addition to the Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era who had yet to recover their cultivation, there were more than a dozen Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era and dozens of quasi-primordial Masters of the Primordial Era sleeping in the core of some of the planets in the center of the Federation's headquarters. But this time, the higher-ups of the Grand Elder Grotto Heaven had no intention of disturbing them at all to tide over this crisis. It could even be said that they had never considered this problem. For the Myriad Luo Federation, this kind of awkward situation was indeed unprecedented, but it was far from enough to endanger the survival of the entire Federation. However, the core higher-ups of the Federation Senate had already appeared. Although they were not interested in the races of the second universe that had completely betrayed the Federation, they were angry that they had once again displayed their divine might in the source of all evil star field. They only sent out one clone in order to instantly destroy the entire second universe. This race, including the heavenly Tao Green Eye of the bloodline primordial ancestor, was extremely fearful. Regarding the matter, the core members of the Council of Elders had gathered on the central administrative planet of the Land of Elders to discuss it in secret. In the Grand Elder's Paradise, which was two-thirds the size of the Demonkin star field, there weren't many stars. In the depths of the paradise, within the core of every star, there was a powerful existence that was hibernating. They were all at least immortal rank. At the periphery of this artificial starry sky, there was a huge artificial life planet. This planet was the administrative center of the entire Patriarch's Paradise, and it was called the Patriarch Planet. There were a large number of experts from various races who were loyal to the Myriad Luo Federation on the Patriarch Planet. Other than the core higher-ups, they were basically all young geniuses. These young geniuses were nurtured on the patriarch planet. Just like the Taoists of the various races in the three Great Plains, they were given great expectations. In fact, even the elders of the myriad Luo Federation, such as Long Huai, the elder of the Federation's Overwatch Council, were not qualified to enter this underground patriarch's paradise. From this, one could see how high the status of these young descendants of the Federation, who could live in the patriarch's paradise for a long time, and how enviable the resources and treatment they enjoyed were. At the peak of the tallest mountain on the patriarch planet was the power hub of the entire Federation Senate. It was called the Patriarch's Hall. At this moment, almost 100 patriarchs of the Federation were gathered in the main hall of the Patriarch's Hall. The weakest amongst them was at the Region Lord Realm, yet they were the most numerous and occupied half of the Patriarch's Hall. Amongst the other half, another half were at the World Lord Realm, and there were almost 30 of them. Amongst the last 20+ people, there were over 10 Universe Lords and almost 10 Eternal Realm Lords. As for the Star-Lord Realm Lords below the Region Lord Realm, they were only ordinary patriarchs of the Federation Senate, and there were even more of them. They resided in the Patriarch's Paradise and enjoyed the resources there, yet they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Patriarch's Hall to discuss matters at all. The entire Patriarch's Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 patriarchs of the Federation at the Region Lord Realm and above were seated according to their strengths. The 9 Eternal Realm Lords were seated at the top row. Amongst these 9 Eternal Realm Lords, 2 of them possessed especially lofty statuses. They were seated at the top, and they were clearly separated from the other 7 Eternal Realm Lords. The Eternal Realm was the second dividing line between the experts of the universe. Under the environment of the universe, the levels of the cultivators were extremely strict. The 15th Great Realm was the first dividing line. At this realm, one would be called a Universe Lord. After Universe Lord was the Star Lord, Domain Lord, Sector Lord, and Universe Lord. After Universe Lord was the Undying Realm. As for the Immortal Realm, it was the second dividing line. This was because the Immortal Realm was divided into 5 different levels, which were related to the starry sky law they comprehended. The 5 levels were Ordinary Immortal, Marquis Immortal, King Immortal, Emperor Immortal, and Emperor Immortal. At this moment, the 7 Eternal Realm Lords sitting in the second row were all normal Undying Realm Lords. And the 2 in the first row were Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lords. These 2 Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lords were extremely powerful. Any one of them could easily suppress all the other patriarchs of the Federation, including the 7 normal Undying Realm Lords, The 9 Undying Realm Lords sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. However, at this moment, from the 2 balls of energy at the top, there was a voice. An Emperor Realm Undying Realm Lord was speaking. Regarding that sky I once asked a primordial supreme who was sleeping in the depths of the grotto heaven. I have some understanding of it. That sky is the will of the Great Path from the primordial era. It can be called the Green Eye of the Great Path. During the primordial era war, the Green Eye of the Great Path was the commander of one camp, and this camp was the winner of that war. The few primordial supremes and mighty figures that are sleeping in the depths of my elder's grotto heaven belong to the heavenly Tao's Green Eye camp. As for the void tortoise that appeared in the source of all evil star field, it is one of the few peak commanders of the enemy camp, and for the past 100 years, those primordial beings that have been sleeping for countless years have appeared. This is a sign from the heavens. The primordial era that has been annihilated for countless years is about to arrive. In the new era, the Tianji race will only be a joke. Perhaps the myriad Luo Federation will cease to exist, but my grotto heaven will not collapse. Whether it was the heavenly Tao's Green Eye, the powerful beings of the Desolate Era, or the supreme beings of the Desolate Era, they had all appeared too frequently recently. Under such circumstances, the ordinary people, clansmen, and some low-level masters of the starry sky in the 3 main planes of the starry sky didn't feel anything. Those who hadn't reached this level weren't as sensitive as the others, and they appeared to be too slow. However, for the core higher-ups and bloodline ancestors of the major clans and top forces in the 3 main planes, as well as the elders of the Federation in the Senate, this abnormal situation made them extremely vigilant, and they realized that a completely different era might be coming soon. The secular people of the 3 main planes didn't know much about the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era, and many secrets were lost in the long river of history. However, there were some records in the clan books of the major clans and top forces. The legendary primordial world would eventually return in its entirety one day. No one knew the real reason for the unparalleled battle in the Desolate Era. Even the clan books of the major clans didn't record it in detail. As for the beings of the Desolate Era who had lived from the Desolate Era to the present and were hibernating in various void planes to recover from their injuries, they all tacitly kept silent about it. No one would mention it, and it was a secret. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. At the very least, the core elders of the Senate were certain of this. That was the distant primeval age. Although it had abruptly disappeared in the long river of history, many ordinary races and clans at the secular level even doubted whether the so-called primeval age had really existed in this world. It had long since become a legend. It was illusory and gave people a feeling of unreality. However, the true upper echelons understood that not only did the primordial world exist, but it even launched an unprecedented battle that directly buried the entire primordial world era. The two terrifying camps that almost caused a gap in the long river of time had not been completely annihilated in history. Even on the losing side, there were still a large number of survivors. The void giant tortoise that had just displayed its might in the domain of the source of all evil not long ago was one of them. Even the defeated side was already so active in the present age, with the supreme elder of the ancients appearing out of nowhere. In that case, was there even a need to say anything about the side that defeated the Heavenly Law's green eyes back then? The Heavenly Tao's green eye must have made all kinds of arrangements after its Pyrrhic victory all those years ago. Its goal was to make sure that after countless years, when the Great Desolate Era descended once again, its camp would fully rise up. For example, the Netherworld Furnace's void refining formation was one of the methods it had set up after that battle all those years ago. For the core elders of the Senate of the Federation, when they realized that the legendary primeval age was about to descend in full force, it was obvious that the most important question in front of them was which side to stand on. Compared to this, the Myriad Net Federation's original goal, which was to resist the Heaven's Legacy race, seemed extremely feeble and powerless. On one hand, the Heaven's Legacy race was weak at the moment. They had taken the initiative to avoid the world and had already moved their entire race away. On the other hand, with the grand background of the Great Desolate Era descending in full force, the former supreme overlord of the Heaven's Legacy race really didn't look good enough. It could be said that for the core elders of the Senate of the Federation, the Heaven's Legacy race was their greatest worry. But now, everything had changed. What worried them the most was how to deal with the Great Desolate Era that might descend in full force in the near future. When it came to which side to stand on, they had no choice because the supreme elders of the ancients and the dozen or so primordial experts that the Senate of the Federation had found and roped in over tens of thousands of years and enshrined in the depths of the Senate's grotto heaven with endless resources were all from the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes camp. Therefore, when it came to which side to stand on, they could only choose the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. In fact, even without this factor, the core elders present at the meeting would still choose the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes because this camp was, after all, the victorious side in the Great Desolate War. The meeting ended quickly. The core elders of the Senate passed unanimously and reached a consensus: attack the Demon Emperor planet, force young Master Linghu to show himself, and then capture him as a sign of allegiance. Through certain channels, they would hand him over to the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. After all, everything that had happened in the root of all Evil Star region was enough to prove that young Master Linghu was jackals of the same tribe as the Void Giant Tortoise. And the Void Giant Tortoise was almost a big problem for the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes. On the one hand, the change in the root of all Evil Star region this time was caused by him, and all the products in the Netherworld Cauldron were swept away by him. On the other hand, he was, after all, a supreme elder of the ancients who lived in the present world. In the Great Desolate War, he was one of the supreme battle commanders of the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes camp. For the Heavenly Tao's Green Eyes, the Void Giant Tortoise's value was almost immeasurable. Perhaps even an existence at its level was eager to capture the Void Giant Tortoise in its hands. The Federation Senate naturally didn't dare and didn't have the strength to attack a supreme elder of the ancients like the Void Giant Tortoise, but it was completely different for young Master Linghu, who hadn't even reached the universe realm. That guy was indeed a great genius of the present world, but he hadn't grown up yet. No matter how heaven-defying his means were, under the suppression of absolute strength, he would have no choice but to bow down and be captured. For this reason, the Federation Senate spared no expense. After this secret meeting ended, 4 figures tore through the void and left immediately. An ordinary undying and 3 universe-old monsters, their destination, the first universe, the ancestral land of the demon race, the Demon Emperor planet, the Demon Emperor planet. 2 days had passed since the root of all evil incident. During these 2 days, the 3 universes could be said to be in an uproar. It was an uproar that had never happened before. First, the Heavenly Tao's green eyes sent a Heavenly Eye clone to the second universe. In a fit of anger, it wiped out the entire demon gorilla race. The vast universe starry sky with a radius of 20 million square meters was completely turned into a land of death. Then, the races of the second universe unilaterally made a statement to all the forces and races of the 3 universes that they would withdraw from the Myriad Luo Federation. And the Myriad Luo Federation actually maintained a strange silence about this. They didn't say anything. Xian had actually expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised or shocked. But for some reason, since yesterday, he had been having a premonition, as if something big was about to happen. Something that could make him have this kind of intuition warning sign couldn't be good news. It could only be bad news. Because of this, Xian felt uneasy all day. It was also at this time that the Demon Emperor planet, which was originally incomparably calm, suddenly stagnated. It was as if an invisible and terrifying pressure had suddenly descended without warning. The entire huge planet trembled slightly because of this. Rumble, in the void, thunderous rumbles resounded, and a void fissure was torn open without any warning. The sound of tearing silk resounded through the 3 stars of the demon sovereign star. On the 3 stars, countless demon cultivators and ordinary demon cultivators looked up at the sky. Their faces were filled with horror, and their bodies were trembling in fear. The void crack was located within the inner defense of the 3 stars. The existence that was descending directly ignored the inner defense array of the 3 stars, as if it existed in vain to them. In the next instant, 4 old figures walked out of the void crack. Although they were in human form, 2 of them were so rich in qi and blood that it was abnormal. These 2 were clearly not of the human race, but of other races. Their original form should be that of a race with a large body. Rich blood was the biggest characteristic of this kind of life form. As for cultivation strength, these 4 figures were extremely terrifying. 1 ordinary undying, 3 universe-old monsters, they were the core elders of the Federation Senate from the undying star of the 3rd universe. The purpose of descending on the Demon Emperor star was to capture young Master Linghu as a sign of allegiance, and to get on the good side of the Heavenly Tao. Perhaps in the near future, when the Great Desolate Era would descend, they would choose a side in advance. This time, although there were only 4 core elders from the Federation Senate, to the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star, these 4 figures were enough to crush everything. If they were willing, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star would be completely annihilated and cease to exist. The demon race did indeed have a foundation, and it was extraordinary. It was not something the space rat race or hell ant race could compare to. However, Xian had already roughly determined the situation from the words of the Demon Emperor Emozuantian. That was, the foundation of the demon race did not seem to be on the Demon Emperor star, but in an unknown independent void. Moreover, this foundation seemed to be related to the bloodline source of the demon race. After all, Emozuantian was already a demon emperor, but he was only a sector lord. The sector lord realm could not be the true foundation of the demon race. Even the demon emperor Emozuantian was not on the Demon Emperor star now. He had already entered that unknown independent void. In fact, even if he was here now, it would be useless. A sector lord, even a sector lord at the 9th level of the sector lord realm, was useless in the current crisis. Xiao. Swish swish, from the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, figures shot out and arrived outside the atmosphere of the 1 emperor and 2 guards. All of them were universe masters and star lords. There were more than 100 of them. They were all the high-end forces of the devil race that were guarding the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. As for the devil cultivator rankers below the universe realm, under this kind of immortal pressure that only leaked out a little, they simply couldn't face it head-on. At the same time, a large number of fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the interstellar docks of the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor and lined up in the void. The muzzles of the battleship cannons were all pointed at the 4 figures standing proudly in the void. There were intelligent robots in these fortresses, as well as weaker demon experts. The reason why they weren't affected by the immortal pressure was because the four figures didn't use their full strength. On the other hand, the energy shields of the fortresses had a certain degree of protection. However, all of this was just a facade. The four existences that had descended were too powerful. Right now, they had yet to display their might, but once they did, a calamity would descend immediately. In the void above, the four figures that had descended watched all of this coldly, completely unmoved. This level of power couldn't shake them at all. Although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of countless creatures in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor, Devil Cultivator. I am Xianxia, an immortal elder of the Federation Senate. I give you 2 hours to hand over Linghu evildoer, otherwise, the nefarious demonic emperor will be annihilated. In the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor, countless demon experts and clansmen were shocked. Among them, most of them didn't even know what the immortal realm was. But just from the fact that the other party dared to say that if they didn't hand over Linghu evildoer in 2 hours, they would immediately annihilate the entire devil race. This so-called immortal realm was definitely a very terrifying existence. For a time, all kinds of discussions were in an uproar in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. The alliance between young Master Linghu and the devil race was now known by all 3 major dimensions. So, as the experts and clansmen of the devil race, they naturally knew about it. However, due to the limitation of their level, these existences knew very little. Basically, what was known to the outside world was about the deep alliance between Xianxia and the devil race. Not to mention these ordinary low-level demon experts, even some of the more ordinary members of the devil race's royal family were not qualified to know about it. Dao. The devil race would never give up on this ally. In this regard, the devil emperor Mo Tian and the other higher-ups of the devil race were well aware of this, but the lower-level clansmen and experts didn't know about it. Compared with the survival of the entire devil race, there was no suspense at all about what choice they would make. Although these lower-level clansmen couldn't influence anything, public opinion and the people's hearts would be affected. Although young Master Linghu is allied with our devil race, he is not on the Devil Emperor star now. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the Devil Emperor Mo Tian continued in a deep voice, even if he is on the Devil Emperor star, our Devil Royal family will never hand over our ally. The Thousand Luo Federation seems to have crossed the line in this matter. We, the Devil race, are not members of your federation. Whether Linghu is on the Devil Emperor star or not, I don't care about this matter. That's your problem. Xianxia sneered, still threatening. His tone was tough to the extreme, making people feel incomparably resentful. I only know that if you don't hand over Linghu demon genius in 2 hours, today, not even a chicken or a dog will be left alive in the 3 stars of the nefarious demonic emperor. Besides, in view of the fact that you devil race don't seem to have a clear understanding of the situation in front of you, I feel that it is necessary to give you some punishment. Devil race, I advise you not to make a mistake. At the end of his words, the immortal old monster Xianxia's voice suddenly turned sharp, and a touch of extremely cold ruthlessness burst out of his eyes at this moment. Before the current Devil Emperor Mo Tian, who was talking to him, and the upper echelons of the Devil Royal family behind him, came back to their senses, Xianxia had already raised his right hand with a sneer. Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the Star River Void, toward the large and small fortresses that were rapidly gathering outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor. He pressed from afar. Boom! Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly broke out without any warning. It was merely a casual move, but hundreds of gigantic fireballs instantly burst out in the outer space of the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead. With a casual attack, he blew up more than 100 fortresses from 1,000,000 miles away into enormous fireballs in the starry sky. All the ships and people on the fortresses were completely destroyed. This scene was too shocking. Countless Devil Cultivator experts and ordinary people in the Devil Emperor 3 stars were all shocked. Before this, they did not understand the so-called immortal level existence at all. They did not have a clear concept, but now, after seeing Xianxia's attack, they finally understood the meaning of the immortal level. The meaning of these 2 words was clear. What was the point of tearing a battleship apart? With a casual wave of his hand, more than 100 space fortresses were instantly destroyed. This was simply a miracle. as if a real catastrophe had descended in the starry sky. Such a terrifying existence definitely had the ability to destroy the Devil Emperor 3 stars. The words he had said before about destroying the Devil Cultivator race were not exaggerated at all. An incomparably strong sense of panic rapidly grew and spread in the Devil Emperor 3 stars. Everyone was anxious, and the people's hearts were unstable. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere of the Devil Emperor 3 stars, the other fortresses and space battleships were still rapidly gathering in the void. They were densely packed, and there were more than 1 million of them. It seemed to be a majestic formation, but in fact, all the Devil Cultivator experts in the battleship were trembling, both physically and mentally. Even the great starry sky battle caravans left on the Demon Emperor star were lined up in a formation, with their mouths facing Xianxia and the other 3. Unfortunately, only one of the great starry sky battle caravans could be activated, while the others were all fake. Even if they were all real, they would not be able to activate them. Pose a threat to the immortal level existence. It could be said that even if the Devil Emperor Mo Diotian personally came, it would not have any deterrent effect at this time, unless an immortal level existence woke up from his deep sleep in the Devil Cultivator race's void. At this moment, the current Devil Emperor Mo Tian and the others had long been furious. Unfortunately, although their camp was huge, their strength was not on the same level. The enemy only had 4 figures, and with a raise of their hands, they could so arrogantly destroy hundreds of Devil Cultivator fortresses, but the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family did not dare to resist. He had the heart but was powerless. Moreover, this kind of resistance was not only futile, but if the other party was enraged, an even more serious calamity would befall them in an instant. Young Master Ling who naturally could not be handed over. However, for the safety of their clansmen, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon clan could only endure, no matter how angry they were. The other party was an immortal realm-old monster. If he said that there was a time limit of 2 hours, he would not go back on his word. The upper echelons of the royal family all fell into deep thought, thinking hard about how to deal with it. It was also at this moment that an abrupt voice suddenly came out from the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet. It was filled with sarcasm and disdain, as well as monstrous anger that could not be suppressed. Yo, an immortal old monster, huh? What a powerful official. As the voice sounded, a figure rushed out from the atmosphere of the Devil Royal Star. His physical body traversed the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Devil army. Even the current Devil Emperor, Mo Wentian, and the others were behind him. This person was Xian, who came in the identity of the Devil Royal Brother, Mo Jinfeng. When the figure was fixed, Xian's sarcastic words came out again at the first time. Your Wanluo Federation Senate is really promising. The clans of the Second Universe are clamoring to withdraw from the Wanluo Federation. The internal strife in your own backyard can't be quelled, but you come to my Devil Royal Star. Is there no one else in my devil race? Boom. In the last sentence, Xian's tone suddenly turned sharp. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Time War Tala. He did not intend to use the other Time War Tala at all. Even the Weeping Soul War Tala was not of much significance to this kind of immortal realm existence. Only the power of time might be able to shake it. At the very least, it could make the other party a little wary. After all, Xian had used this Time War Tala to kill a Star-Lord old monster in seconds. The Star-Lord realm was not comparable to the immortal realm, the former was almost no different from an ant in front of the latter. However, Xian was now a mighty figure of the universe, and the tens of millions of golden slimes in the Time War Tala had grown slightly during this time. Therefore, its power was not the same as before. Xian was not 100% sure about this, not even 50%, but as long as there was a 30% chance, it was worth a try. Devil genius? Mo Jinfeng? Shenrong's expression was clearly startled. He sized Xian up a few times, then swept his gaze over the enormous object beneath Xian's feet. The golden battle armlet of time flashed with a bright light. He sneered and said, "An ant of the universe state dares to talk to me like that? Are you not afraid of death? Or do you think that you can challenge the authority of an immortal realm existence with this so-called small Time War Tala under your feet? So what if you're an immortal realm expert? This so-called small Time War Tala could kill a Star-Lord old monster in seconds. It might be able to defeat an immortal realm expert today. Yi Xian didn't show any weakness in the face of the other party's threat. He even showed the intention to fight back. You can try if you don't believe me. At worst, we'll just die. You're bullying us at our doorstep. We demons aren't pushovers. Even if we can't escape annihilation, we won't be able to escape. Even if we can't exterminate you, I'll still injure you and make you lose face. How dare you? Shenrong was furious. The aura in his body surged, which was a sign that he was about to attack. Behind Yi Xian, the current generation of the Demon Emperor, Mo Wen Tian, and the other upper echelons of the Demon Royal family were all dumbstruck. They didn't expect Yi Xian to actually dare to appear, and the moment he did, he was actually so domineering, as if he didn't treat the immortal realm-old monster as a dish at all. As for the huge fleet behind and the countless demon experts on the Demon Emperor's 3 stars, they were all stunned. Their minds were blown. This mysterious younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was called a demon genius by the outside world, was really too bold. The other party had just warned him, and he jumped out to confront him directly. This temper was simply like a demon incarnate. In fact, Yi Xian didn't care about this so-called immortal realm-old monster at all. At least, he didn't have a trace of fear. In the previous incident in the source of all evil star field, he saw with his own eyes that the immortal realm-old monsters fled like stray dogs under the authority of the 9-headed blood dragon and several other quasi-desolation powerful beings. That scene alone made it difficult for him to have any respect for the so-called immortal realm-old monsters. War cry of time. Attack with all your might. Seeing that his opponent was about to attack, Yi Xian didn't want to lose the initiative. With a roar, he immediately gave the order to the purple gold slime in the War Cry of Time to launch an all-out attack. Inside the core node of the War Cry of Time's central region, the Slime King, which was entirely purple and gold in color, had a huge body. It was at least 30 feet tall. Back then, when Yi Xian's cultivation was weaker than it had never shown any signs of disrespect, let alone now. Following Yi Xian's order, the purple gold slime didn't hesitate at all and immediately launched into action. Wang. An extremely soft buzzing sound rang out, and a circle of invisible ripples instantly spread out from its body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive node. Then, following the pipes connected to the outer walls, it was instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the War Cry of Time. At this moment, the tens of millions of golden slimes in all the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomens blossomed with a dazzling brilliance, and then their entire bodies shone with golden light. These golden lights were actually the biological frequencies of the golden slimes. If there was only one of them, it wouldn't be able to do much at all. However, when there were many golden slimes, layers of golden curtains stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive nodes and followed the pipes of the outer walls back, surging madly towards the core beehive node where the universe slimes were located from all directions. All of this was completed in half an instant, much faster than the previous activation. This made Yi Xian feel relieved, because this meant that the life level of the entire golden slimes had increased again. At this moment, inside the War Cry of Time, tens of millions of golden slimes shone with golden light, but outside the War Cry of Time, there wasn't a single trace of them at all. In just half an instant, the dense golden light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes all converged. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the central region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn suddenly lit up. In an instant, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a golden world. At the same time that it suddenly blazed, waves of golden ripples spread out along the war cloth, forming a golden fan-shaped ripple right in front of the mouth of the huge horn. Beneath the feet of Yi Xian, who had been standing proudly at the edge of the mouth of the gate of heaven for a long time, it rapidly expanded forward. Like a golden tide, it soundlessly pushed forward. This was merely the first wave of the tide of time. The tide of time, one tide, 10,000 years, this point had long been verified in the previous 2 activations of the Battle of Time. The Star Lord from the Colored Python clan in the second universe survived the first 2 waves of the golden tides of time, but it was defeated by the third, incomplete golden tide in the end. A Star Lord old monster had been almost killed in a second. Thinking back to that scene, countless Devil Dweller experts who had seen it with their own eyes felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they saw that Mo Shofeng, their bold brother who was like a devil incarnate, not only jumped out but also confronted an immortal realm expert verbally. Also, when the other party roared, as if he were going to punish him, he seized the opportunity and fully activated the battle of time before the other party attacked. In less than an instant, the first wave of the golden tide of time had already silently pushed forward at an incomparably fast speed. This immediately caused the countless demon experts inside and outside the 3 stars Devil Emperor star to suck in a cold breath. Everything happened so fast that they didn't have time to react at all. By the time they realized what was going on, the fearless devil incarnate had already taken action. The situation changed so fast that even the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian and the other senior members of the royal family were caught off guard. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded and petrified. It's the power of time law. As the first wave of golden tide of time appeared, it rapidly pushed forward. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expressions of the 4 super-old monsters who had descended changed slightly. They had only heard about the power of the battle of stars of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden battle of stars was enough to release the suspected power of time law. There was even a star lord who was almost instantly killed by the 3 waves of tide of time. After all, they had never seen it with their own eyes, and the starry sky time law was the most mysterious power of law. Not to mention ordinary immortal realm experts, even emperors had never heard of anyone who had truly mastered the power of the starry sky time law. Therefore, the 4 of them were actually skeptical about the power of time tide of this golden battle of stars. They didn't completely believe it, and they felt that it was very likely to be a rumor. But now, when the first tide of time really appeared, the 4 of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal realm old monsters didn't dare to recklessly face the power of time law of the starry sky time law. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first tide of time approached rapidly, this corner of the void seemed to be imprisoned by some mysterious power of time, and they could only resist it head-on. Humph. So what if it's the power of time law? Although its level is high, its power is still too weak after all. With a cold snort, Shenrong activated his bloodline immediately and showed his true form. As his voice spread, a 300,000 feet long blue lock fire elephant appeared in the void. Among the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, one of them was also an alien race, and he also showed his true form at this moment, which was a 300,000 feet long arrow-tailed tiger. The other 2 were obviously from the human race, and they couldn't show their huge bloodline, so they could resist the erosion power of time tide with their abundant flesh and blood. In desperation, the 2 of them could only wave their hands and take out their respective defensive magic treasures. 2 blazing lights, one yellow and one green, rose up and enveloped the 2 of them completely, protecting them. In their opinion, the power of this tide of time was indeed a little weak, as a tide only had the power of 10,000 years of erosion power, but after all, the level of its power was frighteningly high. This was the power of time law of the starry sky. Besides, this was only the first tide of time, so who could say for sure how many tides of time the golden battle of stars in front of them could send out in total? Right now, this corner of the void was temporarily imprisoned by the mysterious power of time, so they couldn't tear the void to avoid it. If 5 or 6 tides really came one after another, it would be really troublesome. Therefore, even if they were preparing for a rainy day, they had to be cautious at the beginning. In the blink of an eye, the golden fan-shaped tide, which represented the power of the passage of time, completely covered a corner of the void in front of them. Some kind of mysterious power poured out immediately, causing the 4 super-old monsters to be completely frozen. As if their bodies were sealed, they were fixed in that void, unable to move. Unfortunately, the first wave of the golden tide didn't seem to have much of an effect on these 4 super-old monsters at all. The blue lock fire elephant, who was at the forefront of the group, remained the same, even with the blue lock dark light on the surface of its enormous true body. As for the 3 universe-old monsters behind it, although they were affected to a certain extent, the 2 great beings of the human race only had the halos of their defensive magic treasures slightly dimmed. However, the aura of the other arrow-tailed tiger was slightly older, that was all. However, the second wave of the golden tide, in less than half an instant, had already arrived with a rumbling sound. As the second wave of the golden tide flowed past, another 10,000 years quietly passed by. This time, the faint blue color on the surface of the enormous true body of the blue pool fire elephant was slightly dimmer. Among the three universe-level great beings behind it, the halos of their magic treasures that the two old monsters of the human race were protecting themselves were extremely dim, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. After all, in just a short instant, these two defensive magic treasures had already experienced the erosion of 20,000 years. Even the treasures of the universe-level old monsters would be unable to bear the burden. As for the arrow-tailed tiger, its enormous body suddenly and rapidly darkened. In less than half an instant, the grayish-black hair that covered the entire surface of its enormous body flew off from its body and rapidly turned into gray specks of dust, completely dissipating. In just half an instant, 10,000 years passed silently, but the auras of these four super-old monsters didn't increase in the slightest. It was as if they had lost 10,000 years of vitality for nothing. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to immediately die on the spot, and it didn't even weaken his cultivation and strength in the slightest, this was merely the second wave of the tide of time. In just these two waves of time, in less than a breath, what was washed away was tens of thousands of years of time. Without the slightest pause, at the same time that the second wave of time had not gone far away, at the source of the entire golden fan-shaped area, a third golden wave and ripple visible to the naked eye had already ruthlessly whizzed out from the mouth of the trumpet. Screech! This time, the surface of the enormous true body of the blue pool fire elephant at the forefront finally began to peel off pieces of dark blue skin. Even if it was an undying existence, after experiencing the ruthless erosion of 30,000 years of time in a short instant, although its body was completely unharmed, the of time, the skin, and so on, it was still a little unable to resist in the end. Seeing this scene and seeing that the third golden tide of time was approaching and flowing past their bodies, the arrow-tailed tiger and the other two universe-old monsters of the universe, who were already unable to move, and whose bodies were protected by their defensive magic treasures, finally, uneasy, and their eyes gradually to fear, with a hint of panic. 10,000 years in one tide, even the old monsters of the universe had an end to their lifespans. If such tides of time came a few more times, they would completely age in the golden ripples. In an instant, they would waste tens of thousands of years of time, and because of their old age, they would finally decay and die. It was also at this moment that the third tide of time finally arrived in front of the three of them. Visible golden ripples washed over the bodies of the three super-old monsters. After the erosion of this tide of time, the arrow-tailed tiger's enormous body seemed to have been washed clean of lead, and its 100,000 feet body finally began to decline. On the surface of its gray body, the flesh and blood began to wither. In the end, countless pieces of flesh and blood were peeled off from its body, turning into dust and disappearing into ashes. The two old monsters of the human race were no different. As the third tide of time flowed by, the protective halo of the magic treasure, which was already like a candle in the wind, flickered twice before completely disappearing. Not only did this mean that from now on, their bodies were half directly exposed to the corrosive power of the next tide of time, but it also meant that these two old monsters of the universe had each lost an important magic treasure in less than 2 seconds. 3 tides of time, 30,000 years of time flowed past these two defensive magic treasures in just 2 seconds, causing them to lose all their power. It was likely that it would be impossible to repair and refine them in the future, and this was only the third tide of time. Next, there would be the fourth. Before this, Xianxia's war of time could only send out 3 waves of golden tide that represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years of time, and even the third wave was not complete, and its power was slightly weaker. But that was before, and now it was different. Swish, the faint sound of waves rang out, and the fourth golden tide finally arrived. This time, even the blue pond fire elephant's expression changed a little. He was indeed an undying, but in just 2 seconds, he had experienced the passage of 40,000 years. Although he could still not hurt his foundation, he was definitely close to the point where he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. In fact, this was indeed the case. The surface of his huge true body, which was originally glowing with a faint blue luster, had already become dim and gray. This time, apart from large pieces of blue skin peeling off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in some places. As for the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, 2 of them, who had lost the protection of their defensive magic treasures, instantly changed their expressions. They aged a lot in an instant. Dense wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their hair was dry and white, and their skin was as dry as a dried corpse. Even their eyes, which had been shining brightly, were no longer shining. Even their bright eyes dimmed. The arrow-tailed tiger was even more miserable. Previously, when the third tide of time came and flowed through his body, some parts of his 100,000 feet body had already revealed blood and bones. And now, with the arrival of the fourth golden tide, in less than half an instant, the arrow-tailed tiger, which was at the level of an old universe monster, had already lost its flesh and blood, revealing a large amount of white bones and internal organs. Although it did not completely perish under the corrosion of the fourth tide of time, its aura, however, had already weakened to the extreme. At a glance, it was like an old and weak tiger that had experienced the decay of time. It was already in its last years and was on the verge of death. But in the end, it still saved its life. Unfortunately, this was still not the end. After the fourth tide of time, there was a fifth and final tide. This was the limit of the current war of time. It was indeed impossible to kill an undying, but it could injure an undying. At the very least, after revealing a bloodline that was full of vitality, it was still in such an unbearable state where large pieces of flesh and blood had been eroded. It was definitely a loss of face. The arrow-tail tiger was undoubtedly very unlucky. Facing the fifth golden tide, which represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years, he was the existence most likely to fall among the four super-old monsters. Needless to say, the immortal realm blue pool fire elephant Xianxia, even if 50,000 years flowed through his bloodline true body in the short span of 3 breaths, it still wouldn't be able to truly harm his foundation. Only the skin on the surface of his huge bloodline true body peeled off, and some large pieces of flesh melted a little. It was at most a superficial wound. As for the 3 old monsters behind him, the 2 old monsters of the human race were stronger than the arrow-tail tiger and were at the intermediate universe grade. Previously, they even had defensive treasures to resist the corrosive power of the first 3 tides of time. However, the arrow-tail tiger had relied on his own cultivation and the rich blood of his 100,000 feet bloodline true body to resist from the beginning. The old monsters of the universe were indeed extraordinary. They had resisted the first 4 tides of time. 40,000 years had flowed through his body in just 2 short moments, yet they hadn't killed him on the spot. However, it was really almost time, and now, the 5th and final tide of time had arrived. There's still more? This time, even the immortal rank blue pool fire elephant couldn't remain calm. Its expression changed again, and its long fiery red trunk was about to spurt out substantial flames. It was so angry that it couldn't take it anymore. It was really sullen. If this tide of time didn't have some kind of confinement effect related to the power of time law, how could he, a dignified undying, be so sullen and only be able to resist this kind of damage? Before he finished speaking, the 5th tide of time had already flowed through the blue pool fire elephant's body. His foundation was still not hurt, but more flesh on his huge bloodline true body began to melt. Originally, his entire body had a faint blue luster, but now, there were potholes and wounds everywhere, and blue-gold divine blood flowed out. Behind him, the 2 old monsters of the human race were hunched over, but they still resisted in the end. However, it was obvious that their foundation had been hurt, and their battle power was almost gone. After returning, they would have to recuperate for thousands of years to recover. The worst was the arrow-tail tiger. After the 5th tide of time flowed, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had exposed his bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Organs fell out of his abdomen and turned into ashes along with the golden tide. Bones fell apart and disintegrated. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the golden tide and turned into ashes before finally dissipating. In just a short moment, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body was almost completely destroyed, and only about 1/3 of his bones were left. An old monster of the universe had fallen. He had died tragically in the starry sky. This scene frightened the other 2 old universe monsters of the human race. It was not easy to reach such a level of existence. Which one of them had not worked hard for tens of thousands of years to achieve the status and achievements they had today? Normally, even Ling Yu cherished it very much and would not easily take risks. But now, an old monster of the same level as them had died on the spot in just a few breaths of time. Even though he had manifested his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, he hadn't been able to resist the fifth tide of time. His entire bloodline true body was left with only half a year's worth of bones. This was horrifying. Although the two of them had gritted their teeth and resisted the fifth golden tide, which represented the passage of 10,000 years, they were now in a weakened state. Their bodies were withered, and their bodies were bent. They were afraid that the moment the sixth golden tide arrived, they would be the first to follow in the footsteps of the arrow-tailed tiger. They would follow in their footsteps. Thinking of this, the two old monsters of the human race no longer cared about their so-called face, prestige, and dignity. Their bodies trembled slightly as they softly begged Xian, who was in the air in front of them, for mercy, young friend, this is a misunderstanding. This is *King misunderstanding, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two old monsters of the human race felt ashamed and embarrassed. Their old faces flushed. They really didn't want to say it, but they couldn't control their mouths at all. At this critical moment of life and death, they trembled and said such words. It was completely instinctive, a subconscious reaction. Only then did the countless demon masters inside and outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor come back to their senses. Although they slowly closed their mouths, the expressions on their faces were strange. Looking at Yi Xian's back, their eyes were so complicated that it was impossible to describe what they were thinking. Monster, he was indeed a monster. In just a few short breaths, the 3 universe-old monsters had been reduced to such a state. One had died a tragic death in the starry sky, and the other 2 had lost all their fighting power. Most importantly, even their minds had collapsed, and they were trembling as they began to beg for mercy. This was really... How could they endure this? The 2 of you are exaggerating. Besides, you may have thought too much. In fact, the 5th wave of the tide of time just now was the limit. I really can't release the 6th wave. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was actually dripping with blood. What he said was the truth, but he didn't say it all. In fact, after the 5th wave of the tide of time was released, all of the golden slimes within the battle of time were completely weakened. They would need a very long time to recuperate before they could recover. Come. Including the purple gold slime king with the cultivation base of the universe realm. Although this attack was quite effective and killed one of the old monsters of the universe realm, Yi Xian had paid a great price. The tide of time was completely destroyed in a short period of time. Unfortunately, it would have been better if he hadn't said so. Once he said so, it aroused suspicion. At the very least, the 2 old monsters of the human race clearly didn't believe him at all. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they became even more vigilant. But they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Their faces twitched, and they laughed dryly at Yi Xian, trying to ease the atmosphere. Young friend, you must be joking. Today's matter is really a misunderstanding. Yes. Why don't you put away this tide of time, young friend? Let's talk nicely. If there is any misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk in detail. While speaking, one of the old monsters pointed at the tide of time at Yi Xian's feet. His face was full of fear. Obviously, he was extremely afraid. There were tides in time, and one tide lasted 10,000 years. 10 waves of golden tides represented the instant passage of 100,000 years, and this was the limit of an eternal realm-old monster. If 10 waves of golden tides really surged over successively in a short period of time and flowed through his body, then even this blue pool fire elephant at the intermediate stage of the eternal realm would be partially crippled even if he didn't die. This was something that only he himself knew. How could anyone below the limits of an immortal realm-old monster try to snatch it away? But at this moment, blue pool fire elephant Shenrong didn't mind at all and directly spoke of this point. It was precisely because he was certain in his heart that the same golden tide would absolutely not be able to blast 10 waves out of this golden starry sky great battle. There were already 5 waves earlier, and perhaps there would be more after that, but it would at most be 1 or 2 waves, and not more than 2 waves. Even if another 2 waves really came, he would be able to resist it, and he would at most suffer some light injuries. At that time, once this golden great battle before him was silenced, then all the freaks of devil that stood on the golden battle pole, all the devil experts within the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor star, and the ordinary clansmen would all die. They would all die because of his rage. Yes, as a lofty eternal realm-old monster, he had indeed lost a great deal of face when he was reduced to such a sorry state during the previous 5 waves of golden tides. Moreover, all of this had come from the hands of a universe realm ant, and this was even more embarrassing and unbearable. If news of this were to spread, he would even become the laughingstock of countless experts in the 3 Great Plains. But all of this didn't matter. These people before him were unable to escape death in the end. Even though he'd lost a great deal of face today, so long as he killed all the existences here in the end, this matter would similarly not spread. Even if news of this spread, wouldn't he have personally gotten back the face he'd lost in the end? Moreover, he'd gotten it back on the spot, a small loss of face, yet countless experts in the starry sky had fallen, and the entire devil race had paid the price for this. In this way, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It could be said that at this moment, even though Blue Pool Fire Elephant Xianxia's tone seemed to still be calm, he was actually in a state of shock. It was even to the extent that he didn't care about the life and death of the 2 surviving human old monsters behind him at all. Otherwise, he would absolutely not speak up at this moment. Xianxia's words. It was as if he was afraid that the other party would stop here and not blast out the 6th wave of golden tide. On the one hand, Xianxia wanted to silence them. Since the entire demon race was going to be annihilated here today, there was no need for the 2 old monsters of the human race behind him to continue living. The entire star field would become a land of death today. On the other hand, the actions of the 2 old universe monsters of the human race trying to curry favor and make peace with Xianxia had made him extremely dissatisfied. He was even aggrieved and resentful. This had also fueled Xianxia's desire to kill them. The 2 old monsters of the human race pondered for a moment and understood everything. Indignation appeared on their faces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, if they angered this old monster in front of them, he would turn around and destroy them with a slap. A sense of despair appeared on their faces. They had no doubt that the golden battle claw in front of them would not be able to blast out more golden tides. Even if there weren't 10 waves and only 6 waves, to them, death was already certain. However, the subsequent development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, everyone felt that Yi Xian's time claw definitely had the strength to continue the battle. 5 waves of time tide wasn't the limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to directly use it without any scruples and take the initiative to attack a terrifying old monster of the undying level. If he didn't have something to rely on, where did his confidence come from? However, everyone guessed wrong. Yi Xian did have something to rely on, but it wasn't the time claw. At this time, in the face of Fire Elephant Bluepool's provocation, he didn't have the slightest interest in putting on an act. He actually grinned, waved his hand, and put the colossal time claw under his feet, into his body. At this time, his gaze also fell on the 2 old monsters of the human race behind Fire Elephant Bluepool, who had been stunned for a long time. He said with a smile, "Since it's a misunderstanding, please leave now. I'm very amiable, and I don't kill the innocent. Next, I'm going to fight 300 rounds with this long-nosed friend. Looking at the state of your qi and blood, it's better if you don't join in the fun. What's going on?" The 2 old monsters of the human race looked at each other, their expressions stunned and strange. But the more calm Yi Xian was, the less confident they were. It seemed that the terrifying golden battle claw just now wasn't the true foundation of this freak in front of them. Otherwise, how could he put it away so easily? This was also consistent with the rumors. It was said that this monstrous genius of the demon-human race that had recently appeared out of nowhere had several kinds of starry sky battle armors in his hands. Previously, they were skeptical, but now, that golden battle armors had proven everything, this guy definitely still had a backup plan. With this thought, the 2 old monsters of the human race at the universe level were instantly stunned. If they were in their peak condition, they naturally wouldn't be scared away like this. But now, their bodies were withered, their qi and blood had declined, and their battle power had been reduced by 80%. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. Even if they braced themselves and stayed, they would at most be delivering food. It was completely meaningless. Since that was the case, why take the risk and make such a meaningless sacrifice? Elder Shen, our battle power has been reduced by 80%. It's useless for us to stay. Yes, yes, yes. Why don't we cheer for Elder Shen from afar? Goodbye. Thinking of this, the two of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. They cupped their fists and bid farewell to Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong in the void ahead. Then, without stopping, they transformed into two streams of light and shot into the distance without looking back. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short breath. As Yixian waved his hand and put away the battle claw of time, the power of the starry sky time law that was stirred up by the battle claw of time disappeared along with it. The two old monsters of the human race had sensed this change and immediately turned to leave. It was also at this moment that Yixian, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, revealed a malevolent expression on his face just as Lanze, the fire elephant Shenrong, was about to attack in a rage. Even his voice suddenly revealed a hint of madness. Long-nosed old monster, you are the one who forced this king today. Isn't it just a long-nosed old elephant at the immortal stage? Today, this king is going all out. Even if I have to pay a certain price, I will definitely kill you here. Screech. After saying this, Yixian raised his head and let out a screech. A violent roar came from his mouth. Demonic Ape True Body. First change of 9 demonic ape transformations. Second change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Third change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Fourth change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Hong. Long. Yixian, who had activated the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, roared in succession. In the blink of an eye, his body had soared to a height of 1,000,000 meters under the 4th change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. In other words, he was only 300,000 meters tall, which was comparable to a star city. Since his body had soared so fast, even the void was rumbling because of the surging blood and chi in his body. He had only been a universe realm rank 1, but he had soared to Star Lord rank 5 in the blink of an eye. Even a living person wouldn't be able to transform so fast. The senior members of the royal family behind him were all petrified. As for the experts and ordinary people in the million battleships and the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor, they were completely dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had thought that it was crazy enough for Imo Jiofeng, the royal brother of the royal family, to attack an immortal being as soon as he jumped out. However, it seemed that things weren't over yet. It was obvious that he was going to fight the enemy head-on. However, while the Star Lord dared to fight an immortal being head-on, it wasn't as shocking as the information revealed by Yixian when he revealed the true form of the demonic ape. The true form of the demonic ape was the signature of the little primordial demonic ape. The little primordial demonic ape was actually young Master Hades and young Master Linghu. At that moment, Mo Jiofeng had activated his bloodline true form and performed an ability that only the little primordial demonic ape could have. What did it mean? What the F***ck? After all this time, the royal brother of the royal family, Mo Jiofeng, was actually young Master Linghu. There was an uproar inside and outside the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. Even Shenrong, who was 1,000,000 kilometers away, was dumbfounded. As for the 2 human universe monsters, who had already shot tens of millions of miles away, they turned around upon hearing the sound. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were completely dumbfounded. Previously, there were 3 monstrous geniuses in one body. They were young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape. From the looks of it now, this was clearly the rhythm of 4 great monsters in one, and there was also the demon's royal brother, Mo Yifeng. This was definitely an explosive event. Apart from the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian and a few high-ranking members of the Devil Imperial family who were in the know, everyone in the void of this star domain was stunned. Even Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who had a terrifying cultivation base at the Immortal Realm, was caught off guard by this sudden scene. He was so shocked that his mind went blank. Shenrong stared dumbfoundedly at Yixian, who had now reached a height of 100,000 meters, and was no weaker than his Blue Pool Fire Elephant bloodline true body in terms of size. He opened his mouth wide and actually seemed to have lost his voice, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. 2 seconds later, a heaven-shaking roar came from the mouth of the 300,000-meter-tall Blue Sea Fire Elephant. Linghu brat, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Today, I will definitely kill you. Moo. The last roar was made by the Blue Pool Fire Elephant almost at the top of its lungs. As this roar sounded, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from its body. This was the unique bloodline talent of this race of creatures. The name Blue Pool Fire Elephant came from this. At this time, his entire 100,000-meter-tall body was covered with large pieces of peeled skin and flesh. It was full of potholes and looked very ferocious. Although it was not injured at the root, its state was really very embarrassing. In this state, a large number of blue flames gushed out from its body. Under the contrast of each other, the image of the Blue Pool Fire Elephant became even more ferocious. There was also an indescribable terrifying pressure, which was rapidly spreading with the appearance of these mysterious blue flames. It was like an invisible tide suddenly spreading out, and it was close to him in the blink of an eye. Even with Xianxia's current 100,000-meter-tall body under the fourth transformation of the devil ape, it was filled with qi and blood. For a moment, he felt his entire body tighten, and he almost couldn't breathe. This was just the beginning. The immortal old monster was indeed extraordinary. Under his rage, the pressure would become stronger and stronger. In a short period of time, it would climb to an extreme. Although Xian was 100,000 feet tall, his qi and blood were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, if nothing unexpected happened, he still wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying pressure. As his aura rose, his body would explode and he would die in at most a breath of time. There was no suspense at all, although both sides were 100,000 meter tall. Xian's cultivation realm was much weaker. They weren't on the same level at all. It was like the same size, but one side was light cotton wool, and the other side was heavy metal. If they collided with each other, the result would be no doubt. What the cotton wool would face would be a complete crushing force. Pfft. In just half an instant, Xian was already unable to hold on. At first, the 100,000-meter-tall devil ape true body only felt as if it had fallen into a swamp, and was extremely sluggish. However, at this moment, it was as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his body, causing him to be unable to move. In the mouth of the three true bodies of flesh and blood in an instant, he spat out a blood arrow. Rumble, pft, pft. Boom, at the same time, in the void behind Xian, similar popping sounds could be heard, and there were even sounds of bodies exploding. Following closely behind Xian was a group of devil cultivator royal family upper echelons with cultivation above the universe realm. The Star-Lord old monsters were still fine, they only spat out blood, but the universe realm's supreme experts were not so lucky. Although most of them had taken out some treasures to protect themselves, there were still a few universe realm's supreme experts. Under this terrifying immortal pressure, their bodies exploded and they died. In addition, in the void further behind, of the millions of warships that densely covered a large area of the void, the 10,000 or so warships that bore the brunt of this immortal pressure were actually unable to withstand the crushing pressure of this immortal pressure. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out. At least 10,000 warships of various types directly exploded at this moment, turning into huge fireballs that decorated this area of the void, showing a cruel brilliance of blood and fire. But this was still only the beginning. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expression of the 100,000-meter-tall blue sea fire elephant became more and more ferocious. This was not even his peak state. In less than half a breath, this group of ants had already been unable to withstand it. This scene made him feel extremely comfortable, a kind of delightful and comfortable feeling. After a breath, his immortal pressure would reach its true peak state. At this moment, the blue sea fire elephant was looking forward to it. He really wanted to see how many of these ants in the void in front of him could still struggle at death's door under his peak pressure. Screech! Raising his head and roaring angrily, Xian's body suddenly released a shocking force. Boom! At this moment, all the changes in the sea of consciousness were mixed together and turned into a huge roar, causing Xian's consciousness to become hazy, and he almost subconsciously raised his left arm. Immediately thereafter, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the empty left palms of the three true bodies, and a golden bow that was in the form of energy appeared in their hands. It was the small golden bow that hung above Xian's sea of consciousness, representing the ancient Yiksha bloodline inheritance of the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In the middle of the bow was a two-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were two humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The two-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the two humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves, and the bow was connected to each other. Their heads were raised in pain, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were around their mouths, as if they were howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. With the activation of the heaven-falling bow divine ability, Yi Xian's huge bloodline true body surged with an invisible and terrifying force, protecting his body, and he was no longer affected by the immortal pressure in the opposite void. What? This is. In fact, at the same time this giant bow appeared, the immortal old monster Shenrong in the opposite void had already cried out in alarm. At this moment, he felt a sense of life and death crisis suddenly rise in his heart, and with his immortal realm cultivation strength, he actually felt that no matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. His intuition was gone. The immortal pressure that was originally leaking out of his body was interrupted at this moment and stopped abruptly. As a result, the upper echelons of the demon royal family behind Yi Xian, as well as the million warship army, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. It was also at this time that the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's hand changed again. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the two wide mouths of the humanoid creatures, and then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes burst with a strange golden brilliance. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. At this moment, all the power in Yi Xian's body, the power of spirit origin, the power of divine sense cultivation, and even the unknown mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness, all rushed to the right hand of the three true bodies, and entered the golden heaven-falling arrow, causing golden light to shine brightly, and power rapidly rising. Wang, the buzzing sound of energy trembling to the extreme suddenly sounded. At this moment, the void around Yi Xian's body seemed to have an invisible wave, as if the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the void. Roar! At this moment, the strong sense of crisis that the blue fire elephant, Shenrong, sensed suddenly became stronger. The cold penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its giant head and looked in the direction of Yi Xian. Its heart was enlightened, and it roared out, "Heaven-falling bow? This is the heaven-falling bow. You are Long Xian. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Little Primordial Demon Ape, Imperial Brother Imo Feng, and Prince Xian, you are actually 5 great monsters in one body? But so what? The heaven-falling bow of the primordial Yixia's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, you are still too weak. This arrow may be able to kill a realm master, but it can't even kill an old monster of the universe. I am an immortal, you can't shake it." Roar! The blue fire elephant almost roared out the last sentence. The immortal pressure in its body rose again against the sense of crisis of the heaven-falling bow on its back. What about now? Yi Xian did not move. His left hand held the bow, his right hand pulled the bowstring, and his mouth let out a roar again. Roar! Screech! A dragon's roar and a ghost's howl sounded at the same time. At this moment, the small netherworld claw and the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness also trembled at the same time. A large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing them to fall into a dim and weak state. And the extracted energy all flowed through the left arm of the flesh and blood body into the heaven-falling bow. A gigantic demonic dragon suddenly appeared above the bow. It circled around the bow and glared at Bluepool's fire elephant, Shenrong. In the blink of an eye, even this corner of the void seemed to be flickering. There was also an invisible mysterious force that restrained the blue fire elephant's body. It was as if this gaze could confine the void. Then, the gigantic demonic dragon phantom once again plunged into the golden bow and disappeared. Immediately after, a dark green netherworld claw appeared with a bang as Yi Xian's right hand pulled the string. As soon as it descended, it transformed into an incomparably sinister skeleton head. It fiercely glared at the blue sea fire elephant that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the air, and its killing intent burst forth. Then, it plunged into the bowstring that was still being pulled. Netherworld claw? Seeing the light and peace? This is impossible. This is clearly the demonic dragon Candle Dragon's most powerful ability? In the opposite void, the blue fire elephant, Shenrong, exclaimed in shock. Although he was not a creature of the primordial era, he knew some things about the past from the secret books of his clan. Whether it was the heaven-falling bow, the netherworld claw, or the demonic dragon phantom, they were all the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme. Yi Xian had the netherworld body and could use the netherworld claw. The heaven-falling bow was Prince Xian's trademark. The big clans and top forces in the three major planes had long known about this creation. But now, he, who was one of the 5 great monsters, suddenly manifested the bloodline ability of the primordial era demonic dragon candle dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Ruthless. Ling Hu, I have to say, you are indeed the only supreme monster I have seen in my tens of thousands of years. You can actually fuse the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme with your own body. This time, after the blue fire elephant Shenrong raised his head and roared, his tone was actually filled with emotion. However, that ferocious expression was still the same, and his killing intent was even stronger. Unfortunately, you have not grown up yet. Although you have many powerful abilities, you are limited by your own cultivation base and strength, so you are unable to unleash their original power. The power that you should have. This arrow, after adding the bloodline power of the primordial netherworld and the primordial demonic dragon, has indeed increased its power explosively. It is no longer a problem for it to kill the old monsters of the universe. You can be proud of yourself. With your universe realm cultivation base, you can actually use so many methods and finally shoot an arrow that can kill the old monsters of the universe. I dare not say that this is unprecedented, but it is definitely unprecedented. Boom. Rumble. As the blue pool fire elephant Shenrong's immortal power rose again, Yi Xian was not affected by it because of the protection of the fallen sky bow. However, in the void behind him, nearly 10,000 of the millions of battleships in formation exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into huge balls of fire. Balls of fire illuminated the void. As for the upper echelons of the demon royal family, including the current demon emperor Mo and Tian, they had already retreated to the back. A confrontation of this level was too terrifying, and they could not interfere at all. It was better to retreat to the back and make other arrangements. Everything should end now. Shenrong spoke again. This time, it was like a murmur, as if he wanted to use these words to bury this peerless monster. You do have the power to deter those below the immortal level, but in the end, you can only stop here. Immortal. You are destined to be unshakable. Is that so? Just now, it was not enough. What about now? Yi Xian sneered and did not hesitate anymore. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power of the last 2 treasures in his sea of consciousness. Shenong Cauldron, Rai Di Seal, there were already a total of 9 objects hovering above his sea of consciousness. Surrounding him were 7 small objects: Spiritual Source Core, Void Marrow Crystal, Fallen Sky Bow, Black Gold Dragon Scale, Netherworld Claw, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and the simple tortoiseshell that he had just entered not long ago. These 7 small objects represented the ancient powers and bloodlines that Yi Xian had obtained, as well as his cultivation power, spiritual power, and so on. Now, all of them had been activated, and their power had been integrated into the giant golden bow in his left arm. Now, the Rai Di Seal and Shenong Cauldron that had been activated were in the center of his sea of consciousness. Just this position alone was enough to explain the problem. These 2 treasures were even more powerful and terrifying. In an instant, the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's left arm had changed again. Boom! A strange 4-colored flame rose up and enveloped the entire giant golden bow. The mysterious flame flowed along the body of the bow. In the end, as if it had a mind of its own, it all converged toward the energy arrow that was still in the process of being drawn. A layer of strange 4-colored flames expanded and expanded on the arrow, and the invisible pressure instantly increased by a large margin. But this was not the end. Zi-la-la. The crisp sound of lightning rang out. The giant golden bow in Yi Xian's left arm was suddenly filled with streaks of green-gold lightning. In the end, they all gathered together and surged toward the energy arrow on the bowstring. Moreover, they all gathered at the front of the arrow. In an instant, it caused the arrowhead of this terrifying arrow to be suffused with boundless green-gold lightning and lightning. It stretched and retracted like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, and it caused one to feel a chill at the sight of it, at this point, the invisible pressure of this arrow had already reached its peak. Apart from the headless corpse of the infant, almost all of Yi Xian's trump cards had been gathered into one arrow. At this moment, not only was the arrow already on the string, it was ready to be fired. This is impossible. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away on the opposite side, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was 100,000 feet in size, finally changed his expression and let out a shocked cry for the first time. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. If the power of the arrow on the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's hand could only kill the old monster of the universe and cause a certain amount of damage to him before. But now, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong had no doubt that once this arrow was shot, he would definitely die here today. After all, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of a top Desolate Supreme. In the past, the Desolate Ancient Xianxia had paid a huge price to shoot this arrow, and it was even close to a meteor, burying a large area of the desolate ancient sky. In fact, when Yi Xian's cultivation was still very weak when he was in the ancient desolate cage that was connected to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, shooting an arrow with all his might was already enough to cause the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone in the ancient desolate cage to be dazed for a moment. If not for this, the headless corpse of the infant, who had not yet recovered his strength and was still very weak, would definitely not have been able to take the opportunity to severely injure the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone and win a chance for Yi Xian and himself to escape successfully. Now, after his cultivation and strength had risen to such a level, Yi Xian had already locked onto Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong with the power of the heaven-falling bow after using all of his means. There was no longer any possibility of him tearing through the void to escape. This almost doomed him to the final outcome of this arrow today. Young friend, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Everything today is a freaking misunderstanding. If there's something, let's sit down and talk about it slowly. Finally, Shenrong's voice also became trembling. When a true life and death crisis descended, even an immortal realm expert could only tremble. The fear was even greater than the fear of complete annihilation of an ordinary starry sky master. Because everything came too hard for them. After tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, who would be willing to be destroyed and annihilated in a single day? A misunderstanding? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He sighed and then suddenly shouted, "Unfortunately, the arrow is already on the string. It has to be released." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian directly released his right hand that was holding onto the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled with the power of the bowstring, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. Golden arrows shot out. Suddenly, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind him. In the void in front of him, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space. In an instant, it rushed to the end of the boundless void. Along the way, it destroyed everything. Even the void of the Milky Way was cut in two. The power of this arrow seemed to want to destroy the sky and shatter the dome of heaven. Even the void showed signs of being torn apart. In the next moment, the bright golden light in the eyes of the three true forms of the devil ape suddenly dimmed. The power of the entire body seemed to be drained in an instant. The devil ape true form was quickly dispelled. Yi Xian was forced to return to his human form. The huge golden energy bow that was originally in his left hand also quietly disappeared at this moment. It turned back into a small golden bow that was only the size of a thumb and hung in his sea of consciousness. And Yi Xian's consciousness also fell into an extremely weak state at this moment. No. I can't accept this. Screech, as the three true bodies released their right hands, this arrow, which had a terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end, shot out with a loud boom. Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the void, started to tremble uncontrollably. An earth-shattering roar and violent howl resounded through this part of the world. Hong, there was an earth-shattering explosion. In the distance, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles was almost shattered. A miniature black hole appeared, and endless space turbulence surged in all directions, shocking all the great beings inside and outside the three-star void space of the Devil Emperor. This arrow consumed all of Yi Xian's foundation and energy. When it transformed into a terrifyingly powerful arrow that shot out, not only did it seal a corner of the void, it also firmly locked the immortal realm-old monster blue pool fire elephant Xianxia in place, unable to escape. Moreover, when the giant golden arrow was still tens of thousands of miles away from the giant body, the invisible shockwave had already peeled off all the flesh and blood of the giant bloodline true body like leaves in a gale. In less than half an instant, when the main body of the energy arrow was in front of him, there was only a golden skeleton left of blue pond fire elephant Xianxia. An undying great being had fallen. But this was not the end. Immediately after, the golden arrow with the terrifying aura crashed down, and the entire golden skeleton, along with the corner of the void space with a radius of 1,000 miles, was instantly annihilated. A powerful immortal realm-old monster was completely annihilated. He was killed by Yi Xian's terrifying arrow to the point that not even a strand of hair was left behind. It was definitely an instant kill. All of this happened too quickly. It only took a breath from start to finish. In the distant void space, the two human universe monsters who were still moving forward heard the huge explosion behind them and subconsciously turned to look. What they saw was Blue Pond Fire Elephant Xianxia, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had his entire bloodline true body completely blown up. Along with it, the void space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered, inch by inch. They did not see the scene when Yi Xian took out the fallen skybow. At that time, they had turned around and fled. They had lost too much energy and blood, and their bodies were bent. Their only thought was to flee as far away as possible before the battle started, so as not to be implicated. Hence, the two of them missed the most exciting and most terrifying scene. Therefore, they only knew that Mo Jinfeng was young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the little primordial devil ape, but they didn't know that they were all Prince Xian. In this battle, Yi Xian had revealed many of his trump cards. It was to the extent that Xianxia had found out the shocking truth behind the 5 monsters' geniuses before his death. However, Xianxia had already fallen, quietly vanishing with this shocking news. And now, the 2 human universe monsters who were still alive only knew the truth of the 4 freaks being in one body. At this moment, seeing an immortal realm-old monster die in an instant, the 2 old men were scared out of their wits. Is this still AF * King Human? Run! Run! In their panic, the 2 of them didn't hesitate any longer and didn't dare stay here any longer. They directly tore through space and dragged their weak and exhausted bodies along as they took a step forward and fled like rats. Only then did the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan come back to their senses. The Devil King Mo Wen immediately issued a series of orders. All clansmen are strictly prohibited from leaking the details of this battle. Violators will be beheaded. Immediately dispatch the fortress army and activate the space compaction device at full force to repair the space. From today onwards, the entire Imperial Demon Clan is fully prepared for war. Hearing the words of the current Devil King Mo Wen, Yi Xian's heart immediately relaxed. At this moment, he was indeed worried that Prince Xian's identity would be leaked. However, now it seemed that the 2 human universe monsters hadn't seen him take out the fallen skybow. And the Devil King Mo Wen had thought of this at the first moment. Presumably, in order to deal with this matter, he would carry out some kind of arrangement with the great beings of the Imperial Demon Clan within and outside the 3 stars of the Imperial Demon Clan to ensure that Prince Xian's identity wouldn't be leaked. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Look after the Devil Emperor planet for now. This young master needs to leave for a while. I should be back in a few days. Nodding at the Devil King Mo Wen, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and disappeared in a flash. This scene fell into the eyes of the commander of the Imperial Demon Clan Guards, Chanas, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of a large fortress in the void behind. His gaze froze, and he muttered to himself, disappeared again just like that? There wasn't any space energy fluctuation. What kind of method is this? The secrets on this brat, there are so many. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared. This was the black hole of life not far from the Imperial Demon Clan star domain. As soon as his figure appeared, Yi Xian staggered in the void. He was too weak. This time, he had used almost all his trump cards. At this moment, an endless sense of weakness and powerlessness surged in his body. Even the 9 little items that were suspended above his consciousness that represented his cultivation, bloodline, and remarkable ability had dimmed. They had dimmed considerably, if it weren't for the fact that his physical body and chi had already reached the realm of the Almighty Master of Heaven and Earth. He probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and arrived at the black hole of life. The reason why Yixian came here was to practice in seclusion. On the one hand, he wanted to recover his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could encounter that kind of opportunity again. While recovering his cultivation strength, he wanted to see if he could break through again. With a wave of his hand, Yixian took out the Shenong cauldron and stepped into it. Then, he activated the internal field of the Shenong cauldron and hid it from view. When his figure reappeared, Yixian was already in the space inside the Shenong cauldron. He was at the bottom plane in the heart of the volcano in the central region. This time, in order to shoot that terrifying arrow of immortal annihilation, Yixian had injected all kinds of energy into the fallen sky bow in his left hand. At this moment, he was in a state of deficit in all directions. Fortunately, he had countless resources in his hands. In order to recover as soon as possible, Yixian waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core origin and multi-pupil sense crystals from his undying world. He directly handed them to the devouring system to absorb the energy and inject them into his body. At the same time, he took out a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and wrapped his body, as well as the innate chilling spirit liquid, a small amount of hellish ant liquid, and 2 drops of all evil origin liquid. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Yixian gritted his teeth and cut off a large piece of the flesh and blood of the primordial Great Master Purple Gold Void Rat from a sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. After roasting it until it was golden and dripping with oil, he immediately ate it heartily. He began to eat. This was the flesh and blood of the primordial Great Master. It contained endless essence energy and was the best nourishment in this state of deficit. After an unknown period of time, when Yixian opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, rank 2 universe realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body chi and blood. Current realm, rank 2 universe realm. Rank 2 universe realm. Moreover, it was the cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics, and the realm of the physical body chi and blood had both entered rank 2 universe realm. This time, Yixian had indeed encountered the opportunity of breaking through and building up again. In a situation where the foundation energy in his body was almost depleted to the point of exhaustion, he had made up for it in a short period of time and finally raised his cultivation level again. The potential shackles of his physical body had also been torn apart a little bit, causing the strength of his chi and blood to increase greatly. Breakthrough at the same time, in joy, Yixian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. What he saw made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relax completely. This time, in order to kill the immortal level blue sea fire elephant with one arrow, Yixian had added a terrifying amount of energy to the energy arrow of the fallen sky bow. In addition to his own cultivation level, the strength of his physical body chi and blood, as well as his mental strength, he had fully activated the several small objects in his sea of consciousness that represented the primordial age and bloodline inheritance and extracted energy from them. When the arrow was shot, the black gold dragon scales and the dark green netherworld claw had all become extremely dim. Yixian was worried that some irreversible damage would be caused because of this, but now it seemed that everything had returned to normal. Of course, this was also because he had used a large amount of top-grade resources to make up for it. If it were other people, where would they find the top-grade hellish ant liquid, nether liquid, innate chilling spirit liquid, netherworld furnace lotion, and all evil elixir? While sighing, Yixian suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Previously, he had thought that this time's closed-door training was over because the blazing and rolling energy river formed by swallowing a large amount of top-grade resources in his body had nourished his physical body and his cultivation level, as well as his sea of consciousness. After making up for it, the few small objects had all disappeared. But at this moment, when his heart suddenly relaxed, he discovered that although the energy river seemed to have disappeared, his entire body was still burning hot, and there was a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. This was clearly a sign that the medicinal efficacy of those top-grade resources had not completely dissipated yet. Don't tell me there are more? This is the 15th major realm. Isn't it a little too exaggerated to break through 2 minor realms in succession? As he muttered to himself, Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, the effects of the various resources in his body had not been completely refined, so he could not stop here. He could only sit cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Very soon, he entered the state of seclusion again, and began to clear the remnants of the medicinal power in his meridians. Bottom refinement. Half a day later, when Xian opened his eyes for the second time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once more. The unexpected breakthrough had actually come once more. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 3 universe. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 3 universe. Rank 3 universe realm, that was the peak of the early universe state. Xian had just become a universe state expert. Who could have foreseen that he would reach the middle phase of the universe state in such a short time? Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again after the 2 consecutive realms in terms of cultivation and physical strength. After his original body had entered the 15th major realm and become a universe state expert, according to Xian's deduction, the growth of his strength should still be 2 to 1 when he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape. When his original body was in the first level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape was in the first level of the Star Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he would reach the 2nd level of the Star Lord state, adding on the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape. Each of them increased his combat strength by a small level. Once Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and used the 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying 6th level of the Star Lord realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Star Lord realm. One more step and he would reach the advanced phase of the Star Lord state. This was definitely of extraordinary significance, but after a short moment of excitement, Xian's mood quickly fell to the bottom, because he once again thought of the problem of the level 16 liquid. Once he reached the pinnacle of the 9th order, he would need to consume the level 16 liquid. Otherwise, even though the Dongshu ancient formula would still be able to advance in his cultivation, his physical body and blood chi realm would remain stagnant if nothing went wrong. Now, the perfect state of synchronization between the chi, blood, and cultivation of the physical body would be broken. Xian's evolution would once again change from taking large strides with his 2 legs to staggering forward with 1 leg. At that moment, Xian had already reached the 3rd level of the universe state in terms of physical strength, which was only 6 levels away from the peak of the 9th level of the universe state. After another 6 breakthroughs, this kind of awkward situation would be placed right in front of him, and there would be no way to avoid it. No, I can't delay it any longer. Thinking of this, Xian raised his eyebrows as a bright light shot out from his eyes. This time, although Prince Xian's identity was not exposed, it can be considered a great fortune in misfortune. However, the identity of the devil cultivator imperial brother, Mo Feng, was exposed because of this. Young Master Ling Hu, Young Master Hades, and the primordial demonic ape all have a lot of old debts. I wasn't afraid of them before, because they were all loners. Those guys wouldn't be able to retaliate even if they wanted to. But this time is different. Mo Jinfeng's identity has been exposed, and the 4 geniuses are one. Some old creditors will definitely come to pick a fight with the demons. The entire race of demons is right there, and there's no way they can escape. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This has nothing to do with the demons in the first place. If anyone dares to provoke us, I have the obligation to beat them until no one dares to come back. The Thousand Luo Federation, in particular, has lost an immortal state expert this time. They won't let this go easily. If they attack again, it won't be as simple as an immortal state expert. Under such circumstances, this young master's cultivation strength will definitely not remain stagnant. On the contrary, I must continue to make breakthroughs and rapidly grow stronger. It had only been a day since Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and entered the life black hole to begin his closed-door cultivation. This time, the Federation Senate had lost an immortal elder in the demon territory, as well as Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Emperor Brother Emojin Feng. It would take at least a few more days to see the follow-up reaction. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to stay in the life black hole and the Shenong cauldron to concoct the level 16 liquid first, otherwise, it was very likely that he would not have time to concentrate on this matter in the future. At that time, once his cultivation strength stagnated, he was afraid that he would fall into an extremely passive situation. Although it was not easy to concoct the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian was at least half done now. Previously, he had used the flesh and blood of a Luan Feng from a quasi-desolation era mighty figure. After being carefully refined by the Shenong four-colored flame, he turned it into a round ball that emitted green and red light. This round ball that appeared in the form of a slurry was only a foot in diameter. It was the flesh and blood of a huge Luan Feng, broken the chains of order, and reassembled. After being carefully refined by the Shenong four-colored flame, the chains of order in the flesh and blood of this Luan Feng completely collapsed. At the moment when its body disappeared, a small flesh black hole appeared in the green and red slurry ball as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this slurry ball was a slurry. How terrifying was the energy contained in this ball, and this was only the first step of concocting the flesh and blood medicine. Yi Xian only got a semi-finished product that time, which could not be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. But now, if he wanted to concoct a true flesh and blood medicine, even if it was only a level 16 liquid at the beginning, he still had a long way to go. Yi Xian would use this flesh and blood medicine as a foundation, then add in all sorts of rare heavenly and earthly treasures, as well as other resources, and mix them time and time again before finally obtaining them. Finally, this process required him to painstakingly explore and deduce. After all, no one had ever concocted a level 16 liquid before. Yi Xian still had a lot of work to do. It was like opening up a new path that no one had ever walked before. At that time, Yi Xian had used the four-colored flames of Shenong to easily divide the lump of flesh and blood that was about a foot in diameter into 100 portions. Then, he took out 100 small storage boxes made of chalcedony crystals and put the 100 portions of green-red flesh and blood the size of an egg into each chalcedony crystal. Inside the crystal box, the 100 portions of blood and flesh medicine represented 100 chances to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine. If he failed, he would have to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine again from the beginning. Swish! At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, one of the 100 crystal boxes was taken out from his undying world. As the crystal box opened, an egg-sized bottle of green-red blood essence serum floated out. Its surface was enshrouded in a mysterious halo that was incomparably dazzling. There were also countless tiny runes that appeared and disappeared on its surface, making it appear mysterious and extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian carefully reviewed the formula of the level 16 liquid that the system had deduced earlier: living spirit bamboo melon, 10,000-year hidden dragon mushroom, immortal star purple flame grass, spirit restriction dew, demon frost powder, 10,000-year sea flame crystal, immortal star close flying sand eggs. These were all top-grade, rare resources. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted, and demanded ransom time and time again, he had only barely managed to gather the various top-grade heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. Moreover, the quantity was not large and could not withstand his torment. Therefore, Yi Xian appeared to be very cautious. Although he had 100 sets of flesh and blood medicinal slurry, and even the all-evil origin liquid that strengthened the medicinal effects and guaranteed the success rate, he had far more than 100 sets. However, he didn't have that many crucial heavenly and earthly treasures. At most, he could only barely gather 17 or 18 portions of the heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. In other words, Yi Xian actually only had 16 or 17 chances to try concocting the level 16 liquid this time. If he failed all of them, it would really be a tragedy. Carrying the anxiety in his heart, Yi Xian took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a portion of the heavenly treasures that he had prepared according to the formula that the system had deduced. It floated in front of him and exuded an extraordinary aura. Immediately after, a wisp of Shenong's four-colored flames shot out from the volcanic flame pool not far ahead. With a sweep, it enveloped all the top-grade medicinal herbs, crystals, and other heavenly treasures that were suspended in front of Xian and began to condense and purify them. During this process, Xian concentrated and did not dare to be distracted at all. This was because every portion of the heavenly treasures for the level 16 liquid was too precious. It was almost impossible to collect all of them now. At least, it was impossible to do so in the short term. 2 hours later, all the heavenly treasures had melted and turned into a ball of green liquid the size of an egg. What Xian needed to do now was to fuse this ball of green liquid with the same volume of blood and flesh medicine. Finally, he needed to add a drop of all evil origin liquid to guarantee success and a 10% boost. The level 6 nether liquid could only be concocted after the 4 perfectly matched and fused into one. The level 16 liquid would be considered to have been successfully concocted. In other words, Xian still needed to do 2 more steps. The first was to fuse the green liquid with the blood and flesh medicine, then add a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid. After that, he had to perfectly fuse the mixture of these 4 ingredients into one. At this point, the level 16 liquid was complete. These 2 small steps were crucial. Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Soon, a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been refined by the Shenong 4-colored flames were taken out of Xian's undying world and suspended in the air in front of him. Then, with a thought, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that he had already prepared. At the same time, the ball of green plant essence, which was also the size of an egg, drifted over as well. The 4 ingredients were quickly gathered together. In that instant, Xian's heart leaped into his throat. His consciousness was pushed to the limit and the mind source core in his brain was overloaded. His consciousness and mind power were both used to the maximum as he carefully controlled this ball of mixture and carried out the final fusion. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the level 16 liquid would be born. ZZZT. ZZZT. In the next instant, as these 4 substances converged and fused, the surface of the newly formed mixture burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. It was so bright that Xian's gaze froze. He subconsciously closed his eyes as his heart pounded. His first attempt was a failure in the end. At the last moment, the all-evil origin fluid, the nether liquid, the blood medicine paste, and the green essence of plants, which had been fused together by Xian with his consciousness, exploded completely at the moment when they were about to be fused. They turned into a violent energy that spread out in the flatland at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Although he was a bit disappointed, this failure was within Xian's expectations. A level 16 liquid wasn't a level 15 liquid. It was already impossible to concoct a traditional medicine concoction method. One had to first refine a flesh and blood paste as the base of the medicine in order to have a chance of success. It was obvious how precious it was. It would be unrealistic to succeed in one try. After all kinds of top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures were placed there. Just that small canister of flesh and blood medicine was extremely extraordinary. It was the flesh and blood of a quasi-primordial almighty expert. After shattering the inherent chains of order, it was then extracted from the impurities of the past. It was obtained. Besides, the nether liquid and the all-evil origin fluid were added later. If it were not for the fact that they were in the space inside the Shenong cauldron and the field of order of the whole world could be controlled by Xian's thoughts, he might have been injured when the explosion caught him off guard. However, none of that was a problem now. As Xian's thoughts moved, an invisible force appeared under the power of the field of order of the Shenong cauldron. In less than half an instant, it enveloped the explosion and compressed it into a green ball the size of an egg. A blue ball. Unfortunately, the energy inside was too violent to be absorbed. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been consumed because of it had been completely wasted. Even if he did not refine the level 16 liquid, it was no longer possible to use it as a top heavenly materials and earthly treasure to absorb the energy. It's a pity to throw it away just like that. It's better to keep it. I'll deal with all the failed explosions in this way, gather them together, and compress them. While he was mumbling to himself, Xian's eyes glittered. He seemed to be eager to try it out. In that case, as many little drops make a mickle, the final compressed energy will be extremely terrifying. It will be better to use it as a one-time consumable explosive magical equipment. At least it won't be a waste. And so the matter was happily decided. After this matter was resolved, Xian quickly began his second concoction. Swish! The second concoction began. With a wave of his hand, Xian retrieved another portion of the blood and flesh medicine from the 100 crystal boxes. When the crystal box opened, a green-red blood and flesh medicine the size of an egg floated out, followed closely by the life transformation jade bamboo melon and the 10,000-year hidden dragon Ganoderma, as well as a mortal rank flying sand egg and other top-notch heaven and earth treasures. After that, he endured his heartache and took out a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been condensed by the Shinong four-colored flames. They floated in the air in front of him. After a short while, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that had been prepared long ago. The same went for the egg-sized green plant essence that was also the same size as the egg-sized green plant essence. The most critical part had arrived. Xian's heart was in his throat again. His consciousness was pushed to the limit, and the mental source core in his brain was overloaded. He carefully controlled the mixture and carried out the final fusion. ZZZT. ZZZT. Very quickly, as the 4 substances converged and fused, the surface of the newly formed fused substance instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance just like before. These different top-grade substances were rapidly fusing together. Once they succeeded, the level 16 liquid would be in their hands. Although Xian hadn't expected to succeed in his first attempt, when he failed at the last step, he wasn't too concerned even though he was a little disappointed. However, this was his second attempt, so it would be a lie to say that Xian hadn't expected to succeed. After all, he only had a dozen or so top-grade heaven and earth treasures that were required to concoct the level 16 and level 17 liquids. With each failure, the pressure in his heart grew heavier. This would affect his state of mind to a certain extent. The first few failures were fine, but after 5 failures, it would affect his state of mind. As a result, there would be many uncertainties in the subsequent concoctions. Therefore, it would be even more difficult to succeed after 5 failures. Moreover, the closer he got to 5 failures, the lower his chances of success would be. With this kind of anxiety, Xian carefully used his divine sense and mental strength to control as steadily as possible, guiding the 4 different resources that had already gathered together to carry out the final perfect fusion. Soon, nearly 2 hours passed. During this process, the small ball formed by the gathering of 4 top-grade resources had a sizzling energy halo on its surface, causing Xian's heart to tremble slightly. However, the final result allowed him to completely heave a sigh of relief. Buzz. After a continuous sizzling sound, the small ball suddenly let out a trembling sound. At this time, Xian also came to a realization. The level 16 liquid had finally been successfully concocted. When he focused his gaze, a round sphere the size of a vermilion fruit was floating in the air around 3 m away from him. It was obviously liquid, and its color was azure blue and extremely pure. Its surface was suffused with a layer of azure blue light that revealed violet light, and there seemed to be countless obscure talisman markings that were flickering in and out, repeating over and over again. Although the spherical green-blue liquid was not eye-catching, if one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that there were actually countless energy runes flickering within it. They appeared quickly, and disappeared even faster. However, they continued to give off an aura that seemed to be able to draw one's mind into it. This scene was like a strange phenomenon. It was extremely shocking and inconceivable. However, if one were to think about it carefully, it would be understandable if a grand expert in the 15th level of the universe could break another major shackle of human potential through that small ball of blue liquid, allowing them to evolve and become a Star Lord. Boom. Boom, just as Xian's eyes were blank as he stared blankly at the blue liquid in front of him that was only the size of a pearl fruit, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the sky above the volcano in the central region. It was extremely dull, like the sound of thunder. Stunned, Xian raised his head out of reflex, only to soon widen his mouth. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of thunderous explosions sounded, extremely dull, like the roar of thunder. In the sky above the Shinong Cauldron volcano, a large black thundercloud suddenly gathered. It was clearly a sign that a lightning tribulation was about to descend. The weird tribulation cloud was not affected by the order field of the Shinnon cauldron. It directly locked onto Xian, who was inside the cauldron, and was about to descend a lightning tribulation. To be more precise, what the tribulation cloud locked onto was the level 16 liquid floating in front of Xian. Xian was confused at first. Then, he was stunned. In the end, he realized what was going on. The level 16 liquid was only the most basic blood and flesh paste. It was made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Luan phoenix by breaking the chains of order and reassembling the essence. After being carefully refined by the Shinnon four-colored flames, the chains of order in the Luan phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature black hole of flesh and blood appeared in the green-red ball of slurry. It was as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this ball of slurry. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained inside the liquid ball was. Then, a lot of top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh paste that was successfully refined, including the nether liquid and even the all-evil origin liquid. The effect of the liquid was even more unbelievable. It could directly make a level 15 expert of the universe reach the Star-Lord level. It was understandable that such an unbelievable liquid would trigger a response from heaven and earth after it was successfully refined, and a lightning tribulation would descend. It was safe to say that it was not just the level 16 liquid right now. The level 17, level 18 liquids that Xian was going to refine in the future, as well as the gene cultivation liquids of higher levels, would all face the same problem. A lightning tribulation would descend when the liquid was refined. It was just like how certain super pill masters in the human camp of cultivators would face a lightning tribulation when they refined a heavenly treasure pill. Xian was quite worried because it meant that the level 16 liquid that he was going to refine, as well as the similar liquids that he was going to refine in the future, would all have to go through one last step before they could be safely consumed. That was the liquid tribulation. If they did not succeed, then all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, their resources would be wasted. This was really depressing. However, there were pros and cons to this. Everything in the universe was like this. The liquid tribulation was a threshold. If the liquid failed to pass the tribulation, everything would be in vain, and they would have to start all over again. If they succeeded again, they would face the same tribulation test. However, if he were to succeed, then the treasured liquid that had undergone a single lightning tribulation would undergo the baptism and tempering of the lightning tribulation, and its might and effect would definitely increase once again. This was obvious. In other words, the so-called liquid tribulation lightning tribulation was both a test and an opportunity. Xian had grown from an ant-like cultivator in a sealed planet to a supreme being in the starry sky. Every time he encountered a situation like this, he would face it head-on and never retreat. Therefore, even if there was a risk this time, and if he failed, it would be a little hard for him to accept. After all, he didn't have that many level 16 liquid materials on hand. He only had 12 portions left. But in order to obtain a better effect, he could only accept the test of the lightning tribulation and face it head-on. In fact, it was impossible to retreat. The tribulation clouds were almost done brewing, and the tribulation lightning would descend at any time. There was no way to retreat, however, although the treasure liquid tribulation this time was quite risky. After Xian made a few deductions, his heart, which was originally in his throat, quickly calmed down by half. This was because according to his deduction and conjecture, the black tribulation cloud that was gathering in midair above the volcanic mountain in the central region had nothing to do with the universe outside. It was just a tribulation thunder that descended from the order region inside the Shinnon cauldron. That made sense as well. After all, the Shinnon cauldron was a primordial treasure of the era. It had been verified many times before. Even the primordial master was unable to forcefully pass through the order field inside the Shinnon cauldron and sense everything inside. In Xian's opinion, the heavenly eye that represented the will of the primordial heavenly Tao might be difficult to do. At least, before it recovered to its peak state during the primordial era, it basically did not have the ability to do so. Under such circumstances, for the current universe environment outside the cauldron where the will of heaven and earth was missing, the so-called power of heaven and earth should not affect the internal space of the Shinnon cauldron. In the current universe environment, although there were the laws of the universe, there was no will of heaven and earth. The primordial era had been cut off in the long river of time. From then on, the will of heaven and earth had been missing. What had existed since then was only the pure laws of the universe, lacking spirituality. Since it was not the lightning tribulation that descended from the will of heaven and earth in the universe outside, but from the internal domain of the Shinnon cauldron, then its purpose should not be a real tribulation, but to take advantage of the situation. Using this opportunity, Yi Xian had just refined this level 16 treasure. The liquid was purified and tempered again with the power of the lightning tribulation. In that case, what was there to worry about? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Originally, he had been a little impulsive, wanting to quickly store this level 16 treasure liquid floating in the void in front of him before the lightning tribulation descended and put it into his undying world, so as to avoid the lightning tribulation and not destroy the treasure liquid. But now, since he was basically sure that this was a good opportunity that fell from the sky, he naturally would not hesitate in the slightest. Before he thought about it, the blue liquid in front of him began to spin and slowly rise. In the end, it had already floated out of the central domain fire. The volcano crater of the mountain. During the entire process, Yi Xian had been following closely behind this blue-green treasure liquid that was as small as a vermilion fruit. After all, although he had roughly deduced that there would not be any problems, it was obviously impossible to say that he was completely at ease. He was more or less a little nervous. Gotcha. It was also at this moment that a clear explosion sounded out. Within the black tribulation cloud that covered the void above the volcano in the central region, a strange green lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed. As expected, the green lightning bolt did not lock onto Yi Xian at all, but the blue-green level 16 treasure liquid in the void above his head. At this moment, the treasure liquid lightning tribulation descended. There was only a single wave of tribulation lightning, along with this green lightning bolt that was like an infant's arm striking down from the black tribulation cloud. The entire tribulation cloud vanished in an instant, and this represented that the tribulation lightning had ended. As for whether the level 16 treasure liquid successfully resisted the tribulation lightning or not, that had nothing to do with the tribulation cloud. Its mission was merely to sense the appearance of the treasure liquid, condense into form, lock onto its target, and blast down a bolt of tribulation lightning before directly dispersing. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the black tribulation cloud that was swiftly dispersing in the sky above him. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the green lightning bolt that instantly enveloped the entire ball of azure-green treasure liquid after it struck down. Fortunately, the green lightning bolt quickly vanished, but the ball of azure-green treasure liquid that was enveloped by the lightning still hung in its original position, and it was still spinning in the air. The only difference was that after it experienced the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of azure-green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning, and there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spiderwebs on its surface that were extending and retracting. Moreover, it just happened to be the same as the bolt of tribulation lightning that descended before, and it was azure-green in color and emitted a dense sense of strangeness. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian's heart that was in his throat finally settled down completely, and joy surfaced in his heart. Without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning, the medicinal effect of this ball of azure-green treasure liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it had a strange green lightning attribute attached to it, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian waved his hand and withdrew the Rai-Di seal that floated above his sea of consciousness, and he made a hand seal to activate the might of the Rai-Di seal to revolve around this ball of azure-green treasure liquid that was only the size of a cinnabar fruit. One could see that during this process, there was an extremely weak strand of green lightning that was like spider silk that was absorbed by the Rai-Di seal. Yi Xian had dense curiosity towards this type of green lightning that he'd never seen before, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a move at this moment. He had seen a lot of lightning, but this was the first time he had seen a green one. Unfortunately, after this weak strand of green lightning was absorbed by the Rai-Di seal, the Rai-Di seal, which was known as the most powerful lightning bolt, did not change at all. This made Yi Xian feel a little disappointed, but he had always been a straightforward person, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, what even Yi Xian didn't know was that in the instant he absorbed the Thunder Emperor seal that was as weak as a spider silk into his body, the primordial ancient treasure within his undying world seemed to have sensed something and slightly trembled. with a wave of his hand, a small, translucent bottle shot out from Yi Xian's body and sucked in the green liquid hovering above his head. After that, Yi Xian kept the precious bottle in his undying world. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in the near future to break through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star-Lord Old Monsters. After doing all this, Yi Xian fell into deep thought, but quickly made a decision. He was prepared to strike while the iron was hot and repeat everything that had happened before, to refine and concoct a second or even more bottles of level 16 liquid. There was no guarantee that one bottle of gene cultivation liquid would succeed, so Yi Xian would need at least 2 bottles of level 16 liquid just to ensure that he successfully broke through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star-Lord Old Monsters. Furthermore, there were many experts by his side and under his command, who would definitely need this type of liquid in the future. For example, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were one such example. It wasn't that Yi Xian missed these 3 girls so much, but the key was that this type of liquid was unprecedented. In the current world, Yi Xian was the only one in the 3 realms of the universe. Once the 3 girls found out that Yi Xian had it but didn't prepare it for them, they would probably fly into a rage on the spot. In order to prevent these 3 girls from tormenting him, Yi Xian felt that it was extremely important to prepare in advance so that they wouldn't have a chance to criticize him. After making this decision, he immediately started concocting a new batch of liquid. Right now, after successfully concocting the first tube of level 16 treasure liquid, Yi Xian didn't have much level 16 treasure liquid left. He only had 12 portions left. He decided to leave 3 portions in his hands and not use them, in case he needed them in the future. After all, the level 16 liquid required all sorts of top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. Some of them would also be used in the subsequent level 17 liquid concoction. In other words, other than the 3 sets of reserved materials, he could only use 9 sets of materials. However, with the experience of the previous successful concoction, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that all 9 concoctions would be successful, but a success rate of more than 50% was definitely not a problem. What surprised him was that Yi Xian had worked hard for a total of 9 sets of materials. In the end, he actually managed to produce 7 tubes of azure green treasure liquid. Including the previous tube, he now had a total of 8 tubes of level 16 liquid. As for the 2 failed concoctions, they were both accidents that happened during the final fusion process, like a furnace explosion. However, the violent energy that spread out from these 2 explosions was forcibly compressed by Yi Xian, just like the first time, by activating the order field of the Shenong cauldron. It fused with the first ball of violent energy. After the fusion, the ball of energy was still only the size of an egg, but the violent energy inside increased by several times. Yi Xian called this small ball of energy the waste liquid energy ball. It was just 3 bottles of level 16 liquid waste liquid energy gathered together. Although the power was considerable, Yi Xian still felt that it was far from enough. He decided to keep this waste liquid energy ball and not use it casually. Now, it already contained 3 portions of waste liquid energy from the level 16 liquid. In the future, when he concocted the level 17 and level 18 liquid, he would use the same method to collect all the waste liquid energy and compress it. In the end, this waste liquid energy ball would definitely grow to a shocking height. Who knew, it might even become a powerful weapon. Of course, this was on the premise that every time he compressed a new bottle of waste liquid energy, it would be completed smoothly. Of course, when the next 7 bottles of level 16 liquid were formed, a lightning tribulation would descend. However, just like the previous time, the following 7 lightning tribulations and 7 tubes of level 16 liquid were all safely passed. After experiencing the baptism of the strange green lightning, the body tempering effect of the 7 tubes of level 16 liquid was obviously better. However, when the last bottle of level 16 liquid went through the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian was once again curious about this strange green lightning. Therefore, when Yi Xian summoned the Rai-Di seal with a wave of his hand, a small portion of the green lightning was directly intercepted and absorbed into the Rai-Di seal. As Yi Xian absorbed half of the green lightning into the Rai-Di seal for the last time, the Yanluo in his undying world started to show signs of abnormality again. The entire surface of the Yanluo was covered with dense and strange green patterns like spider webs. The 2 corpse ancestors, Hamba and Ho Qing, had already awakened in the Yanluo and were able to reconstruct their corpse Dao true bodies. They had entered secluded cultivation a few days ago, but now, such a phenomenon had occurred. Clearly, something had happened. If there were no accidents, this could be the sign that the third desolate era alluring cultivator was about to awaken. Yi Xian did not know about all of this. The undying world in his body was too big. If he did not send his consciousness into the undying world to investigate, or if the commotion inside was too big, he would not be able to sense the slightest clue at all times. After the last lightning tribulation dissipated, Yi Xian stored the last ball of green liquid into a small bottle and kept it in his undying world, keeping it carefully. At this point, he had 8 bottles of level 16 liquid in his hands. If any of them were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion. After all, a bottle of level 16 liquid was equivalent to the birth of a Star Lord. After all, this was a bottle of level 16 liquid that had been tempered by the Sun Shenong Cauldron's lightning tribulation. Its medicinal effect was 30% stronger than a newly condensed level 16 liquid. Among these 8 bottles of level 16 liquid, there were some that were good and some that were bad. It was related to the medicinal halo on the surface of the liquid and the density of the weak green lightning. Among them, the 4th bottle was obviously the best. Yi Xian decided that when his cultivation reached the peak of rank 9 universe realm in the future, he would use this 4th bottle. As for the other 7 bottles, he would keep them for the time being in case of emergency. And now, his cultivation had reached rank 3 universe realm. There were 6 more small breakthroughs, and this moment would come. Therefore, even though the level 16 liquid had been condensed, Yi Xian was still under a lot of pressure. The remaining level 17 liquid, although not as urgent as before, could not be delayed too long. However, after the successful experience of concocting a 16th grade treasure liquid, Yi Xian would be able to concoct a 17th grade treasure liquid with ease. Successfully concocting a 17th grade treasure liquid would definitely not be a problem. This matter was not urgent, because he decided to carefully deduce the subsequent formula of the level 17 liquid. He did not have many top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to concoct. Like the level 16 liquid, he only had a dozen or so portions. If there was a mistake in the formula, he would waste a portion of top-grade heavenly materials every time he failed. His talents really couldn't bear it. Therefore, he decided to make sure that the formula was correct. When the time was right, he would start to concoct the level 17 liquid. As for the 18th grade elixir and the 19th grade elixir, the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had basically been placed in front of him and urgently needed to be resolved. Yi Xian took this matter to heart as he pondered where he could ruthlessly extort from. Moreover, this time, he had to extort from the bloodline ancestor-level existences of the various large clans or top powers. Otherwise, even if it was a supreme expert or a Star Lord, they probably wouldn't have such a thing in their hands. Level 16 liquid could create a Star Lord monster. Level 17 liquid could create a State Lord monster. Level 18 liquid and level 19 liquid would create a Realm Lord monster and a Universe monster. Therefore, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to concoct these 2 top-grade treasured liquids would at least have to be obtained from the Realm Lord monsters. It was not impossible that there would be none of those below that level, but the chances were much lower. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and bitterly smiled. If news of this spread to the outside world and people found out that he, a mere supreme being of the universe, was actually thinking about how to rob the Realm Master and the Universe Master, they would probably be shocked to the point where their eyeballs would drop. It's a good thing to increase one's strength quickly. The path of physical evolution with the gene cultivation liquid is indeed very convenient and fast. Unfortunately, Yi Xian sighed while mumbling to himself, it's a pity that the acquisition of resources is too troublesome. I have to rob the Realm Lord monsters when I'm only a Universe Lord. Won't I target the undying beings of the various races when I become a Star Lord in the future? Screech, roar. While Yi Xian was pondering about this matter, a fierce roar and a beast roar suddenly came from the direction of a mountain range far away from the volcano in the central domain. It was clearly the sound of the primordial porcupine and a primordial tortoise. The 2 native ferocious beast emperors had fallen into seclusion because they had swallowed a large amount of flesh and blood from the remains of the quasi-primordial beings. Who would have thought that they would come out of seclusion so soon? Moreover, they seemed to have succeeded in breaking through, because Yi Xian clearly captured the unique aura of a realm lord from the two roars. There was also a strong sense of joy. Roar. Roar. As the roars of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise echoed, a large number of roars and beast roars were soon heard from the mountains around the central domain volcano. Obviously, the other native ferocious beasts had also noticed the successful breakthrough of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. This was a joyous occasion for the entire race. After all, the highest combat strength of the entire native ferocious beast race was only the two realm lord old monsters. But now, there were suddenly two realm lord old monsters. This was definitely a huge surprise. The overall strength of the race had a qualitative leap. Yi Xian immediately soared into the air and rushed out of the central region's volcano. He shot towards the direction of the two roars that emitted the pressure of the realm master's old monsters. Ha ha ha, little brat, you also broke through? You're actually rank 3 universe realm? Stinking brat, you broke through faster than us two old men, this is too unreasonable. Without waiting for the figure to land, two figures rushed out from the mountain range. The primordial porcupine's body had shrunk from 1,000 feet to 100 feet now, while the primordial tortoise's body had shrunk from a few feet to a few feet now. But the aura emitted from their bodies was much stronger than before. They had indeed successfully broken through and stepped into the realm lord realm. Behind the two native ferocious beast emperors, there was a large number of native ferocious beasts following them. They covered the entire mountain range, and some of the more familiar faces Yi Xian had their auras strengthened by a large margin. Obviously, they had all gained something from this seclusion breakthrough. The overall strength of the native ferocious beasts had indeed leaped to a whole new level. Before this, the native ferocious beasts only had 2 domain lords. Close to 100 star lords. Nearly 200 supreme experts of the universe. Ordinary ferocious beasts below the universe lord level numbered close to 6 million. Now, the total number of the ferocious beasts had not changed, but the overall strength of the ferocious beasts at the bottom had increased slightly. In terms of high-end strength, there were 2 domain lords, 4 domain lords, over 100 star lords, and close to 300 universe lords. This was definitely a ferocious beast army with a luxurious lineup. More importantly, this ferocious beast army had now experienced the benefits of the Shenong unusual flame and would not move even if beaten to death. To Yi Xian, this was naturally a good thing. The Shenong cauldron had already been completely refined by him, and he had obtained the source of the cauldron's inheritance. Even the originally extinguished Shenong strange flame was ignited by his heart fire. This ferocious beast army staying in the Shenong cauldron was equivalent to Yi Xian bringing an army of millions of ferocious beasts with him. In the future, when they grew up, any ferocious beast army that revealed its bloodline true body could reach 10,000 zhang in size. At that time, once the entire ferocious beast army was mobilized and revealed its bloodline true body, the scene would be absolutely shocking. It would be like a fleet of millions of stars descending from the sky. Just thinking about it made one excited. Stinking brat, you have to think of a way to lead the little ones down there to do something big again. After fooling around for a while, the primordial porcupine changed the topic and talked about a serious matter. As it spoke, it surrounded a large number of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the ferocious beasts. Then it said, this time, us old guys have gained a lot, but the little ones down there are almost out of food. You may still have some powerful desolate era creatures' flesh and blood reserves, but their cultivation is too low to enjoy them. Besides, this is not a long-term solution. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts, close to 6 million. You alone won't be able to support them. Yes, yes, yes. At this point, a high-ranking ferocious beast who had just become a domain lord took over the conversation. Little leader, you have to find an opportunity to bring us out to do something again. Just like last time in the source of all evil star domain, on a larger scale. This way, the little ones can save some flesh and blood resources. Anyway, everything will be laid out in front of us now. We can just come back and roast the food after our triumphant return. No matter how he heard it, it felt awkward. However, who told him to use the identity of the primordial little demon ape when he first joined the native beasts? Now that he was addressed like this, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, although he was a newly promoted domain lord old monster, a domain lord old monster was still a domain lord old monster. Even this domain lord old monster called him boss, so there was no need to say anything about the other native beasts. If he was able to lead such a huge army of native beasts, then so be it. Being able to lead such a large army was already considered amazing. As for the title, he just had to grit his teeth and pinch his nose. However, this matter really made Xian feel troubled. This was an army of nearly 6 million ferocious beasts. If they were to go out and fight, every ferocious beast would collect enough flesh and blood resources. Wouldn't they have to kill tens of millions of experts of various races? What kind of battle would that be? It was really a headache. However, this matter really had to be resolved. An army of millions of ferocious beasts couldn't always starve, right? Although they wouldn't starve to death, after all, they were starry sky experts. However, these native ferocious beasts were different from human cultivators. The latter could also increase their strength by fasting. However, the native ferocious beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. They only had bloodline inheritances and innate divine abilities. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to rely on their bloodline and the evolution of life level to achieve it. And this depended on eating. Thinking of this, Xian smiled bitterly again. He suddenly regretted keeping these guys in the Shinnon cauldron by his side. Otherwise, if they stayed in the Four Clans fleet army and went on a punitive expedition against the slave races of the first universe, how could they not have the opportunity to fight and plunder? Alright, at worst, I'll make a trip back and send you to Grandpa Mo and the others. Spreading out his hands, Xian could be considered to have a temporary solution to this matter. Right now, the Four Clans fleet army is on a punitive expedition all over the first universe. When a great battle breaks out, I'll send you guys over and participate in the battle while collecting all the flesh and blood resources. Roar. Roar. Awoo, when they heard that a series of battles were about to happen, and that all the flesh and blood resources would belong to the ferocious beast army, a large number of cheers and whistles came from the surrounding mountains. A group of foodies cried out excitedly. The 8 great guardian deities were also among them, rubbing their palms together. Now, the cultivation of the 8 of them had soared very quickly, reaching the 14th great realm, the cosmic light first order. Compared to cultivating in the outside world, it was like sitting on a rocket. They had also formed an extremely good relationship with this group of ferocious beast army foodies. Now, even if they went out for a stroll, they would be considered to be people. After all, among the countless races and forces in the 3 main planes of the universe, which young descendant of a race could have such means to fight with a group of millions of ferocious beasts, because they had formed a deep friendship, just as Xian felt that this matter was over and was about to exchange a few more words with the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and the other native ferocious beasts higher-ups before leaving, a call suddenly came from the undying world in his body. My lord, the lightning mother, has awakened. It was clearly the voice of Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor. Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it all of a sudden. Then, his consciousness entered the undying world in his body and extended toward the Yanluo. Soon, he sensed the 2 powerful auras of the old monsters in the Yanluo. Another surprise came. Not long ago, Hitorigami and Ho Qing, who had just been able to reconstruct their true bodies, had both entered seclusion and fallen into a deep sleep. At that time, both of them were Star Lords, but the 2 familiar auras in the Yanluo were both emitting the pressure of the Realm Masters. There was no doubt that Hitorigami and Ho Qing had finished their seclusion and had woken up again. Moreover, their cultivation had also broken through again because of this seclusion. At that moment, the 2 desolate corpse ancestors, who had reconstructed their true bodies in this world, had both become old monsters of the realm. Corpse ancestor Hanba and Ho Qing had both finished their closed-door training. Their cultivation had risen once again, and they had both entered the ranks of domain lords. In addition, out of the 7 desolate era spiritual sense sources sealed within Yanluo, the 3rd one, the desolate lightning mother spiritual sense source, had also awakened. To Xian, this was definitely a joyous news. Unknowingly, the formation under his command had become even more powerful. This was not the power of the demon cultivator race, but a private army that truly belonged to him, as well as the entire fierce beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. Just like the other tribes. Therefore, Xian placed great importance on it, Now that the primordial lightning lady's spiritual sense had awakened, the most important thing was to help her reconstruct her bloodline true body, just like corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing, and then restore her strength. With a thought, Yi Xian took out the primordial treasure, Yen Luo, from the undying world in his body. A gorgeous light flashed as it spun in the air in front of Yi Xian. It slowly grew in size and finally transformed into a 3-meter-long rainbow treasure luo. It floated in the air and slightly rose and fell. It swayed with the wind and was extremely beautiful. Swish! Swish! The treasure net shook slightly, and 2 rays of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 beautiful female cultivators. They were corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing. The 2 women looked like 28-year-old girls. Their figures were exquisite, making people envious. Their faces were incomparably beautiful, and their eyes seemed to be able to steal a person's soul. The 7 great primordial beauty cultivators were all famous in the primordial era. They were all top-notch beauties, and even in the current world, it was difficult to compare to them. For example, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were all top-notch beauties among the female cultivators of the current era. Compared to corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing, they were slightly inferior. Cho. Besides that, the gap in their bearing was even greater. After all, corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing were both almighty figures of the primordial era during the distant primordial era. At the same time that they were renowned for their beauty during the primordial era, their cultivations and strengths were peerless. They had the supreme majesty of an expert, and also the maturity of countless years of accumulation. All of this was something that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru did not have. However, although the 2 women were both existences of the primordial era, their temperaments were completely different. Corpse ancestor Han Ba was hot and passionate. She wore a red dress. At this moment, the aura of her cultivation was completely restrained, and only a little bit of the pressure of her cultivation was emanated. Otherwise, once she utilized the energy within her body, her entire body would be covered in scarlet red and terrifying corpse flames, and it would absolutely be hot to the point of being unable to endure it. On the other hand, corpse ancestor Ho Qing stood by her side. She wore a purple dress that hugged her figure. She was exquisite and beautiful, and her temperament was even more delicate and charming than Han Ba's. As the 2 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era who had reconstructed their corpse Dao true bodies descended from the sky, the roars of beasts resounded in the surroundings. But at this moment, all the native ferocious beasts fell silent, and this area of space fell into a deathly silence. The gazes of the millions of native ferocious beasts were all fixed on Han Ba and Ho Qing. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle were the same. Saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths. However, the reason they revealed such ugly expressions was naturally not because their appetite had flared up, but because they had committed a common problem of male animals. Although the 2 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era were in human form, their true supreme beauty was irrespective of race. Even these native ferocious beasts were shocked. Humph. Interesting. You're quite bold. Looking around and seeing the expressions of the millions of native ferocious beasts, Han Ba and Ho Qing seemed to be displeased. Their faces darkened as they snorted coldly and scornfully. The aura in their bodies suddenly spread out at this moment. Huff, in an instant, the 2 peerlessly beautiful bodies were enveloped by 2 different colored corpse path true flames. One was blood red, and the other was demonic purple. The beautiful figures of Han Ba and Ho Qing stood within these 2 rods of flames. Even though they were merely region lords, there was clearly a wisp of fiendish aura that terrified one's soul within them. After all, they were supreme existences of the desolate era, and they cultivated the treacherous corpse Dao. Although they had only recovered to the domain lord level after reconstructing the corpse Dao true body, the formless desolate corpse ancestor aura that came from the heavens instantly intimidated everyone present. Hiss. This is, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly swallowed back the saliva that had already dripped to the corner of their mouths and subconsciously retreated. Although they were old monsters of the sector lord level and were stronger than Han Ba and Ho Qing, their innate foundation was far inferior. The latter was a corpse Dao true body reconstructed from the primordial era's spirit sense origin left behind by the primordial era's corpse Dao true body. Their life form level was already close to the peak. As for the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they were still in the process of life form evolution. There was still a long way to go. Woo! Even the two strongest existences, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, admitted defeat. They subconsciously shrank their necks and retreated. Needless to say, the millions of native beasts gathered in the surrounding mountains quickly shifted their gazes away, whimpering as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were empty. All of the tribe scattered in an instant. Where's the lightning mother? Xian found it funny when he saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise being defeated. He rolled his eyes and watched the two old fellows flee in a sorry state before turning his gaze towards the corpse ancestor, Hamba, and Ho Qing. He asked, is it because she hasn't reconstructed her true body so she can't easily show herself? Doesn't that mean we have to find another corpse Dao origin? This thing isn't that easy to find, it's a bit of a headache. My lord, you might be thinking too much. Hanba bitterly smiled and shook his head, although the desolate lightning mother is also a strand of spirit sense origin sealed in the Yanluo net. If she wants to reconstruct her true body, she doesn't need the corpse Dao origin because she's not a corpse cultivator, but a lightning cultivator, that's right. On the side, the charming corpse ancestor Ho Qing took over the conversation. A pair of watery beautiful eyes locked onto Yixian's face. As she spoke, she blinked, making Yixian feel uncomfortable. However, she didn't notice at all and continued as if no one was present, since she's a lightning cultivator. If she wants to reconstruct her true body in this life, what the lightning mother needs is naturally related to lightning. However, compared to the corpse Dao origin, the lightning origin seems to be more difficult to find. Little master, I'm afraid you're really going to have a headache this time. The word little master was coquettish and numbing, making Yixian shiver reflexively and his entire body go soft. The Starry Sky Thunder Tomb? On the side, corpse ancestor Hitorigami was startled and subconsciously asked. Yes, it is the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. If there is a place where one can find the thunder origin, then this is definitely the place with the highest probability. Nodding, Yixian explained to the two corpse ancestor level subordinates, the demon domain has 10 great starry sky forbidden grounds. Among them, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is located between the Black Mosquito domain and the Black Wind domain. Although it's called the Thunder Grave, it's actually a galaxy of emptiness. It's half the size of the Black Mosquito star zone. The only difference is that this vast emptiness is even scarier than the black holes of life known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast void of the Milky Way, for countless years, there have been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. Once a warship enters it, it is hard to predict when it will be directly blasted to pieces. If one's physical body were to enter through the void, the result would be even more obvious. One would die even more miserably. This is not the thunder and lightning in the atmosphere of a star. This is the thunder and lightning that is naturally produced in the void of the universe. The power of the thunder and lightning cannot be compared at all. This Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is known as the Graveyard of Thunderbolts. Even thunderbolts can only be born and extinguished endlessly inside, unable to escape. The consequences of a creature or warship entering it can be imagined. Hearing this, the two corpse ancestors nodded repeatedly, but there was a slight worry on their faces. In that case, it is indeed possible to find a strand of the thunder origin there. It seems that the lightning mother is also very lucky. She has just awakened and already found the origin source to reconstruct her true body. However, thunderbolts are the power of pure yang. Since that void is known as the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it will not be easy to enter it, right? This is not a problem. I have entered it once and returned unscathed, and I also gained a lot. Yixian nodded with a faint smile, going there again is just revisiting an old place. Don't worry, leave this to me. As long as there is really a thunder origin source in the Thunder Tomb, I will definitely bring it out. The reason why he was so confident was naturally because of the Rai-D seal. The Thunder Emperor seal sounded like a magic treasure that was artificially created, but in reality, it was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the heavens. It was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the universe. It was immune to thunderbolts, and even had the ability to control thunderbolts. It was easy to understand that emperors ruled the world. This Rai-D seal was what Yixian relied on to enter the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Previously, he had used the Rai-D seal to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, and seized the Thunderbolt Fortress from him. Moreover, he had also taken advantage of that opportunity to condense 10 Thunder Origin beads with the endless Thunderbolts in the Thunder Tomb. Until now, there were still 9 beads that were still being nurtured in the Rai-D seal to increase their power. This matter was thus settled. After the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries, Xian really could not resist corpse ancestor Ho-Ching's almost seductive coquettishness. He hurriedly took out a batch of resources from the undying world in his body, including 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. After giving them to the 2 girls, Xian put away the treasure and then stepped forward. He soared into the air and left the internal space of the Shenong cauldron. When his figure reappeared, he was already outside the black hole of life outside the cauldron. Calculating the time, it had been a few days since he came to the black hole of life to recover. The outside world had already heard about the big incident that happened in the demon domain, as well as the shocking news that Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Royal Brother Mo Jinfeng were actually 4 monsters in one body. They must have already had various reactions. It was time to go out and see the situation. Thinking of this, Xian waved his hand and put the Shenong cauldron into his body. After summoning the void-shattering shuttle, he immediately rushed toward the Demon Emperor Star at extreme speed, on the Undying Star, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. In the Federation's Senate located deep under the headquarters, at this moment, in the main hall of the Senate Hall, almost 100 elders of the Federation were gathered together. The weakest among them was an old monster of the Domain Lord level, but they were the most numerous, accounting for half of them. Among the other half, another half were old monsters of the Sector Lord level, almost 30 of them. Among the last 20+ people, there were over a dozen old monsters of the universe and almost 10 undying old monsters. As for the old monsters of the Star Lord level, they were just ordinary elders of the Federation's Senate. There were even more of them, and they resided in the Senate abodes and enjoyed the resources there. However, they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Senate Hall to discuss matters. The entire Senate Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 elders of the Federation who were at the Domain Lord level and above sat in order according to their strength. At the top row, there were originally 9 undying old monsters. Among these 9 undying old monsters, 2 of them had especially lofty statuses. They were undying emperors, and they sat at the very top. They were clearly separated from the other 7 undying old monsters' thrones below them, but now, there were only 6 of the 7 immortal realm old monsters left. At this moment, including the 2 undying old monsters at the top, the 8 undying old monsters sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. At this moment, within the 2 balls of energy, a voice resounded. An undying was reprimanding, and the entire Senate Hall was filled with a dense killing intent. The atmosphere could be said to be oppressive to the extreme. The demon is courting death. He actually dared to kill an undying of our Federation's Senate. This matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Originally, we merely wanted to capture young Master Linghu, who was allied with him, as a proof of our allegiance in the future. Now, it seems that this is far from enough. Since young Master Linghu is the demon's younger brother, Mo Feng, the proof of our Federation's Senate must include the entire demon race. Otherwise, it won't be enough to show our sincerity. That old tortoise that has lived to the present age will definitely not dare to show himself recently. However, even so, we still have to guard against his revenge. Our Senate will carry this out in secret. We will send 2 undying beings to rush to the demon territory and wait for the right time. On the surface, we will immediately send an order to the Federation headquarters. In the name of the Myriad Luo Federation, we will request the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace and the Undying Empires of Humanity to send troops into the First Universe at the same time to fight the demon. As for the 2 undying emperors, as he finished speaking, the 2 balls of light at the top suddenly flashed. The undying's tone turned cold. It was as if 2 beams of dim light had shot out and entered the bodies of the human universe monsters kneeling in the center of the hall. Their hunched bodies, which had been severely weakened, suddenly trembled at the same time. With despair, the 2 old monsters of the human race, who had been punished in name and almost sentenced to death, left the hall with ashen faces. The next 100 years, for them, was almost an ignoble life. If they couldn't break through to the immortal realm after 100 years, they would definitely die. Then, 2 of the 8 balls of light at the top of the hall dimmed. This meant that 2 immortal elders had left. As for where they naturally went to the demon territory of the first universe. These 2 ordinary immortals of the Federation Senate would lie low there and wait for the opportunity to make a move in the following events. Following the order of the Senior Senate, a shocking piece of news exploded from the headquarters of the Myriad Sifting Federation. In just half a day, the news spread throughout the 3 main planes of the universe, causing a huge uproar. Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and Mo Jinfeng, the demon's royal brother, were actually the same person. Of the 7 peerless monsters of the younger generation, 4 of them were actually one, which was more than half of them. It was simply unbelievable. What was even more unacceptable was that the existence of the 4 monsters in one body was very likely to be Mo Jinfeng, the demon's royal brother, who was the last to be exposed. The people who had this speculation had 2 pieces of evidence, which seemed to be conclusive. First of all, among the 4 geniuses, whether it was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the primordial little demon ape, they all suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was no origin behind them. Although they had origins, the clues to trace them had basically been cut off. The identity of Linghu Young Master was a descendant of the Linghu family of the Heavenly War Empire, but the Linghu family had left the Heavenly War Empire many years ago, so there was no trace to follow. Netherworld Young Master was needless to say. Although he had the bloodline of the Netherworld clan, it was said that he was sealed by Netherworld Great Emperor and only recently appeared, but if one continued to trace him, there would be no clues. The same was true for Immemorial Little Demon Ape. The origin of all evil, the indigenous ferocious beasts, didn't seem to know its origin, so how could outsiders find credible clues about its identity? Only the last one, the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, had the entire demon race behind him. Although Mo Jinfeng had suddenly appeared, at least this identity had a foundation, and there was a possibility of tracing his roots. Secondly, of the 4 monstrous geniuses who had been confirmed to be the same person, Mo Jinfeng was the last to be exposed. Since this person had tried his best to hide his identity, then his true self would naturally not be exposed first. The last one to be exposed was more than 90% likely to be his true self. Although these 2 points were a little far-fetched, after careful consideration, there was nothing wrong with them. Thus, for a time all the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains basically agreed with this statement. That was, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiofeng was the one who gathered the 4 identities into one. The true identity of the young monster. This kind of statement made the various clans very embarrassed, because 4 of the 7 great monsters in the world were actually from the demon race, which was more than half of them. Although they were only young juniors, this basically explained some problems. It was as if the fate of the 3 great starry sky main planes in the current world was more than one. More than half of them were concentrated on the demon race. Moreover, the demon race had joined forces with the space rat race, the hell ant race, and the giant ferocious race to form a 4-race alliance army. Now, the punitive war in the first universe was completely unstoppable, which proved this statement from a side perspective. Judging from all of this, the demon race had clearly obtained a great deal of luck and was about to soar into the sky. In the past, among the 3 Great Plains, the Heavenly Fate race was the only one who dominated. Although the Myriad Luo Federation could contend against them and could be considered to be evenly matched, the Myriad Luo Federation was the union of the various races and forces of the 2 Great Plains of the universe. Only by gathering the 2 great camps of the human race and the various races of the Second Universe Federation could they be compared to it. Right now, with the migration of the Heavenly Fate race and their disappearance from the world, the demon race was about to replace them and become the #1 overlord of the 3 Great Plains. Now, the Myriad Luo Federation had fallen apart, and the various races of the Second Universe had withdrawn, leaving only the 2 great camps of the human race. The Federation of the 2 Great Plains of the universe had become the Federation of the human race, which was not very meaningful. If the demon race took advantage of this opportunity to rise up in one fell swoop, even the Myriad Luo Federation would find it difficult to contend against them. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Luo Federation acted righteously and issued a call to all the races and forces of the 3 Great Plains to unite and suppress the demon race, refusing the appearance of the overlord of the plains again. For a time, the great forces of the three Great Plains responded one after another. It was as if the three Great Plains were to unite and suppress the demon race. Although the various races of the Second Universe had already announced that they had withdrawn from the Myriad Luo Federation, after learning that 4 of the 7 peerless monsters of the current era were actually the demon race's imperial brother, Mo Jiufeng, the other 9 races of the top 10, excluding the Dark Turtle race, immediately spread out shocking news. Roar and roar. Immediately after, the other races of the top 10 also expressed their intentions to form an army to suppress the demon race. In the Second Universe, almost all the major races had been harmed by the Netherworld Young Master. In the previous Source of All Evil incident, they had been harmed by the Linghu Young Master. However, at that time, the Linghu Young Master and the Netherworld Young Master were difficult to find because they were alone, so it was difficult to track them down. But now, with the entire demon race there, they could not run too high. The anger of the various races of the Second Universe finally had a direction to vent. In addition, in the first Source of All Evil incident, the demon race acted as a bandit road tyrant and collected a large amount of toll fees. This was completely extortion, and it was also hated by the various races of the Second Universe. Now that these two things were combined, the various races of the Second Universe naturally could no longer remain silent, and they all secretly took action. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the Source of All Evil star field before, the demon race star field was not the source of all evil, and there were no underworld furnaces there. Even if the demon race's imperial brother, Mo Jiufeng, had the means to plot against the immortal old monsters, after that incident, most of them had fallen into a cooling period, and it was impossible for them to return to their peak in a short period of time. Feng, now was the best time to launch a crusade against the demon race. Roar. Demon race. It's actually a demon race, this emperor hates. At the same time, a shocking roar came from the ancestral land of the Yin demon race in the Second Universe, resounding through the void. The former patriarch of the Yin demon race, Yin Emperor, hurriedly fled back to the Yin pool of his former race's ancestral land after being severely injured last time. If the revelation of the shocking truth of the 4 great monsters in the Second Universe was said to have aroused the anger of the entire plane, then, when the servants of the First Universe heard the news, their reaction was to be uplifted and they were extremely excited. Now, the powerful alliance of the 4 races, the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious beasts, were launching a full-scale expedition in the First Universe. In addition to the Ashwolf clan, 2 more powerful servant races had been conquered by the alliance of the 4 races and taken under their command. It could be said that the powerful expedition of the alliance of the 4 races in the First Universe was almost unstoppable. Before long, when the servant races of the First Universe could not see the slightest bit of hope, their morale would collapse. At that time, the remaining races would not even be able to gather the strength to resist. Rise. And that day, according to the current situation, it would not be long before it arrived. Fortunately, at this time, the news of the 4 great monsters in one body came, and the true identity of the 4 great monsters could be confirmed. It was the demon brother, Mo Jiufeng, who was exposed last. As a result, the demon race had become the public enemy of all the major races in the 3 universes. Needless to say, the servant races of the First Universe were also harmed by young Master Yuming in the Second Universe. The human race and the Wan Luo Federation were the same. This was definitely the rhythm of a punitive expedition in the 3 universes. Once the fleets of the major races approached the Demon Emperor planet, the alliance of the 4 races that was conquering the entire First Universe would collapse and have no choice but to retreat. For them, the crisis was almost solved without a blade. How could this not be exciting? For a time, the servants of the First Universe, who had originally lost their morale, regained their confidence. They reorganized an army and gathered in a certain star field where the alliance of the 4 races was about to go. Another round of fierce war was about to break out, in the 3rd universe, in the human race's science and technology camp, in the territory of the Heavenly Underworld Empire under the rule of the Immortal Dynasty, near the Heavenly River planet, under the command of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the Immortal Dynasty. The Heavenly Underworld Empire was only a medium-sized country. However, because it was close to the Graveyard Domain, the Heavenly Underworld Empire had a large population, which led to the development of this small country in all aspects. After all, not only was the graveyard domain rich in star core origin, but there were also two wormholes in the depths of the graveyard domain, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. It could be said that this was the portal between the human race of the third universe and the other two main planes of the universe, since the Heavenly River star was the closest administrative star to the domain of the falling stars. It was particularly prosperous. The chief executive of the Heavenly River planet, also known as the planet manager, was Wang Shirley. The commander of the Heavenly River planet was Li Xiaobin. These two were the young masters of the Wang family and the Li family of the Heavenly Dust Nation. The two of them wanted to curry favor with Prince Xian. In fact, at that time, Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky. Not only the two of them, but the entire Li and Wang families, including the emperor of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, also wanted to ride on his coattails. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before Prince Xian could return to the immortal star of the imperial capital, the situation changed while he was still on the Heavenly Underworld star. In the end, he was sent to the desolate Death Star region by the imperial capital. Since then, he rarely appeared in public. During this period of time, there was almost no news about Prince Xian. Although he was one of the 7 peerless geniuses, he had always been one of the 7 peerless geniuses because he had broken into the demon tribe of the first universe alone and caused a lot of trouble there, and his methods were heaven-defying. He was one of the 7 peerless geniuses. However, with the appearance of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, and the others, each one more capable than the other, and their battle records were even more shocking. Prince Xian, who was once said to have swept through the 3 major dimensions, was now rarely mentioned by people. In everyone's eyes, the current Prince Xian's fighting spirit had most likely dissipated, and he was willing to spend the rest of his life in the Death Star region. Under such circumstances, many of the imperial capital's families and forces, which originally wanted to ride on his coattails, immediately gave up on the idea. This included the Li and Wang families of the Heavenly Underworld Empire. Ever since Prince Xian was sent away, the young masters of the Li and Wang families put aside their thoughts of relying on Prince Xian to climb up the ranks smoothly. They focused on managing the Heavenly River star. It could be said that they were doing well. In the void thousands of miles away from the Heavenly River star, at this moment, there was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was heading towards the Heavenly River star. It was a commercial fortress. The surface of the ship looked a bit old, as if it had been there for a long time. It was probably not far from being scrapped. As a matter of fact, not long ago, the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters had only been a nondescript commercial fortress with a diameter of 70,000 meters. Yes, it was a zombie fortress formed by the combination of several special zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command. It had only been 70,000 meters in diameter before, but after devouring a lot of excavation equipment on the mineral planet that was close to exhaustion, the zombie fortress had finally grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng, a zombie emperor who had become a star lord, was in the command cabin on the top floor of the zombie fortress, assigning tasks to the 1,000 zombie warriors under his command. This emperor's Sky Devil army has developed to this day, and there are already over 1,000 generals. All of them have already reached the universe realm, or are about to step into this realm and enter the ranks of the almighty universe realm. Now, it's also time to determine a fixed rear base camp. The Heavenly River star in front of us is the target that I have chosen. The Heavenly River star is adjacent to the graveyard star zone. A lot of star state experts live in the 3 main planes of the star state all year round. It's safe to say that the void nearby is rich in resources. Also, because of the special geographical location and the allure of the abundant sources of the planet cores, the space pirates are very active around the Heavenly River space zone. It will be a subtle cover for the development of the Heavenly Devil Legion in the future. This time, all the members of the Heavenly Demon Legion will be mobilized. We must take down the Heavenly River star without leaking any information. This place will be the base camp of my legion in the future. Although the Sky River star was a small administrative planet, due to its special characteristics and the fact that it was located at the edge of the graveyard star field, which was rich in the star core origin, the star defense array of the Sky River star was of a high level. Even so, for Tuoba Linfeng, the zombie emperor, who had become a star lord, it was still a piece of cake for him to break through this small administrative planet. But he didn't make such a choice, because this time, what Tuoba Linfeng wanted was not to attack and plunder, but to lie low and launch a silent full-scale invasion. So, the two female zombies took action. The two female zombies, in their human forms, were not only beautiful, but also hot, and had very cute names. One was called Vivian, and the other was Lilith. They sounded like two cute little girls, but in fact, they were two terrifying female zombies whose cultivation had reached the universe realm. Once they activated the universe zombie bloodline in their bodies and showed their true forms, they could probably scare people to death on the spot. Although the zombie fortress was only a commercial fortress, it was, after all, an unregistered one. It was impossible to enter the Sky River Star, and it was even difficult to get close to it. After all, it was such a big guy. Once it got close, the garrison battleships responsible for patrolling the void outside the atmosphere of the Sky River Star would immediately approach and search it. Investigate. After all, the pirate activities in the Sky River Star field were still rampant. At this time, Vivian and Lilith took action to solve this problem. Following their departure, the zombie fortress also stopped moving forward, maintaining its concealed state as it floated in the void. The evolution direction of Vivian and Lilith was the zombie wave frequency. This so-called zombie wave frequency energy, in addition to its own unique power, also had a very strong simulation ability. At least, it was very easy for them to simulate the fluctuations of the divine sense of the human race. Therefore, Vivian and Lilith easily passed through a starry passage in the atmosphere of the Sky River Star and entered the interior of the planet. Their figures flickered, and they went straight to the Sky River City on the main continent of the Sky River Star. During this process, Vivian and Lilith activated the zombie bloodline in their bodies almost at the same time. A powerful, evil, and ruthless aura gushed out from their bodies. The two women's originally exquisite and provocative figures, as they fell to the ground, they were like balloons that were rapidly inflated, growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the heavenly river city below, some people immediately sensed it, and all of them subconsciously looked up, and then exclaimed in horror. Heavens, what is that? Previously, they seemed to be two beauties, but now, they have become two mountains of flesh. A mountain of rotting flesh? Ah! Zombies! Space zombies, run! Enemy attack, bang! Bang! Rumble, as cries of shock echoed, Vivian and Lilith, who had descended from the sky, finally landed on the ground. At this moment, they no longer looked human at all. Their bodies had turned into two enormous mountains of rotting flesh. Not only were there large rotting holes on its surface with pus flowing out, it was also covered with countless fleshy tentacles that were waving around randomly. Looking at it made one feel disgusted and cold all over. Screech! Two screeches sounded from the two mountains of flesh at once, and some kind of invisible and strange frequency radiated directly, enveloping the entire interior of the heavenly river star in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, the superbrain located in the heavenly river star's underground star control center had no time to react before it fell into a state of paralysis. Then, it was completely invaded and controlled by Vivian's zombie frequency. The next moment, when the superbrain's paralysis was lifted, it, as the core of the entire heavenly river star's space defense array, had been reduced to a puppet. Rumble! The rumbling sound of the activation of the array formation came from the atmosphere in the sky. Under the command of the superbrain, which had turned into a puppet and was evolving into a zombie superbrain, all the star passages in all directions of the heavenly river star's atmosphere were completely closed, and the star defense array formation was activated. In less than 3 breaths, all of this was completed. Since then, the heavenly river star had become a completely sealed-off world. No one in the starry sky outside the atmosphere could enter, or they would be attacked by the star defense array formation. And because the central superbrain of the heavenly river star's administrative star network had also been invaded and turned into a puppet, it was evolving into a zombie superbrain. This directly led to the interruption of all communications within the entire heavenly river star, and no star network signal could be transmitted out. In short, the entire heavenly river star had been completely cut off from any contact with the outside world. It was basically equivalent to completely falling into the enemy's hands, and this was obviously just the beginning. After all, Tuoba Linfeng's purpose was to quietly take full control of the heavenly river star, not to forcibly occupy it with force and expose himself. Screech! Screech. After completing the blockade of the entire administrative star, the two mountains of flesh that Vivian and Lilith had transformed into by activating their zombie blood once again let out two mournful howls. The tentacles on the surface of the flesh mountains grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had covered half of the Heavenly River City. At this time, the entire Heavenly River City was already in chaos. A large number of starry sky powerhouses and ordinary people fled in panic. These two terrifying mountains of flesh were too disgusting, and they carried the chilling zombie virus in the universe. Therefore, even the starry sky powerhouses did not dare to attack, and the warships did not dare to open fire. Because if that happened, once the flesh mountains exploded, the virus would spread even faster in the air, and no one could guarantee that they would not be infected. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the only way to deal with it was to escape, as fast as possible, as far away as possible. This consensus was immediately thought of by everyone. After all, there had been precedents before. Under the invasion of the universe zombies, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, the Heavenly War planet, had been completely destroyed in just half a day. All the people had turned into zombies and were finally wiped out. The Heavenly River Star. No one thought that the Heavenly River Star would be able to escape this disaster. At this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was to escape, 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 poof. Poof, poof. During this process, countless flesh tentacles that covered the sky waved unscrupulously, as if harvesting lives, piercing into the bodies of the fleeing crowd again and again. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. The flesh tentacles that pierced into the bodies of these fleeing people were like straws. With a sudden tremor, they could completely suck a living human body clean in less than half an instant. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled puffing sounds rang out, but it was not the sound of the tentacles penetrating the bodies of the fleeing people. Instead, it was the sound of the two terrifying mountains of flesh formed by Vivian and Lilith activating their zombie bloodlines. As the bodies of a large number of fleeing people were penetrated, all their flesh, blood, and bones were instantly sucked in and gathered into the bodies of Vivian and Lilith through the tube-like zombie tentacles. The size of the two mountains of flesh was also growing larger and larger. When they first arrived, they were only 100,000 feet in radius. But now, in less than an hour, they had grown tenfold, reaching a radius of 100,000 feet. It was also from this moment onwards that new changes took place. Cracks suddenly appeared on the two huge mountains of flesh, and this was where the puffing sounds came from. Then, from these cracks, small mountains of flesh crawled out like chickens laying eggs. They were densely packed, and there were so many of them that it was frightening. Although these small mountains of flesh were only 1,000 feet in size, their appearance was exactly the same as the two huge mountains of flesh. Their surface was full of cracks with pus dripping from them, as well as a large number of tentacles. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of these small mountains of flesh. They spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc in every corner of the Heavenly River planet. This scene was like a mother reproducing, and in fact, it was indeed so. This was one of the abilities of the zombie bloodline that Vivian and Lilith had evolved. After activating this ability, they were equivalent to two zombie hives. They could replicate a large amount of flesh and blood that they had collected in their bodies, evolving into small mountains of flesh that looked like saplings. Then, thousands of soldiers and horses spread out, carrying out a larger scale and faster terrifying plundering. There was no doubt that as these hundreds of thousands of small mountains of flesh spread out, the entire Heavenly River planet would completely fall in a very short time. All the starry sky powerhouses and the people of the Heavenly River planet would not be able to escape this calamity. In the end, they would all be devoured by these small mountains of flesh. It was because the few space gateways in the atmosphere of the planet had been completely sealed. The interior of the planet had long been turned into a blocked area. There was nowhere to run. At this time, as the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh scattered, the entire huge Heavenly River city had turned into a dead zone. Vivian and Lilith, who had swallowed and absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood, had also returned to their original size of 100,000 feet. Then, the two enormous mountains of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, Vivian and Lilith returned to their human forms. They were still as beautiful and graceful as before. Moreover, after this round of devouring, their bodies had more or less retained some of the energy from the devouring of flesh and blood. Because of this, their life level had evolved again. Their cultivation level had risen from rank 1 universe realm to rank 2 universe realm. In about 10 minutes or so, all the flesh and blood living beings in the interior of the Heavenly River planet will be completely devoured. Turning her head and looking around at the dead silence, Vivian raised her hand to tuck a strand of messy hair behind her ear and laughed softly. After that, in about an hour or so, all the people who have been devoured will reappear again. At that time, this Heavenly River planet will be completely in our hands. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. I have to pay close attention to the zombification process of the superbrain. It is the intelligence center of the entire Heavenly River planet's space network and the planet's defense system. There can't be the slightest mistake. Beside her, Lilith also smiled casually, as if she was talking about something trivial. If everything goes well, within 2 hours, Lord Heavenly Demon will be able to lead the army into the Heavenly River planet. From then on, this place will be the headquarters of our Heavenly Demon army. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. 10 minutes later, similar muffled sounds like the sound made when Vivian and Lilith activated the mother nest ability of the zombie bloodline and produced a large number of small mountains of flesh from their bodies, came one after another from all corners of the Sky River planet. This time, the sound was even more concentrated, because the surface of the hundreds of millions of small mountains of flesh, which had grown to a terrifying size because of the large amount of flesh and blood they had devoured, were now all cracking. On the surface of each mountain of flesh, there were thousands of cracks. In every crack, as if they were reproducing, living beings were coming out. However, they were all in human form, not similar small mountains of flesh. Before all this unfolded, there was not a single living person in the interior of the Heavenly River planet. All the flesh and blood living beings, including some domesticated ferocious star beasts, had been devoured by the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh. At this moment, all the flesh and blood that had been devoured, after some unknown transformation in the small mountains of flesh, had all been reproduced. However, although they now looked like humans on the surface, there was no difference at all from before they were devoured. Even their eyes and the aura emitted from their bodies were exactly the same. But in fact, these guys who were lining up to come out of the cracks on the surface of the small mountains of flesh were completely different from before. Before they were devoured, they were humans. But now, when they reappeared like they were reproducing, they had become corpse slaves. The ultimate purpose of the mother nest ability that Vivian and Lilith had displayed was to refine all the living beings in the interior of the Heavenly River planet using the mother nest's zombie child nests, changing their essence from human to corpse slaves. The whole process ended in about half an hour. When everything was settled, the millions of zombie child nests that were spread all over the Heavenly River planet had completely withered and disappeared. In less than an hour, the entire Heavenly River planet had undergone a nightmarish transformation. On the surface, the current Heavenly River planet had not changed at all. As far as the eye could see, the areas were still crowded with people and appeared to be extremely prosperous. But in fact, these living beings that had been reproduced after being devoured were completely different from before. At this point, the Heavenly River planet was completely under the control of Tuoba Linfeng. Not long after, as the star passages in the atmosphere opened again after a short period of closure, a large number of starry sky masters came and went from the void outside. But they would never know that in less than 2 hours, the entire Heavenly River planet and the entire Heavenly River planet had undergone a complete transformation. All of the living beings within had already undergone a thorough and evil transformation. From now on, this place no longer belonged to the Heavenly Dust Country, no longer belonged to the human race. The Heavenly Demon army of the zombie race had finally occupied the Heavenly River star. In just 2 hours, they had completed the transformation of the entire Heavenly River star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River star, which had been temporarily closed, reopened, the entire Heavenly River star belonged to Tuoba Linfeng. This included the superbrain, which was the central intelligence core of the starry sky network and the defense array of the star, as well as every living creature in the interior of the star. 2 hours, which was just 2 hours, was too short. During this time, some experts had returned from the domain of the graveyard and intended to enter the Heavenly River star. However, because the star passages in the Heavenly River star's atmosphere had been completely shut down, they could only wait in the starry river with astonished expressions on their faces. However, they had not expected that in less than 2 hours, such earth-shaking changes had taken place in the Heavenly River Star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star reopened, everything returned to normal. These starry sky experts who had been waiting in the outer space lined up to enter the interior of the Heavenly River Star, but none of them had noticed anything unusual. Everything was the same as usual. It was as quiet as usual. It was as orderly as usual. Under the control of Vivian and Lilith, the zombie superbrain that had completed its evolution gave up its authority. In a remote corner of the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere, it quietly led the hidden zombie fortress into the Heavenly River planet and landed directly on an underwater base in the Heavenly River Sea. This underwater base was extremely spacious. It was originally a military base of the Heavenly River Star garrison, but now it had become a secret base of the Heavenly Demon Army under Tuoba Linfeng's command. For a long time in the future, Tuoba Linfeng and all the zombie generals of his Heavenly Demon Army would hide in this underwater base in the deep sea. Outside the base, the entire Heavenly River Star would function as usual. This was his core base camp, and it was going to be quietly built into an underground lair that was like an iron wall, a place where he could settle down and live his life. Katja, following Tuoba Linfeng's order, the zombie stronghold began to disintegrate. In just a short minute, the huge ship had completely disintegrated, turning into 5 smaller strongholds with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. If they wanted to, these 5 small zombie fortresses could continue to transform and eventually shrink into 5 human beings. This was because they were originally 5 cosmic zombies with a cultivation base of Cosmos Realm. The evolution direction of their zombie bloodline was the mutant alloy behemoth type. Now, the small fortresses with a diameter of nearly 50,000 meters were their true forms. However, Tuoba Linfeng clearly didn't have this intention. After the zombie stronghold was divided into 5 smaller zombie strongholds, the thousands of zombie warriors waiting at the side all leaped up and divided into 5 groups, with each group having more than 200 zombies, and entered the 5 smaller zombie strongholds. Only 5 late-stage Cosmos Realm zombie generals were left behind. They would stay with Vivian and Lilith to guard the Heavenly River planet. In the end, the Heavenly River Star, and many fortresses. Heavenly River Star. Soon, the 5 small zombie fortresses converged their figures and slowly rose from the seabed base. After rushing out of the sea, they shot straight into the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star. These 5 small zombie fortresses, with the Heavenly River Star as the center point, would travel in 5 different directions along the void. After leaving the Heavenly River Star, they would reveal their ferocious faces and begin bloody plundering in the void of the universe, growing stronger step by step. During this process, the 5 small zombie fortresses would occasionally return to the Heavenly River Star. The purpose of this expedition, in addition to devouring to strengthen themselves, was to bear the task of developing the next level of mutant zombies. There was no doubt that as time passed, the scale of the entire Heavenly Demon zombie army would grow larger and larger. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 zombie generals, but in the near future, this number would rapidly increase like a rolling snowball. The prelude to the chaos of the human race had officially begun. 2 days later, the small zombie fortress that Tuoba Linfeng was in, after several space jumps and several wormholes, had arrived at a gap star field between the Heavenly Dust Country and another small country. It was neither too far nor too close to the Heavenly River Star, and the distance was just right. Thus, the starry sky hunt of this zombie army officially began. In the distance of the starry sky ahead, a commercial fleet was moving obliquely from the right side of the void. The size of the fleet was considerable, with 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, more than a dozen large and small fortresses, and dozens of star-level starry sky merchant ships. Let's start and end this quickly. Remember, don't expose the fortresses. This will be our best cover when we are sailing in the starry sky. With Tuoba Linfeng's order, more than 200 zombie generals in the small zombie fortress all rushed out, including Tuoba Linfeng himself. Katja, almost at the same time, a mechanical grinding sound came from the small zombie fortress that had remained hidden. In just a few breaths, it turned into a ferocious behemoth that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its shell had a cold metallic luster. Its size was similar to the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no matter who saw it, they would never associate it with the giant star scorpion. Immediately afterward, the giant star scorpion removed its concealment, and its figure appeared in the void. At the same time, more than 200 zombie generals who had rushed out of the small zombie fortress first also activated the zombie bloodline in their body at this moment, transforming into terrifying giant space zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the earth-shattering roars and howls, the over 200 zombie generals all completed their zombie transformations in a short period of time. Some transformed into gigantic carrion bone dragons, while others transformed into ferocious beasts covered in pus and blood, but the aura in their bodies were all extremely powerful. More than half of them were universe powerhouses in the 15th realm. The other half, although not universe powerhouses, were close to it. They were all universe powerhouses in the 14th realm. A group of terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared in the void without warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. This scene was really too shocking. The commercial fleet that was sailing obliquely in the distant void was immediately alarmed. After a short period of dead silence, there was a tide of horrified exclamations, one after another. "Oh my God, what did I see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? Did we accidentally pass through the wormhole and come to the legendary underworld? Zombies. Space zombies. Oh my God, didn't they say that they had been wiped out long ago? What happened? Run, screech. Clang." The demonic blade slashed out, and in an instant, there was a violent clang with endless joy. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, with ferocious gaps all over the blade, slashing towards the void ahead. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demonic blade had crossed the endless void and slashed on the hull of a commercial fortress. The loud noise was earth-shattering, but the commercial fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the hull, there was a tide of horrified screams, but in just half a breath, everything stopped. Within the body of the heavenly demon blade, an endless amount of demonic fiendish chi spread out like the thickest black fog, completely enveloping the entire Xianxia fortress. Since then, the commercial fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was completely invisible, wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura, but from time to time, the sound of metal friction could be heard. At the same time, the more than 200 zombie generals, who had turned into giant carrion beasts, also unleashed their fastest speed, flanking from the left and right sides, and in the void, the entire commercial fleet was surrounded in the middle. Buzz. The low buzzing of the void jump sounded. This time, a small commercial fortress that reacted first, successfully activated the space jump ability before the more than 200 zombie generals, who had turned into giant carrion beasts, began to kill and devour, and luckily escaped far away. In this regard, the more than 200 zombie generals, who had completed the siege of the entire commercial fleet, did not care at all, because even if the news was leaked, it did not matter. Today's demonic zombie legion was far from what it was in the past. In the next moment, the two zombie generals in charge of sealing the void successfully sealed this corner of the void, and all the commercial battleships behind were forced to stay, and the activated void jump was forcibly interrupted. Screech. Devour them all, leave nothing behind. Raising his head and letting out a fierce roar, Tuoba Linfeng's figure swayed as he spoke, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory ferocious demon. His whole body was like a black fog, and in the blink of an eye, he drifted away, rushing into the encirclement, and headed towards a large fortress. Shrouding down, he began to plunder and devour. Boom! Rumble, explosions and screams resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the cannons of the merchant warships opened fire, and some of the starry sky cultivators rushed out of the warships, fighting and retreating at the same time. They wanted to use their physical bodies to cross the void and escape from this sealed void where teleportation and warship jumps were impossible. However, everything was destined to be in vain. After an hour or so, everything fell silent. The entire fleet was gone, and the only thing left in the void were the wreckages of warships that were not worth devouring. As for all the star warriors in the fleet, their flesh and blood were the most delicious food for the universe zombies. Naturally, they wouldn't waste any of it. Except for the hundreds of starry sky overlords, who had strong cultivations and strong foundations, who were left behind to develop this zombie army, the rest, without exception, were all devoured and eaten. The large stronghold that was enveloped by the heavenly devil Blade's black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour it was dispelled the most thoroughly. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil Blade's body, the void where the large stronghold was originally located was already empty, except for an incomparably ferocious sword. The black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it rushed back into Tuoba Linfeng's body and disappeared. Retreat, use the fastest speed, leave this star field, change a place, and continue to hunt. As Tuoba Linfeng's words sounded, more than 200 ferocious and terrifying carrion behemoths gradually shrank, and soon returned to their human forms. Not far away, the zombie generals that turned into giant scorpions also changed their forms again. A small merchant fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters stood in the void. After a group of zombie generals stepped into the cabin, the first thing they did was to hide their figures, launch their fastest speed, and leave in the blink of an eye. Similar scenes were playing out in the other 4-star fields that were extremely far away. In the end, the 5 zombie armies all successfully completed a star hunt within a day. In the process of this hunt, the zombie generals and the army strengthened themselves. At the same time, they also developed some solid star warriors, who became zombie recruits that joined the army. For this hunt, the confidence of the 5 zombie legions was far greater than before. Even before setting off, Tuoba Linfeng had personally instructed them to formulate various countermeasures for unexpected situations. Therefore, for the fish that occasionally slipped through the net during the hunt, they simply didn't pay attention to it. They were too lazy to chase and attack. Because of this, all of this was passed on by the survivors who fled almost immediately. The news seemed to have grown wings, and it quickly spread throughout the third universe at the fastest speed. The zombie army appeared again, wreaking havoc in the starry sky. And this time, it wasn't just one zombie army, but at least 5 zombie armies, in different star fields, launched a star hunt. As this shocking news spread, the entire human race was in an uproar. The panic in the major star fields of the third universe was like a rolling snowball, getting more and more serious. The human race was in chaos. First universe, Devil Emperor planet. When Xianxia returned from the black hole of life and returned to the Devil Emperor planet, the news of the human race's chaos happened to arrive. What? The zombie army appeared again? This time, they even showed up in 5 different voids that were far apart in one day and started a space hunt? Hearing this news, Xianxia was shocked, and an extremely bad premonition appeared in his heart. With his understanding of Tuoba Linfeng, if he wasn't sure that he had some kind of perfect arrangement, he would never suddenly become so high-profile and arrogant. Faintly, Xianxia had an ominous feeling that something big was about to happen. This matter is indeed worrying. On the side, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. His face was full of worry. The zombie army suddenly launched a high-profile attack. This is not a trivial matter. It gives people a feeling that the universe's zombies will erupt in a full scale, and it will be difficult to contain them. However, for our demon race, this matter is temporarily good. On one hand, at least, the human race is in chaos because of this. The entire third universe is in panic. Whether it is the Immortal Dynasty, Tenju Heavenly Palace, or the Wanluo Federation, they can no longer devote their full strength to suppress our demon race. Their own backyard is on fire. This will more or less tie up a part of their energy. It's just the regular forces of the race. It doesn't seem to be enough, right? Hearing this, Xianxia nodded and turned to look at the current Demon Emperor, Mo Wentian. The various races of the first universe are currently being restrained by the 4 great races led by the Demon Cultivator. In terms of regular forces, they probably won't be able to spare many battleships to participate in the crusade. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, they will most likely send high-end combat strength. It's the same for the human race. The universe zombie army has reappeared in the third universe, and this time, there are 5 zombie armies wreaking havoc in different star fields at the same time. It seems like a full-scale zombie disaster is about to erupt. Under such circumstances, the 2 camps of the human race, the Tenju Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Dynasty, even if they send a battleship. The scale of the crusade against the Demon Cultivator in the first universe should not be too large. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the two camps of the human race should also be dominated by high-end combat strength. The various races of the second universe must have received the news. They know that the myriad Luo Federation Senate has already lost an immortal old monster here. This time, in addition to a large number of conventional fleet combat strength, in terms of high-end combat strength, I'm afraid the level will also be greatly increased. It's very likely that the major forces will send out the immortal old monster again. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Cultivator's foundation does not move, we will not be able to resist at all. This was the truth. Although Xian did not elaborate on how awkward and distressed he was after he killed the immortal old monster of the myriad Luo Federation Senate, the upper echelons of the Demon Cultivator royal family who were present at that time were obviously well aware of it. It would be strange if he could still be alive and well after killing the immortal old monster in the universe realm. Even though Xian had already recovered, he might still be able to kill an immortal realm old monster after exhausting all of his trump cards like before. However, according to his speculation, this time, how could there only be one immortal old monster among the major forces that were about to arrive and suppress the Demon Cultivator race in unison? Just as he said, if the Demon Cultivator race did not use the true strength of the race, they would not be able to survive this calamity. That's right. Our demon race is the same as the other races in the three main planes of the starry skies. We do have our own race's heritage. Xian's words made the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon clan look at each other and smile bitterly. In the end, the current Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, sighed. Then, he continued, the only difference is that the foundations of the major races and forces in the three main planes of the starry skies are usually hibernating in the depths of their ancestral lands or in a small independent plane connected to their ancestral lands, such as the Void. Although they're dormant, there's still a chance that they can be awakened in advance by paying a certain price. Of course, the price to awaken a bloodline ancestor of different levels is different. The more powerful a bloodline ancestor is, the lower the possibility of being awakened. But our race is different. Our bloodline progenitor isn't in the three main planes, but the origin of all worlds. Origin of all worlds? What the hell is that? Xian frowned. Before, there was already a origin of all evil. Now, it had become a place that countless forces and clans in the three main planes of the starry skies hated and loved. They were deeply hurt, but they couldn't give it up. The name of the origin of all evil lived up to its name. Now that the myriad realm's origin had suddenly appeared and he had never heard of it before, Xian felt that it was strange. He asked, is it another similar star field? No, the origin of all evil is indeed a star field in the first universe plane, but the origin of all worlds is different. The former and the latter can't be compared at all. At the mention of the origin of all worlds, the current Demon Emperor, Mo Tian's face was full of fascination and even holiness. He continued solemnly, the origin of all worlds, as the name suggests, is the origin of all planes and all worlds. As we all know, the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe are only the three main universe planes in the world. In addition to these three main planes of the starry skies, there are countless large and small void planes. Basically, they are all very dangerous and full of void turbulence. There are even more that have never been seen before. The living creatures of the present world are involved in them, and they are not known to the present world at all. In fact, just in the three main planes of the starry skies, there are a large number of independent small planes, such as the void and the like. For example, the so-called Holy Land of the Demon race, the ancient void connected to the Forbidden Valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor is actually a cage, related to the desolate ancient era according to the secret records of the Demon royal family. In fact, these countless planes that exist in the present world, including the three main planes of the starry skies, are actually just a part of the distant desolate world. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are fragments of the universe plane. In the past, there was a great battle. The entire desolate world collapsed and turned into countless turbulent void. Some were big and some were small. There were some void passages that connected them, but most of them were isolated from each other. The buffer zone was all void turbulence, and it could no longer be connected, and the three main planes of the starry skies in the present world should only be the larger, or the safer and more stable, three of these fragments of the desolate world. However, it seems that the heavenly Dao one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, and even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Regarding that incomparable battle back then, there were many secrets passed down by later generations, but the specific details were not clearly stated. However, now it seems that since the heavenly Dao, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, it even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Such a terrifying void refining grand array. Then, one day in the future, when the heavenly Dao recovers and the desolate great world descends, it is very likely to become a reality. So, the desolate world is the source of all worlds? The current three main planes of the starry skies and countless turbulent voids, small secret realms, and small grotto heavens were all formed by the collapse of the desolate world. Xian seemed to be deep in thought, and then said, "Then, in the desolate great world that collapsed in that battle, is there still a place similar to the core of the hub? After the collapse of the desolate world, it also became an unknown void that no one knows, and the foundation of your demon race is there?" You can say that, but it's not entirely correct. The current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian nodded and continued to explain, the desolate great world can indeed be seen as the source of countless planes of the present world, but it is not the source of all worlds. The real source of all worlds is a star, an extremely beautiful ancient star with a blue ocean occupying more than 70% of the surface of the star. That star was extremely mysterious in the desolate era and was called the Mother Star. The initial prototype of the desolate great world was born with that mysterious Mother Star. Born. That's right. That Mother Star is the so-called source of all realms. Because even the initial prototype of the Eldritch world was born with that mysterious Mother Star, Mo Wentian wasn't surprised by Xian's reaction. He even felt that it was within his expectations. He didn't know that Xian's heart was in turmoil. He only thought that anyone who heard such words would have such a reaction. Because this involved the secret of the origin of the Eldritch world, it was the most ancient and distant legend. Legend has it that before the Eldritch world was born, even the universe didn't exist. The entire world was a mass of chaos. The cores of the stars nurtured countless innate life forms. Among them, 500 were born one after another. They were known as the 508 demon gods. Among them, there was the most powerful demon god. After he was born, he did not like the chaotic scene of the world at that time, so he used a giant axe to split open the chaos. From then on, there was heaven and earth. The clear air of chaos that was split open rose to become heaven. That was the prototype of the Eldritch world. The turbid air descended to become earth. This earth was the mysterious mother star known as the source of all worlds. The bloodline primordial ancestor of our demon tribe came from that mysterious mother star. That year, when the primordial war broke out, the entire primordial world was shattered into 10,000 worlds. Our mother star drifted into some spatial crack. Our bloodline primordial ancestor, who was at the supreme primordial master level, brought a few juniors with him. They drifted into the void and finally came to the first universe, but because of his serious injuries, he hibernated in a small independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the primordial ancestor started to spread his influence in the first universe. That's how the demon race of the first universe came to be. The first demon emperor was actually not the first generation descendant of the primordial ancestor. He was only called the first demon emperor because he founded the demon dynasty. In fact, in that independent grotto heaven, there were many ancestors who were more senior than the first demon emperor. That independent grotto heaven could be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the origin of our race's bloodline and the true foundation of our race is actually that mysterious mother star. In the end, you're just taking long breaths when you speak. At this point, Xian had confirmed that the mysterious mother planet that the current devil emperor Mo Wen Tian had mentioned was the one he was familiar with. Although he was pleasantly surprised, he was also a little disappointed. This was because after entering the current starry sky environment, he finally heard news related to that star. The sea of stars was boundless, and this was really not easy. The reason why they were disappointed was because, according to the current generation's demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian, although they knew of the existence of the mother planet, they were still clueless as to where it was currently located. Xian originally thought that he'd found hope of returning, but now it seemed that he was just overjoyed. He was excited for nothing, Fortunately, although this thought still existed in Yixian's heart, it had been too long since he left. It was no longer an obsession, and he was already used to it. Right now, the most pressing matter was the current situation. As he sighed in his heart, he quickly adjusted his mood and returned to the main topic. He asked the current Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, since there's a supreme primordial bloodline primordial ancestor in the ancestral land of the demon race, as well as a few followers of the race, then the current problem is easily solved. Can you think of a way to awaken one of them? Even if it's just a follower of the primordial ancestor, it's at least a quasi-primordial almighty existence. It's enough to solve the current crisis. The primordial ancestor left tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, how could our demon race become the slaves of the heavenly mystery race? As soon as Yixian finished speaking, the current demon emperor, Mo and Tian, shook his head and bitterly smiled, including the ancestors of the clans that followed the primordial ancestor to the first universe. They all left together. Of course, before they all left behind bloodline descendants in the first universe. But after all, they didn't belong here. Although they had bloodline descendants in this universe plane, in the end, they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to the mysterious mother star. Since then, there has been no news of them. F***ck. Your demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor is too irresponsible. She just gave birth to a child here and didn't care? She just left. Yixian was immediately disappointed when he heard that a few of the golden fighters, who were at least quasi-desolate ancient supreme experts, had all left with the primordial demon bloodline primordial ancestor. Furthermore, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. After muttering a few words, he seemed to suddenly think of something and then asked, "By the way, didn't you just say that the demon race in the first universe is only the bloodline left behind by a descendant of the primordial demon ancestor who is at the level of primordial demon ancestor? What about the other juniors and followers? Which race did they leave behind their bloodline?" This seemed to be a sensitive question, so the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian didn't know what to say. He frowned and exchanged glances with the other higher-ups of the demon race. After exchanging glances, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We don't have the right to comment on this. If you really want to ask, you should ask the first Devil Emperor. Just ask the Devil Emperor, lest you bring us trouble." F***ck. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have vaguely guessed something, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't get anything. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. However, since they weren't willing to say anything, he had no choice but to roll his eyes. However, although the primordial ancestor and his followers have left, the first and second generation descendants of the demon race in the first universe plane are still alive, and both of them are at the undying level. Among them, the first generation descendant has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. At that time, he was an emperor-level undying. He wanted to become an emperor-level undying so that he could destroy the Tianji race and help the demon race get rid of the enslavement. Unexpectedly, that seclusion hasn't ended yet. After tens of thousands of years. The one guarding our ancestral land is the second generation descendant, and his strength is Marquis-level undying. Speaking of this, the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian nodded slightly. A Marquis-level undying is enough to suppress a few normal undying, but according to our information, there are at least 2 emperors in the Senate of the Federation. He's just an undying, yet he has so many tricks up his sleeves. What normal undying, official undying, emperor undying? There won't be an emperor undying, right? Yixian had only asked casually, but looking at the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian's expression, it was clearly the case. This immediately made him roll his eyes. F***ck, these immortal realm-old monsters really know how to play. Even so, after learning that the second-generation ancestor of the demon race was an official-level undying that could suppress several normal undyings, his heart finally calmed down. According to his estimations, there would at most be a few normal undyings coming to attack the demons. Emperor-level undyings wouldn't be easily dispatched. By the time they were suppressed, the other races would realize that there were still official-level undyings within the demon race. Hence, the next time they sent Emperor-level Undyings, who knows, the first generation of demon race ancestor might just come out of closed-door cultivation. With his strength at Emperor level, suppressing a few emperors shouldn't be a problem. Although this was a little too idealistic, given the current situation, Xian could only think this way. Of course, he would not slack off in the slightest when it came to his own efforts. Thinking of this, Xian changed the topic and asked, "What about the first demon emperor? Is it in the ancestral land of the demon dwellers? Can you contact him? This young master has some matters to discuss with him." Xian had always been concerned about the bloodline descendants left behind by the other followers of the demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor in the three main planes of the starry sky. Since the current generation demon emperor, Mo Tian, didn't dare to say anything, he could only ask the current generation demon emperor, Mo Tian. That's right. The demon emperor is indeed in the grotto heaven nest, which is equivalent to the second ancestral land of the demon kin. Mo Tian nodded, and a troubled look appeared on his face. But that heavenly abode void is not in the Devil Imperial planet. It is only connected by a void passage. Among the upper echelons of the Devil Imperial family, only great-grandfather Mo has the authority to open that void passage. So, I'm afraid we can't contact it for the time being. Yes. However, although the void passage cannot be opened, the news can be transmitted through special channels. Regarding the situation in the demon domain, I have already reported to the ancestral land and received a reply. The second-generation ancestor will pay close attention to the situation here. When it is time to take action, he will naturally do so. Attack. As long as no emperors appear, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to contact the previous generation's demon emperor, Mo Rentian, in a short period of time. Xian was immediately disappointed. He even felt that this old fellow had a premonition and was purposely avoiding him like the mad mosquito emperor and the old ghost mosquito butcher. When he thought up to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He exclaimed involuntarily, "That's right, mad mosquito monarch and old devil mosquito butcher are related to the devil race. The bloodline descendants of your bloodline primordial ancestors' followers in the three main planes of the universe wouldn't be related to these two old fellows. Am I right?" Xian asked as he turned to look at the current devil emperor, Mo Tian. Little friend, we have to hurry back to prepare for the war. Yes. We can't stay here for long." The reactions of the few old fellows were very big. They immediately found excuses and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the main hall of the small courtyard that Xian was staying in was empty. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. As if he had found a clue, Xian's heart calmed down. After muttering a few words, he decided that the next time he saw Mo Tian, he would ask for the whole story. After that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and started to think about the situation in the demon domain. With the second-generation ancestors' close attention, the demon domain's current crisis was basically nothing to worry about. However, Xian still felt a strong sense of urgency. This was because after this incident, when the second-generation ancestor of the demon domain was exposed, the next time the other races and the Senate of the Federation came, there would be Emperor-level Undyings. Although with his current strength, no matter how fast he rushed, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against an Undying Emperor in a short period of time. However, Xian still had many other methods. For example, the 4-star wars, as well as Hamba, Ho Qing, and the desolate lightning mother in the Yan Luo, he could think of ways to increase their strength and power. Many a little makes a mickle, so Xian's overall strength would naturally increase even faster. Thinking about this, he quickly made a decision. The direction of the future for a period of time was also roughly formed. Other than increasing his own technique and body level, he also had to think of ways to increase the life level of the 4-star wars, including the mosquito beasts, the golden slimes, the star soldier ladle, and the weeping soul beast. From there, he could greatly increase the power of the battle wars. For example, once the battle wars were activated, tens of millions of golden slimes would attack at the same time and unleash a golden tide of time. Each tide represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. If he could increase the life level of these tens of millions of golden slimes, then, once activated, a golden tide of time could represent the instantaneous passing of 20,000, 30,000, or even 40,000 years. At this level of golden tide of time, 7 or 8 waves of time would be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years quietly passing. Even Emperor-level undyings might not be able to withstand it. Compared to Xian immersing himself in training and relying on his own strength to fight Emperor-level undyings, this method was obviously more practical. Thinking about this, he immediately gave an order to the Devouring system, immediately start a comprehensive and detailed search and deduction of the system's database. Look for the special resources that can increase the life level of the 4 Star Wars kinetic life forms. After receiving this order, the Devouring system immediately started its search and deduction. Because Xian asked for a comprehensive and detailed deduction, there probably wouldn't be any results in a short period of time. He didn't pay attention to it and didn't want to wait around. This was because there were still about 10 days before the forces of the 3 dimensions to attack the demon race would arrive one after another. Other than the 4 Star Wars, the Yuyan Luo was also a high-end combat force that was highly anticipated. Xian quickly turned his attention to this Yuyan Luo. After thinking for a while, Xian decided to take advantage of these 10 days to make a trip to the Star Thunder Tomb to see if he could find a strand of thunder origin there to help the recently awakened Desolation Lightning Goddess reconstruct her Thunder True body. After making the decision, Xian immediately sent a message to the current Devil King, Mo Tian, saying that he would be leaving for a few days. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and rushed to the Black Hole of Life because it was closer to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. After the jump, Xian was already in the Black Hole of Life. He waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He immediately rushed out of the Black Hole of Life and used his extreme speed. With the terrifying speed of a Realm Master old monster, he headed straight for the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Half a day later, a void full of thunder and lightning appeared in front of him. He had arrived at the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. After so long, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was still the same as before. There were no changes. Thinking about it, how could anyone come to such a void full of thunder and lightning for years? Even a warship would be turned into scrap metal if it entered, let alone a strong warrior of the Starry Sky. When Xian first came to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, his cultivation was still very weak. Even when he used a Thunder Source Pearl to kill the Tianji clan's upper echelon, Shan Bo, his cultivation was only at the Mystic Light Realm. But now, he was already a Universe Realm Master of the 15th Realm. But this time, when he came again and saw this vast void of thunder, he could still feel a strong sense of danger. According to his current strength, Xian felt that if he went deep into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, even the immortal realm old monsters might die. It seemed that this Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was far from as simple as he thought. If it wasn't for the Rai Di seal, Xian would definitely have died the last time he entered. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd only entered the periphery of the lightning graveyard last time and didn't enter the depths. Otherwise, even if he had the Lightning Emperor seal that could be said to be revered in the Tao of Lightning and could command the lightning of the world to protect his body, under the circumstances that his cultivation was too weak, he was afraid that there would be many problems. There would be less trouble. But that was in the past. This time, he was already an almighty figure of the universe at the 15th level. Moreover, he possessed various extraordinary abilities and reserves, so he couldn't be compared to the past. Even if it was the deepest core of this boundless lightning graveyard, Xian still dared to charge into it now. Moreover, if the lightning origin source that he needed really existed in this lightning graveyard, it would definitely be in the deepest core of the lightning graveyard. When he thought up to here, Xian didn't delay any longer. His figure shook as he strode out of the Voidbreak shuttle, and then he put it away into the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. After that, he took a stride and charged towards the edge of the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb, rumble. Ka-cha-cha. The moment they rushed down the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, endless thunderous booms and crackling sounds of lightning assaulted their faces, causing Xian to feel as if he had entered another universe, another world. Everything in the surroundings had changed. He had completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of thunder and lightning. Cyan fractionation towers and golden lightning covered the sky and earth, densely packed, cyan lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. Here, there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been before, after so many years of being struck by endless cyan lightning and golden lightning, they had long since turned into nothingness. Here, only cyan lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc, life and death, back and forth endlessly. Even so, the current Yixian, even if his physical body was in this starry sky lightning graveyard, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the void shuttle, a faint cyan mist clearly gushed out from Yixian's body. It didn't spread too widely, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of cyan mist were enough to protect him. Protect Yixian as he rampaged through this starry sky lightning graveyard. This was the unique power of the Rai-D Seal's domain, which was displayed by Yixian with a thought. The power of this starry sky origin treasure was unique. It could ignore the damage of thunder and lightning, and this was only the most basic of its properties. With the protection of the Rai-D Seal's domain, Yixian stood in the void of this starry sky lightning graveyard, where there was only endless cyan lightning and golden lightning. A thin layer of cyan mist appeared on the surface of his body as he quietly stood there, but imperceptibly exuded an aura of being the emperor of this domain, commanding the entire star. The supreme aura of the void lightning graveyard had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around his figure, the cyan lightning and golden lightning that were wreaking havoc without end clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, a radius of 1 zhang around him had become a vacuum, without any cyan lightning or golden lightning appearing. These cyan lightning and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai-D Seal's emperor pressure. With his mind set, his figure flashed as he directly crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body. With Yixian's current speed, even if he crossed the sea of lightning with his physical body, it did not take long for him to arrive at the area where he had condensed 10 thunder origin beads last time. This was also the furthest place he had ever reached when he first set foot in this starry sky lightning graveyard. Further ahead was the core of the starry sky lightning graveyard, where even Yixian, who possessed the Rai-D Seal, did not dare to rashly set foot in last time. But this time, he had no choice and would not retreat. After taking a deep breath, Yixian quickly moved forward again. This time, after a full half a day, he discovered that the surrounding void had begun to change. In the void of lightning he had passed through before, the thunder was cyan while the lightning was golden. But after arriving here, whether it was the cyan lightning or the golden lightning, they were all covered with a faint layer of purple gold. And this situation became more and more obvious as he went deeper. Another day passed. When Yixian came to his senses, he discovered that the lightning and thunder in the surrounding space were all purple gold in color. It was completely different from the green lightning and gold lightning from before. It emitted an even more powerful pressure and an even more violent aura of destruction. Undoubtedly, these purple gold thunder and lightning were of a higher level. This made Yixian's heart tremble. Then, before he could do anything, the Rai-D Seal suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled without warning, as if it was transmitting some kind of message to Yixian. After being stunned for a moment, Yixian was blessed with luck. He immediately stopped moving and extended his consciousness towards the Thunder Emperor Seal above his sea of consciousness, entering it. Rumble, boom. In the next moment, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yixian's ears, causing him to be shocked. The inheritance scene, it was actually the inheritance scene again. At this moment, Yixian had a flash of realization. The Rai-D Seal had clearly been refined, but this time, he actually saw this inheritance scene from the primordial era, which was suspected to be from when the Rai-D Seal was first born. At that time, the universe had just been born, and everything in the universe had a strand of innate primordial chi. After countless years of nurturing, it became a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could not be found in later generations, and it would be difficult to reproduce again. At the end of the void of this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, releasing endless golden light. It was as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars in front of it seemed to be very small. They were extremely small and weak. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was only one lotus seed, but it was green in color. It was clearly a seal-shaped object, and its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out continuously. His Rai-D seal was nurtured from this giant golden lotus with an aura that could almost cover the heavens and earth. In the giant lotus's lotus seed pod, there was only one lotus seed. Rumble, the inheritance scene was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued to enter Yi Xian's ears, shocking his mind. Surrounding the green gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. And if one were to expand one's line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, one would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls. They exploded one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Gradually, the green lightning beads around the giant golden lotus became denser and denser. They all exploded, turning into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. In the end, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of summons, and gradually, they began to move. They converged in a certain direction. It was the green gold lightning seal, the only lotus seed on the top of the giant golden lotus, but this was not the end. Last time, the scene that Yi Xian saw in the Rai-D seal's legacy image had come to an end. But this time, the subsequent evolutions were still continuing. In the inheritance scene, the Rai-D seal began to spin. As it spun, a large amount of green and golden lightning around the giant golden lotus was sucked in and gathered towards the Rai-D seal. It slowly turned into a large greenish-gold cocoon. This scene was exactly the same as when Yi Xian had condensed the Thunder Origin orb in the astral lightning tomb. He understood that this was the Rai-D seal demonstrating a kind of power. Very quickly, a gigantic greenish-golden cocoon enveloped the Rai-D seal. The entire cocoon was formed from green lightning and golden lightning. Finally, it began to condense inwards. When all the green lightning and golden lightning had condensed into a single point, a greenish-golden bead the size of a cinnabar fruit appeared above the Rai-D seal. It was the Thunder Origin bead. But this was still not the end. It was not over yet. Just as the Rai-D seal was condensing the Thunder Origin bead, the gigantic golden lotus in the inheritance scene was also growing. Previously, it was green lightning and golden lightning that were expanding and retracting in its body. But now, whether it was lightning or thunder, they had all turned into a purple-gold color. Even the entire golden lotus had turned into a purple-gold color. It was as if it had only been green before, but now it had matured. Immediately after, the Rai-D seal began to spin again. Following the rotation of the Thunder Emperor imprint, a large amount of lightning was once again gathered around the Thunder Emperor imprint. Merely, this time around, regardless of whether it was the lightning or lightning, they were all purple-golden color. And the greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal was still there. It spun together with the Rai-D seal. All the purple-gold lightning that had gathered surged towards the Thunder Origin bead. This seemed to be the second tempering process to improve its quality. Soon, as more and more purple-gold lightning gathered, the second cocoon was formed. Just like the first one, it was still formed by endless lightning and thunder. Its entire body was purple gold, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Everything that happened after that was replicated like before. The purple gold cocoon rapidly shrank and disappeared into the Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal. At this time, the original greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead was now purple-gold in color. The lightning and thunder on its surface were all purplish-golden in color. At this point, the inheritance scene came to an abrupt end. Yi Xian took a few seconds to recover from his shock. He originally thought that the Rai-D seal had been completely refined, but now it seemed that this origin treasure was far from being as simple as he thought. It seemed that there was still a seal that was being unsealed layer by layer. What Yi Xian saw now was only the second layer of the Thunder Origin bead. Whether there would be a third layer after that, he did not know. But one thing was certain, and that was that the purple gold Thunder Origin bead condensed by the second layer of the Thunder Seal secret technique could definitely threaten the existence of the immortal realm. Its aura was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was almost excited. In the Rai-D seal in his body, there were still 8 golden Thunder Origin beads. If all of them were tempered again and upgraded to purple gold thunder origin beads, he would undoubtedly have a stronger foundation when facing the immortal realm old monsters. Xiao. Excited, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand to bring out the Raidi seal. In the next moment, as the Raidi seal was brought out by Yi Xian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the thunder tomb exploded like a pot of boiling oil that had been poured with a ladle of ice water. Countless purple gold thunderbolts were attracted and exploded above Yi Xian's head. A huge amount of purple gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian's head, but none of them could cause any harm to Yi Xian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purple gold mist, and his hands were behind his back. Standing in the void where the thunderbolts were raging, exuding a strong emperor's aura. A large amount of purple gold lightning gradually enveloped the Raidi seal and even Yi Xian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon that flickered with purple gold lightning. Yi Xian, who had the Raidi seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon that was like a star. At this moment, the purple gold mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the entire purple gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. The whole process was basically the same as what Yi Xian saw in the inheritance image of the Raidi seal. After an unknown amount of time, the giant purple gold cocoon that was formed by a thunder origin bead after being tempered by hundreds of millions of purple gold thunderbolts finally disappeared completely. And above the Raidi seal hanging above Yi Xian's head, a thunder origin appeared. After the condensation of the first purple gold thunder pearl was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes and the familiar sound of the system notification rang out again. The unexpected breakthrough to the next cultivation level had actually come once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, level 4 universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current cultivation level, level 4 universe. Without a doubt, the breakthrough of both the ancient Dongshu formula and physical body's qi and blood realm had something to do with his use of the Raidi seal to condense the purple gold thunder pearl. This was because during the process of condensing the purple gold thunder pearl, Yi Xian's body, along with the Raidi seal and the other golden thunder pearls suspended above the Raidi seal, had also been enveloped by the surging purple gold thunder pearl. It could be said that the original golden thunder pearl had been tempered for a second time, raising its quality and power. At the same time, Yi Xian's physical body had also been baptized by the purple gold thunder pearl. His cultivation level had also increased because he had absorbed some of the purple gold thunder pearl's energy. I didn't expect there to be such benefits. This is really an unexpected surprise. In his surprise, Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to it again. There are still 7 more golden thunder pearls that need to be condensed. I wonder if they can increase my cultivation level. With this kind of surprise, Yi Xian stored the completed thunder pearl into the Raidi seal. Then, he took out the second golden thunder pearl and repeated the previous steps to start the second round of condensation. 4 hours later, when he opened his eyes again, the anticipated system notification had actually appeared in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, level 5 universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current cultivation level, level 5 universe. It actually had an effect. This was really a surprise. In a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level and physical body's qi and blood realm had both made a breakthrough. After the 2 consecutive breakthroughs, Yi Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again. According to Yi Xian's deduction, after his original body reached the 15th level and became a universe expert, the growth rate of the ancient demonic ape's bloodline true body was still 2 to 1, when his original body was in the 3rd level, the ancient demonic ape's bloodline power level. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels, reaching the 5th rank of the cosmos state, his true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level. He was about to reach the 3rd rank of the Star Lord state, coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Each transformation would increase his combat power by a small level. Once Xian entered the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape and used the fourth transformation, his peak combat power would reach the 7th level of the Star Lord state. He had finally reached the advanced Star Lord state. That's not a good idea, is it? Every time I condense a purple gold thunder source bead, my cultivation base and my physical body's chi and blood realm will all increase by 1 level. If this continues, I will be able to become an immortal old monster in a short time. At most, I will just condense a bunch of purple gold thunder source beads. While dumbstruck, Yi Xian stored the second condensed purple gold thunder origin bead into the Thunder Emperor seal. At the same time, he took out the third golden thunder origin bead that was waiting to be refined as he muttered to himself. However, that was just a casual remark. It was impossible for such a situation to happen. The reason why he was able to improve his cultivation base the previous 2 times was because he had only just begun to temper himself with this purplish gold high-grade lightning power. It was like tempering one's body with some kind of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The effect would be obvious at the beginning, but it would lose its effect after a while. Even so, 2 breakthroughs shouldn't be the end. He still had 6 more purple gold thunder source beads. Even if they could only improve his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels, it would still be impressive. After all, the current Yi Xian was already a supreme being of the 15th Great Realm. In the past, when others were in this great realm, breaking through a small stage would require a long period of time and effort before they could achieve it. He definitely couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately started to condense the third purple gold thunder origin bead. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the main purpose of coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb this time, which was to search for a strand of thunder essence and help the desolate lightning mother reconstruct her thunder true body. Afterward, no way. Whatever. I'll refine all 8 purple gold thunder source beads first. A few hours later, the last purple gold thunder source bead was refined. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, the system notification that he had been expecting really appeared in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 7th rank Universe Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank Universe Realm. The truth was just as he had guessed. Although the refinement of the 6 purple gold thunder origin beads was still effective in increasing Yi Xian's cultivation and physical body's chi and blood realm, the effect was clearly far inferior to the original. Previously, the 2 purple gold thunder origin beads had raised his cultivation base and body by 2 small levels. At the moment, the refinement of the last 6 purple gold thunder source beads had only improved his cultivation by 2 levels. However, Yi Xian was already very satisfied, if not overjoyed, because the gains were so great that they were far beyond his expectations before he set foot in the Star Lightning Tomb for the 2nd time. When his original body was at the 5th rank of the Universe Realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 3rd rank of the Star Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 7th rank of the Universe Realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he was about to reach the 4th rank of the Star Lord state. The first 4 forms of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape would also improve his combat ability by 1 level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms and performed the 4th form, his peak combat ability would reach the 8th rank of the Star Lord state, which was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th rank. There was a huge gap between levels. Right now, he only needed to break through 2 small levels in terms of cultivation, physical body, and blood to reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the universe. Then, once Yi Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and used the 4th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength would reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the Star Lord realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a region lord. If he swallowed the level 16 liquid that he had just refined, Yi Xian would be able to display the terrifying combat ability of a region lord, which would definitely be of great significance. The breakthrough of a major realm would allow him to unleash even more power when he cast all kinds of bloodline abilities. As soon as he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity. On the basis of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, his cultivation base had actually risen by 4 small realms, and his combat strength had soared by a large margin. Apart from that, the original 8 golden Thunder Origin pearls in the Thunder Emperor seal were refined a second time, raising their grade. Previously, they could only threaten universe masters, but now, they could threaten immortal realm-old monsters with purple gold Thunder Origin pearls. More importantly, after this experience, Yi Xian realized the extraordinariness of the Rai-D seal. Previously, he thought that after refining this innate treasure, he had already grasped its mysteries, but because his cultivation was too weak, he could not unleash the power that matched it. But now, he understood that the Rai-D seal itself had a seal. Even if a new layer of seal was opened this time, using it to condense the purple gold Thunder Origin bead, it was still not the end of its true power. In the future, as Yi Xian encountered lightning power stronger than the purple gold Thunder Origin bead, there would definitely be more. When the seal was unlocked, it would reveal even more powerful abilities. In this way, it was qualified to match the Shinnon cauldron that was still in a growing state. At the same time, it was suspended in the central region of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, superior to the 7 small objects that represented the strongest bloodline and divine ability, such as the fallen sky bow and the black gold dragon scale. After a period of excitement, Yi Xian finally calmed down. At this time, he carefully calculated that 2 days had passed since he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Adding the half a day he used to come here, 2.5 days had passed. However, he had not started to search for the strand of Thunder Origin that the desolate Lightning Mother needed. He was too excited before and completely forgot about this matter. It seems that I have to hurry, because after finding the Thunder Origin, I may have to delay a little bit in collecting it. So, time is already very tight. Thinking of this, he did not delay any longer. He immediately stored the last 8 condensed purple gold into the Rai-D seal, and then let the Emperor seal float about a foot above his head. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards the core area of the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. From the moment he stood in the area where he was refining the purple gold Thunder Origin bead, all the thunderbolts and lightning in the surrounding space had already turned purple gold. Now that he continued to move forward, the situation was still the same and there was no difference. In the vast void around him, there was only purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder that exploded from time to time. Not to mention the universe stars, not even a speck of space dust. The thunder pressure at the core of the thunder graveyard was too terrifying. Even if the immortal realm-old monsters were here, they wouldn't be able to resist for too long. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. It was impossible for any other material to exist here. Even the starry sky alloy that was used to build top-level battleships could not be taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world in his body. Without the protection of the Rai-D seal, it would instantly turn into green smoke and be annihilated. Soon, half a day passed. At this point, Yi Xian had left the Demon Emperor Star for 3 days, but he still had not found the shadow of the Thunder Origin. Not to mention the Thunder Origin, in this half a day, he had not seen anything except for the purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder. In fact, Yi Xian still had no idea what this so-called Thunder Origin looked like, and what kind of form it existed in. It was not that he had not searched in the database of the Devouring system in his body, but unfortunately, there was no result at all. Regarding the Thunder Origin, perhaps because Yi Xian had not come into contact with it, the database of the system was blank. Just as he was feeling disheartened after searching for a long time without any progress, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the Thunder Origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Huh? What a coincidence, but, where is it? Caught off guard, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He almost thought that he was imagining things because he was too anxious. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he turned his head and looked around with a blank expression. Very quickly, in the space in front of him to the right, a color that was slightly different from the surrounding purple gold suddenly flashed and disappeared, attracting Yi Xian's attention. In this sea of purple gold lightning, other than Xiao Chen, who had the Thunder Emperor seal above his head, it was impossible for anything else to exist. Now, a strand of a different color had appeared and flashed by. What else could it be other than that strand of lightning source energy? Yi Xian was instantly excited. With a flash of his body, he chased after it with extreme speed. This flash of light was green in color and was very eye-catching in the purple gold. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily discovered by Yi Xian as it was only the size of a finger. Of course, this was also related to the system's notification. What surprised Yi Xian was that although this green flash of light was only the size of a finger, it seemed to be alive. It was extremely agile like a small worm and was not afraid of any of the purple gold lightning. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed straight ahead. If it were not for the Rai seal above Yi Xian's head, which was also unaffected by this sea of lightning, he would have been shaken off in a few moves. Even so, half a day had passed in the blink of an eye as Yi Xian chased after him. Although the green bug was already extremely close, a green substance that was around 3 meters in radius appeared in the sea of lightning in front of him. It floated within the purple gold lightning that filled the sky. No. It was not affected in the slightest. This was a green fog that actually existed in the lightning, which made Yi Xian's jaw drop. In addition, the green worm in front of him seemed to be running straight for this green fog. That seemed to be its nest. Yi Xian suddenly became nervous. If it was a nest, it would be fine. But if there were other things in this green fog, such as the existence of a void passage, when the green worm rushed in, it would be as if it teleported and disappeared. It would be difficult to track it down. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to forcibly devour. Although forcibly devouring had a certain success rate and sometimes there was a possibility of failure, now that the other party was about to escape into its nest, he could not care less. Screech. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. As the green worm let out a strange screech, the next moment, in Yi Xian's mind, the system's reply prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a strand of thunder origin. Do you want to absorb it immediately? With a strand of thunder origin in hand, the purpose of this trip to the starry sky thunder tomb was finally achieved. Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Just as he was about to take out a large amount of innate chilling spirit liquid, dark furnace lotion, 9-colored meat paste, 10,000 evil origin liquid, and other top-grade resources from the undying world in his body, he sent them to the desolate Electra Lady to help her reconstruct her Thunder True body. At the same time, he also sent another batch to Corpse Ancestor Hamba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing. Just as he was about to restore the resources, a sudden change occurred, rumble. Gotcha. Without the slightest sign, the enormous sea of lightning ahead seemed to have suddenly been stimulated by something, and it suddenly became violent, and it emanated the sound of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth and boundless crackling sounds of lightning striking down. All of this was too sudden, and the changes were too intense. It gave people the feeling that they were in an incomparably tranquil ocean, but in the blink of an eye, tsunamis and hurricanes had been set off. Those who were timid would have fainted on the spot. Looking up, Yi Xian was slightly startled. Then, his eyes flashed, and he vaguely understood something. The sea of thunder in which the riot occurred was about 10,000 miles in radius. However, its core point happened to be the strange green fog that seemed to be the nest of the little green bug. This strange fog was originally only about 10 feet in radius, but now it instantly spread to 10,000 miles in radius. All the sea of thunder that was covered by the fog seemed to have been injected with boiling water, and instantly became violent. It was obvious that this riot had something to do with the strangeness of the turquoise canopy. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the strand of thunder origin that looked like a little green bug seemed to have let out a weak but sharp roar before it was forcibly swallowed by him. It should be that the roar contained some kind of power that caused the green fog that seemed to be its nest to change, which led to this unexpected scene in front of him. The Thunder Sea riot was definitely an earth-shattering event. After all, thunder and lightning were originally a kind of extremely strong and violent power. Coupled with the power of the Thunder Sea riot, in the face of such a situation, an ordinary starry sky powerhouse would not dare to take the risk and would most likely retreat in a hurry. However, Yi Xian had the Rai seal. Right now, it was merely hovering above Yi Xian's head, pouring out a green screen of light to protect Yi Xian's body. However, it was not fully activated and displayed the true might of the Thunderbolt Imperial Seal. This green mist was indeed strange. This could be seen from the fact that it could exist in the center of the Sea of Lightning, and at the same time, it was the nest of the lightning source. Perhaps it was because of this that it was able to cause all of the lightning and thunder to go berserk when it suddenly spread out. From a certain point of view, this strange green fog clearly had a certain effect on lightning, and even had the ability to drive it away. But even so, compared to Yi Xian's Rai seal, it was still far from enough. So what if the Thunder Sea riot was about to happen? With the Rai seal in hand, Yi Xian could completely use it, and with a flip of his hand, the Imperial Seal could suppress the Thunder Sea riot. Yi Xian was very certain of this, and this certainty and confidence of his was indeed proven. Whoosh! With a thought, the Rai seal began to spin, slowly rising above Yi Xian's head, higher and higher. During this process, the green light pouring out from within the Imperial Seal also became more and more intense, and the area it covered also continued to expand as the source of the Imperial Seal rose higher and higher, but no matter what, Yi Xian was always at the center of the expanding green light. He was firmly protected, and was not affected by the power of the lightning at all. Yi Xian had already used all of his strength to activate the Rai seal. Although he was still far from being able to unleash the true power of this Imperial Seal, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the power of the Imperial Seal field that he could unleash was clearly not to be underestimated. Vaguely, there seemed to be an indescribable pressure that passed through the Imperial Seal above his head and projected onto his body. Yi Xian could clearly feel this. At this moment, Yi Xian's body inexplicably emitted an emperor's might. He clearly didn't make any movements, but at this moment, he had an additional sense of supreme majesty, as if he was a monarch descending upon the world. It was very strange, very mysterious, and allowed him to be blessed. Immediately after, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian subconsciously waved his hand towards the sea of lightning in front of him. Walala, with a light movement of his hand, the boundless purple-gold lightning that filled the sky in front of him actually obediently separated to the left and right like a tide. In the sea of lightning, there was a wide and open road. This scene shocked Yi Xian. Was this really the ability to command all the lightning in the world? With this kind of method, even if he brought an army of thousands of men and horses into the sea of lightning, he would still be able to protect everyone. With a wave of his hand, the lightning would split apart like a tide. What was there to fear? He just had to safely pass through. However, for Yi Xian, this was completely unnecessary. With another wave of his hand, the passageway in front of him, which was 1,000 miles in diameter and extended endlessly, closed once again and was filled with boundless purple-gold lightning. At this moment, Yi Xian also soared into the air and shot towards the area enveloped by the green mist that was still spreading outwards. As his figure suddenly moved, the Rai seal, which was still slowly rising above his head and emitting a blazing green light, also followed closely behind, protecting Yi Xian at the center of the green light. Very quickly, Yi Xian, who had the Thunder Emperor's mist above his head and a vast expanse of blazing green light moving around his body, entered the area where the lightning was rampaging. As he had expected, although all the purple-gold lightning in this area had gone berserk due to the influence of the strange green mist, with the arrival of Yi Xian, all the lightning that came into contact with the Rai seal's cyan lightning instantly calmed down. Compared to the blazing green lightning radiance released by the Thunder Emperor seal, the strange green mist wasn't a match for it at all. Following Yi Xian's arrival, the area covered by the green lightning radiance was like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. The only reaction was to quickly melt, and as Yi Xian finally came into contact with the strange green mist, the data of the devouring system in his body was finally updated again, with the resources of this strange green mist. After a round of investigation, Yi Xian was suddenly enlightened, and completely understood this strange green mist. Just as Yi Xian had guessed before, this canopy had now spread to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. However, at the beginning, it was only a strange green fog with a radius of around 3 meters. It was indeed the nest of that strand of thunder essence. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was a special product that was unique to the vast innate Thunder Sea. Its attribute was innate, and it was nurtured by the innate thunder essence in the endless Thunder Sea over a long period of time. Every strand of Thunderlock Spirit Mist would take tens of thousands of years to fully manifest. From this, one could see how precious this Thunderlock Spirit Mist was. It had been nurtured for at least hundreds of millions of years. To this starry sky thunder grave, its value was definitely second only to the thunder essence. The thunder essence was the Thunderlock Spirit Mist nurtured by the Thunderlock Spirit Mist in the innate Thunder Sea. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was the mother nest of this thunder essence. This strand of thunder origin consciousness was originally a thunder worm without any intelligence. As it slowly grew, it would eventually develop intelligence. At that time it would become the thunder spirit of this vast sea of thunder. The thunder sea that gave birth to the thunder spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunder ball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless starry sky. To put it bluntly, this thunder sea had become a spirit. However, to this starry sky thunder grave, this kind of opportunity to become a spirit was obviously no longer possible. As this strand of thunder essence that had just been nurtured and was far from becoming a thunder spirit was captured by Yixian in the form of a thunder worm. Moreover, Yixian clearly did not intend to let go of this thunder lock spirit mist. The path to becoming a spirit in this starry sky thunder grave was basically completely cut off. Although it would not become a spirit, the starry sky thunder grave would still exist. To Yixian, this was enough. In the future, there might be a time when he would need to use this thunder sea. As for the present, to Yixian, the only thing he needed to do now was to absorb and use this thunder lock spirit mist. After that, this trip to the starry sky thunder grave would be considered complete, and he could embark on the journey home at any time. That's right, Yixian intended to absorb the lightning pool spiritual mist that had already spread out in front of him. If there were no accidents, this would definitely allow his cultivation strength and the realm of his physical body and chi to achieve another breakthrough. After all, Yixian's body had been wrapped in the lightning cocoon formed by the boundless purple gold lightning and lightning when he was refining the purple gold thunder origin bead. He had benefited greatly from it, and his cultivation had broken through again and again. The thunder lock spirit mist was the cradle of the innate lightning origin, so its grade was definitely much higher than the purple gold lightning and lightning bolt. If there were no accidents, it was almost certain that he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation after cleansing his soul and body again. It wasn't just Yixian himself, but also the corpse ancestor, Hamba, and Ho Qing, as well as the desolate lightning mother, who was about to reconstruct her thunder true body. Yixian would also give them some thunder pool spirit mist. This was something that could only be found by chance. The first time one used it, the effect would definitely be amazing. This was especially so for the desolate Electro Lady. She cultivated the Tao of Lightning, so she would definitely benefit even more from this. With a wave of his hand, Yan Luo appeared from within his body and floated in the air in front of Yixian. Although they were in the Sea of Lightning, due to the Thunder Emperor's seal emitting a green light above their heads, Yan Luo wasn't affected in the slightest. Yixian had already sent the innate lightning origin bead that he had previously captured into the desolate Electro Lady. However, it was clearly far from enough for the desolate Electro Lady to reconstruct her thunder true body. She would also need a large amount of other top-grade resources. At this moment, Yixian was preparing these resources. With a thought, he took out a large amount of innate chilling spiritual liquid, netherworld furnace lotion, and 9 colored meat paste from his undying world and threw them all into the desolate Electro Lady. Finally, there were 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. Of course, these weren't just for the desolate Electro Lady who was about to reconstruct her thunder true body. Corpse Ancestor Hamba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing were also included. With this new batch of resources, the 3 primordial female cultivators who had already awakened would once again enter a state of hibernation. Yixian believed that when they came out of seclusion in the near future, their cultivation and strength would definitely increase again. And this was what Yixian was eagerly looking forward to. After doing all of this, Yixian activated the Thunder Emperor's seal that floated above his head. He activated the power of the Emperor's seal and drove away a large amount of azure-green thunder swamp spirit mist, entering the Yan Luo. Finally, he waved his hand and kept the desolate Electro Lady into his undying world. Then, he took out a small storage bottle made of innate chilling jade. This kind of lightning spiritual mist could only be nurtured by an enormous innate lightning sea. Furthermore, every strand of lightning spiritual mist required tens of thousands of years to produce. It was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. After much consideration, Yixian finally decided to collect some of it and store it as lightning liquid in case he needed it in the future. Otherwise, if he needed to refine higher-grade gene cultivation fluid or refine great medicines in the future and didn't have it, he would be dumbfounded. Very soon, as the power of the Rai D seal was released, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was compressed. The green color gradually thickened and when it reached a certain level, the spiritual mist turned into lightning liquid. It was a very thick green color. There were a total of 300 drops in the small bottle. 300 drops of lightning spiritual mist didn't sound like a lot, but one had to know that the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of green mist before. But now, it was condensed into liquid. It was obvious how much lightning spiritual mist was used to obtain this amount. It was almost half of the total amount of lightning spiritual mist. Considering that he still had other uses for the remaining lightning spiritual mist, Xian stopped and kept the bottle of lightning spiritual mist into his undying world. Then, he took out the farmer god cauldron. The lightning spiritual mist was a good thing. Xian even gave it to corpse ancestor, Hamba, Ho Qing, and the desolate lightning primordial true body. Naturally, he wouldn't leave out the 8 great Vajra and the indigenous beasts in the farmer god cauldron. Fortunately, the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of a mist. It seemed like there was enough of it. Therefore, even though there were millions of indigenous beasts in the farmer god cauldron, every single one of them could absorb a little of it. Of course, it was impossible to share it equally. Beasts like the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise were able to absorb a lot. Naturally, they would be able to absorb more. Very soon, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was sent into the farmer god cauldron by Xian. Although the beasts in the cauldron knew that the lightning spiritual mist was good stuff, they immediately roared in excitement and started to absorb it. The 8 great Vajra, who were already familiar with the indigenous beasts, also joined in. They absorbed the lightning spiritual mist to their heart's content while howling in excitement. Other than that, some of the spiritual mist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It floated and sank to the bottom of the volcano in the central region, into the fire pool. End of chapter 3967. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.